Chapter 1. Conflict. Baoguang Street, the most bustling thoroughfare of the Apocalypse Star, is a place where Lin Yuan frequents not for shopping, but for a different purpose. Today, he dons a white shirt and a pair of tattered jeans, silently traversing the crowded street, his presence unannounced. Yet, in his eyes gleams a piercing light, discreetly surveying the passers-by. Soon, he identifies his target, a young man in a pristine white suit, likely in his 20s, entwined with a provocatively dressed woman adorned in heavy makeup. Observing the communicator on the man's wrist and the diamond bracelet gracing the woman's arm, Lin Yuan strides toward them, brushing past with calculated ease. The heavily made-up woman glances at Lin Yuan's somewhat dusty white shirt, her face contorting in disdain as she pinches her nose, as if repulsed by an unpleasant odor, whispering something to her companion. The man in white turns his gaze towards Lin Yuan, then exchanges a few words with the woman. Instantly, her demeanor transforms into one of delight as she leans against him, embodying a delicate charm. It is evident that he has promised her some gift, for such affection would not arise without reason. Pondering her reaction, Lin Yuan sniffs at his own attire. Although his clothing is somewhat soiled, it bears no odor. It seems he has merely become an excuse for her to solicit a gift. Inwardly, he muses that he might as well claim that bracelet for himself, considering it a form of reward. With a deft motion, he slips the bracelet into his pocket. It is indeed the very piece worn by the woman. Indeed, Lin Yuan is a thief in the age of interstellar travel. The advent of the star card has supplanted traditional forms of identification, such as ID cards, bank cards, and cash. The star card, exclusive to its holder, renders theft of currency virtually obsolete, leading to the decline of the thieving profession. To earn a living, thieves must resort to pilfering jewelry, a task far from simple, for such valuables are often closely guarded. Mastery in this craft demands speed and finesse. Failure to execute properly could result in detection and capture. Lin Yuan's prowess as a thief stems from a serendipitously discovered physical book detailing various training techniques. By diligently practicing the methods within, he has managed to secure his livelihood. The tome claims that an adept thief could even extract a coin from a boiling pot of oil without sustaining harm. While Lin Yuan has yet to test that claim, he has achieved the ability to remove necklaces from unsuspecting victims without arousing suspicion. The intricacies of this skill far exceed the simple act of retrieving coins as described in the book. With this talent, Lin Yuan barely manages to support himself and his younger sister, who relies on him. Today, fortune smiles upon him as he encounters a woman of considerable wealth. That diamond necklace must be worth around 10,000. Though the street is filled with foot traffic, the majority are merely ordinary individuals, and true affluent patrons seldom frequent this locale, limiting his daily gains. Suddenly, a commotion erupts ahead as a crowd gathers, drawn to some spectacle. Such chaos is a thief's delight. The greater the disorder, the easier it is to strike. Lin Yuan swiftly maneuvers closer, weaving through the throng while scanning for potential targets. Amidst the crowd, he catches sight of a rotund man with a pockmarked face, adorned with a string of prayer beads, vehemently berating and kicking a young boy no older than 17 who lies helplessly on the ground. Several others join in, raining blows upon the boy, who can do nothing but shield his head and curl into a defensive ball. The pockmarked man, seemingly fatigued from his exertions, halts, panting as he scowls. "You little brat, how dare you steal from me? Don't think you can escape." Keep hitting him, he commands his accomplices. "Stop it." A voice, laced with an alluring quality, cuts through the chaos. Lin Yuan turns to see a woman in her 20s approaching the pockmarked man. Clad in a flowing red dress that accentuates her voluptuous figure and perched on black high heels that elevate her stature, she exudes an irresistible charm. Her lightly made-up face, paired with a captivating smile, commands the attention of the onlookers, who instinctively part to allow her passage. The woman reaches the pockmarked man and implores, "He's just a child. If you continue to beat him, someone might die. You've suffered no loss, let him go." The man, clearly taken aback by her beauty, stands momentarily dumbfounded. After a brief pause, he surveys her once more, then gestures for his associates to cease their assault, only to find they have already halted, captivated by the woman before them. Cursing under his breath, the pockmarked man, with a lewd grin, replies, "Since a beauty like you has spoken, how could I refuse? However, if I let him go so easily, I'd lose face. How about this? If you join me for a meal, I'll release him and even cover his medical expenses. What do you say?" It is evident to all that a meal with such a charming girl would lead to more than just dinner. Lin Yuan, keenly aware of the situation, silently shakes his head. This woman is no ordinary individual. The necklace she wears, a rare, aquamarine diamond, speaks volumes of her status. He recalls its description. The aquamarine diamond, sourced from the blue sea star, is a scarce jewel, each piece a priceless treasure often fashioned into exquisite jewelry. Symbolizing prestige. At auction, such diamonds fetch astronomical prices. By Lin Yuan's estimation, the diamond adorning her neck is among the largest, and acquiring such a gem would require a fortune in the hundreds of millions of star coins. The pockmarked man has unwittingly invited trouble upon himself. As anticipated, the woman's expression shifts to one of displeasure upon hearing his proposal. Clenching her delicate fist, she surveys the crowd, then relaxes her grip, seemingly weighing her options. She maintains a smile, saying, "As an ordinary woman, how could I tarnish my reputation by dining with you? I have matters to attend to. Please, for my sake, let him go." Lin Yuan senses a dangerous undercurrent in her words, though he is unsure if it is merely his imagination. The pockmarked man, oblivious to the tension, continues to grin lewdly. "I stand by my offer, miss. Just one meal with me, and he will be free." The woman's demeanor turns icy, her voice cold as frost. "Are you certain you want me to dine with you?" Though the pockmarked man feels the chill emanating from her, his vanity compels him to persist. Moreover, her solitary presence emboldens him. "Absolutely. Just one meal, and they'll let him go. Otherwise, they'll continue, and if he survives, they'll only cover his medical bills." "Very well, they'll accompany you." The woman appears to have reached a decision, but before she can finish, Lin Yuan interjects, addressing the pockmarked man. "You are one of Poison Wolf's men, aren't you?" "How do you know that?" The pockmarked man glances at Lin Yuan, a hint of defensiveness in his voice. Only Poison Wolf's subordinates would be foolish enough to tattoo a wolf's head on their skin. Lin Yuan points to the partially visible tattoo on the man's neck, which is marred by his low-collared "Oh, you know my brother?" The pockmarked man's expression shifts. Sensing familiarity between Lin Yuan and Poison Wolf, Lin Yuan smiled and remarked, "I suppose we are acquainted." At that moment, one of the henchmen of the fat man with a malan approached him and whispered something, causing a flicker of surprise on the fat man's face as he inquired, "Are you Lin Yuan? You know me?" "I do not, but I have heard of you. Our boss has been quite nostalgic about you." The fat man's tone carried an unusual undertone. "That if you've heard of me, then be on your way. However, should you genuinely wish to avenge the Poison Wolf, I wouldn't mind," Lin Yuan replied with an air of dominance. The fat man's expression shifted several times, as if recalling something, and he stated, "You caused our boss to lose an eye. He will not let you off easily." With that, he left in a hasty retreat. Observing the fat man's retreating figure, Lin Yuan couldn't help but chuckle. He had once clashed with the Poison Wolf, and had it not been for his serendipitous fortune and a peculiar ability that surfaced at a critical moment, he might have perished at the hands of the Poison Wolf. Yet, due to his sister's recent affliction and her urgent need for funds, he felt compelled to seek a discussion with him. With thoughts of his sister swirling in his mind, Lin Yuan glanced at the woman in the red dress, his eyes ignited with fervor. As the fat man departed, the crowd gradually dispersed, save for a few lingering admirers of the red-dressed beauty. Lin Yuan turned to the youth still lying on the ground and said, "Get up, it's all right now. You certainly possess quite the audacity to steal from them. Be more cautious next time." Although Lin Yuan was not much older than the boy, he spoke with the authority of an elder. The boy, evidently accustomed to being beaten, understood the importance of self-preservation, having sustained only minor injuries. Upon seeing the departure of the fat man and his gang, he swiftly rose, expressed his gratitude to Lin Yuan and the woman in red, and hurried away. Watching the boy fade into the distance, Lin Yuan turned to the woman in red and inquired, "May I ask your name, miss?" The woman covered her mouth and chuckled, responding, "My name is Hong Shui. Thank you for rescuing me just now. Hong Shui is a lovely name. You truly are a kind-hearted person. I believe you could have handled the situation even without my assistance," Lin Yuan replied with a smile. "As a frail woman, what power do I possess to resolve such matters? Had you not come to my aid, I might have truly found myself dining with him," Hong Shui replied, her demeanor strikingly pitiful and endearing, causing Lin Yuan to swallow hard. Thinking to himself, "What a captivating enchantress. You jest, Mississippi. I must attend to some urgent matters, so I shall take my leave." Lin Yuan nodded slightly as he spoke. "Very well, goodbye." Hong Shui waved cheerfully, as Lin Yuan's figure disappeared into the distance. Hong Shui mused to herself, "How intriguing. Others vie for my attention, while he barely engages before making his exit. Has my allure diminished?" Suddenly, she felt an odd sensation around her neck. Reaching to touch it, she found nothing there. The exquisite sea blue diamond necklace that adorned her neck had mysteriously vanished. A contemplative expression crossed her face, and a faint smile appeared at the corner of her lips as she murmured, "This little fellow has quite the nimble fingers. To think that I, a level 3 ability user, could be robbed of my necklace. How embarrassing. However, stealing my necklace won't be an easy feat." With that, she pressed a few buttons on her wrist communicator resembling a watch, revealing a map. A conspicuous red stood out on the display, but it moved in an unusual manner, not gliding smoothly, but rather jumping in segments. How could this be? Is he also an ability user? Hee. I may have stumbled upon a treasure. Hong Shui laughed joyfully, revealing a dazzling smile with pearly white teeth, her lips a striking red, exuding an unparalleled beauty. Chapter 2. Lin Yuan's extraordinary powers. At this moment, Lin Yuan remained oblivious to the fact that he had been pinpointed. His motivation for confronting the portly man with a pockmarked face was twofold: to rescue the young boy and to draw nearer to Hong Shui, seizing the opportunity to pilfer her aquamarine diamond. It was only due to the skills he had honed from the book that he managed to successfully acquire the precious gem. However, an inexplicable sense of danger emanated from Hong Shui, compelling Lin Yuan to depart hastily. He employed his recently awakened special ability to make his escape. Lin Yuan's extraordinary power had manifested during a confrontation with the poison wolf, enhancing his physical prowess beyond that of an ordinary individual and granting him the ability to teleport. With a mere thought, he could instantaneously transport himself to another location, unfettered by obstacles, not even the formidable C9 alloy used in spacecraft construction. It was through this awakened ability that he had successfully repelled the poison wolf, even blinding one of its eyes. The poison wolf harbored a deep-seated grudge but feared Lin Yuan's unique powers, opting instead to seek revenge in the shadows. After teleporting several times, Lin Yuan concluded that the alluring woman, Hong Shui, would not pursue him further. He activated his communicator to hail a vehicle, a ubiquitous device in the interstellar era. However, there existed a vast disparity in quality. The model he possessed was the most basic, enabling only simple communication and a few auxiliary functions. The more expensive devices were equipped with advanced intelligence capable of managing various tasks. Soon, a hovering car descended before him. Lin Yuan opened the door and slid inside. Instructing the vehicle, "Take me to Tianqi Jewelry City. The fare to Tianqi Jewelry City is 30 star coins. Please make your payment." A mechanical voice announced from within the vehicle. Strangely, Lin Yuan found himself alone in the car, puzzled by the source of the voice. Unfazed, he swiped his star card through the slot, and the car sprang to life, its chassis emitting 4 jets of air as it ascended into the sky. Upon reaching a certain altitude, 2 faint blue flames erupted from the rear, propelling the vehicle at incredible speed toward its destination. In the interstellar age, automobiles were driven by artificial intelligence, equipped with comprehensive databases of all travel routes, capable of computing the most efficient and safest path at any given time. This technological advancement significantly reduced traffic fatalities within the human alliance, with statistics indicating fewer than 10 accidents occurring across thousands of administrative planets, primarily due to the neglect of aging vehicles in need of repairs. The emergence of such intelligent automobiles had indeed lowered the mortality rate significantly. The vehicle swiftly arrived at Lin Yuan's destination, the largest jewelry mall on Tianqi Jewelry City. Here, one could find everything from priceless diamonds and emeralds to the inexpensive communicator Lin Yuan possessed. The youthful and charismatic attendants added to the allure of the establishment, providing exceptional service that garnered praise from patrons, whether they were ordinary citizens or billionaires. However, few were aware that this venue also served as the largest illicit goods acquisition center on Tianqi. Items of dubious origin, like the jewelry Lin Yuan had acquired, were sold to a man known as Old Xing, the manager of Tianqi Jewelry City, who specialized in the procurement of such contraband. Navigating the familiar corridors, Lin Yuan approached a private elevator, distinct from the public ones, reserved for internal personnel and those seeking Old Xing. He input a few digits and verified his identity on the electronic sensor, prompting the elevator doors to open. Stepping inside, he pressed the button for the 23rd floor, and the elevator ascended rapidly. In the blink of an eye, the elevator halted, and Lin Yuan exited, striding directly into a room marked as the appraisal chamber. Without knocking, he pushed the door open. "Uncle Xing, how have you been lately?" Lin Yuan greeted with a smile, mindful of the need for decorum with his benefactor. "Lin Yuan, why must you always forget to knock? What treasure do you bring this time?" replied an elderly man in his 50s, dressed in an exquisite black suit, examining an ancient piece of jade. Upon recognizing Lin Yuan, he spoke with a hint of annoyance. "Uncle Xing, I have brought something exceptional that I believe you will appreciate. Though I wonder if you can handle it," Lin Yuan replied with a sly grin. "What could possibly be beyond my capacity at Tianqi Jewelry City? I am eager to see it," Old Xing declared, placing the jade aside with confidence. "Very well, let me show you. You should recognize this, Uncle Xing." Lin Yuan produced the aquamarine diamond necklace from his pocket, presenting it before Old Xing with a flourish. Such a large aquamarine. Where did you acquire it? Old Xing exclaimed, visibly thrilled, reaching out to snatch the necklace for closer inspection, only to have Lin Yuan retract it just in time. Does the origin truly matter? Tell me, how much will you offer for it? Lin Yuan leaned back against the chair, inquiring with nonchalance. You aren't afraid I might cheat you, are you? This gemstone is worth a fortune. Old Xing regained his composure, his tone laced with unusual undertones. I would not have come if I weren't confident, Uncle Xing. You are welcome to try your luck. Perhaps you could outsmart me. Lin Yuan's voice remained calm, yet exuded an undeniable confidence. Haha, I was merely jesting. No need to take it so seriously. For this aquamarine diamond, I can offer you 100 million star coins. What do you say? Old Xing's demeanor shifted to one of serious negotiation. Lin Yuan understood that had anyone else attempted to sell such a diamond, they might have indeed fallen victim to Old Xing's wiles. However, he himself was not to be trifled with. The poison wolf was notorious on Tianqi Star, and the fact that Lin Yuan had managed to blind one of its eyes while still standing here was a testament to his strength. Though aware of the dynamics, Lin Yuan maintained a placid exterior as he discussed the terms. Uncle Xing, you are well aware of my circumstances. I am in urgent need of funds. 100 million is somewhat lacking. 200 million. A diamond of this size is valued at a maximum of 500 million in the market. You must understand. We cannot sell it directly. It must be laundered. The entire process will cost at least 200 million, and we need to make a profit as well. Old Xing explained. We have a deal. Please transfer the funds. Lin Yuan agreed to Old Xing's offer. Haha, I will transfer the money immediately, Old Xing replied. His smile tinged with an unusual significance. Silently, Lin Yuan awaited the notification of the transaction. Moments later, his communicator chimed, displaying a message from the Interstellar Bank. Dear Mr. Lin Yuan, your star card balance is now 200,037,543 star coins. As your balance exceeds our threshold, you have been upgraded to a VIP status, granting you various benefits. Brother, the funds have been credited to your account. And the aquamarine diamond? Old Xing inquired, extending his hand. Upon reading the notification, Lin Yuan beamed, thinking to himself that he could finally afford the medical treatment for his sister. He needed to hurry to the hospital to expedite the surgery. With that in mind, he placed the aquamarine diamond in Old Xing's hand and turned to exit. Take care. Old Xing called out, watching Lin Yuan depart with an increasingly delighted expression, stroking the aquamarine diamond in his possession and scoffing, Humph. What a foolish lad. With such a significant gem, how can it be referred to as an aquamarine diamond? It ought to be called an aquamarine heart instead, truly lacking in discernment. Fortunately, I possess wisdom. I nearly uttered its true name just moments ago, which would have led to a considerable loss. However, this treasure now belongs to me, an aquamarine heart. A rarity not encountered for centuries. Old Xing wore a look of smug satisfaction. Upon exiting the Tianqi Jewelry City, Lin Yuan once again boarded a hovering automobile. His sights set on the hospital. As the vehicle ascended, a sleek, crimson hovering car descended at the entrance of the Jewelry City. A woman clad in a red dress emerged and made her way directly to the elevator that Lin Yuan had used, raising her communicator and stating, Xiaoxue, unlock it. Seated within the hovering car, Lin Yuan cast another glance at the balance in his card, grinning broadly to reveal his white teeth, and cheerfully remarked, Sharon's surgery will cost around 100 million. With the remaining 100 million, I can take her to explore other planets. She has never left Tianqi Star in her entire life. Reflecting on Old Xing's scheming demeanor while negotiating prices, he cursed under his breath, Give me 200 million. That old scoundrel surely swindled me out of a fortune yet again. One day, I shall make him relinquish every last coin. Though Lin Yuan was unaware that he had acquired a treasure even more precious than the aquamarine diamond, a true aquamarine heart, he comprehended that Old Xing had undoubtedly profited at his expense. He vividly recalled the times he approached Old Xing to sell items. Jewelry worth nearly 10,000 would often fetch only a few hundred. It was only after he gained some renown on Tianqi Star that Old Xing became somewhat more restrained, yet he still endeavored to drive the prices down. When confronted with unfamiliar items, he would dismiss them as worthless, leaving Lin Yuan with little recourse, for apart from Old Xing, no one else would purchase such items. Even if there were others, their offers would likely not surpass those of Old Xing. The fact that he managed to quote 200 million this time was already a stroke of good fortune. In truth, when he initially offered 100 million, Lin Yuan had nearly acquiesced, but he managed to hold back. Otherwise, he would have lost half the value. Chapter 3. younger sister Lin ran at this moment. In the treasure appraisal room where old Xing was situated, he was meticulously examining the aquamarine heart brought by Lin Yuan. A look of obsession crossed his face as he muttered to himself, such a treasure is truly rare. It is said to prolong life. If it weren't for Lin Yuan, I would never have obtained such a magnificent gem. I must keep this. It can serve as a family heirloom. Judging by his tone, it was apparent that he intended to keep the aquamarine heart for himself rather than surrender it. Just then, the door to the appraisal room swung open, and a stunning woman in a red dress entered, a teasing smile adorning her face. It was Hong Shui. Upon seeing her, old Xing immediately concealed the aquamarine heart and inquired, "Who are you?" "This is the appraisal room. For jewelry purchases, please go to the first floor." "Huh, old man, I'm not here to buy jewels or appraise treasures. I merely came to reclaim what rightfully belongs to me, the very piece you just stowed away." Hong Shui replied with a playful grin as she pulled out a chair and sat down. "What piece? I have nothing that belongs to you. Please leave." Old Xing feigned ignorance, well aware that she was referring to the aquamarine heart. "Old man, I have no time for your nonsense. That aquamarine heart in your possession is mine, taken by a thief. I never anticipated that the little scoundrel would sell it to you so quickly. He must be acquainted with you, given how swiftly he found you and made a sale," Hong Shui remarked, pointing at the aquamarine heart that old Xing had tucked away. Her tone laced with impatience. "What nonsense are you spouting, young lady? I don't understand. What aquamarine heart?" Old Xing pretended to be confused while discreetly pressing a red button beneath the table, an alarm device that would trigger a siren. Unfortunately, halfway through his motion, he realized he could not move at all. Aside from his mouth and eyes, every part of his body was rendered immobile, causing a wave of anxiety to wash over him. His past experiences flooded back, and in terror, he exclaimed, "You are an ability user. Ah, you're not entirely foolish. Being able to discern that I am an ability user. It makes sense, considering your status and your long life. It is not surprising that you are aware of such beings," she said, extending her fair hand. With a flick of her wrist, the necklace adorned with the aquamarine heart flew from old Xing's grasp and gently landed in Hong Shui's palm. "Where are my manners? I was blind and disrespectful to an esteemed ability user. Please, punish me as you see fit." Old Xing's tone shifted to one of abject humility, a stark contrast to his usual demeanor. The status of an ability user was far beyond his reach. Even if this woman were to take his life, she would likely face no repercussions. "I shall not punish you. Instead, tell me where the person who sold you the necklace is gone, and I will spare you," Hong Shui stated as she attempted to put the aquamarine necklace around her neck, only to discover it had been severed by a sharp object, likely during Lin Yuan's theft. "My lady, the one who sold me the necklace is named Lin Yuan. He is a thief. Over the years, he has sold me many things, but I truly do not know where he resides," old Xing replied, trembling with fear. "Do not know his whereabouts? Then what use are you to me?" Hong Shui's words, though calm, struck terror into old Xing's heart. He hastily added, "But I do know his star card number. Tell me, what is it?" she urged. "TQX 2133. Do you know anything else?" I also know that he has a sister who has been hospitalized recently," old Xing recalled. "A sister hospitalized? Tell me everything you know about Lin Yuan and his past, every detail," Hong Shui commanded. "Yes, my lady. I have known Lin Yuan for 4 or 5 years. He has been an orphan since childhood, with only a sister to rely on. In their earlier years, some relatives were willing to care for them, but when Lin Yuan was old enough to work, they were cast aside. They had only each other to depend on. Lin Yuan is quite remarkable. He worked tirelessly to support them while caring for his sister, enduring much hardship. Those who knew him in the past said that when he worked for others, they often refused to pay him due to his youth. In his desperation for payment, he was nearly beaten to death, and only when they had no other choice did they give him his wages. Eventually, Lin Yuan learned the art of thievery and began to steal, which allowed their lives to improve gradually. Through introductions, he sold me everything he acquired. As a result, I became familiar with him, especially since he often obtained valuable items. I learned that recently, he has been frantically selling things because his sister suffers from a strange ailment that causes her to faint frequently, with each episode posing a life-threatening risk. This illness is difficult to treat and requires substantial funds. His sister is his lifeblood. If anyone dares to harm her, he would fight to the death. Naturally, he is anxious about her condition, which is why he has been desperately trying to gather money. He even stole from the notorious underworld leader of the Star of Enlightenment, the Poison Wolf. I thought he would be killed, but surprisingly, not only did he escape unharmed, but he also managed to blind one of the Poison Wolf's eyes. The poison wolf did not seem to retaliate, likely due to some hesitation. Old Xing recounted in great detail, fearful of disappointing Hong Shui. Has he ever demonstrated any special abilities, such as the power of instantaneous disappearance? Hong Shui pressed further. I heard that when he blinded the poison wolf, he was initially quite far away, yet suddenly appeared right next to him. That is how the poison wolf was caught off guard and lost his sight, Old Xing pondered. So it is as I suspected. His ability must be teleportation. Old man, do you know which hospital his sister is in? I'm not certain, but the best hospital in Star of Enlightenment is the Star of Enlightenment Interstellar Hospital. Given his concern for his sister, he would surely take her there. I just transferred him 2 billion star coins today, likely to cover her medical expenses. He should be on his way to the hospital now, Old Xing informed her. Understood. You have completed your task. Farewell. Hong Shui smiled at Old Xing, waving her hand as she turned and exited the appraisal room. You are not trustworthy. Old Xing's voice was filled with anguish. Afterward, silence enveloped the room. At that moment, Lin Yuan had entered the Star of Enlightenment Interstellar Hospital, taking the elevator directly to the 16th floor, where the inpatient department was located. He arrived at a private room, where a beautiful girl of about 16 or 17 was seated on the bed, engrossed in a paper book. Despite wearing a hospital gown, her ethereal grace remained unaffected, particularly her bright eyes that resembled a tranquil autumn lake, calming anyone who gazed into them. This was Lin Yuan's sister, Lin Ran. Lin Yuan pushed the door open and entered, a radiant smile lighting up his face as he asked, Xiao Ran, how are you feeling? Upon hearing his voice, the girl immediately put down her book and joyfully exclaimed, Brother, you're back. I'm back. How are you? You haven't fainted, have you? Lin Yuan affectionately ruffled Lin Ran's hair. Concerned. No, I haven't fainted these past few days. I think I can be discharged soon, Lin Ran replied, shaking Lin Yuan's hand enthusiastically. Not yet. You have merely stabilized your condition. You still need surgery to fully recover. You cannot leave the hospital yet. Lin Yuan responded sternly. But that will cost so much money. What if you get caught while stealing to earn it? Lin Ran's voice quivered with concern. Silly girl. I've earned enough money for your surgery already. I promise you, I won't resort to thievery again. Once you recover, I will take you on a trip to our home planet, Earth. How does that sound? Really? How splendid. I have yet to visit our home planet, which I have heard is breathtakingly beautiful. It is indeed the origin of our human ancestors. Brother, you must take me there. Upon hearing that Lin Yuan was no longer engaged in thievery and would take her on a trip, Lin Ran joyfully embraced Lin Yuan and expressed her excitement. At that moment, a doctor, appearing to be in his 20s, entered the room. Upon seeing Lin Yuan, he inquired, Lin Yuan, you have arrived. Have you given any thought to what we discussed? Lin Yuan rose, a flicker of murderous intent flashing in his eyes as he replied, There is nothing to contemplate. I shall not acquiesce. Consider this carefully. To completely cure Lin Ran's ailment, it will require no less than 100 million star coins. Where will you procure such an amount? If you agree to let Lin Ran marry me, I will treat her for free and even enlist the finest specialists for her surgery, the doctor said, a smug expression adorning his face as he attempted to coerce Lin Yuan. This doctor, known as Wang Xiyuan, was the son of the hospital's director. After encountering Lin Ran's extraordinary beauty during her hospitalization, he had persistently pursued her, using her treatment as leverage to pressure Lin Yuan into consenting to the marriage. Naturally, Lin Yuan had unhesitatingly rebuffed him, and now he had returned. Who says I lack 100 million star coins? I have already secured the funds and can afford my sister's surgery tomorrow. You may leave, Lin Yuan declared, his voice laced with anger. Were it not for the fact that they were in a hospital and he was the director's son, he would have ensured that this man would never witness the sunrise again. What? You have secured the funds? Impossible. Where could you possibly have obtained them? Wang Xiyuan exclaimed, astonished, his expression one of disbelief. That is of no concern to you. Just know that you can leave. Do not entertain any further thoughts regarding my sister, or you shall deeply regret it, Lin Yuan said, suppressing the urge to physically assault him. At that moment, Lin Ran spoke from her hospital bed. Even if I were to perish from this illness, I would never marry a scoundrel like you. Moreover, my brother has already obtained the money, and my surgery will be forthcoming. Even if you have secured the funds, it matters not. I will not allow anyone to perform surgery on Lin Ran. If you do not consent to her marriage with me, not only will I prevent her surgery, but I will also have her expelled. Aside from our hospital, no one on Tianqi Star can treat such a peculiar disease, Wang Xiyuan retorted, his frustration palpable. You. Unbeknownst to Lin Yuan, a sharp blade had materialized between his fingers, clearly indicating his lethal intent. Just then, a clear female voice rang out. I refuse to believe that no one can cure this ailment. I cannot speak for others, but I certainly can. Chapter 4. The Invitation of Hongxue for Reasons Unknown. Lin Yuan felt an odd familiarity with the voice. Following its source, he beheld a woman clad in a flowing red gown. Her enchanting figure complemented by a breathtaking visage that stirred an intense desire within him. It was indeed Hongxue, the very one he had sought after from Tianqi Jewelry City. Who are you? Wang Xiyuan appeared equally entranced by Hongshue's allure, wearing a dazed expression. Who I am is of little consequence. What truly matters is that your father's embezzlement has been uncovered. The Alliance Council intends to confiscate all his assets and detain him. Hongxue replied nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, Wang Xiyuan dashed outside. He did not doubt her words. He was well aware of his father's corrupt practices over the years, which had enabled him to attain the position of dean by the age of 40. He had even instructed the AI on his communicator to call his father, only to be met with a message stating that the line was temporarily unavailable. If there were no issues, such a message would be impossible. If his father were to be gone, not only would he lose the beauty before him, but also the countless adversaries he had made could easily dismantle him. Observing Wang Xiyuan's hasty departure, Lin Yuan sheathed the blade concealed between his fingers, awkwardly ruffling his short hair as he said, Thank you. No need for thanks. You assisted me on the street as well. We are even now. However, regarding the Hailangson necklace, I wish to discuss it with you further, Hongxue replied with a smile. Let us step outside, Lin Yuan suggested, leading the way from the hospital room, with Hongxue following closely, deftly closing the door behind her. I stole the necklace and have already sold it. I sincerely apologize. I was in dire need of money. I currently lack the means to compensate you. If you ever require my assistance in the future, I shall risk my life to help. Should you wish to turn me in to the authorities, I shall not submit meekly, Lin Yuan stated, straightforward and unhesitant. You mentioned that if I needed your help, you would assist me, correct? Hongxue asked with a hint of intrigue. Indeed, as long as I am needed, I shall lend my aid, though I must wait until my sister recovers, Lin Yuan affirmed. Very well, let me inquire. Do you know about ability users? Hongxue leaned closer to Lin Yuan, whispering in his ear. Lin Yuan, somewhat puzzled, inquired, ability users? What are they? They are individuals like you, possessing unique abilities. Hongxue pointed at Lin Yuan with her delicate finger. Individuals like me? How do you know I have special abilities? Lin Yuan questioned, perplexed. He had concealed this talent deeply, known only to his sister. He had never met Hongxue and had never divulged the secret. Because I possess such abilities as well, Hongxue replied, her smile radiant. Upon her words, Lin Yuan felt an immobilizing force grip him, as if the very blood coursing through his veins was boiling, threatening to burst forth. This is my ability, the manipulation of blood. How does it compare to your own? Hongxue said, snapping her fingers lightly, instantly restoring Lin Yuan's freedom and calming the turmoil within him. You too are an ability user. What do you want from me? Lin Yuan asked. Naturally, I wish for you to join our organization of ability users. The prestige of being an ability user is beyond your imagination. That person you just saw, if you were part of our organization, with a mere word, he could be stripped of everything. Furthermore, you would no longer need to resort to thievery for income. A single mission could yield you billions effortlessly, Hongxue tempted. What does being an ability user entail? Lin Yuan queried. Primarily, it involves serving the nation, executing various tasks. Hongxue replied casually. Are those tasks perilous? Lin Yuan probed cautiously. Not necessarily. Some are quite simple, while others pose significant danger, she answered. In that case, I cannot go. I must care for my sister. If something were to happen, what would become of her? Lin Yuan firmly rejected. What if I could heal your sister? Hongxue said, her smile reminiscent of a cunning fox. Can you truly cure her? Lin Yuan asked, his excitement palpable. Earlier, Hongxue had claimed she could heal Lin Ran, which he had dismissed as a mere ploy to drive away Wang Xiyuan, but now he found her words strikingly authentic. Indeed, your sister's ailment is primarily due to her tumultuous childhood and lack of nutritional support, leading to a flawed genetic chain. This hospital can only treat her through lasers that stimulate self-repair of the genetic chain, and even then, it is not guaranteed. I possess a vial of nutrient solution that not only ensures your sister's recovery, but also fortifies her against future ailments. As she spoke, Hongxue revealed a test tube containing a pale blue liquid. Lin Yuan reached out to seize it, but Hongxue deftly evaded him, laughing, in my presence. You would find it impossible to obtain this nutrient solution, even if you were twice as swift. So what say you? Will you join our organization? I shall join. But only if you give me the nutrient solution, Lin Yuan stated without hesitation. You truly wish to join? Hong Xue appeared somewhat incredulous at his rapid agreement. Indeed, I shall join. Quickly, give me the nutrient solution, Lin Yuan urged, his impatience evident. Hong Xue regarded him with a knowing glance, handing him the vial. You are a good brother. Here is the nutrient solution. It can be taken orally. Once she drinks it, let her sleep, and upon waking, she will be in perfect health. Thank you, Lin Yuan replied, taking the vial and rushing into the hospital room. He approached Lin Ran's bedside, removing the stopper from the test tube, and said, Xiao Ran, drink this, and your illness will be cured. Lin Ran took the vial but hesitated, asking, Brother, did you promise her something? This must be precious. My illness is difficult to treat. Even spending 100 million star coins only offers a slim chance at recovery. A single vial could not possibly suffice. Who would give us such a gift? What did that beautiful woman say to you? For the first time, Lin Yuan found having a clever sister to be a burden. Most critically, Lin Ran was quite stubborn. When Lin Yuan first resorted to thievery, she vehemently opposed him. Fearing for his safety, she even refused to eat in protest. It took Lin Yuan several days of persuasion, even employing emotional tactics, to convince her. He understood that without a satisfactory explanation, she would refuse to consume the nutrient solution. Gathering his thoughts, Lin Yuan explained, You see, I mentioned having special abilities. This woman possesses them too. They refer to such powers as abilities. She has invited me to join the organization of ability users to serve the nation. And this potion is a gift. Really? Lin Ran questioned, skepticism evident in her tone. Absolutely. Ability users hold great prestige and status. This potion is trivial to her. Now, please drink it, Lin Yuan urged. All right, I shall drink it. Watching Lin Ran drift into slumber, Lin Yuan quietly exited. Hong Xue awaited him outside, and upon seeing him, inquired. So how did it go? Did your sister drink the nutrient solution? She did. Thank you. Once my sister is well, I will join the organization of ability users. However, may I bring her along? Lin Yuan asked, a note of anxiety in his voice. He had focused solely on Lin Ran's treatment and had neglected this important detail. Since their organization served the nation, it would likely be strictly managed, leaving no one to care for Lin Ran. Well, we have regulations. Ordinary individuals cannot join our organization. However, Hong Xue deliberately prolonged the moment, pausing before continuing. It is not entirely impossible to make exceptions, especially since I oversee the base. Did you not say that ability users do not lack funds? Why then do you require something from me? Lin Yuan asked, puzzled by Hong Xue's demeanor. Who sought benefits from you? That little sum of yours is earned from selling my jewelry, isn't it? What can you possibly offer me? Hong Xue's face was marked with displeasure. Yet you spoke as if you were seeking favors. I assumed you wanted something from me. When arranging a hospital room for my sister, I desired a tranquil space, and the head of the inpatient department spoke in a manner akin to yours. I offered him 3,000 star coins. Lin Yuan explained, a hint of embarrassment creeping into his tone. Do you think I lack money? What I desire is you. Do you comprehend? Hong Xue retorted angrily, her ire only enhancing her allure. You want me? Though I am part of the ability users organization, I will not sell myself. It is impossible for you to support me. I still seek a wife to carry on the Lin family lineage. Lin Yuan vigorously shook his head, as if trying to dispel the notion. You are asking for a beating. A soft fist landed squarely on Lin Yuan's eye. Although he wished to evade the blow, his body remained immobile, leaving him vulnerable to Hong Xue's playful punch. Fortunately, she exercised restraint. Otherwise, Lin Yuan would have surely faced dire consequences. Entering the ward with a shiner, he recalled Hong Xue's words. I will return tomorrow, bringing a nutrient solution for your sister, and escort you both to the base. If you provoke me again, I shall ensure you become a complete panda. Gazing at Lin Ran, who was still asleep, Lin Yuan rubbed his bruised eye and reclined on the other hospital bed. The star coins given to the head of the inpatient department proved quite effective. This double room remained unoccupied by another patient, much to Lin Yuan's convenience. Exhausted from the day's events, he soon succumbed to a deep slumber. After administering a playful thrashing to Lin Yuan, Hong Xue arrived at the hospital entrance, boarding a crimson hover. Activating her communicator, she declared, Xiao Xue, connect me with the administrator of the Apocalypse Star. Understood. Establishing connection. Please hold. In no time, a blue window materialized on her wrist communicator, revealing a man in his 50s, who appeared before Hong Xue with a hint of obsequiousness. Miss Hong Xue, what can I do for you? I am not particularly fond of the director of the Apocalypse Interstellar Hospital. You know what to do, I trust? Hong Shui inquired coolly. Understood, understood. You will not see him again tomorrow. Oh, I mean, today, the man replied with a smirk of flattery. Excellent. Additionally, take extra care of his son, Hong Shui added. Not a problem. Rest assured, Miss Hong Shui. That is good. With that, Hong Shui terminated the communication. Chapter 5. The rights of the superpowered individuals. Lin Yuan gradually awoke. Feeling a bit dazed, he sensed an itch in his nose and reached out to touch it, only to brush against a few strands of hair that carried a familiar, delicate fragrance, Lin Ran's hair scent. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide to behold a pair of bright, blinking eyes gazing back at him. Lin Yuan smiled and sat up. Inquiring with concern, Lin Ran, you're awake. How do you feel? Any discomfort? I'm fine. I feel warm all over and have boundless energy, Lin Ran exclaimed. Her cheeks flushed as she spun joyfully in place. Lin Yuan rose to his feet and replied, That's wonderful. Tomorrow, Hong Shui will bring you a bottle of nutritional fluid, and then you'll be completely recovered. We can check out of here and head to their base with Hong Shui. Great. Lin Ran nodded enthusiastically before adding, Brother, are we still going to travel to Earth? We can't go for now. Once we settle down there, I'll take you to Earth to see the origins of humanity, Lin Yuan answered. All right. Just make sure to take me once we're settled. She replied eagerly. Rest assured, I will definitely take you. You just need to rest well. I'll be in the restroom for a moment, he said. Okay. Entering the restroom, Lin Yuan splashed water on his face and glanced in the mirror. The bruises inflicted by Hong Shui had vanished, returning him to his former appearance. Since awakening his special abilities, his healing capabilities had become remarkably robust. Such bruises would fully heal in under an hour, and even wounds from knives would be completely mended in half a day, leaving no scars. Perhaps this was a common trait shared among those who had awakened their powers. Upon exiting the restroom, he overheard people outside discussing something, and as he approached, the conversation left him astounded. Have you heard? Dean Wong has been arrested. The police surrounded the entire dean's office. Of course I heard. Not only Dean Wong, but even his son has been apprehended. They say his son is in more serious trouble, implicated in multiple murder and rape cases, facing the death penalty. Really? That is fantastic news. Wang Xiyuan has done countless misdeeds, believing he was untouchable because of his father. He has caused so much trouble for the nurses in our hospital. It's about time he faced the consequences. Listening to the gossip, Lin Yuan felt a flicker of astonishment on his face. He had assumed that Hong Shui was merely scaring Wang Xiyuan, not realizing that his father was genuinely in trouble and that he himself had been caught up in it. He understood that this matter was undoubtedly orchestrated by Hong Shui, but the efficiency was astonishing. The news had spread so quickly, likely right after Hong Shui left, with police already on their heels. The next day, Lin Yuan awoke early, leaving the hospital and heading straight to a bun shop. This establishment appeared to have been around for quite some time, exuding an antique charm, especially its wooden sign, a rare sight, inscribed with 5 bold characters, Dog Doesn't Care Buns. It was said that the buns here were brought over from the mother planet, a culinary tradition that had been passed down for hundreds, if not thousands, of years. Lin Ran adored these buns, so Lin Yuan visited daily to procure them. Boss, I'll take 2 baskets of buns, he ordered, arriving early enough to avoid the queue. Coming right up. Please wait a moment. Wait. Add another order. Lin Yuan called out as a red hover car pulled up outside. A woman in a flowing red dress emerged. Despite the different style from yesterday, Lin Yuan recognized her instantly as Hong Shui. Her breathtaking beauty and innate charm were unmatched. Noting her early arrival, he assumed she wouldn't be having breakfast due to her sister's illness, so he decided to buy her a portion as well. Young man, make that 3 baskets, he instructed. The boss cheerfully handed over the buns. Thank you. Lin Yuan paid with his star card, deducting 10 star coins, and turned to head back to the hospital. By the time he arrived, Hong Shui was already inside. Not wanting to delay, he dashed to the elevator and pressed the button for the 16th floor. Although he knew Hong Shui wouldn't mistreat Lin Ran, he still felt a tinge of concern since they were not well acquainted. Bursting out of the elevator, he rushed into Lin Ran's room, only to be taken aback by the sight before him. Hong Shui was seated on the bed with Lin Ran, fitting her with a white communicator while explaining. From now on, your brother will be my subordinate. Our superpowered individuals enjoy high status. As his sister, how can you not even have a decent communicator? This one may not be the most advanced, but it's universally compatible across the human alliance, allowing you to reach your brother no matter where you are. Thank you. Sister Hong Shui, your skin is so beautiful. It's even fairer than mine, Lin Ran remarked, gazing enviously at Hong Shui's pristine wrist. I'll share a secret with you. Your skin can be even better than mine, she replied. Really? That would be amazing, Lin Ran exclaimed joyfully. Ahem. Lin Yuan cleared his throat, drawing the attention of the two engrossed in conversation. Lin Ran looked up and beamed. Brother, you're back. Yes, I brought your favorite buns. Lin Yuan raised the basket of buns. Perfect timing. I'm just hungry. Lin Ran leaped from the bed and rushed to his side to grab a bun. I also bought one for you, Lin Yuan said, directing his words at Hong Shui. You got me one. How did you know I hadn't had breakfast? Hong Shui smiled, her lips curling into a knowing grin. I saw you when I bought the buns. I figured you came this early and probably hadn't eaten. Lin Yuan explained as he handed her the bun. You're quite clever. There's a communicator I got for you over there. Remember to wear it later. Hong Shui replied while taking a bite of the bun, savoring its taste. Not bad at all. It's much better than what I've had before. Giggle. Sister Hong Shui, these buns are famous. Many people specifically take a taxi just to buy them. Lin Ran chimed in, relishing her own bun. Lin Yuan, however, didn't eat just yet. Instead, he examined the communicator Hong Shui had prepared for him. It was blue, adorned with a glittering golden diamond, an exquisite red gold diamond. A specialty of the Qijin star. Though not as precious as the sea blue diamond, it still held considerable value. Opening the communicator, an electronic synthesized voice immediately chimed. Identity binding in progress. Please place your fingerprint. Lin Yuan complied, pressing his right index finger against the device. Fingerprint verification complete. Please enter your star card number. He inputted his card number and hit the confirm button. Please enter the number of your previous communicator. He entered that as well. Authentication complete. Welcome to use. I initially intended to get you a more advanced intelligent communicator, but it's currently out of stock, so I got you this ordinary one to use for now. I'll replace it with a high-end model later, Hong Shui explained. This is already excellent, far superior to what I used before, Lin Yuan responded with satisfaction. Glad you're pleased. I've already given Lin Ran the nutritional fluid, so you can handle her discharge procedures shortly. Then we'll head to the base. Hong Shui outlined her plan. Understood. Lin Yuan replied nonchalantly, stuffing a bun into his mouth. The trio exited the hospital and boarded Hong Shui's hovercar. The vehicle clearly boasted a significant value, far surpassing ordinary cars in appearance and comfort. The seats were crafted from an unknown material, providing an exceptionally comfortable sensation, almost as if they possessed fatigue-relieving properties. Merely reclining on the seats imparted a refreshing feeling. The vehicle accelerated with remarkable swiftness, reaching 3 times the speed of sound in an instant, a velocity permissible within the planet's interior. Yet not the pinnacle of this car's capabilities. It was evidently equipped with exceptional features. Otherwise, such rapid acceleration would not be feasible. This vehicle must be quite expensive, Lin Yuan casually inquired. Oh, it's not too bad. It was a gift from the administrator of Apocalypse Star, valued at around $1 billion or so. It's hardly anything extraordinary. Hong Shui replied nonchalantly. Lin Yuan was taken aback by the response, exclaiming with a hint of astonishment, if this is not extraordinary, then what is? You truly are a little heiress. Anyone fortunate enough to marry you would never need to work a day in their lives. Are you envious? Perhaps I should consider supporting you, allowing you to enjoy a life of leisure, Hong Shui teased with a playful grin. In truth, one still needs to work, and it can be quite arduous. Lin Yuan replied with a hint of indifference. Why would someone who is being supported still need to work? Lin Ran, who had been listening, asked in confusion. Lin Ran, please refrain from conversing with him, Hong Shui interjected, her cheeks flushed as she shot Lin Yuan a glare. Evidently understanding the implications of his words, Lin Yuan smiled smugly, relishing in the fact that he had managed to fluster Hong Shui. However, his smile quickly faltered as he heard Hong Shui's voice echo in his mind. Humph, daring to take advantage of me. Once we reach the base, you'll wish you hadn't. Glancing at Lin Ran, who appeared oblivious to the exchange, Lin Yuan caught a glimpse of Hong Shui's triumphant smirk and recalled the previous day's chastisement at the hospital, sending a shudder down his spine. The hovercar soon arrived at the entrance of a large shopping mall, and the doors opened automatically. Lin Yuan stepped out and inquired, what are we doing here? Aren't we supposed to head to the base? Of course, we need to shop. The base we are heading to is quite remote, and we wouldn't be able to procure anything there. It's essential to prepare in advance, Hong Shui replied as she exited the vehicle. Brother, please wait for me. I need to visit the restroom. Can we go inside once I return? Lin Ran said after stepping out. Of course. Take your time. Lin Yuan readily agreed. As Lin Ran entered the public restroom, Lin Yuan turned to Hong Shui and asked, why is it that when you spoke to me just now, Lin Ran couldn't hear you? Is it because of your special ability? Hiki. Curious, are we? Hong Shui replied with a mischievous smile. Indeed, I am curious. For some reason. Lin Yuan felt there was a hint of cunning in Hong Xue's smile. I could tell you, but there is a condition, she said, grinning like a sly fox. No need to elaborate. I shall refrain from asking. Lin Yuan decisively refused. Why not? You haven't even heard my condition yet. Don't you wish to know how I can communicate with you in your mind? Hong Xue queried, puzzled. I don't want to know right now. Lin Yuan shook his head. Even if you don't wish to know, I shall tell you anyway. I can speak in your mind because my will is exceptionally strong. Since you lack training, even the strongest will has its limits, allowing my will to penetrate your consciousness and imprint my thoughts directly. Thus you can hear me, Hong Xue explained. Willpower can be cultivated. Can I achieve your level in the future? Lin Yuan asked. Certainly. You will come to understand that the strength of one's abilities is closely tied to willpower. The utilization of such powers relies heavily on it, Hong Xue responded. Oh, so that's how it is. Thank you for enlightening me, Lin Yuan exclaimed, appearing to grasp the concept. What are you so pleased about? Do you think I would fall for your provocations? This knowledge is fundamental for anyone aspiring to wield special abilities. Otherwise, how embarrassing it would be to know nothing. Hong Xue remarked, pouting slightly. Hee. Lin Yuan chuckled, opting to remain silent. Brother, help me. A cry for help suddenly echoed, and Lin Yuan instantly recognized it as Lin Ran's voice. His body vanished from the spot, having activated his ability to teleport. Chapter 6. The jade pendant. Lin Yuan teleported to the location of Lin Ran's voice and looked up to see 7 or 8 individuals surrounding her. One man, wearing an eye patch, reached out to caress Lin Ran's delicate face. Witnessing this scene, Lin Yuan's fury ignited. She was his only sister and his sole family. Even the slightest displeasure directed at her would pierce his heart. Seeing her being bullied turned his eyes crimson. He teleported again, appearing directly in front of Lin Ran. Seizing the outstretched hand of the one-eyed man and twisting it forcefully, shattering his bones. A chilling scream escaped the man's lips. This man, fierce as he was, endured the excruciating pain and swung a fist at Lin Yuan, desperate for a fight. Alas, before his fist could reach Lin Yuan, he was met with a powerful kick to the abdomen that sent him flying 3 to 4 meters away. After struggling briefly, he fell, unable to rise. The surrounding onlookers exchanged glances, intimidated by Lin Yuan's might, and none dared to approach, standing there like statues. Poison Wolf, last time I blinded you. Yet you still have not learned your lesson. To dare provoke my sister is akin to courting death. Lin Yuan's voice seethed with rage. Indeed, the one-eyed man was Poison Wolf, the same individual Lin Yuan had incapacitated before. His misfortune began with a stroll through the streets when Lin Yuan stealthily stole a wolf tooth pendant from his neck, an heirloom passed down through generations. Enraged, he sought to exact revenge, enlisting others to confront Lin Yuan, intent on inflicting a brutal punishment to teach him a lesson. However, in a moment of awakening, Lin Yuan unleashed his powers, blinding Poison Wolf in the process. Fortuitously, Lin Yuan fled, unaware of the extent of his abilities. Or else Poison Wolf might have met his demise that day. After receiving treatment for his injury, the doctors informed Poison Wolf that the damage was too severe, and he would never regain his sight. Thus, he refrained from seeking vengeance against Lin Yuan, harboring resentment while attempting to distract himself by wandering the mall with his companions. It was then that he spotted Lin Ran, whose innocence captivated him. He intended to take advantage of her, only to discover she was Lin Yuan's sister. At this moment, thoughts of revenge faded. Lin Yuan would certainly not let him off the hook. And Poison Wolf could only hope that Lin Yuan would not resort to murder in the streets. Lin Yuan looked at the fallen Poison Wolf, choosing not to strike further. He took Lin Ran's hand and turned to Hong Xue, who had just approached. It's all right now. It's all settled. Weren't we here to shop? Let us go inside. Hong Xue glanced at the incapacitated Poison Wolf and the stunned bodyguards, surprise flickering in her eyes as she regarded Lin Yuan. Nodding, she replied, Let us go. The trio entered the mall, and as they began to explore, Lin Yuan said to Hong Xue, You and Xiao Ran go ahead. I'll just step into the restroom. Come back quickly. Hong Xue replied, a knowing look passing between them, clearly aware of Lin Yuan's intent. Brother, we'll wait for you here. Lin Ran chimed in cheerfully, seemingly unaffected by the earlier incident. Watching Lin Yuan's retreating figure, Lin Ran turned to Hong Xue and said, Sister Hong Xue, let us wait for brother here. No need. He'll return shortly. Let us keep browsing. Hong Xue smiled. I want to wait for him here. Lin Ran insisted with surprising resolve. Hong Xue regarded her with curiosity and asked, Do you know where he went? I do. I'm not foolish. My brother cannot stand to see me suffer even the slightest grievance. That one-eyed brute intended to harass me. How could my brother let him off? He just doesn't want me to see, but little does he know. I'm fully aware, Lin Ran replied, finding a chair to sit down. You siblings are quite something. I initially thought you were merely a naive girl under his protection, but it seems otherwise, Hong Shui remarked, astonished. What can I say? My brother bears all the responsibility alone. I must be more understanding, Lin Ran said with a hint of a smile. From now on, if anything happens, just tell me, and I'll help you resolve it, Hong Shui promised, patting her chest. The two girls chatted for a while until Lin Yuan returned. Upon seeing him, Lin Ran jumped up from her chair, rushing to grasp his arm, exclaiming, Brother, you're back. Let us go. Sister Hong Shui said she wants to buy me clothes. Let us go. Hong Shui is quite the little tycoon. Make sure she buys you plenty. Lin Yuan affectionately tousled Lin Ran's hair. As Lin Ran entered the fitting room to try on clothes, a droplet of blood fell from Lin Yuan's garment onto Hong Shui's pristine fingers. She flicked it away into the trash can, commenting, that was resolved rather swiftly, but you were careless to get blood on you. Oops, I lost track of it. But since I've joined the Ability User Organization, you all 1T report me, will you? Of course not. However, if you kill indiscriminately, the consequences will be more severe than for ordinary people. You'll learn what true suffering means. But for scum like that, no one will care how many you kill. Just remember, no matter the situation, never harm ordinary people, Hong Shui warned. I understand. Rest assured, I'm not a murderer, and I 1T kill recklessly, Lin Yuan assured her. As noon approached, the trio exited the mall, with Hong Shui and Lin Ran holding hands, their faces alight with satisfaction. Behind them, Lin Yuan struggled under the weight of several bags, looking rather dejected. Shopping is an innate trait of women that never changes. And Lin Yuan could not fathom why they needed to try on so many outfits. Why not just try one and buy it? Why make it so complicated? After spending the entire morning in the mall, Lin Yuan felt utterly exhausted merely from following them around, while Hong Shui, as an ability user, showed no signs of fatigue. Lin Ran, being an ordinary person, surprised him with her stamina. Upon reaching the hover car, Lin Yuan tossed everything into the vehicle, panting heavily. Next time. I'm never going shopping with you again. It's more tiring than a brawl. That's because you don't understand the joy of it. Besides, we bought you so many things. You're an ability user. You can't be worn out. Hong Shui retorted without a hint of sympathy. Brother, you've worked hard. Have some water. We've finished shopping, right? You should rest, Lin Ran said, handing him a bottle of mineral water with a beaming smile. Kiki, my sister is the best. Seeing Lin Ran so happy made Lin Yuan feel that even his fatigue was worth it. The red hover car zipped through the air like a lightning bolt, the breeze whistling outside the window. Lin Yuan inquired, where are we headed now? To eat. After shopping for so long, I'm starving. Aren't you? Hong Shui asked. Starving. Then that's settled. Sister Hong Shui, where are we going for lunch? Lin Ran asked eagerly. There's a renowned Western restaurant on Tanchi Star. Their steaks are exquisite, sourced from the mother planet since there are no ranches here. I've been once, and the taste is phenomenal. Hong Shui elaborated. Wonderful. Let us go there. I've never tried anything from the mother planet. Lin Ran exclaimed joyfully. Inside the Western restaurant, Lin Yuan let out a satisfied burp and remarked, Hong Shui, the food here is truly delightful. It lives up to its reputation. Of course, the recommendations of this lady could never be wrong, Hong Shui said with a proud expression. When shall we visit the base? Lin Yuan inquired. We can go right now. Hong Shui replied. Then let us depart. I am eager to discover what the base of the ability users is like, Lin Yuan declared as he rose to his feet. Observing the spacecraft before him, Lin Yuan couldn't help but gasp in astonishment and stammered, Isn't your base located on the Apocalypse Star? Certainly not. Many affairs concerning ability users are shrouded in secrecy. Thus, the base must remain concealed, Hong Shui explained with a sense of inevitability. This spacecraft appears quite different from the ones I usually encounter. Why is it so diminutive? Lin Yuan posed a new question. Naturally, it is unlike any other. This is my personal spacecraft, the Hong Shui. It is a small vessel, designed for swift acceleration and easy parking, making it ideally suited for private use. Hong Shui replied with pride. Upon her revelation, Lin Yuan noticed that the spacecraft bore a distinctive red snowflake emblem, indicating its ownership. He promptly inquired, if I join the Ability Users Organization, will I also receive my own spacecraft? Certainly not. That privilege is reserved for those above the third level of ability users. You are merely a novice, classified as a first-level user, so it is impossible for you to be assigned a spacecraft. Hong Shui playfully tapped Lin Yuan on the head while chuckling. Are ability users categorized by levels? Lin Yuan evaded Hong Shui's playful assault and asked, "Today, allow me to impart some knowledge. Ability users are divided into 5 levels. Those who have just acquired their abilities without undergoing systematic training are referred to as first-level users. Like yourself, after receiving formal training, an ability user is designated as a second-level user, capable of proficiently wielding their abilities and possessing combat prowess that far surpasses that of ordinary individuals. This is your training objective." After a brief pause, she continued. Upon reaching the 3rd level, users become even more formidable, sharing a common trait. They can manipulate objects solely through the power of their will. As she spoke, Hong Shui raised her hand, causing a jade pendant around Lin Yuan's neck to soar into the air. "Return that to me," Lin Yuan exclaimed, reaching for the pendant. As a thief, he was naturally swift, but unfortunately, Hong Shui was swifter still. The pendant abruptly accelerated and flew directly into her grasp. Holding the pendant up to the sunlight, Hong Shui scrutinized it. The pendant was quite simple, with rudimentary carvings, yet it emanated an unusual aura. After examining it, Hong Shui remarked, "Where did you pilfer this from?" "This is an artifact from the ancient Huaxia, said to provide peace and safety. It is worth a fortune. I adore it, so do gift it to me." Chapter 7. The Star of Blessing. It isn't stolen. "It was left to me by my father," Lin Yuan said, his tone tinged with melancholy. "Oh, is that so? I apologize for bringing up a painful memory. Since it was a gift from your father, I shall return it to you," Hong Shui replied, realizing she had touched on Lin Yuan's sorrow as she handed the jade pendant back to him. Lin Yuan hesitated for a moment, then took Hong Shui's hand and placed the pendant back into her palm. "This jade pendant is a gift for you. I pilfered your aquamarine diamond, so let this pendant serve as compensation. After all, wearing it only deepens my sorrow." "For me?" Hong Shui exclaimed, her eyes wide with surprise. It was a memento from Lin Yuan's father, and she couldn't believe he would part with it. "Yes, I hope it truly brings you peace, as you said." Lin Yuan replied softly. "Very well, I shall accept it. Now, let us board the spacecraft. We are preparing for takeoff," Hong Shui said, a beautiful smile gracing her lips as she donned the pendant around her neck and stepped into the ship, with Lin Yuan and Lin Ran following closely behind. Upon entering the spacecraft, they found its layout quite simple: a cockpit, a storage room, and a cabin for passengers, nothing more. "Which planet are we heading to?" Lin Yuan inquired as they walked. "The planet next to the Star of Revelation, Blessing Star," Hong Shui answered. "Blessing Star? Isn't that a desolate planet?" Lin Yuan expressed his surprise. Humanity had conquered numerous star systems, possessing thousands of administrative planets, and naturally, they showed little interest in those inhospitable worlds devoid of resources. Such planets were labeled as wastelands. And Blessing Star, being the largest among them near the Star of Revelation, bore that name. Wastelands are preferable. There are no disturbances, making it ideal for training. Hong Shui remarked casually. "But how will we survive? There is no food, no water source, let alone oxygen," Lin Yuan questioned, his concern evident. "Fear not. We have our artificial base there. Aside from being a bit stifling, it is no different from here," Hong Shui assured him. "You truly are extravagant," Lin Yuan commented with a sigh. "It is not just you, it is us. Besides, you are unaware of how much we value our abilities. To be candid, according to expert statistics, a planet like the Star of Revelation births approximately 10 children annually who might awaken their powers. Of those, only half will actually awaken, while the other half will live ordinary lives. This illustrates how rare these extraordinary individuals are, especially when considering those who remain hidden and do not wish to be discovered." Hong Shui explained. "I understand now. Can you tell me what organization you belong to?" Lin Yuan asked, a question that had lingered in his mind. "Since you have joined us, you should know these details. It does no harm to tell you. The community of extraordinary individuals is divided into 4 factions, and the one I wish for you to join is among them. All 4 factions serve the human alliance, though their natures differ." "What are the 4 factions?" Lin Yuan inquired further. "The largest faction is the military, directly under our human alliance, safeguarding border planets against external threats, primarily combating our adversaries, the Crystal Tribe. They possess the most extraordinary individuals. Next, you will be joining the Night God sect, along with the Alliance of Extraordinary Individuals and the Eternal Tower. These 3 factions are privately established, offering greater freedom and functioning as private organizations, yet they must heed the call of the Human Alliance and undertake various missions, especially during wartime, where unconditional compliance is expected." "So, does that mean I am also fighting for the future of humanity?" Lin Yuan asked with a smile. "Indeed. Our extraordinary team's primary mission is to ensure the safety of the Star of Revelation, holding the highest decision-making power here. Even the highest-ranking officials of the Star of Revelation must heed my commands, Hong Shui replied with pride. Will I also have such authority in the future? Lin Yuan asked enviously. As a thief, he was accustomed to evading law enforcement. The thought of commanding them was exhilarating. Of course, while it may not be as effective as my commands, you can still give them orders, Hong Shui responded. That sounds splendid. Please, activate the spacecraft. I can hardly wait to reach the base, Lin Yuan exclaimed. All right. Hong Shui turned and entered the cockpit. Having learned what he desired, Lin Yuan remained silent. Finding a seat alongside Lin Ran as they awaited takeoff, Hong Shui entered the cockpit and issued the takeoff command. The spacecraft, a compact model of commendable performance, soon roared to life, breaching light speed within mere minutes and soaring into the cosmos. As Lin Yuan admired the breathtaking views of space, his mind settled. He had once envisioned a life in which he and his sister would rely on one another, perhaps marrying her off to a good family someday. Yet, in a blink, life had transformed. His hidden abilities, previously a secret, were now revealed as a rarity. Perhaps this path was not so bad. At least it might afford his sister a better life, Lin Yuan contemplated silently. After a spell of wandering thoughts, Lin Yuan picked up a book about extraordinary individuals that suited his taste. By the time he finished reading, the spacecraft had entered the atmosphere of Blessing Star, and the onboard intelligence had begun preparations for landing, announcing over the intercom, "We are approaching Blessing Star. We wish you a pleasant journey." The surface of Blessing Star was uneven and devoid of gravity, resembling the moon near their home planet, albeit larger. The so-called artificial base was not particularly vast, at least from the spacecraft's perspective, spanning perhaps a few kilometers in diameter, akin to a semicircular dome resting upon the star. Lin Yuan knew without looking that the materials used here were all high-value special alloys, indicative of the night god sect's substantial financial resources to construct such a large base. The spacecraft descended directly onto the base, where 3 men and 1 woman awaited on the tarmac, seemingly to receive Hong Shui. As the hatch opened, Hong Shui stepped down first. Lin Yuan noted that she had changed outfits, now clad in a striking red leather ensemble and black boots, exuding a wild beauty that made him swallow hard. The individuals below appeared unfazed, calling out, "Welcome back, Captain. You've worked hard." Hong Shui led Lin Yuan and Lin ran off the spacecraft, saying, "You should extend a warm welcome to our new member, Lin Yuan." She gave Lin Yuan's shoulder a friendly pat. How fortunate that the captain returned with a new member. It has been quite some time since we added anyone to our team, remarked a tall, muscular man with yellow skin. His curly hair and blue eyes hinting at mixed heritage, the most prevalent among humans. Lin Yuan, you're just in time. They haven't gone out on any missions. So I'll introduce you to our base members. This fellow is named Bear. His ability is to transform into a ferocious bear, hence his name, Hong Shui explained, pointing to the man who had just spoken. "Hello, it's a pleasure to meet you," Lin Yuan said, extending his hand. "I am equally pleased to meet you." "Welcome to our Star of Revelation team," Bear replied, shaking Lin Yuan's hand. "This is Iron Man. His ability allows him to metallize objects, including himself." Hong Shui indicated the man standing in the middle, around 25 or 26, with hair resembling steel spikes. "Hello, I look forward to working together." Lin Yuan greeted him with a smile. "Now that you are here, we are all family and should support one another," Iron Man said, shaking Lin Yuan's hand in return. "This is Ice Hand. You should refrain from shaking hands with him. His ability is quite peculiar. Anyone he touches turns into an ice sculpture. When I encountered him, he was at the strength of a level 2 ability user. Despite his training, he still cannot fully control his powers," Hong Shui explained. Lin Yuan scrutinized this unusual individual. Strikingly handsome, he epitomized the archetype of a pretty boy, particularly with his white hair and the snow-like fringe that added an air of mystery to his persona. He wore a pair of pristine white gloves, seemingly crafted from some special material. Lin Yuan nodded in acknowledgement and greeted him. "Hello." He appeared somewhat awkward in social interactions, shyly returning the nod and replying, "Welcome. Now, allow me to introduce the beauty among us." Hong Shui gestured towards the last delicate girl. "Her name is Xiaoyin, and she has the power to manipulate sound. Do greet her." "Hello, I am Lin Yuan," he said. "Hello, I am Xiaoyin," she replied softly, her voice gentle, exuding a bashful demeanor as she briefly shook Lin Yuan's hand before quickly withdrawing. "Captain, why doesn't this lovely lady introduce herself to us?" the burly bear asked in a deep voice. "Greetings, everyone. I am Lin Ran, Lin Yuan's sister. I am here accompanying my brother, but I am just an ordinary person." Not an ability user. Lin Ran introduced herself with poise. Ah, so she is Lin Yuan's sister. Truly stunning. Aside from the captain, I have never encountered such a beautiful girl. Bear exclaimed. As it's our first meeting, I have nothing substantial to offer you. But this is something I acquired during a mission. I have no use for it, so I present it to you. He handed her a metallic badge. Lin Ran accepted Bear's gift and sweetly said, Thank you, Brother Bear. What is this for? Hiki, this is a protective device. If you come under attack, it will project an energy shield. Typical laser guns pose no threat to you, and since you lack abilities, it is perfectly suitable, Bear explained. Then I shall carry it with me from now on. This way, I need not fear harm, Lin Ran responded excitedly. At that moment, Iron Man approached, holding a small golden wristband. I also have nothing impressive to offer, but this possesses massage properties and can enhance beauty, so I gift it to you. Thank you. Brother Iron Man, Lin Ran graciously expressed her gratitude. Miss Lin, this is a necklace I crafted myself. There is nothing particularly special about it, but it can keep you cool, so I would like you to have it, Ice Hand said. His face slightly flushed as he extended his gift. Thank you, Brother Ice Hand. I have always feared heat. This will be perfect, Lin Ran said, reaching to accept it. However, Ice Hand recoiled, stating, No, I might hurt you. He then cast a pleading glance at Hong Shui, who raised her hand, summoning the icy blue necklace to float before Lin Ran. She caught it and adorned her neck, exclaiming, It's so beautiful. Thank you, Brother Ice Hand. For reasons unknown, Lin Yuan observed the trio vying for Lin Ran's attention and felt an increased weight of responsibility as her brother. Caring for a sister was no simple task. A moment's negligence could lead to her becoming someone else's. He resolved to be vigilant, thinking to himself, I must be cautious, ever so cautious. Chapter 8. Training. Lin Ran graciously accepted the gifts from the three individuals. Xiaoyin, blushing, stepped forward to present her own gift, a conch shell, which she had previously used to practice manipulating sound waves. Under the transformation of her abilities, it could emit various sounds when held to the ear, making it a cherished memento. Naturally, Lin Ran was delighted to receive the gift and politely expressed his gratitude. Perhaps due to his humble background, he never refused the kindness of others. Thus, he accepted the gifts from Bao Xiong and the others with joy. Once the group had acquainted themselves, Hong Shui led everyone to a restaurant to welcome Lin Yuan. Before the banquet commenced, she officially announced Lin Yuan's induction into the Night God sect, stating that training would begin the following day. She mentioned that she had already transmitted Lin Yuan's information to headquarters, hinting that there might even be rewards forthcoming for discovering a new talent. After Hong Shui declared the welcome banquet officially began, Bao Xiong raised a toast. First addressing Hong Shui, Captain, I toast to you. With that, he downed a glass of liquor in one gulp. Hong Shui, not one to be pretentious, reciprocated in kind. Bao Xiong then turned his attention to Lin Yuan, lifting his glass and proclaiming, Brother Lin Yuan, it is fate that brings us together. Let us drink. It was Lin Yuan's first experience drinking with them, and he felt it would be impolite to refuse. Besides, one drink was not a burden for him. So he followed suit and downed his glass in one go. Bao Xiong then focused on Lin Ran, grinning as he said, Hey, Lin's sister, since you're here, consider this your home. If anyone bullies you, just let me know, and I'll teach them a lesson. Come, I'll toast you. Brother Bao Xiong, I can't drink alcohol. Can I have water instead? Lin Ran shyly responded. Not a problem. Let us substitute tea for wine. Bao Xiong heartily agreed. Thank you, Brother Bao Xiong. Lin Ran said, her face lighting up with joy. Bao Xiong subsequently shared drinks with the others, including Xiaoyin, who, despite her shy demeanor, also downed her drink in one go, sticking out her pink tongue in reaction to the strong liquor. After a round of toasts and several glasses of liquor consumed, Bao Xiong maintained his composure, speaking clearly and showing no signs of inebriation. Once Bao Xiong took his seat, Tainan stood up to continue the tradition of toasting, downing 6 glasses without a hint of discomfort. He then turned to Lin Yuan and said, Brother Lin Yuan, you must partake in a welcoming toast. One tea you toast the captain? Although Lin Yuan had consumed alcohol before, he had never done so rapidly. After 2 glasses, he felt a bit dizzy. Listening to Tainan, he lifted his glass and said to Hong Shui, my joining the ability user organization is entirely due to you. I toast to you. He then downed a full glass in one gulp. Hong Shui, in turn, emptied her glass, but upon noticing Lin Yuan swaying, she felt a twinge of sympathy and was about to speak when Bao Xiong interrupted. Brother, coming here is undoubtedly your fortune. From now on, we are brothers. I'll drink with you. With that, he drained his glass. Lin Yuan filled his glass once more and followed suit, saying, as the newcomer, I hope my brothers will look after me. Of course, once you arrive, we are family. Let us drink. I'll lead by example. Tynan stood again, his face unflushed and breathing steady as he downed yet another glass. Indeed, we are family. Lin Yuan tilted his head back, pouring the liquor into his mouth. The following morning, Lin Yuan slowly rose from his bed, unable to recall the events of the previous night, only remembering the excessive drinking. His throat was dry and sore, making him feel quite uncomfortable. Grabbing a glass of water from the bedside table, he drank deeply, feeling significantly better. At that moment, a knock echoed at the door, and Hong Shue's voice called out, "Lin Yuan, are you awake?" "Good morning, Sister Shui." Lin Yuan greeted as he opened the door. "How does the hangover feel?" Hong Shui asked with a playful smile. For some reason, Lin Yuan always felt that Hong Shui exuded a certain allure, captivating him at all times. I didn't expect them to drink so much. They seemed unfazed by all that liquor. Fool. They are all second-level ability users. Their physiques far exceed that of ordinary people. That little alcohol wouldn't intoxicate them. They were merely toying with you. Hong Shui replied with a hint of annoyance. Toying with me? Lin Yuan asked, puzzled. Let me explain. Although ability users have different powers, they share a common trait, an exceptionally strong physique. Through training, we can hold our breath underwater for an hour without suffocating, deliver a punch capable of crushing an elephant, and endure impacts from bricks dropped from 2,000 meters without sustaining fatal injuries. Thus, they could drink an entire vat of liquor without consequence. Then why did they force it upon me? Do they dislike me? Lin Yuan queried, perplexed. Haha, what are you thinking? This is partly my fault. When this team was first formed, Bao Xiang, boasting his drinking prowess, tried to get me drunk, but I ended up nearly overwhelming him instead. Once he learned the truth, he sought to do the same to the newly arrived Tainan. It became a peculiar tradition to intoxicate the newcomers. I intended to warn you, but seeing how enthusiastically you were drinking, I let it be. Hong Shui explained with laughter. Then I suppose I've been indirectly harmed by you. Shouldn't you compensate me for my losses? Lin Yuan joked, now aware of the truth, unperturbed by it. As long as they harbor no ill feelings towards me, it's all good. What can I do for you, dear sister? Hong Shui teased, leaning closer and playfully licking her lips. Inhaling the unique fragrance emanating from Hong Shui, observing her alluring figure and captivating movements, along with her stunning beauty, Lin Yuan felt a surge of blood rushing through him. He dared not linger any longer, swiftly departing while exclaiming, "Let us hurry to training. We must not delay. Just you wait. I'll get my revenge," Hong Shui declared, lifting her chin triumphantly. Lin Yuan surveyed the training ground before him and inquired of Hong Shui, "How will I undergo training? Is there any equipment available?" Equipment? You don't need that yet. First, run a few laps around the training ground, Hong Shui instructed. Running laps? You know what I do. Do you think I need training? Lin Yuan responded with confidence. Giggle. I know you're quick on your feet as a thief, but that's merely ordinary running. Let us see how you handle this. Hong Shui grinned mischievously, producing a yellow watch and fastening it onto Lin Yuan's wrist. What is this? It doesn't look like a communicator, Lin Yuan remarked, raising his right hand and turning it around curiously. This is a gravity control device. It can increase your weight. Additionally, it can suppress your abilities. Give it a try. Let us see if you can still use your powers, Hong Shui said playfully. It really doesn't work. I can't teleport anymore. Lin Yuan exclaimed in astonishment. Exactly. Otherwise, how could you cheat using your powers? I'm not heartless. As your sister, I care for you. For your first run, I'll set it to double the weight. Hong Shui adjusted the dial to 2. As the pointer moved, Lin Yuan instantly felt a heavy weight pressing down on him, rendering him almost immobile. Sister, can we lower the gravity a bit? This is impossible to run with, Lin Yuan said, forcing a smile that resembled a grimace. No way. Get running. Summon the strength you have when caught stealing. You'll definitely manage to run. If you can't complete 10 laps today, you want to have lunch, Hong Shui declared, brandishing a stick she had procured, playfully tapping Lin Yuan as she spoke. I can run, but not having lunch could lead to starvation. Though Lin Yuan found himself ill at ease running under the duress of double gravity, he persevered, slowly advancing forward. As this was an artificial base, the temperature was maintained at approximately 20 degrees Celsius, creating an ambience reminiscent of spring throughout the year. However, Lin Yuan wished for it to be just a touch cooler. At this moment, his brow was drenched in sweat, his vision somewhat blurred, yet he refrained from wiping it away, fearing that any such motion might disrupt his balance, leading to a fall from which he might not recover. Lin Yuan had never experienced this method of running. During his days as a thief, the less he carried, the better he could escape, and he certainly would not have burdened himself with such weights. Feeling the sharp pangs in his lungs, he recognized that he had reached his limits. 5 laps. This training field had a diameter of roughly 1,000 meters. Under the strain of double gravity, he had completed 5 laps, and his body began to protest. Nevertheless, he did not yield. While he jested about ceasing to run, his resolve remained unyielding. He did not wish to live his life as a thief. This was his opportunity to alter his fate, and if he could not even manage 10 laps, what hope did he have of changing his destiny or protecting his sister? Dragging his weary form forward, Lin Yuan seemed to lose the sensation of fatigue. Or perhaps his consciousness began to blur. Yet, his determination propelled him onward. He was resolute in his commitment to complete 10 laps. Hong Shui observed him from the sidelines, witnessing as he circled the track again and again. She had encountered numerous individuals with extraordinary abilities, but Lin Yuan's tenacity was astonishing. She had anticipated that he would stop after 5 laps, recognizing that this was the limit of his physical endurance, especially as a novice in training. Yet, to her surprise, he continued, albeit slowly. Remarkably, he had completed 9 laps, even past midday. At some point, the imposing figure of Bao Xiong appeared on the training field. His voice booming as he inquired, "Sister Shui, how many laps has this kid completed?" "More than you," Hong Shui replied curtly. "What? Impossible. The first time I ran on this track, I managed 8 laps. How could his small frame surpass mine?" Bao Xiong exclaimed, incredulous. "His willpower is far more formidable. He has already surpassed his limits on his first attempt. I assure you, he will undoubtedly become a level 3 ability user, or perhaps even greater," Hong Shui remarked, her gaze fixed on Lin Yuan's exhausted form. "Then how many laps has he run?" Bao Xiong pressed. "This is the 10th lap, and he is about to finish," Hong Shui replied, never taking her eyes off Lin Yuan, whose body was moving forward with painstaking effort, her voice tinged with excitement. How could that be? Such individuals, born with abilities that enhanced their physicality, surely could not achieve this on their first training session. Bao Xiong struggled to believe. He knew well that his own abilities were closely tied to his physical prowess, which had allowed him to endure 8 laps. Yet he still vividly recalled the agony of that experience, the unrelenting weight that became the source of his greatest torment, particularly when fatigue set in. His will is far stronger than yours. In these final laps, he is relying entirely on his determination, Hong Shui explained to Bao Xiong. At that moment, Lin Yuan halted. Gazing at Hong Shui, he opened his mouth but emitted no sound. Yet, Hong Shui understood that he wished to convey that he had completed 10 laps. "You have accomplished your task. You have run enough for 10 laps, Hong Shui shouted to Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan smiled broadly, and then, overwhelmed with exhaustion, he collapsed backward. He was truly fatigued and longed for a moment of respite. Just as he was about to fall to the ground, he was caught by a figure clad in red. How soft, the scent is so familiar, were Lin Yuan's final thoughts. Chapter 9. The memories of red snow. When Lin Yuan awoke, it was already evening. As he opened his eyes, he saw Lin Ran gazing at him with a worried expression. Upon realizing he was awake, Lin Ran leaped into his embrace. Her voice tinged with tears as she exclaimed, "Brother, you're awake. Why did you train so hard? You scared me to death." "Foolish sister," Lin Yuan replied gently, stroking her glossy black hair. "Now that I have become an ability wielder and have encountered this extraordinary world, I must strive diligently. Only through hard work can I earn the respect of others. Do you understand?" "Yes, but alas, I am merely an ordinary person and cannot assist you." Lin Ran remained nestled against Lin Yuan, relishing the warmth he provided. "Just by being well is a way of helping me. As long as you live happily with me around, I will have no worries," Lin Yuan smiled. At that moment, the door to the room swung open, and Hong Shui entered, carrying a metallic tray. She addressed Lin Yuan, "You're awake. Come, eat something." "Shui's sister, you're here," Lin Ran exclaimed as she scrambled off Lin Yuan. "I saw that you were working too hard, so I came to help you. You should rest," Hong Shui replied with a smile. "Very well. I shall take my leave for now. Goodbye, Shui's sister." "Goodbye, brother," Lin Ran said as she exited the room. Hong Shui placed the metallic tray on the table, saying, "Little one, this is a nutritious meal prepared especially for you by your sister. Come, taste it and tell me how it is." "Hee. I am completely drained of energy right now, Shui's sister. Please feed me." Lin Yuan chuckled playfully. "All right, sister will feed you. First, try the chicken soup I made." Hong Shui surprisingly did not object, lifting the bowl of soup and blowing on a spoonful before bringing it to Lin Yuan's lips. "Now, open wide." Obediently, Lin Yuan opened his mouth and drank the soup, his gaze fixed on Hong Shui, a wave of inexplicable emotion washing over him. "How is it?" Is the chicken soup I made delicious? Hong Shui inquired eagerly, her eyes sparkling like a child awaiting praise. Lin Yuan did not directly answer her question, but spoke slowly. Since I can remember, no one has ever treated me this well, nor has anyone ever fed me like this. His words carried an unusual significance. Hong Shui paused, momentarily taken aback, and stammered, Don't overthink it. You are my team member. Of course I need to treat you well. Otherwise, what if you run away? I won't run away, for I am yours. As long as you do not permit me to leave, I will never depart. Lin Yuan declared earnestly, his unwavering gaze fixed on Hong Shui. Her expression grew serious, and her voice trembled slightly as she replied, I understand your feelings, but I cannot agree to them. Why not? Lin Yuan asked, his voice rising with agitation. I already have a fiancé, Hong Shui answered matter-of-factly. A fiancé? Then why are you treating me so kindly? I cannot believe you are unaware that my body is perfectly fine and I can move freely. Upon hearing about her fiancé, a fire ignited within Lin Yuan, his tone laced with indignation. Hong Shui fell silent, sitting on the bed, lost in thought for a moment before continuing. I was born into a family of ability wielders. The offspring of ability wielders have a high likelihood of inheriting abilities, and the stronger the parents, the higher the chances. My two brothers and I are all ability wielders. After my birth, my father arranged a betrothal for me with the heir of another family of ability wielders, a prodigy born with abilities. I did not wish to marry someone I did not like, so I investigated him. I discovered that while he was extraordinarily gifted, his character was deplorable. And most intolerable was his lecherous nature, constantly cavorting with other women. When I approached my father to express my desire to break off the engagement, he rebuked me harshly, insisting that regardless of my fiancé's character, I was not permitted to withdraw, as it would bring him great shame. Lin Yuan listened quietly to Hong Shui's tale. Though he felt anger at her father's actions, he voiced no objections, merely absorbing her narrative. Hong Shui chuckled bitterly before continuing, I was unwilling to accept my fate. With my elder brother's assistance, I escaped and joined the Night God sect, becoming a squad leader and taking refuge on this planet. I know my family is frantically searching for me, and I am aware that, given their capabilities, they will find me within 10 years at most. I have been here for 5 years, originally planning to leave and relocate, but then I met you. I do not know why I became interested in a thief, nor why I unconsciously drew closer to you. In truth, the moment you gifted me the jade pendant, I began to like you. Although I dared not show it for fear of endangering you. She touched the jade pendant around her neck. Lin Yuan embraced Hong Shui tightly, declaring, I will ensure you become mine. I will help you annul your engagement and marry you openly. Hong Shui did not resist but leaned into his embrace. Her voice tinged with sadness as she said, It is futile. I cannot even resist as a level 3 ability wielder. What can you do? By relying on my abilities. Lin Yuan asserted resolutely. Isn't your ability teleportation? Though impressive, it cannot be considered particularly special, Hong Shui inquired, perplexed. Releasing Hong Shui, Lin Yuan stood and removed his shirt, revealing his bronzed skin. Look at this. Golden lines began to emerge across Lin Yuan's body, evenly distributed and causing him to shimmer like a deity of war. This is my ability. It usually disperses evenly throughout my body, granting me teleportation. When concentrated in one area, it bestows immense strength and defensive capabilities. As he spoke, the golden line swam toward Lin Yuan's right hand, transforming his palm into a glimmering golden mass. He raised his hand and struck the ground with a punch, leaving a deep imprint in the surface. Hong Shui gasped in astonishment. This was special alloy, yet Lin Yuan had effortlessly left a mark, leaving her in awe of his abilities and hinting at a glimmer of hope. I once saw a book on a spacecraft that stated abilities vary in strength, categorized by their destructive power into levels A, B, C, D, S, SS, and SSS. Teleportation is merely a B-level ability, but due to its agility, it is considered a divine skill among B levels, comparable to A-level abilities. My ability must surely be classified as S-level. He exclaimed, Not at all. Your ability is undoubtedly beyond S-level, Hong Shui countered, her confidence in him growing. Yours is the most complex ability I have ever encountered. It demands a high level of willpower, yet its power is proportional to its manipulation difficulty. A bear's transformed punch, when exerted to its fullest, leaves an imprint only slightly deeper than this one. You have merely undergone a day of basic training, which speaks volumes about your innate talent. Perhaps you truly can help me annul my engagement. I shall create a new training regimen for you, enabling you to become a formidable force. At the very least, you must become a level 4 ability wielder to engage in equal dialogue with my family. A smile returned to Hong Shue's face. Brimming with hope as she addressed Lin Yuan, "Rest assured, I will help you annul the engagement. Let us train now. I will become strong enough to assist you. But you must finish your food first to regain your strength." Hong Shue chuckled. In the training ground, Lin Yuan donned a gravity control device and ran forward. For some reason, he felt considerably lighter this time, as if his body had grown stronger. After completing 10 laps, Lin Yuan lay on the ground like a lifeless dog. Motionless, gasping for breath, his eyes closed as he teetered on the brink of slumber. However, Hong Shue gently patted his shoulder, preventing him from drifting off. Squatting beside Lin Yuan, she said, "Lin Yuan, let me teach you a mantra. When you feel exhausted, silently recite it in your mind. It will greatly benefit your training. I am eagerly awaiting the day you become strong enough to marry me." With her heartfelt confession, Hong Shue's words became increasingly candid. "Rest assured, you belong to me. No one can take you away. Now, please tell me the mantra." Lin Yuan replied, a hint of fatigue in his voice. "All right, repeat after me. Embrace the void. Maintain tranquility. Embrace the void. Maintain tranquility." "What does that mean?" Lin Yuan asked, puzzled. "Don't worry about the meaning. Just repeat after me." Hong Shue playfully tapped his head. The mantra was brief, comprising merely a few phrases, yet it possessed miraculous effects. After reciting it twice, Lin Yuan felt an invigorating surge of energy coursing through his body. He stood up and stretched, exclaiming, "This mantra can truly dispel fatigue. It's astonishing. Not quite so miraculous. It merely aids in alleviating mental fatigue. This level of training is merely helping you tap into your potential. Your body recovers swiftly. It is your spirit that tires. And this mantra simply helps to relax your mind," Hong Shue explained with a smile. "That's still wonderful. It means I can train more often," Lin Yuan said as he stretched again. "Then let's do another 10 laps." Hong Shue took Lin Yuan's hand, adjusted the gravity control device to 3, and grinned mischievously. 10 laps it is. To secure a beautiful wife, I must strive harder," Lin Yuan shouted as he sprinted forward, although the threefold gravity weighed him down, preventing him from running swiftly. Time passed quickly, and Hong Shue truly embodied the role of a devoted wife, preparing high-calorie meals for Lin Yuan daily and even washing his clothes. Although done with a smart washing machine, it stirred envy among the other members of the base, who speculated that Lin Yuan had indeed struck gold by winning Hong Shue's affection. Lin Yuan's progress was remarkable. In just 10 days, he had adjusted the gravity device to tenfold. According to Bao Xiong, he had taken 20 days to bear that weight, while Tainan had needed a month. Lin Yuan's potential was nothing short of astounding. Yet, he understood that it was the magic of the mantra imparted by Hong Shue that facilitated his rapid advancement. Moreover, he was no longer bearing tenfold gravity. He had reached the maximum level of 12-fold gravity. Lying on the ground, Lin Yuan glanced at the gravity control device and silently recited the mantra several times to restore his energy. Gradually, he rose, acknowledging that while his recovery was swift, it still required some time. His muscles ached slightly, and he waved to Hong Shue, who was watching nearby. Slowly, he removed the gravity control device and tossed it aside, vanishing from sight in an instant. When he reappeared, it was behind Hong Shue, whom he embraced, inhaling her unique fragrance, and excitedly declared, "I did it. 12-fold gravity. I completed 10 laps." "I see, but that is still insufficient. You have a long way to go. Do not become complacent," Hong Shue said without resisting, instead leaning against Lin Yuan's chest, smiling. "I will work hard. Otherwise, how could I win over a stunning beauty like you?" Lin Yuan said, wrapping his arms around her delicate waist. "Hee. Though you're still not there yet, your performance is commendable. You deserve a reward," Hong Shue said mysteriously. "What reward?" "Close your eyes. No peeking." Hong Shue wriggled out of Lin Yuan's embrace, turning to face him. "All right." Lin Yuan obediently closed his eyes. Hong Shue gazed at Lin Yuan's ordinary face, a smile gracing her lips as she wrapped her arms around his neck and kissed him deeply. "So sweet," Lin Yuan thought joyfully as he held Hong Shue close. Chapter 10. Testing. After a prolonged moment, the lips parted, and the fair visage of Hong Shue flushed crimson, akin to a startled rabbit fleeing the training grounds. Watching her retreating figure, Lin Yuan touched the corner of his mouth, as if a faint lingering fragrance remained. Dazed, he returned to his room, lying on his bed, his mind awash with thoughts of Hong Shue, her silhouette, the scenes they shared, her playful laughter when she teased him, and the night he confessed his feelings, where she revealed her past, all vividly replayed in his mind. After these past few days of companionship, Lin Yuan felt he could not bear to be without her. The following day, Hong Shue seized Lin Yuan by the ear, yanking him from his slumber. her voice laced with irritation. Lin Yuan, didn't I tell you about today's test? How dare you sleep in? Watch me twist your ear off. Ouch, that hurts. You didn't mention anything yesterday. Lin Yuan protested, wide awake now. I did. I distinctly remember saying it. Hong Shui twisted Lin Yuan's ear again, a hint of confusion in her tone. You kissed me and then ran off. Have you forgotten? Lin Yuan reminded her. Humph, I don't care. I said it. So it must be true. My words are always right. Now, get up. I'm taking you for the test. With a firm twist of his ear, her cheeks flushed. She insisted. All right. Lin Yuan complied, resembling a well-behaved child. That's more like it. Satisfied, Hong Shui released his ear, following her to the training field. They entered a specialized testing room designed for measuring various data. Hong Shui pointed at a black track and instructed Lin Yuan. Stand at the starting line and run with all your might for 100 meters. I need to test your speed. Do well, and there's a reward. She teased playfully. Lin Yuan touched his nose, took his position at the starting line, and assumed a preparatory stance. The display screen beside him began its countdown, and an electronic voice announced, Test begins, please prepare. 10, 9, 8, 3, 2, 1, start. As the signal sounded, Lin Yuan surged forward like an arrow released from a bow, completing the 100 meters in the blink of an eye. He halted and turned to Hong Shui, asking, How did I do? Is there a reward? You performed admirably, 53 seconds, reaching the passing mark for a second-level ability user. Unfortunately, it's not outstanding enough for a reward. Hong Shui replied, feigning disappointment. Even with a passing score, there is no reward? Lin Yuan questioned. I said there isn't. Hong Shui threatened, shaking her tiny fist. Okay, let us continue testing. Lin Yuan quickly responded, realizing it unwise to reason with a stubborn third-level ability user. Do you see that red column? That is the strength tester. Go ahead and punch it, Hong Shui instructed, pointing to the pole beside the track. Is there a reward if I perform well this time? Lin Yuan asked with a smile. Indeed, and it's a grand prize, if you can earn it. Hong Shui shot him a seductive glance, enticing him. I will definitely achieve it. Lin Yuan replied, inhaling the unique fragrance emanating from Hong Shui. Standing before the strength tester, Lin Yuan inquired, how does it measure strength? It uses star essence as a unit. 5,000 star essence is the passing mark, and you cannot use your abilities. Hong Shui briefly explained, I believe I can pass. I want that reward. He declared, launching a powerful punch with all his might against the star column. Instantly, a series of rapidly fluctuating numbers appeared, climbing steadily. The numbers slowed and finally stopped at 10,098. A smile crept onto Lin Yuan's face as he exclaimed, I did well this time. How could you have achieved such a high score? That brute, Bao Xiong, only hit below 6,000 star essence on his first try. Did you use your abilities? Hong Shui asked, astonishment evident in her voice. No, I didn't. Even if the golden thread within me disperses, it slightly enhances my strength, something I cannot control, Lin Yuan explained. You truly are a monster. Let us proceed to the next test, Hong Shui praised. Yet she said nothing about the reward she had promised. However, her silence did not deter Lin Yuan from inquiring. What about the promised reward? He feigned a look of grievance. What reward? I know nothing of it, Hong Shui replied defiantly. How can one lack integrity? Can't we have a little sincerity between us? Lin Yuan retorted, frustrated. Haha, you are quite amusing. Hurry to the third test, as soon as you officially become a second-level ability user. I will grant you a grand prize, Hong Shui promised. Really? You're not deceiving me? Truly, I wouldn't lie to you. Now begin the third test. With the answer he sought, Lin Yuan felt content. The next test will measure your neural reaction speed. Do you see the large screen? An image will appear, and you must mimic its movements. If you fail to keep up, it counts as a loss. There is also AI here to ensure your movements are correct. Any deviation will also be deemed a failure. This not only tests your reflexes, but your control over your body as well. If you can last a minute, you pass. Hong Shui explained, pointing at the big screen. I relish a challenging task. Lin Yuan observed the screen, flexed his fingers, and declared to the AI in the room. Let us begin. The enormous screen blazed to life, revealing a shadowy figure, its face obscured, showing only its back. The figure extended its arms, lifted its right foot, and executed a graceful crane pose, prompting Lin Yuan to imitate it. With quick reflexes, Lin Yuan mirrored the figure's actions perfectly. As the shadow shifted, it stepped forward with its right foot, fists clenched, launching a powerful strike, changing its style abruptly. Lin Yuan followed suit, executing the same movements with effortless ease. As time passed, Lin Yuan began to struggle. The figure's movements grew faster and more complex. The rapid transitions became increasingly strenuous. And as the shadow slithered into a sequence of fluid motions, Lin Yuan found himself lagging. The figure's right hand transformed into a serpent form, striking forward 3 times. Resembling a snake devouring its prey, Lin Yuan attempted to keep pace, but after 2 strikes, an alarm blared. Shaking his head, he muttered, "If only I were more familiar with this, I could have lasted longer." Behind him, Hong Shui stared at Lin Yuan in disbelief, stammering, "You. How did you manage that? What do you mean? Was my score impressive?" Lin Yuan countered, "You passed in a minute, yet you sustained it for 3 minutes and 11 seconds. My record as a 3rd-level ability user is just over 4 minutes. How did you achieve this?" Hong Shui regarded him as if he were a marvel. "I don't know. I just followed along." Lin Yuan replied nonchalantly, "It seems you truly are a genius." "Quite remarkable indeed," Hong Shui complimented. "Does this mean I can be considered a 2nd-level ability user now?" Lin Yuan inquired. "Not yet. These are merely the basics. You still need to undergo comprehensive training. Only when you can wield your abilities will you be recognized as a 2nd-level ability user. Then let us train quickly. I need to grow stronger. How can I protect you if I'm not even a 2nd-level ability user?" Lin Yuan asserted. "Very well, follow me." Hong Shui led the way out of the testing room. As they walked, Lin Yuan asked, "Didn't you say my abilities were complex? Have you devised a training plan?" "This will not daunt me. Rest assured. Regardless of the ability or method, the goal remains the same: to ensure you master your abilities with proficiency. I have already prepared a plan for you. Now, follow me." With that, she strode toward the center of the training field. Upon arriving at the center of the training ground, Hong Shui patted a nearby energy launcher and remarked, "Do you see this? It is a launcher that will expel energy projectiles. You can only evade them through teleportation. No other means are permitted. Do you understand?" "Understood. But what about my other abilities? How will I train them?" Lin Yuan inquired, puzzled. "First, master this ability before we discuss anything else. Additionally, remember the incantations I taught you. Recite them a few times when you feel fatigued," Hong Shui advised. "I comprehend. That is good. I shall organize your data and send it to headquarters. Today, Lin Ran will bring you your meal. She hasn't seen her brother in quite some time and has been longing for you. All right, you may go. I can train by myself." "Very well. I shall take my leave, but do not allow yourself to become complacent." With that, Hong Shui departed from the training ground. Watching her retreating figure, Lin Yuan reflected on the past few days he had devoted to training, realizing he had scarcely conversed with Lin Ran. Little Een had been leading her around the base, and he had not attended to her. He anticipated that she would have quite a bit to complain about when she came to deliver his meal. Standing at a distance, Lin Yuan commanded the intelligence system to activate the energy launcher. A fist-sized energy projectile erupted from the launch port, hurtling towards him with lightning speed. With a mere thought, just as the projectile was about to strike, he vanished, reappearing a meter to his left. Before he could catch his breath, another energy projectile surged towards him. Without a moment's hesitation, he teleported again, narrowly evading the incoming threat. Daring not to linger in one spot, he disappeared once more, escaping a 3rd energy projectile. Alas, he was unable to evade the 4th, which followed in rapid succession. The fist-sized energy projectile collided with Lin Yuan, sending him crashing to the ground. Before he could rise, yet another projectile was upon him, seemingly intent on preventing his recovery. Instinctively, he attempted to roll aside, yet recalled Hong Shui's instructions. In a flash, he vanished once more, evading the incoming projectile. With a swift maneuver akin to a fish leaping from water, he regained his footing and teleported again, narrowly avoiding another projectile. However, the relentless energy projectile, as if possessing a mind of its own, struck him down once more, the sound of the specialized alloy floor resonating with the force of the impact. Through repeated evasions, falls, and recoveries, Lin Yuan's mastery of teleportation grew increasingly refined, resulting in fewer hits from the energy projectiles. Under the strain of rigorous training, his strength visibly progressed. Chapter 11. The Realm of Manipulating Abilities. Brother, keep it up. Lin Ran cheered loudly for Lin Yuan beside the energy launcher on the training ground. Hong Shui stood next to her, smiling as she reassured, "Don't worry, Lin Ran. He has been training for over 10 days. 3 days ago, the energy shells couldn't reach him at all. Then I must cheer for him too. It will help him perform even better." Lin Ran exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with joy as she watched Lin Yuan gracefully dodging the barrage of shells. Her eyes crescent-shaped with delight. "Indeed, you are truly his sister," Hong Shui remarked with a hint of exasperation. "Hee, sister, are you and my brother not close?" Lin Ran teased, a playful tone in her voice. Hong Shue's stunning face flushed crimson, and she playfully chided, "You little rascal, what do you know?" "How could I not know? I know exactly what kind of person my brother is. Just look at the way he looks at you. And the way you look at him. What do they call it? A mutual understanding, right?" Lin Ran smirked, unimpressed. "You cheeky girl, you seem to know quite a bit. Now tell me, are you interested in some handsome man? Is it the bear or the Iron Man? Otherwise, how could you possibly understand so much?" Hong Shui deflected the attention onto Lin Ran. "Not at all. I just see them as brothers. It's nothing like what you said," Lin Ran replied. Now the one feeling shy. As the two giggled, Lin Yuan concluded his training. For some reason, the ability had become increasingly effortless in his hands, almost instinctual. As Hong Shui mentioned, since 3 days prior, the speed of the energy launcher had accelerated, yet it had never once touched him. Today, it was at its peak speed, still failing to cause him any trouble. "What's the chatter about?" Lin Yuan suddenly appeared behind the two girls, his voice booming. "Brother, you're done training," Lin Ran exclaimed. But the two girls were unfazed. She instantly recognized Lin Yuan's voice and spun around, grabbing his arm and shaking it excitedly. "Yes, it's over. Tomorrow. We can proceed to the next phase," Lin Yuan said, ruffling Lin Ran's hair. "Let us go eat. I'm starving after waiting for so long," Hong Shui announced. "Hee. Hong Shui, since I performed so well, do I get a reward?" Lin Yuan asked with a smile. "If you're willing to do it in front of Lin Ran, I wouldn't mind," Hong Shui teased, casting a flirtatious glance at Lin Yuan. "Let us eat. I'm about to starve," Lin Yuan replied, adopting a serious demeanor. The next morning, Hong Shui dragged Lin Yuan out of bed into the training ground. Her expression one of disappointment. "If I hadn't called you, would you have slept until noon?" "Not at all. At least until evening," Lin Yuan yawned, his eyes still heavy with sleep. "Still being cheeky. Today you'll learn the hard way," Hong Shui declared, pinching his ear and twisting it sharply. "Ouch. I'm sorry. Just tell me the training task. I need to start," Lin Yuan cried out. "Humph. Now that you know your mistake," Hong Shui twisted his ear again before releasing it. "Do you see those two pillars?" Rubbing his sore ear, Lin Yuan looked towards the two black pillars standing about 10 meters apart, unsure of their purpose. "I see them. What do they do? Am I supposed to hit them?" Lin Yuan asked, confused. "Exactly. Start by teleporting to the right pillar. Then shift your golden thread to your right hand and strike the pillar. After that, teleport back and gather the golden thread in your left hand to punch the pillar. Repeat this cycle until I am satisfied," Hong Shui explained her plan. "Are you training my ability to switch between them?" Lin Yuan inquired. "Yes, your ability is unique. But to develop combat effectiveness, you must be able to relocate the golden thread to any position at will. At the very least, you should have it gathered at your body wherever you teleport. Only then will you have a preliminary grasp of your power," Hong Shui said, her expression unusually serious. "I understand. I'll begin training right away," Lin Yuan replied, approaching the pillar and giving it a few pats for encouragement. Taking a deep breath, he suddenly vanished from his spot, reappearing in front of the other pillar. The golden thread quickly coiled around his right hand like a swarm of serpents as he punched the black pillar. Upon impact, the golden thread scattered, and he teleported back, gathering the golden thread frantically to his left hand. Hong Shui's voice rang out. "No, that's too slow. It took you 1.3 seconds to gather the golden thread after teleporting, and then 0.49 seconds to disperse it. Far too slow. With the reflexes of an ability user, you could have been killed several times over in that interval. You must be faster." At that moment, Hong Shui resembled a strict instructor, demanding the highest standards from her pupil. Hearing her words, Lin Yuan did not hesitate. He pushed himself harder to control the golden thread. With every repetition, he became increasingly adept at weaving the golden thread through his body, gathering, dispersing, and repeating the cycle. The training ground echoed only with the sound of his strikes against the pillars and Hong Shui's crisp instructions. That was better, though still slow. The dispersion speed reached 0.3 seconds, and there was no pause during your teleportation. "Keep going. What is happening? Why are you so slow? Are you already tired? Speed up. 0.95 seconds. A new record, but still too slow. Your will must explode instantaneously when gathering to better control your ability." As night fell, Lin Yuan returned to his room, utterly exhausted. He collapsed into bed without even undressing, too fatigued to recall the relaxation techniques Hong Shui had taught him. Time passed swiftly, and the one cannot halt its flow. They can strive to leave their mark. For Lin Yuan, the impressions of the past month were etched upon the black pillars of the training ground, leaving faint imprints of his fists on the smooth surface, a testament to his efforts. As usual, Hong Shui watched Lin Yuan train, but after a brief observation, she called for him to stop. "All right, Your gathering speed has now reached 0. 15 seconds, and the dispersion speed has hit 0.01 seconds. This level of difficulty is becoming too easy. To progress further, we must increase the challenge. Increase the difficulty? How? Lin Yuan asked. I've set different lights on the pillars. When the red light is on, strike the front of the pillar with your right fist. Use your left fist to strike the back when the green light is on. The yellow light indicates a left leg strike on the left side, and the blue light is for the right leg on the right side. Do you understand? Hong Shui instructed. Absolutely. As long as I can improve, I'm all in, Lin Yuan declared as he approached the pillars for another round of training. Remember, only strikes during the lights are counted as valid, otherwise, it's a failure. I've prepared a very unique punishment for you, Hong Shui added with a playful smirk. Understood. I'll be ready, Lin Yuan replied without looking back. Standing beside the pillars, a green light suddenly illuminated one of them. Lin Yuan's pupils constricted as he teleported behind the pillar, raising his left hand and delivering a powerful punch just as the green light flickered out. At that moment, another pillar erupted with yellow light, prompting Lin Yuan to leap into the air, lifting his left leg to deliver a fierce kick. A blinding red light ignited, and Lin Yuan's body abruptly vanished from the air at the forest's edge. His right fist struck fiercely at the column before him. Turning his gaze, he noticed a green light shimmering on another column behind him, but alas, it was too late. The green light was about to extinguish. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Yuan flickered into position behind the column, golden threads coalescing in his left hand. At that moment, a singular thought consumed him. It must not fade. He must strike. With a powerful punch, the green light vanished, his fist landing squarely upon it. In that instant, a blue light suddenly flared to life on a different column. As soon as it illuminated, Lin Yuan executed a swift whip kick to the right side of the column. He sensed that the training had inexplicably become easier. The golden threads within him no longer required his concentrated focus to control. Whenever he desired, they could manifest anywhere within his being. Observing Lin Yuan, who moved with seamless fluidity as if he were a favorite child of space, Hong Shui could only watch in awe, unable to articulate her astonishment. She had always known of Lin Yuan's exceptional talent, yet she never anticipated he would reach such heights. His current state was a clear manifestation of the perfect fusion of willpower and extraordinary abilities. At this moment, not only was he undaunted by the current level of training, but even a doubling of its difficulty would pose no challenge to him. Lin Yuan had reached a realm where his powers flowed as freely as his thoughts. This was the pinnacle she had long sought, yet had never attained. Lin Yuan, please stop, Hong Shui said, dazed. What's wrong? I haven't made a mistake. Lin Yuan flickered to her side and leaned close to her ear, whispering softly. This training is of no use to you. Adepts wield their powers through will. We categorize the methods of control into 4 tiers, corresponding to levels 2 through 5 of ability. A level 2 adept achieves a state known as thought connection, where a mere thought can manifest their powers. A level 3 adept progresses to willful control, while a level 4 adept reaches a state called will embodiment, where will and power merge completely, allowing the use of powers as instinctual as breathing. You have touched upon this realm, which signifies your potential to become a level 4 adept. Hong Shui embraced Lin Yuan, her excitement palpable. Really? If I become a level 4 adept, can I help you annul your engagement? Lin Yuan asked, equally exhilarated as he held her tightly. You should be able to, especially given your immense potential and your S-rank abilities, Hong Shui replied. Huh, I told you, you are destined to be mine, and I will make it happen. Lin Yuan lifted Hong Shui, spinning her joyfully. Silly, I will marry no one but you, she declared contentedly, nestled in his embrace. Then does this mean I can graduate? What about the reward you promised? Lin Yuan inquired with a grin, savoring the softness of her form and inhaling her distinctive fragrance. Not yet. You still have one practical assessment to pass. You will receive your reward afterward, Hong Shui declined. Very well. After waiting this long, a few more days are inconsequential, Lin Yuan replied, resigned yet hopeful. Chapter 12. Practical assessment today. The training ground buzzed with excitement as all members of the Tianyu squad, along with Lin Ran, gathered to witness Lin Yuan's training achievements over the past few months. The boisterous Bao Xiong clapped Lin Yuan on the shoulder and declared, Brother, I won't go easy on you during today's assessment, so watch yourself. Don't worry, the outcome remains uncertain, Lin Yuan replied, unyielding. Haha, such confidence, reminiscent of my younger days. Alas, it will prove futile. Soon you shall comprehend the vast chasm between us, Bao Xiong retorted, shaking his head. All right, Bao Xiong, enough of your chatter. If you're truly that formidable, go practice on the battle network. After being thoroughly beaten, how dare you boast? Tainan interjected bluntly. At least I'm better than you. You're still a silver rank, while I've reached gold. Bao Xiong shot back indignantly. Before Tainan could respond, Lin Yuan interrupted, inquiring, what is this battle network? I've never heard of it. Well, let me enlighten you, Lin Yuan. The battle network is a platform for all superhumans within the human alliance to interact. It features a tournament system where you can spar with any superhuman. Winning grants you victory points, while losing deducts them. The more victory points you accumulate, the higher your rank. They say that the highest rank, the sovereign rank, requires a staggering 100,000 victory points to attain, Bao Xiong explained. That sounds impressive. How does one access the battle network? Lin Yuan continued to inquire. Any superhuman can enter the battle network with just a smart helmet. I've already prepared one for you. You can use it after you complete your final practical assessment. Now, let us get started. Hong Shui chimed in. Understood, but are there any specific regulations for this assessment? Lin Yuan asked. Your ability is quite unique, so my requirement for you is to defeat Bao Xiong and Tainan and withstand a minute against the ice hand. Hong Shui stated, outlining the specific expectations for Lin Yuan. Before Lin Yuan could respond, Bao Xiong exclaimed, Captain, how could Lin Yuan possibly surpass Tainan and me? Aren't you making this overly difficult? Indeed, Tainan echoed. His ability is merely teleportation. Whether he can even touch us remains questionable. Who said he only possesses teleportation? I warn you, whoever loses to Lin Yuan will have to endure 3 days in the battle network's hell mode, Hong Shui threatened. Upon hearing her words, both Bao Xiong and Tainan displayed looks of trepidation and offered an apologetic, Lin Yuan, we're sorry, but we can't assist you. You're on your own. Not a problem. But you two should be cautious. If you inadvertently lose to me, you'll find yourselves in that hell mode. Whatever it entails, it surely won't be pleasant. Don't let it catch you off guard. Lin Yuan replied with a smile. That won't happen. Bao Xiong scratched his head. Then let us begin. With that, Lin Yuan stepped into the center of the training ground, where various training equipment had been cleared away, leaving an open space. Bao Xiong followed him, removing his shirt and warming up. Be careful, I want to hold back. With a mighty roar, Bao Xiong's physique surged, growing even more formidable as yellow fur sprouted, transforming him into a humanoid beast, charging toward Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan's gaze sharpened as he observed Bao Xiong's transformation, and he clenched his fists, thinking, let the fruits of my labor over the past few months be revealed to you. As Bao Xiong lunged, Lin Yuan flickered and evaded the crushing blow aimed at him, appearing above Bao Xiong and delivering a powerful stomp onto his back. The immense force caused Bao Xiong to stagger forward, and before he could regain his balance, Lin Yuan teleported to Bao Xiong's right side, striking viciously at his ribs. The kick landed solidly, and despite Bao Xiong's formidable defenses, it would surely break a few ribs. However, Bao Xiong was battle-hardened. He raised his right hand to block Lin Yuan's kick, while simultaneously launching a left punch with lightning speed toward Lin Yuan's chest, evidently seizing the opportunity to retaliate. Regrettably for him, Lin Yuan would not grant him that chance. Melding his will with his ability, he instinctively vanished, reappearing behind Bao Xiong and delivering another crushing kick. This time, Bao Xiong was less fortunate. Having missed his punch and lost his balance, Lin Yuan's foot connected squarely, sending him crashing to the ground with a dull thud. In a fit of fury, Bao Xiong attempted to rise, but Lin Yuan swiftly pressed his foot onto Bao Xiong's back, forcing him back down. I concede. I give up. Bao Xiong shouted after several futile attempts to stand, each time being pinned down by Lin Yuan's relentless assaults. Upon hearing his surrender, Lin Yuan ceased his attacks, extending a hand to help him up. Brother Bao Xiong, my apologies for the trouble. Bao Xiong stood, brushing himself off, and generously remarked, no worries, this is nothing. But your ability is infuriating. I couldn't touch you at all, only enduring your blows. It's truly frustrating. But how can you possess such strength? Even a standard laser cannon wouldn't hurt me, yet your kicks still ache. My ability encompasses more than mere teleportation. It also enhances my strength, which is why I can deliver such powerful blows, Lin Yuan explained succinctly. Damn, such an ability is simply extraordinary, agile and strong, unlike my own rather mundane awakening. Bao Xiong lamented, filled with envy. Well, envy won't help. Your ability is commendable in its own right. Lin Yuan chuckled. True, who can say for certain? Bao Xiong turned to leave the center of the training ground, looking like a defeated rooster. Go experience hell mode on the battle network. I'll avenge you, so don't worry. Tainan patted Bao Xiong's shoulder, mocking him. I want to see how you were defeated by Lin Yuan. I refuse to believe you're stronger than I am. Bao Xiong retorted, still irritated. Just watch, Tai Nan asserted as he stepped into the center of the training ground, addressing Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan, brother, it's your turn. Lin Yuan nodded, observing as Tai Nan transformed into a silver figure. He vanished from his position, reappearing behind Tai Nan, and delivered a heavy stomp to his back, employing the same technique he had used against Bao Xiong, but now against Tai Nan. However, Tai Nan's defenses were far superior to Bao Xiong's. And Lin Yuan's foot felt as if it had struck iron. As Tai Nan turned to counter with a punch, Lin Yuan swiftly vanished from the air, dodging the blow and appearing at Tai Nan's left, summoning golden energy to his right knee for a forceful strike to his head. Though Tai Nan was as solid as a block of iron, the blow still disoriented him, causing him to stagger backward, rubbing his somewhat numb knee. Lin Yuan realized that despite concentrating the golden energy there, the impact still left him tingling. He couldn't help but marvel at Tai Nan's toughness. Despite his musings, Lin Yuan wasted no time. Seizing the moment while Tai Nan was still dazed, he reappeared in front of him and delivered a powerful kick to his chest, sending Tai Nan flying. Before he could land, Lin Yuan vanished again, delivering another kick midair, and then another, sending Tai Nan soaring once more. Poor Tai Nan was utterly helpless, flung around like a ball, and ultimately chose to concede. Nearby, Lin Ran, witnessing Tai Nan's surrender, leaped with joy, exclaiming, "Brother, you're amazing." Lin Ran, do not rejoice so prematurely. Ice Hand is, apart from the captain, the most formidable among us. Do not be deceived by the bluster of the two, Bao Xiong and Tai Nan. Combined, they cannot match Ice Hand's prowess. Xiao Yin, who has been frequently seen with Lin Ran lately, kindly cautioned. It's all right. I have faith in my brother. He will undoubtedly defeat Ice Hand, she declared, winking at Ice Hand, who stood beside her. Upon catching Lin Ran's gaze, Ice Hand's handsome visage flushed a delicate shade of crimson, and he gave an almost imperceptible nod. Unfortunately, this exchange went unnoticed, as everyone's attention was riveted on Tai Nan. Seeing Tai Nan in such a dismal state, Bao Xiong could not help but mock. What happened? Weren't you supposed to avenge me? Instead, you've only succeeded in dragging yourself down with me, haha. Humph, what are you so pleased about? You lost as well. In this hellish mode, neither of us can escape, Tai Nan retorted, dousing Bao Xiong's merriment with a bucket of cold water. Instantly, Bao Xiong's laughter faded, his face resembling a frostbitten eggplant. Enough of your squabbling. It's quite embarrassing. How can I lead such ineffectual individuals? Hong Shui interjected, commanding Ice Hand to take the stage. Ice Hand approached Lin Ran silently, a hint of shyness in his demeanor as he remarked, Lin Ran, you are truly remarkable. Despite Bao Xiong and Tai Nan's formidable strength, you defeated them with such ease. Hee, do not call me brother. I am not yet your elder. Lin Ran chuckled in response. It's all right. I am still quite young, having just turned 20 this year, Ice Hand explained. Ah, very well, let us begin. Lin Ran chose not to linger on the matter, instead remaining cautiously vigilant of Ice Hand. He had not forgotten Hong Shui's stipulation. To endure for 1 minute against Ice Hand was the requirement for passing. The fact that Ice Hand was treated differently underscored his exceptional skill. I shall make my move now, Lin Ran. You ought to be cautious, Ice Hand declared, removing his gloves to reveal hands as white as a woman's. An icy chill instantly enveloped the training ground. Ice Hand's white hair stirred without wind, his palm gradually rising, unleashing a wave of blue frost towards Lin Ran. The ground crystallized with frost, a biting cold palpable from a distance. Lin Ran dared not confront it directly. With a swift teleportation, he appeared behind Ice Hand and struck out with a punch. However, before contact could be made, he executed another teleportation away from Ice Hand's rear. At that moment, a surge of blue cold erupted from the ground, encasing Ice Hand entirely. Had Lin Ran delayed, even slightly, his hand would have likely turned to ice. Ice Hand, not granting Lin Ran a moment's respite, conjured dozens of ice spikes that appeared from thin air, targeting Lin Ran with precision and blocking all escape routes. In the face of such an assault, Lin Ran remained unperturbed, dodging the incoming spikes with another teleportation, arriving once more behind Ice Hand. Before Lin Ran could act, it was as though Ice Hand possessed eyes in the back of his head. Another blast of cold expelled from behind, enveloping Lin Ran in a chilling embrace, forcing him to teleport away yet again. Just as he landed, another icy gust surged from beneath his feet, compelling him to teleport once more. Observing Lin Ran's flickering form, Bao Xiong remarked, Lin Ran's abilities are truly extraordinary. With Ice Hand unable to land a hit, it appears he will easily endure the minute. Not necessarily, Hong Shui countered. Ice Hand continues to unleash his frosty breath. As the cold intensifies, if it accumulates to a critical degree, it could erupt, momentarily freezing Lin Ran, allowing Ice Hand to seize the opportunity. Indeed, Ice Hand's cunning is quite profound. He has devised such a strategy to counter Lin Ran. Lin Ran's sister. Your brother may well be on the verge of defeat, Bao Xiong said to Lin Ran's sister. Lin Ran's sister, pursing her lips, replied, My brother will not lose. Just watch. No sooner had she spoken than the base's alarm blared to life, startling Hong Shui, who promptly called out to Lin Ran and Ice Hand, Cease your sparring. There's a situation. She then turned to Lin Ran's sister, instructing, Lin Ran, you must head to the safety pod. You know the way, correct? Yes, I know. All right, everyone else, follow me. With that, Hong Shui charged ahead. Chapter 13. Enemies at the door. Hong Shui and Lin Yuan, along with a few others, traversed a lengthy corridor, arriving at the entrance of the base. A group of individuals stood at the gate, clad in specialized space protective suits. Among them, a youth adorned with a golden nose ring wielded two enormous fireballs, hurling them fiercely towards the base's entrance. The door swung open, and the icy hands released a blast of frigid air, forming a blue shield that deflected the fireballs. With a furrowed brow, Lin Yuan inquired, Does the base not possess a defense system? Why has it not retaliated? Of course, there is a defense system, but they have skilled individuals who have disabled our weapon systems. The fact that we can sound an alarm is already quite advanced for our defenses, Hong Shui replied, her voice tinged with frustration. At that moment, a burly man, surrounded by others, shouted from outside, Hong Shui, it's me, Black Shark. Do you remember me? Black Shark. Didn't you lose miserably last time? How dare you return? Hong Shui retorted, stepping forward to confront him. Humph. This time, I, Black Shark, intend to reclaim my honor, he declared, his voice filled with indignation. Reclaim your honor? Ha, Black Shark, have you come prepared with a wager? I want to participate without stakes, Hong Shui replied, her tone unapologetic. I have something you can't afford to lose, Black Shark said, presenting a fist-sized, earthy yellow crystal, within which countless stars spun incessantly. His face radiated pride, clearly indicating its substantial worth. Starstone, how did you come by such a rare item? Hong Shui asked, astonished. That's none of your concern. Starstones aren't merely precious, but they're also not inexpensive. What will you wager? Black Shark queried, toying with the stone. And what do you desire as a wager? Hong Shui probed further. If I win, I want nothing but you, Black Shark said, his gaze fixated on Hong Shui's captivating beauty and alluring figure, swallowing hard. Huh, me? Am I truly that enticing? I accept, she responded, an aura of seduction emanating from her, igniting a fervor among the onlookers. Lin Yuan observed Hong Shui, his brow furrowing in concern. He turned to Bing Shou beside him and asked, Who are these people, and what exactly is that star stone? They belong to the Alliance of Ability Users, a group of beast hunters who sustain themselves by hunting star beasts. Previously, they would come to our base for supplies. But Black Shark made advances towards our captain, only to be taught a lesson. Now, he has returned seeking revenge. As for the star stone in his possession, it is a rare formation resulting from the long-term evolution of a planet. Wearing it can accelerate the development of abilities and even has a chance of triggering a second awakening of powers, making it exceedingly valuable, Bing Shou explained. What is a second awakening? Lin Yuan asked, puzzled. It means enhancing one's abilities. For instance, a B-class ability, when awakened, will certainly reach S-class, Bing Shou clarified. At that juncture, Hong Shui finalized the terms of the contest with Black Shark, and Lin Yuan ceased his inquiries, attentively listening as Black Shark proposed. Let us have a tournament, one-on-one. I want to be unfair, best of 5 rounds. Sound good? Not quite. We shall engage in a rotation battle, with each side sending forth one combatant at a time. The defeated must yield, and we shall rotate until a maximum of 5 participants has been exhausted. The last one standing wins, Hong Shui asserted, presenting her method. Very well, let us proceed. Black Shark readily agreed. Hong Shui turned to her companions, saying, Ba Xiong, you shall go first, followed by Tainan, then Bing Shou, with me after him, and Lin Yuan last. I should go first. Lin Yuan objected. That is not permitted. Follow orders, Hong Shui countered. Listen to me, I shall be first. Ba Xiong is too easily countered, Lin Yuan stated calmly, but his tone carried an undeniable refusal. Very well, but be careful, Hong Shui advised, her concern evident. Do not worry, Lin Yuan replied, stepping out from the crowd. He faced Black Shark and declared, I shall take the first match. You? Boy, do you think you can handle this? You're still wet behind the ears. Don't end up crying, haha. Black Shark mocked, eliciting laughter from the other ability users. Unfazed by the ridicule, Lin Yuan replied impassively, "Is boasting all you can do? Such words only betray your own insecurities. Truly confident individuals let their actions speak. Humph. I hope your strength matches your bravado. Xiao Jin, teach him a lesson." Black Shark barked, his tone laced with anger. A youth, seemingly around 27 or 28, stepped forward, addressing Lin Yuan. "I hope you can withstand the punishment." "I believe I can be quite resilient," Lin Yuan responded with a smile. "Resilient or not, we shall see," the youth named Xiao Jin asserted. With that, he launched a punch at Lin Yuan. From a distance, Lin Yuan sensed the wind of the punch approaching. Realizing that Xiao Jin possessed speed as his ability, Lin Yuan understood that this type of power excited him. In a contest of speed, where no one could rival the power of teleportation, he felt invigorated. As Xiao Jin's punch neared Lin Yuan, his figure abruptly vanished. Xiao Jin's blow met only air, and his expression turned to one of confusion. Before he could regain his bearings, Lin Yuan reappeared behind him, delivering a powerful kick that sent Xiao Jin crashing to the ground, blood spilling from his lips. Utterly unable to rise. "I haven't been able to test your resilience, but I can say this. You are not resilient," Lin Yuan remarked, grinning at the fallen Xiao Jin. The mockery in Lin Yuan's words incited fury among Black Shark's group. As Xiao Jin was carried away, a menacing figure leapt forward, declaring, "Don't get too cocky. Let us see what you're truly capable of. Then prepare to see," Lin Yuan replied as he vanished. Reappearing at the right side of the ominous man, delivering a punch. The man's expression shifted in surprise, yet he was seasoned in combat. He raised a hand and pushed against Lin Yuan from afar, causing Lin Yuan to feel a powerful force that pushed him back, missing his punch entirely. Realizing that this adversary was specifically sent to counter him, possessing an ability likely related to telekinesis, Lin Yuan smiled, dispersing golden threads throughout his body. Teleporting once more to the side of the ominous man. This time, the man, no longer flustered, attempted to push Lin Yuan away again. But Lin Yuan vanished again, appearing in front of the man, continuing his assault. This time, the man's defense faltered, and Lin Yuan landed a punch. Despite the man's commendable combat skills, he was unable to fully block Lin Yuan's powerful strike and lost his balance under the force. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Yuan instantly teleported behind the man, grasping his shoulders and driving his knee into his waist. "Ah!" The man cried out in agony, collapsing to the ground. Lin Yuan knew the injury to his spine was severe, yet with advancements in medicine, it was a wound that could be treated. At this moment, Black Shark's expression turned grim. He had discerned that Lin Yuan's abilities extended beyond mere teleportation. They undoubtedly enhanced his strength as well. It was inconceivable that he could so effortlessly defeat two opponents. Although they were not particularly defensive, the physique of an ability user could not be underestimated. And against another who did not excel in physical prowess, such a crushing defeat was unthinkable. Despite his dissatisfaction, Black Shark refrained from entering the fray himself. Instead, he summoned a man adorned with a nose ring, saying, "Zhu Rong, it's your turn. Please do not disappoint me. Rest assured, Chief. I have a plan to counter his teleportation. Just watch." The nose-ringed man responded with unwavering confidence. Observing this arrogant individual, Lin Yuan inquired, "You are the one who smashed the door earlier, are you not?" "Indeed, it was I. What do you intend to do about it? Or rather, what can you do?" "I am not one of those weaklings," Zhu Rong retorted without mercy, even dragging his teammates into the insult. "Not much, I would say. You broke the door, so naturally, you must compensate," Lin Yuan replied expressionlessly. "Very well, if you defeat me, I shall pay." With that declaration, flames erupted around him, transforming him into a veritable fire deity, aptly reflecting the meaning behind his name. Raising his hands high, a massive fireball materialized, radiating a terrifying heat even from a distance. With a thunderous shout, Zhu Rong enlarged the fireball to the size of a water vat, then unleashed it in a spectacular explosion, flames engulfing Lin Yuan and himself. To the spectators outside, only a sea of fire was visible, obscuring everything else. Hong Shui clenched her fists, her beautiful eyes fixed intently on the inferno, filled with concern for Lin Yuan. A pang of regret washed over her for allowing him to participate in the contest. Suddenly, the flames that had previously obscured their view dissipated, revealing Lin Yuan standing triumphantly. His foot planted firmly on the bloodied Zhu Rong, resembling a war god. However, Zhu Rong's clothing had been entirely incinerated, leaving only his shorts, while his body bore several burns, marring his formidable presence. "You are indeed powerful and clever. Alas, your flames cannot inflict fatal harm upon me," The ultimate victor is I. Lin Yuan stated calmly, retracting his foot. Cough. Cough. Defeat is defeat. What does intelligence matter? I have lost this time, but I shall reclaim my victory in the future. Zhu Rong coughed out blood as he was assisted to his feet. I await your return, Lin Yuan replied to Zhu Rong. At that moment, Hong Shui rushed over, saying, Lin Yuan, it's time for you to withdraw. Leave the rest to me. They are down to 2 opponents. We can surely win. No need. I am unscathed. Since I possess the ability, I shall not burden my woman with the fight. Your beauty is something I wish only to behold. Lin Yuan grasped Hong Shui's hand and declared, You. Very well, but you must promise me not to overexert yourself. If it becomes too much, come down, Hong Shui cautioned. Her concern evident. Understood. I won't overstrain myself. With a beautiful wife like you, why would I not cherish my own life? Lin Yuan reassured her. All right then. Good luck. Watching Hong Shui retreat, Lin Yuan turned to Black Shark, pointing provocatively. Black Shark, do not let me take on 5 opponents at once. That would truly be embarrassing. Chapter 14. What against 5? The Black Shark clenched his teeth tightly, enunciating each word with determination. I will make you understand that there are always greater forces beyond your own. Just as he was about to take the stage himself, he was interrupted by a chubby little figure beside him. This figure squinted his eyes into narrow slits, wearing a rather lewd expression as he said, Boss, don't rush. Your abilities are formidable, but you won't be able to catch him. Let me handle this. You know my powers well. His defenses are weak, and once I strike, victory is assured. Are you really up to the task? Your powers are close combat oriented. If I can't touch him, how can you? The Black Shark asked, puzzled. Trust me. Just watch. The chubby one assured, thumping his chest confidently. Lin Yuan observed the oddly expressive chubby figure whispering to the Black Shark and realized that this opponent was likely him. Indeed. The rotund individual wobbled over to Lin Yuan and said, Kid, today our boss has wagered against your captain, so why not place our own bet? What are we betting on? Lin Yuan inquired with curiosity. We wager our own victory or defeat. The loser must serve the winner for 3 years, toiling without complaint. What do you say? The chubby one proposed, brimming with confidence. Lin Yuan, don't gamble with him. I overheard his conversation with Black Shark. He seems to have a way to counter you. Just as Lin Yuan was about to agree, Xiao Yin's voice rang in his ear, while the others appeared oblivious. Lin Yuan understood that Xiao Yin had the ability to control sound, allowing her to hear their discussion, which surprised him. Glancing at the chubby figure, he nodded and replied, If you wish to wager, I could use an errand boy. How could I refuse? Glad to hear that. Let's get started. With that, he tossed a disc into the air, where it hovered silently. Black Shark, what do you mean? Weapons are allowed in this match? Hong Shui's voice dripped with menace. Haha. This is not a weapon. Our psychic friend here has a natural affinity for mechanics, and he crafted this himself. Have you ever seen such a device? Black Shark defended, unaware of the chubby one's intentions. That doesn't matter. Psychics shouldn't use weapons. Hong Shui retorted instantly. Then you can use weapons too. I have no objections. Black Shark replied, clearly confident that Hong Shui lacked any formidable ranged weaponry. Before Hong Shui could respond, Lin Yuan interjected, It's fine, let them use it, then turned to the chubby one, saying, Even with a weapon, defeat is still inevitable. Humph. Lin Yuan, don't blame me for not warning you. This device is called the Cosmic Magnetic Storm Simulator. While it may not possess the destructive power of a true cosmic storm, it will render the space extremely unstable. If you attempt to teleport again, I cannot guarantee you won't fall into the dark space, where genuine cosmic storms exist. The chubby one warned. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan's expression shifted. He had not anticipated that this unassuming figure could wield such power. The cosmic magnetic storm was infamous as one of the 3 disasters of space, often leading to dire fates. The vast majority of non-natural deaths within the human alliance were linked to cosmic storms. The dark universe is a counterpart to the ordinary universe. Large spacecraft typically traverse through it for interstellar travel. If a person were to fall into it, the only fate awaiting them would be eternal disorientation and eventual death. This chubby one's tactic directly nullified Lin Yuan's greatest asset. Without teleportation, his strength would diminish significantly. However, having spoken, he couldn't retract his words. Even without teleportation, his abilities could still prove formidable. Lin Yuan assessed the chubby one. Though he would now rely solely on speed, he knew his velocity exceeded that of an average level 2 psychic. This chubby figure was unlikely to be a speedster, so he still retained an advantage. With this in mind, Lin Yuan ceased his hesitation, propelling himself forward like a bolt of lightning, delivering a powerful punch aimed at the chubby one's face. The chubby one, taken aback, found himself surprised by Lin Yuan's swiftness, for although he was hefty, he was not slow. However, he quickly shrugged it off. In an instant, his body transformed, layers of yellow scales enveloped him, a thick tail sprouted from his back, and sharp claws emerged from his pudgy hands, completing the metamorphosis in a heartbeat. He raised his right hand to grasp Lin Yuan's fist, an immense force reverberating through Lin Yuan's arm. Startled, Lin Yuan exerted strength, twisting his fist free and retreating hastily. Gazing at his right hand, he noticed 5 gashes, as if sliced by a sharp blade, blood instantly soaking his palm. Your pangolin transformation is quite impressive. Those claws are sharp, Lin Yuan remarked, observing the wounds beginning to close. What pangolin? This is a dirt dragon. Do you not understand? Your ignorance is glaring. The chubby one retorted angrily. It looks more like a pangolin to me. A dirt dragon sounds far more dignified, Lin Yuan teased. Ah, you infuriate me. I told you. This is a dragon. Do you not comprehend? The chubby one fumed, morphing into a streak of yellow light as he lunged at Lin Yuan. I was waiting for you, Lin Yuan exclaimed, his hands emanating a blinding golden glow. Clenching his fists, he struck out, colliding with the chubby one's earthy claws, producing a resounding thud. A cry akin to that of a slaughtered pig erupted from the chubby one's mouth as he curled up on the ground, howling in agony. The blow had shattered both of his hands. The saying goes that the heart is connected to the fingers, and with both hands broken, how could he not feel pain? Lin Yuan concealed his trembling hands behind his back, tiny wounds appearing uniformly on his palms as droplets of blood trickled from his fingers. This was a manifestation of his powers exceeding his physical limits. Ordinary psychics could wield their abilities without strain, but Lin Yuan's powers were inherently overwhelming. Typically, he distributed this energy throughout his arms, but now concentrating it in his palms overwhelmed his body. Akin to a bag meant to hold 1 pound being forced to contain 2. Feeling the pain in his hands, Lin Yuan realized that his bones might have fractured. Although his condition was not as dire as the chubby one's, he could no longer exert strength. Nevertheless, he betrayed no sign of discomfort and instead declared to the wailing chubby one, I have emerged victorious. A bet is a bet. You shall be my subordinate from now on. Ba Xiong, carry him back and take good care of him. He will be our laborer henceforth. Hee. I will care for him well, Ba Xiong replied, lifting the chubby one effortlessly, his robust physique cradling the diminutive figure as if he were a child. Once in Ba Xiong's arms, the chubby one ceased his cries of pain and began to wail loudly, pleading with Black Shark, Boss, save me. I don't want to be a slave. Considering all I've done for our team, you must help me. Black Shark, hearing this, attempted to intervene, but was stopped by Hong Shui, who, with a hint of threat in her voice, said, Black Shark, do you intend to breach the agreement? I am curious to see what progress you have made these past few years. The fearsome visage of the Black Shark twitched slightly, an understanding dawning within him. In terms of strength, he could not triumph over Hong Shui. He had initially intended to leverage the advantage provided by Zhu Rong and the hefty fellow to wear down Hong Shui. But unexpectedly, Lin Yuan emerged, single-handedly vanquishing his 4 team members. Recognizing the futility of victory, he begrudgingly stated, We naturally will not breach our agreement. Since he has lost the wager, he will fulfill his end of the bargain. After uttering this, he chose to disregard the lamentations of the hefty fellow and approached Lin Yuan, declaring, Young man, I shall be your final opponent. Resolute in his determination, he vowed to ensure Lin Yuan paid a price, thus alleviating the resentment that festered within him. It is indeed an honor. I am eager to witness the prowess of a 3rd-level ability user. Lin Yuan replied with a smile. I will make you aware of the chasm that exists between us. Black Shark retorted, peeling off his protective suit to reveal his formidable physique, speaking with an air of menace. Lin Yuan, be cautious. His abilities allow his skin to transform into a texture akin to fish skin, providing not only formidable defense but also significantly enhancing his strength, Hong Shui cautioned. Concern etched on her face. Haha. Hong Shui, your warnings are futile. You are well aware of the might of a 3rd-level ability user. Even if defeat is inevitable today, I shall ensure he receives a thorough lesson, Black Shark said, his excitement palpable. Then come forth. Just do not let me be the one to teach you a lesson. That would be quite embarrassing, Lin Yuan provocatively challenged. To take on 5 opponents, how exhilarating. Especially with a 3rd-level ability user among them. Don't you agree? Humph. We shall see if you possess the capability, Black Shark declared, his form flickering as he dashed towards Lin Yuan with astonishing speed, surpassing even that of the first contestant. A speedster. At that moment, the hefty fellow's magnetic storm simulator was removed, leaving Lin Yuan unrestrained. He utilized a teleportation move to evade Black Shark's assault. landing a kick against Black Shark's back. However, the kick felt peculiar. Black Shark's back was remarkably smooth, seemingly impervious to pressure, and Lin Yuan was deflected aside without inflicting any damage. Conversely, Black Shark reacted with lightning speed, spinning around with claw-like hands aimed at Lin Yuan. Fortunately, Lin Yuan was equally swift, teleporting away from the strike, though he still sustained some superficial wounds from Black Shark's near miss. A cold sweat broke out on Lin Yuan. This third-level ability user was indeed formidable. The most rudimentary reaction speed was more than double that of a second-level user. No wonder Black Shark exuded such confidence. He had indeed overestimated his own capabilities. Lin Yuan mused silently. Nevertheless, Lin Yuan was not one to concede easily. He teleported once more to evade another of Black Shark's strikes, positioning himself behind the latter to deliver a fierce kick to the back of Black Shark's neck. Not bothering to ascertain its effectiveness, he teleported again to evade Black Shark's counterattack. The two engaged in a game of cat and mouse. Lin Yuan, agile and elusive, found it impossible to inflict harm upon Black Shark, who, despite his prowess, was equally frustrated by his inability to land a hit on Lin Yuan. Yet, Black Shark remained patient, his years of hunting experience granting him ample perseverance. He was confident that Lin Yuan would eventually reveal a flaw. As fortune would have it, Lin Yuan's next assault appeared somewhat hasty. He teleported behind Black Shark and kicked at his neck, but instead of instantly teleporting away, he hesitated for a moment. Black Shark, keenly perceptive, seized this opportunity and unleashed a powerful punch, sending Lin Yuan hurtling backward. Before Lin Yuan could regain his footing, Black Shark swiftly moved through the air, launching another punch toward him. Chapter 15. The curtain falls with a determined punch. Black Shark believed the outcome was inevitable. He was certain that Lin Yuan, once struck, would be stripped of any fighting capability. Even if Lin Yuan possessed a defensive ability, this blow would surely take half his life, providing a small measure of satisfaction. The thought of killing Lin Yuan crossed his mind, but he quickly dismissed it. Every ability user was a treasure to the human alliance, and taking a life would cost him dearly, an exchange not worth making. However, to his astonishment, his punch met only air as Lin Yuan's figure abruptly vanished. Reappearing above Black Shark, he descended with a powerful kick. Though the shark-like skin of Black Shark absorbed much of the impact, he lost his balance mid-air and, lacking any leverage, fell helplessly to the ground despite being a level 3 ability user. In the blink of an eye, Lin Yuan teleported once more, and a brilliant golden light enveloped his right arm, more pure and radiant than before. With a resounding thud, Black Shark crashed to the ground, a mouthful of blood spilling forth, revealing a horrific wound on his back, from which blood gushed like a fountain. Lin Yuan landed, his right arm bent at an irregular angle, a bead of sweat trickling down his forehead. The golden threads within him, which usually flowed freely, now tangled around his right arm, forming a painful knot, rendering his abilities temporarily inaccessible. You've lost, Black Shark. Coughing, Black Shark weakly inquired, what is your ability? It cannot merely be teleportation. As a level 2 ability user, how could you defeat a level 3 like me? It must be an S-class ability, or at the very least, something of that caliber. My ability is precisely what you see, Lin Yuan replied coolly. Now, present the wager. With that, he extended his left hand. Here you go. Until we meet again. Black Shark tossed a fist-sized starstone to him. Turning to Hong Shui, he added, you found yourself a remarkable teammate. Without another word, he departed. Hong Shui, however, had no time to respond, as she was preoccupied with examining Lin Yuan's injuries. Tears welled in her eyes as she said, why were you so reckless? I could have handled him. Hey, if I couldn't do this, how could I ever marry you? Lin Yuan replied, grimacing through the pain. They say this star stone is quite valuable. Let us consider it our engagement gift, shall we? All right. I'll take you back to the base for treatment, Hong Shui agreed, accepting the crystal. She turned to Bing Shou and instructed, freeze his right arm to prevent further injury. Understood. Bing Shou raised his hand, summoning a wave of cold air that encased Lin Yuan's right arm, alleviating much of his pain. Ba Xiong took the heavy-set individual to the base's medical center, while Iron Man became the laborer, effortlessly carrying Lin Yuan and sprinting towards the treatment center, with Hong Shui and the others close behind. Suddenly, Hong Shui recalled something and addressed Xiao Yin. Xiao Yin, go to the safety chamber and bring Lin Ran out. I sent her there earlier, thinking the base was under attack. Okay, Xiao Yin nodded, about to change direction when Bing Shou stopped her. Xiao Yin's sister Xiao Yin, you should go with the captain to the treatment center. We might need your help checking injuries. I'll fetch Lin Ran. Xiao Yin glanced at Bing Shou, contemplative but said nothing, nodding in agreement before following Hong Shui. Bing Shou, undeterred, dashed towards the safety chamber. Inside the safety chamber, Lin Ran sat alone in the dimly lit room, illuminated only by emergency lights. Several times, she contemplated stepping outside, but fearing her lack of combat abilities and the possibility of a battle, she restrained herself, unwilling to become a burden to her brother and others. After a long wait, the silence outside became unbearable, and she finally opened the safety chamber door. Finding everything calm, she stepped out. Glancing down the corridor, she spotted a figure rushing towards her. Recognizing who it was, Lin Ran's face lit up with joy as she extended her left hand, counting down 5, 4. With each number, folding down a finger. The figure quickened its pace, but Lin Ran playfully accelerated as well. When the figure reached her, she lowered her fingers completely, pretending to be angry. Bing Shou, you were slow again. The one approaching was indeed Bing Shou. Hearing her words, he scratched his head and replied, Xiao Ran. You can't do that. You were counting too quickly. I certainly didn't take 5 seconds. Really, I was under 3 seconds. Humph. I don't care. You were late. And latecomers must face punishment. You shall carry me back. Lin Ran declared, clearly unwilling to negotiate. All right, I'll carry you. Hop on. Bing Shou complied, adopting a piggyback stance, clearly accustomed to this routine. Like a mischievous kitten, Lin Ran gleefully settled onto Bing Shou's back. His abilities, powerful in their own right, were now a source of comfort and safety for her. Once situated, she exclaimed, let us go. At his cue, Bing Shou took off running, but this time more cautiously. Mindful that Lin Ran was merely an ordinary girl. What is with the base alarm? What is happening now? Lin Ran inquired while nestled on his back. It was an old enemy seeking revenge, challenging us to a duel. They've been driven off, and we even captured one. Bing Shou explained. And my brother? He should be fine, right? Why isn't he here to fetch me? Lin Ran asked, concerned for Lin Yuan. Your brother is incredibly strong, defeating 5 opponents single-handedly, including a level 3 ability user. We barely had to intervene. He handled them all himself. It was truly awe-inspiring. 1 against 5. Bing Shou praised. Of course. Just look at who my brother is. How could Lin Ran's brother be anything less than formidable? If you dare bully me in the future, I shall have him teach you a lesson. Lin Ran beamed with pride over Lin Yuan's prowess, adding a playful threat to Bing Shou. Rest assured, I would never bully you. I'll treat you kindly and allow you to take advantage of me, Bing Shou promised. That is more like it. By the way, how is my brother? Wasn't he injured, was he? Lin Ran pressed on. Your brother has a fractured arm and was burned by a fire ability user. But he is already at the treatment center. He'll be fine. Bing Shou reassured her. What? My brother is hurt. Let us hurry. I need to see him. In the hospital bed, Lin Yuan gazed at his bandaged hands and the plaster cast immobilizing his right arm, wryly asking, how am I supposed to eat like this? Hong Shui, I suppose I'll be relying on you to feed me. With the others having left, he shared this light-hearted banter with Hong Shui. Whom can you blame? You insisted on showing off. Are you regretting it now? Hong Shui retorted, unimpressed. Hey, now that I'm in this predicament, you couldn't spare a moment to show concern for me? Lin Yuan remarked with a bittersweet smile. Humph, serves you right. Just then, they heard Lin Ran's voice calling from outside. Brother, how are you? As Lin Ran rushed in, her eyes red and glistening with tears. She embraced Lin Yuan and began to weep. Instinctively, he reached out to comfort her, but realized both arms were incapacitated and could only offer soothing words. Why are you crying? Don't worry. I have undergone the implantation of regenerative cells. Although the situation appears dire, I shall recover in a few days. Yet, I am filled with trepidation. You are my only kin. What would I do if something were to happen to you? I have heard the rumors. Why do you exert yourself so relentlessly? Lin Ran exclaimed tearfully. Rest assured, brother will be more cautious in the future. Besides, I am fine. I shall be well in a few days, Lin Yuan reassured her. Then allow me, as your sister, to take care of you during these days. Lin Ran wiped away her tears. Lin Yuan's lips twitched slightly as she thought to herself. Dear sister, haven't I cared for you throughout our lives? You, taking care of me? Yet, she responded differently. My injury is trivial. Let Hong Shui attend to me. You need not worry. Let Xiaoying take you out for a pleasant diversion. Humph. Lin Ran pouted and smacked Lin Yuan's hand in frustration, declaring, You've forgotten your sister after marrying. I shall ignore you. With that, she dashed out, and Bing Shou promptly followed. Ah, I did not imply I needed your care. You must manage on your own. Hong Shui chuckled, covering her mouth. What? My dear, you cannot be so callous. What if I are left with some lingering effects? What shall you do then? Lin Yuan exclaimed exaggeratedly. Humph. I simply choose not to care. What will you do about it? Days passed swiftly, and Lin Yuan's arm healed considerably, though out of selfishness. She refrained from removing the bandage. While Hong Shui claimed to be unconcerned, she tended to Lin Yuan with meticulous care daily, prompting Lin Yuan to wish for yet another injury. As Hong Shui brought a spoonful of meat broth to Lin Yuan's lips, Lin Yuan reminisced. I recall that it was while you were feeding me that I confessed my feelings to you. How could you even mention that? I wonder why I agreed to you back then, having known you for merely 3 or 4 days. Hong Shui retorted, feeding Lin Yuan another bite. Hee, that's what you call love at first sight. Besides, with my exceptional qualities, are you not satisfied? You are a little genius indeed. But tell me, why did you insist on being so stubborn that day? You could have entrusted the matter to me instead of striving so hard on your own. Perhaps I am overly obstinate, but my life as principle is that as long as I stand, I shall shield those I care for from all storms. No matter the cost. I believe you are my Lin Yuan, and your beauty can only belong to me. Should someone wish to wager you, I vow to ensure they pay a price they will regret. As long as I remain standing, I shall never allow you to suffer. I will protect you from all tribulations. Fool, I shall face everything together with you. Hong Shui placed the bowl down and threw herself into Lin Yuan's embrace. Have you not always desired a reward? Today, I shall grant you a grand one. After a brief embrace, Hong Shui spoke. What reward? This. Hong Shui suddenly pressed Lin Yuan down onto the bed, her vivid red lips meeting his, and they shared a passionate kiss. After a prolonged moment, their lips parted. And breathless, Hong Shui said, Lin Yuan, tonight I am yours. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan kissed Hong Shui once more, his hands instinctively removing her garments, revealing her fair skin. Soon, the room was filled with warmth, intermingled with Lin Yuan's heavy breaths and Hong Shui's soft gasps. Chapter 16. Lin Yuan's companion in the early morning. Lin Yuan slowly opened his eyes, instinctively reaching out beside him, only to find nothing. He abruptly sat up, realizing that Hong Shui was no longer present. Glancing at the bed, he noticed a pool of blood the size of a pigeon egg. Catching a whiff of the quilt, he detected the unique fragrance of Hong Shui's body, chuckling to himself. How shy of her to run off so early. Turning his head, he spotted a breakfast on the table, still steaming, accompanied by a neatly written note that read, Wake up and have breakfast, then go check on your companion. Companion? He had almost forgotten about him. It was indeed time to see how he was doing, Lin Yuan mused as he ate. The tightly shut door creaked open, revealing the chubby figure inside, who was busily eating. This rotund fellow had quite the appetite, seemingly unfazed by being locked away for so long. Upon hearing the door, the chubby man looked up, and his expression immediately soured upon seeing Lin Yuan. He stopped eating and stammered, Why are you here? Aren't you supposed to be recuperating? Since I'm fine, why wouldn't you be? Have you been doing well these past few days? Lin Yuan casually entered the room and pulled out a chair to sit down. It's been all right. The big guy may look fierce, but he is actually not bad. He hasn't mistreated me, aside from not letting me go out, the chubby man replied, regaining his composure. What about our bet? Lin Yuan inquired. To each their own. If you don't mind, I'll stick with you. Though I lack other skills, I'm well versed in mechanics and programming. My abilities aren't too shabby either. I could be of some use. Being with you might not be so bad. I may not know how you defeated the boss, but I can tell your powers are definitely above S rank. Who knows, I might even benefit from it in the future. The chubby man, now serious, looked less sleazy and more intriguing. All right, from now on, you shall be a member of our base. I want to treat you like a mere companion. You mentioned your expertise in mechanics. It was you who caused the malfunction in the base's defense system, wasn't it? Lin Yuan asked. Indeed. The artificial intelligence here is quite advanced. I could only temporarily shield it, but couldn't control it, the chubby man admitted. Then how about you help optimize the base's defense system? Consider it a test for you. Lin Yuan casually assigned him the task. Sure, that's a piece of cake. The chubby man readily agreed. By the way, what is your name? I can't keep calling you Chubby. Lin Yuan suddenly remembered. I'm an orphan. Everyone just calls me Chubby. You can stick with that, he replied. All right, Chubby. I too am an orphan, with only a sister to rely on. But here, we are brothers. Don't feel like an outsider. Lin Yuan extended his hand toward Chubby. If you consider me a brother, I feel the same. Chubby firmly shook Lin Yuan's hand. Great. Tonight, I'll introduce you to the others over drinks. You'll be staying here from now on, Lin Yuan planned. Meanwhile, aboard a spaceship thousands of light years away, a young man with a nose ring entered the lounge of Black Shark, the one Lin Yuan had defeated. Upon seeing him, Black Shark set down his drink and asked, Zhu Rong, now that you're healed, what brings you here? Boss, I've uncovered a significant secret, Zhu Rong said with an air of mystery. What secret? Boss, do you know the identity of Hong Shui? Hong Shui? Isn't she from the Dark Knight sect? Why do you mention her? Hee. Boss, as you know, I just came from the Blizzard Star region and joined our squad not long ago. There is an incredibly large family of ability users there, the Sima family. 3 years ago, they offered a massive bounty for a woman's whereabouts, 50 billion for any information. Zhu Rong recounted his past. Are you saying the person they were looking for is Hong Shui? Black Shark deduced quickly. Exactly. If we provide her whereabouts to the Sima family, we can avenge ourselves and make a fortune. What do you think, boss? Zhu Rong laid out his plan. Black Shark paused for a moment, then slammed his hand on the table. All right, let us do it. In the training ground, Lin Yuan sat with his eyes closed, sweat trickling down his forehead, utterly oblivious to the moisture soaking his clothes. After a considerable time, he finally opened his eyes, raised his right hand, and stretched, grimacing. What a stroke of bad luck. Had I known, I wouldn't have pushed myself. Now, it seems I won't be able to use my abilities for at least a month. Even though he had defeated Black Shark, Lin Yuan had employed a sudden burst of creativity, forming the golden threads into a spiral that generated an immense force, breaking through Black Shark's defenses. However, the golden threads within him became entangled, rendering him temporarily powerless. At that moment, Lin Yuan could only painstakingly untangle the golden threads, which, while still manipulable, had become exceedingly sluggish. With no choice, he concentrated on slowly unraveling a few threads each day, gradually restoring them to their original positions. Unbeknownst to him, Hong Shui had quietly approached and sat beside him, leaning against him. Why are you back here again? You don't need this place as assistance right now. Isn't it just that I'm bored? Lin Yuan had no intention of revealing his inability to use his powers to Hong Shui, not wanting to worry her. He believed it would resolve itself in a few days without needing to elaborate. Bored? I found something for you to do that you'll surely enjoy, Hong Shui said mysteriously. What is it? Lin Yuan asked curiously. It's the battle network you previously inquired about. I told you I had prepared the helmet for you. Come with me. It's in my room, Hong Shui exclaimed, taking Lin Yuan's hand and leading him towards her room. Upon entering Hong Shui's room, Lin Yuan glanced around and remarked, your room is quite similar to mine. Far from it. My space is nothing like your pigsty. Look how tidy it is here. Hong Shui teased, handing Lin Yuan a blue helmet. How can you say that? You're my wife, yet you don't even tidy up my room. What kind of good wife is that? Lin Yuan retorted. Humph. What do you mean by that? Am I a good wife or not? Hong Shui twisted Lin Yuan's ear, demanding an answer. Yes, you are the best wife in the world. Ouch. Are you addicted to twisting? You do it all the time. Lin Yuan cried out in pain. What do you mean addicted? I'm helping you correct your bad habits, Hong Shui countered defiantly. All right, help me correct it. How do I use this helmet? Lin Yuan shifted the topic. Just put it on. The smart system inside will guide you, Hong Shui instructed. Then let us see if this battle network is as extraordinary as they say. With that, Lin Yuan sat on Hong Shui's bed and donned the helmet. As he put on the helmet, darkness enveloped him. When the light returned, he found himself standing on a massive altar. A beautiful young girl smiled at him and said, Welcome to the battle network, esteemed ability user. This is your first time here. Please state your name. Star-Lord Lin Yuan, he casually replied. Star-Lord, allow me to introduce you to the basic rules of our battle network. The network is divided into two main categories, social and combat. The social aspect is primarily for communication with other ability users, while combat is divided into normal mode and hell mode. Normal mode is the most commonly used form of combat, where each victory grants you 10 victory points, while a loss deducts 10 points. As your points increase, so too will your rank. You currently find yourself in the lowest tier of bronze, yet I hope you will strive to ascend to a higher rank. As for the hell mode, please familiarize yourself with it at your own pace. Now, kindly choose your destination, the community, standard mode, or hell mode. I shall opt for standard mode, Lin Yuan declared without hesitation. Very well. Since this is your first entry, we shall scan your abilities. This will be recorded to ensure your powers mirror those in reality, providing you with effective training. The voice of a woman resonated. Lin Yuan patiently awaited the completion of the scan. After a moment, the voice returned. Mr. Star Master, your abilities have been recorded. Within the battle network, your powers will be restricted to level 2, as the primary focus here is to train your skills in utilizing your abilities. We are currently matching you with an opponent. Please hold on. Opponent matched. Good luck. As the scene shifted, Lin Yuan found himself in a colossal arena where a young man scrutinized him. At that moment, A countdown echoed through the sky. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Battle commence. In an instant, Lin Yuan vanished from his position, reappearing behind the young man. He delivered a powerful kick, which the young man managed to block, albeit insufficiently. Lin Yuan's force sent him flying like a ragged sack. The voice in the sky proclaimed, "Star Master wins," earning 10 victory points. Then, the screen faded to black. The scene transitioned, and Lin Yuan returned to the altar, where the young woman stood, beaming at him. "Congratulations, Star Master. You have earned 10 victory points. I wish to engage in another match." The previous opponent was too weak. Lin Yuan asserted decisively, "Very well, I am currently matching you with another opponent." The intelligent young woman replied with a professional smile. In the arena, Lin Yuan landed a crushing blow on a towering man, causing his chest to cave in. Despite his muscular physique, the giant was utterly defenseless. The voice in the sky sounded like a battle horn, announcing the arrival of a peculiar figure clad in a black mask, enveloped in dark energy that stained the ground beneath him. He relentlessly attacked Lin Yuan, appearing to dominate the fight. Ultimately, Lin Yuan retaliated with a radiant kick, sending the opponent soaring out of the arena, resulting in a system declaration of defeat for the challenger. Another victory for Lin Yuan. With each successive triumph, Lin Yuan amassed an increasing number of victory points. Eventually, the elegant silhouette of the young woman reappeared, congratulating him. "Mr. Star Master, you have achieved a remarkable 20 consecutive victories, accumulating 200 victory points. Congratulations on your promotion to Silver Tier. Your next goal is to attain the Golden Tier, requiring 1,000 victory points. Please continue your efforts." "Indeed. I wish to log off. Is any action required?" Lin Yuan inquired casually. Feeling confident that the ability users he encountered posed little threat, perhaps the Golden Tier would present more challenges. "No action is necessary. You may remove your helmet and log off at your convenience," the intelligent young woman replied. "Very well, farewell." Lin Yuan casually bid goodbye as his consciousness exited the battle network. "Goodbye, Mr. Star Master. We eagerly await your return." The passage of time transpired swiftly. A month slipped away unnoticed. During this interval, Lin Yuan devoted his days to playful interactions with Hong Shui, recuperating his abilities, meticulously separating the golden threads, and engaging in combat on the battle network. Concurrently, he maintained his physical training regimen, recognizing that an ability user's advancement hinges predominantly on willpower. Heightened willpower accelerates progress, and the most effective means of fortifying willpower lies in consistently surpassing one's physical limitations. Regarding his time spent on the battle network, he abstained from utilizing social functionalities, consistently engaging in standard combat mode. Presently, he had amassed a winning streak of 79 matches, accumulating 790 victory points. Merely 21 additional victories were required to attain 1,000 points. Lin Yuan's present adversaries consisted primarily of ordinary ability users with unremarkable powers. Leveraging his formidable S-class or higher abilities, Lin Yuan effortlessly secured victory, deriving minimal training benefit. Consequently, he sought to swiftly ascend the ranks to encounter more formidable opponents. On this particular day, Lin Yuan sat in his chamber, eyes closed in deep concentration, meticulously unraveling the entangled golden threads. Methodically, he extracted each thread, gradually diminishing the convoluted knot. Ultimately, upon reaching a critical size, the knot abruptly dispersed, redistributing itself throughout his body. Lin Yuan jubilantly opened his eyes, reveling in the long-awaited sensation. His body shimmered intermittently, instantaneously teleporting to various locations, expressing his elation. Abruptly, the communicator on his wrist emitted a signal. Hong Shui's voice echoed from within. "Lin Yuan, report to the main hall. We have a mission." A subtle smile graced Lin Yuan's lips. Over the past month, the team had undertaken numerous minor assignments, none of which Lin Yuan had participated in. Given Hong Shui's proactive solicitation, it appeared that a collective mission had materialized. Executing a series of instantaneous teleports, he arrived at the main hall, where the team had already assembled, including Fatty. Upon Lin Yuan's entrance, the team turned their attention to him. Tyrant Bear initiated the conversation. "Lin Yuan, how are things progressing? What's your victory point total on the battle network?" Tyrant Bear and the others were cognizant of Lin Yuan's engagements on the battle network. "Adequately. 790 victory points. I should attain the gold rank in a few days," Lin Yuan casually responded. "So expeditious. It took me 3 years of arduous effort to barely reach gold rank, and you've accomplished it in such a short time. It's truly disheartening to compare oneself to others." Tyrant Bear lamented. "Tyrant Bear, Refrain from envy. Lin Yuan has invested considerable effort. If you exerted more diligence, you wouldn't remain stagnant in gold rank, Hong Shui remarked. Hiki, I am endeavoring, am I not? Tyrant Bear sheepishly retorted. All right, let me outline the specifics of this mission. Our team has been assigned a protection detail. The daughter of a wealthy conglomerate CEO will be vacationing on. Command mandates that our entire team deploy to ensure her safety. She's coming for a vacation. And there's no significant threat. A single ability user would suffice for her protection. Why require our collective deployment? Lin Yuan inquired. Her father is affluent and solicitous for her well-being. I've undertaken numerous missions of this nature. We're relegated to such trivialities, Iron Man discontentedly voiced. Regardless, the mission must be executed. I've disseminated her profile to you all. Review it, Hong Shui stated impassively. Lin Yuan retrieved the mission dossier from his communicator. A youthful visage radiated vitality, adorned in a pristine white dress. Adjacent to her image was her biographical information. Name, Wang Minglin. Age, 20 years. Disposition, vivacious. Avocation, travel. Her sojourn too is primarily for ancestral veneration, as well as to immerse herself in the local customs and traditions. She is scheduled to arrive on aboard the K-978 cosmic vessel at 11:30 a.m. on September 4, 2989. The stipulations are straightforward. During the protection detail, refrain from inquiring about her itinerary. Merely ensure her physical safety for a duration of 1 week. Upon perusing the succinct introduction, Lin Yuan queried, the day after tomorrow morning. When do we depart? Early tomorrow morning. It will afford everyone an opportunity to explore and unwind. It's not a demanding mission. Consider it a publicly funded excursion. Hong Shui casually stated. Precisely. I alone am adequate to safeguard her. There's no need for such elaborate measures, Tyrant Bear concurred. The subsequent day, a cosmic vessel adorned with a crimson snowflake motif ascended from the base, embarking into the cosmos. Within the cabin, Lin Ran cheerfully embraced Lin Yuan's arm. Engrossed in an indiscernible film, Lin Yuan shook his head in resignation. With everyone else deployed on the mission, Lin Yuan was reluctant to leave his sister unattended at the base. Consequently, he was compelled to bring her along, given the mission's inconsequential nature. The journey was of moderate duration, necessitating several hours. Lin Yuan retrieved his helmet, entered the battle network, and resumed his combat endeavors. Several hours later, Lin Yuan slowly removed his helmet, chuckling wryly. Victory has become tedious. Previously, he had not perceived the extent of his abilities. Now, he recognized the formidable potency of his powers. The ability users he encountered were unable to withstand even a few of his attacks, resulting in a sequence of massacres devoid of any semblance of challenge. Observing the colossal cosmic vessel gradually descending, the passengers disembarked in an orderly manner. Tyrant Bear brandished a sign aloft, emblazoned with the characters, Wang Minglin. Presently, a young woman with flowing locks approached them, dragging a pink suitcase. She greeted them. You're here to protect me, correct? Affirmative. Your safety is our responsibility, Lin Yuan responded. In this operation, Hong Shui would remain concealed. Xiao Yin and Lin Ran would accompany Hong Shui. Ostensibly, Lin Yuan would oversee the mission, leading the other personnel. Let's proceed then. Wang Minglin relinquished her suitcase to Lin Yuan and clapped her hands. Where shall we proceed, Miss Wang? Do you have a destination in mind? Lin Yuan inquired. Accepting the suitcase, I intend to secure accommodations at a hotel, rest for a while, partake in some sustenance, and then visit my ancestral residence. Wang Minglin disclosed her intentions. Miss Wang, have you reserved a hotel? No, this is my first visit. I defer to your judgment. Wherever you deem suitable, we shall reside. Very well. We shall reside at the Imperial City Hotel nearby. It's proximate, and its ambience is among the most exquisite Lin Yuan proposed. I acquiesce to your suggestion. Let us proceed. The Imperial City Hotel was indeed proximate, accessible within a minute via a levitating vehicle. Lin Yuan entered and secured 3 rooms. The group ascended to the 16th floor. He unlocked the central room, allowing Wang Minglin to occupy it. Lin Yuan and Ice Hand occupied the room to her left, while Tyrant Bear and Iron Man naturally shared a room. Upon finalizing the arrangements, Wang Minglin demurred, insisting that Lin Yuan accompany her, citing a lack of security and soliciting his protection. Despite his reluctance, Lin Yuan acquiesced. He followed Wang Minglin into the opulent presidential suite. Upon entry, Wang Minglin exhibited familiarity with the layout. She retrieved 2 beverages from the refrigerator, offering one to Lin Yuan and retaining one for herself. Without uttering a word, she seated herself on the sofa and began to drink. Evidently, She had frequented such establishments in the past. Lin Yuan initiated the conversation, inquiring with a smile, "Miss Wang, your profile indicates that you enjoy travel. Do you invariably enlist such a large contingent of ability users for protection during your travels? Have you forgotten the mission stipulations? My preferences are inconsequential to you. Your mission is to safeguard me. Is that clear?" Wang Minglin retorted with a touch of imperiousness. "Indeed. I was merely curious. I shall refrain from further inquiries. Please rest well." After speaking, Lin Yuan also sat on the sofa, silently sipping her drink. Yet, in her heart, she was certain that this mission would not be simple. She cherished her travels. How could she be so cautious? Even if she required protection, it seemed unreasonable for her, a young lady, to need someone to guard her closely. As an ability user, it was nearly impossible for an ordinary person to harm her. She could easily react from the next room, and her family background was well aware of the prowess of ability users. Therefore, if she had Lin Yuan as her protector, it could only mean. Suddenly, Lin Yuan sprang to her feet, questioning, "Have you offended some ability user? Are they coming to hunt you down?" Upon hearing Lin Yuan's inquiry, Wang Minglin appeared momentarily stunned, her mouth agape in surprise. After a while, she regained her composure and denied, "What ability user? I am here to pay homage to my ancestors. How could an ability user be after me? What are you talking about?" Observing Wang Minglin's feigned innocence, Lin Yuan was about to say more when a massive beam of laser shot out from the wall, aimed directly at Wang Minglin. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Yuan teleported to her side, pushing her aside, and then swiftly teleported again to evade the laser blast. At that moment, the wall collapsed with a resounding crash, and a slender man clad in black leather rushed in, followed by 5 or 6 similarly dressed ability users. Lin Yuan's pupils constricted as she realized these individuals were all ability users. The slender man was evidently much faster than the others. A speed-type ability user who lunged at Lin Yuan like a bolt of black lightning, wielding a weapon that glinted ominously in the light. It was clear he intended to eliminate Lin Yuan first before turning his attention to Wang Minglin. However, he had underestimated Lin Yuan's strength. In an instant, she teleported behind the slender man, dodging his attack and delivering a powerful kick that sent his frail body flying. Teleporting once more, she appeared before another ability user, landing a hook punch that sent him reeling, blood spewing from his mouth. Then came the next opponent. Lin Yuan moved like a wraith, teleporting, striking, and teleporting again, her fists flying. By the time she returned to her original position, all the ability users lay defeated on the ground. Wang Minglin, who had been watching in awe, was utterly speechless. As an ordinary person, her vision paled in comparison to that of Lin Yuan and the others. In her eyes, Lin Yuan had seemingly split into multiple figures, simultaneously striking down everyone before returning to her place. She had some understanding of ability users. Yet the fact that these individuals could not withstand even a single blow from Lin Yuan left her feeling that Lin Yuan was unfathomable. At that moment, the trio from Bing Shou heard the commotion and hurried over. Upon seeing the fallen ability users, Bing Shou asked, "Lin Yuan, who are these people?" "They're ability users sent to assassinate this Miss Wang." Lin Yuan replied calmly, gesturing toward the still-dazed Wang Minglin. "You've made remarkable progress with your abilities, managing to dispatch these ability users so effortlessly," Ba Xiong remarked bluntly. How could this Miss Wang be targeted by ability users? Under normal circumstances, ability users do not attack ordinary people, Tainan pondered, expressing his confusion. "That is a question for her. What is your purpose for coming to Tianqi Star?" Lin Yuan responded. "I almost forgot. These ability users must be supported by some large company or consortium not affiliated with the 4 major organizations. They wouldn't normally seek trouble with an ordinary person," Tainan added. "You are correct. There is indeed a reason for their pursuit." Wang Minglin slowly approached and seated herself on the sofa opposite Lin Yuan. Chapter 18. The enigmatic stone. My ancestors once possessed a remarkable stone imbued with mysterious powers, which enabled them to ascend to the pinnacle of wealth across the entire planet. Wang Minglin sat down without offering any explanations, instead recounting the tale of her lineage. Lin Yuan and the others, not lacking in intelligence, understood that her narrative was intertwined with the pursuit by those endowed with extraordinary abilities, and thus they remained silent, listening intently. After the demise of my ancestor, the stone was passed down to his son, yet it no longer exhibited any extraordinary qualities, appearing no different from an ordinary rock. His son, a prodigy in his own right, expanded the family business without relying on the stone's powers. In tribute to his father, he preserved the stone, passing it down through generations until it reached my father's era. This artifact had never held any significance. Our family retained it merely out of respect for our ancestry. One day, however, when I inadvertently touched the stone, it transformed and merged into my very being. I fell into a faint, but upon regaining consciousness, I discovered that I had acquired the extraordinary ability to foresee the future. This ability was potent, allowing me glimpses of events to come, yet it was beyond my control, revealing only random occurrences. Each vision drained my life force. The revelation left the audience astounded. Can you truly see the future? Is it limited to your own fate, or can you perceive others' futures as well? Lin Yuan inquired. Not exclusively. I have witnessed 3 distinct futures, one pertaining to myself and 2 concerning others, Wang Minglin replied. Then what brings you to the Enlightenment Star? Lin Yuan expressed his curiosity. My gift of foresight was inexplicably disclosed, attracting countless individuals who covet it, particularly former adversaries of my family, who have learned that my ability stems from the stone. They seek to eliminate me to seize it. Although my family is formidable, we cannot withstand such overwhelming opposition. My father intended to extract the stone from my body and devise a plan, but it had already fused with me, rendering it impossible to locate. Later, we uncovered my ancestor's notes, revealing that he had acquired the stone from an ancient altar on the Enlightenment Star. Thus, I feigned a desire to travel here and implored for your protection. Do you intend to use the altar to extract the stone? Lin Yuan questioned. Indeed, I must retrieve the stone. Otherwise, this ability will be of no benefit to me. The glimpses of the future are random, sometimes utterly useless, and they deplete my life force. The doctor warned that if I lose more vitality, I could perish. This power only threatens my family, rather than aiding us as it once did. You must help me recover it. Tears welled in Wang Minglin's eyes, evoking an instinctive urge to protect her. Unfortunately, Lin Yuan remained unmoved. He touched his nose and declined. We cannot assist you. Why not? We are not your bodyguards. Our task is solely to ensure your safety. Why should we help extract the stone? If it is as miraculous as you claim, then the altar housing it must be perilous. We must consider our own safety. He stated calmly. Very well, I shall not ask for anything else. Since your mission is to protect me, I request that you escort me to the altar. The rest is for me to handle. Wang Minglin articulated her demand. Miss Wang, I am not naive. With so many people targeting you, the assailants will not be limited to this group. Others will undoubtedly intervene, and escorting you to the altar will likely result in conflict. When that occurs, escaping will not be so simple. Lin Yuan shook his head. Then what do you propose? Failing to complete the mission will incur severe penalties from the Night God sect. If you deliberately fail, it seems you may be coerced into undertaking a high-risk task. Wang Minglin threatened. Is that so? I am not well versed in such matters. I have not been with the Night God sect for long. However, you seem to be misrepresenting the task's difficulty. Lin Yuan retorted. I applied for the highest difficulty level available to ordinary individuals. Otherwise, how could I have mobilized a team? Wang Minglin replied nonchalantly. Impressive. It seems we truly must accept this task. I have 3 conditions. If you agree, not only will I escort you to the altar, but I will also assist in extracting the stone. Lin Yuan's words astonished Ba Xiong and the others. Yet, they said nothing, trusting Lin Yuan's judgment. What are your conditions? I will agree to anything within my capacity, Wang Minglin said eagerly. The first condition is that you must follow my instructions completely. Even if I were to ask you to jump off a building, you cannot resist, Lin Yuan stated. Not a problem. As long as you ensure my safety, I will comply without question, Wang Minglin readily agreed. The second condition is that I require 10 billion star coins as a fee. Lin Yuan surprisingly demanded a monetary sum. 10 billion? No problem. That is not an exorbitant amount. However, I am puzzled. How can someone as formidable as you, a wielder of extraordinary abilities, lack funds? Wang Minglin appeared momentarily taken aback. Even those with powers are still human. Why would they not need money? Lin Yuan chuckled, only to find Ice Hand tugging at him from behind. Turning around, he noticed Ba Xiong and Tyne in stifling laughter while Ice Hand wore an awkward expression. What SMS? Is something wrong? Lin Yuan inquired of the trio. Brother Lin Yuan, do you know how much our commission is for a single task? The most basic fee is 3 billion, and this time it's a staggering 50 billion. Why would you settle for such a meager sum? Ice Hand whispered. Haha, Miss Wang, please forgive me. This is my first assignment. Having been accustomed to poverty, I always think of making money. I didn't expect to ask for so little. Lin Yuan admitted, feeling a bit embarrassed. That's all right. As long as we can retrieve the stone, I will add 2 zeros to your request as a reward. Now, please present your final condition. Wang Minglin generously offered. Miss Wang, how magnanimous of you. Adding 2 zeros, surely your family's wealth spans multiple planets. That must require a sacrifice. Lin Yuan expressed admiration. To save my family, this is of little consequence. Wealth is merely a transient possession. Now, please state your third condition. Wang Minglin urged. My third condition is that once I assist you in retrieving the stone, you must give it to me, Lin Yuan declared. Can we not negotiate a different condition? I cannot acquiesce to that. Wang Minglin refused. My third condition is, in essence, to aid you. I believe that even if you extract the stone, it will no longer possess any extraordinary powers. However, those who pursue you will not accept this. They will only trust their own beliefs. If you hand the stone to me, the danger will shift back to me, ensuring your family's true safety, Lin Yuan reasoned. Seeing Wang Minglin hesitate, Lin Yuan continued. Miss Wang, should you refuse, I can simply undertake a high-risk mission. My abilities are well-suited for survival. I doubt any task would pose a significant threat to me. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Minglin nodded, as if making a considerable decision. Very well. If we can retrieve the stone, I will give it to you. Lin Yuan was taken aback by Wang Minglin's swift agreement. He nodded affirmatively, stating, agreed. The terms are settled. I will ensure your protection. I will arrange for you to have a different room to rest while I handle the remaining matters. Wang Minglin nodded and exited, with Ice Hand following suit at Lin Yuan's signal. As Wang Minglin departed, Lin Yuan addressed Iron Man. Please have the hotel staff tidy up this place. The ability users can be handed over to the police of Taixing. Let us find another room. With that, he stepped into an adjacent room, sank into a sofa, and activated his communicator. The image of Hong Shui materialized before him. She was seated on a sofa, munching on an apple, with Lin Ran and Xiaoyin beside her, also indulging in snacks. Lin Yuan inquired, So, did you catch all that? Indeed, I didn't expect to encounter such a situation, replied Hong Shui. It turned out that Lin Yuan had activated the communicator earlier to relay the circumstances to her. I'm quite curious. Why do you desire that stone? Hong Shui questioned. That stone is no ordinary object. As a mere human, one cannot control it, but as ability users, we can manipulate it with our thoughts. Naturally, I find it intriguing, Lin Yuan elucidated. However, among those eyeing the stone, there are likely third-tier ability users. Do you think we can procure it? Hong Shui asked. Unless I encounter someone who counters my abilities, I can barely pass as a third-tier user. You are a genuine third-tier user as well, and then there's Ice Hand. His ranking in the battle network seems to be Diamond, doesn't it? You mentioned that fourth-tier users and above are explicitly prohibited from involving themselves in matters concerning ordinary people. Our strength should suffice, Lin Yuan asserted confidently. Very well, I shall defer to your judgment. I will take on the role of a brawler this time, replied Hong Shui as she took a bite of her apple. Good. However, I can't shake the feeling that Miss Wang is concealing something from me. You should remain incognito and make a grand entrance as the main character later on. Offering her a delightful surprise, Lin Yuan emphasized, placing particular weight on the word surprise. Of course. I will heed your advice. Still, you are truly adorable, only asking for 10 billion star coins. Haha, you really underestimate yourself. An ability user for just 10 billion. How amusing. Hong Shui chuckled, covering her mouth. Observing Hong Shui's enticing demeanor, Lin Yuan felt a surge of mischief rising within him. And with a hint of playful menace, he remarked, Dare to jest about your husband? Just wait until I return to the base. You'll see how I discipline you. Don't regret it then. You are incorrigible. Your sister is right here. Hong Shui retorted, her cheeks flushed with a hint of embarrassment. Not to worry. Simply pretend I don't exist. I'm still a child, utterly oblivious. Lin Ran chimed in, shaking his head and grinning, his large eyes squinting with delight. Clearly not the innocent child he claimed to be. Upon hearing Lin Ran's words, Hong Shui's face turned an even deeper shade of crimson. She promptly switched off the communicator, severing her connection with Lin Yuan, and lunged at Lin Ran with a mischievous grin, saying, Xiao Ran, if you dare mock me. Do you believe I won't tell your brother? Please, I haven't decided whether or not to disclose anything to him yet. Haha, sister-in-law, I was wrong, don't tickle me. They erupted into laughter, a delightful chaos ensued. Meanwhile, Xiaoyin observed, snacking quietly, her expression one of amusement. Lin Ran then exclaimed, Xiaoyin, stop merely spectating. Let us go tickle her. Xiaoyin, how could you side with the captain? Just watching is worthy of punishment, Hong Shui added. Why should I be involved? This is clearly your issue. Xiaoyin replied, bewildered. Alas, the two women had already pounced on her, and the room quickly filled with joyous laughter. Chapter 19. The work of the plump man, as Lin Yuan pondered after Hong Shui ended the communication, he set his sights resolutely on that coveted stone. The Hong family was extensive, and over the past few months, Hong Shui had recounted many tales of her lineage. Although Lin Yuan harbored great confidence in himself, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of anxiety in the face of her formidable family. Currently, as a mere second-tier ability user, he stood at the very bottom of the hierarchy of extraordinary individuals. To protect Hong Shui, he needed to possess greater strength. Ascending to the rank of a third-tier ability user was no trivial undertaking. The stone, which had the potential to foresee the future, held immense significance for Lin Yuan. Securing it would undoubtedly grant him the foresight necessary to discover a swift path to enhancement, ultimately enabling him to help Hong Shui dissolve her engagement. Lin Yuan was steadfast in his belief that only by becoming sufficiently powerful could he facilitate the dissolution of her betrothal. At that moment, a short yet corpulent man entered the room, his squinty eyes betraying his identity as the long-absent plump man greeting Lin Yuan. He exclaimed, "Boss, I'm back. Take a look at the weapon I've ordered for you." His voice jolted Lin Yuan back to reality. Without needing to glance, Lin Yuan recognized it was indeed the plump man, for only he would refer to him as boss. The plump man had insisted that as a subordinate, he must adhere to the proper decorum, and Lin Yuan, albeit reluctantly, acquiesced. He immediately raised his head and asked, "Have you brought the weapon? I'm eager to see if it's as remarkable as you claim." "Of course, for my boss, I have spared no effort. This weapon I crafted surpasses the most advanced personal arms on the market. Behold." With that, the plump man handed Lin Yuan a cube of metal roughly the size of a fist. Lin Yuan hefted it and found it weighed far more than it appeared, likely over 100 pounds. He was baffled by its substantial heft. The cube featured a button, and upon pressing it, the metal instantly transformed into a liquid that flowed down Lin Yuan's right arm, enveloping him entirely before coalescing into a sleek black combat suit. Examining the suit adorning his form, Lin Yuan felt an overwhelming sense of comfort, as if he were enveloped in a warm embrace. He clenched his fists, sensing a newfound strength coursing through him. The plump man, witnessing Lin Yuan donning the combat suit, began to extol the virtues of his creation with pride. This protective suit is designed with human ergonomics in mind. It is not only comfortable, but also amplifies one's inherent strength. Isn't it typical for combat suits to enhance strength? Lin Yuan retorted. Humph, what do you mean by typical? The protective suits for ability users only enhance strength by about 10%, and for those whose powers also amplify strength, the effect is even less. My creation, however, achieves a 20% enhancement without diminishing returns for strength-enhanced ability users. The plump man scoffed, his disdain for ordinary combat suits evident in his tone. Moreover, those conventional suits can merely withstand basic laser fire and energy blasts. A bear warrior could stand there and take hits without a scratch. Such suits are merely convenient for training. My protective suit is different. A second-tier ability user would struggle to damage it, though, of course, you are an exception. It even has self-repair capabilities. As long as the damage isn't too severe, it will mend itself over time. It also boasts an exceptionally sophisticated force dissipation system, capable of absorbing up to 80% of incoming force, making it a true life-saving artifact. Additionally, it can attack. Look at your palm. There is a laser emitter there, with firepower comparable to a large-caliber laser cannon. Even a third-tier ability user could face life-threatening danger if struck directly, though those adept in defense, like my former boss, Black Shark, would be able to withstand some of the force. The plump man continued to extol the myriad advantages of his combat suit. Lin Yuan observed the laser emitter in his palm and inquired, "Given your exceptional talent in crafting such an extraordinary suit, why did you previously remain with Black Shark? You could easily sell the design to combat suit manufacturers and make a fortune. Those companies are struggling, and most ability users dismiss their products. Your creation would surely be in high demand." It's not that simple. The key to this suit lies in its materials. This special metal was discovered within the belly of a star beast during a hunt. Without this particular piece, I wouldn't have been able to create such a suit. The plump man replied, his demeanor tinged with disappointment. "Does that mean mine is one of a kind?" Lin Yuan asked. "Indeed. This metal possesses remarkable malleability and is particularly sensitive to energy, enabling it to absorb solar energy for automatic storage. This is the foundation for its impressive offensive capabilities. I've never encountered this metal before. It does not belong to any of the known 5087 metal types," the plump man explained. "What if someone tries to steal it?" Lin Yuan jested. To his surprise, the plump man revealed a mysterious smile. Producing a chip the size of a fingernail from his clothing, and pressing it into Lin Yuan's hand. I have already prepared for that. Give it a try. As the chip made contact with Lin Yuan's combat suit, it seamlessly integrated, and the black fabric became adorned with blue patterns. An electronic synthesized voice echoed in Lin Yuan's ear. Master program initializing. Pupil scan commencing. Genetic sample collection. Host binding successful. Master, Artificial Intelligence 001 is at your service. The series of synthesized electronic sounds left Lin Yuan bewildered, prompting him to cast a questioning glance at the plump man. This is the artificial intelligence I created for you. It can assist in managing your combat suit, scanning the environment around you, and performing calculations. In simpler terms, it's a tool to make your life easier. Due to time constraints, it's not as advanced as the high-level AI my former captain possesses, but I plan to upgrade it when the opportunity arises. Moreover, it features an anti-theft mechanism. No one but you can wear this suit, the plump man elaborated. Understood, this is quite impressive. What name have you given this artificial intelligence? Lin Yuan asked. I only assigned it a code, 001. I haven't thought of a proper name yet. Then allow me to name it. I once encountered a Star Lord online. Let us call you Little Star. Lin Yuan decided after a moment's contemplation. Affirmative, Master. Little Star is at your service. The electronic voice responded again. Very well. However, I can't wear it all the time. How do I remove it? Lin Yuan inquired. Kiki. That is something you should ask your artificial intelligence. Little Star, remove the combat suit. Lin Yuan commanded. Yes, Master. Little Star responded, and in an instant, the combat suit shed itself, encasing Lin Yuan's communicator around his left wrist. From now on, Little Star can also assist in managing your communicator, making it far simpler than handling it yourself, though you can still control it if you prefer, the plump man clarified. Excellent. This is quite useful. Your return is fortuitous. We have a change of plans for our upcoming mission, and I will need your assistance, Lin Yuan stated. A change of plans? Wasn't he at a protection mission? Otherwise, I wouldn't he have diverted to create this combat suit? The plump man questioned. Lin Yuan recounted the incident involving Wang Minglin, concluding, indeed, high-risk missions are perilous, and we should avoid them if possible. Besides, I genuinely desire that stone. Who wouldn't he want the ability to foresee the future? That power is indeed extraordinary. But what if it turns out to be useless? The plump man asked. Must you be such a pessimist? Can't you think positively? Lin Yuan exclaimed, playfully kicking the plump man's backside in mock annoyance. I'm merely stating the facts. The plump man retorted, feigning grievance. Rest assured, after careful consideration, I surmise that Wang Minglin's ancestors must have been individuals endowed with extraordinary abilities, which enabled them to harness the power of the stone. However, it appears that their descendants lack such gifts, leaving them as mere spectators. We, being gifted ourselves, can naturally wield this power, Lin Yuan remarked. But how could that Wang Minglin possess such abilities? She is merely an ordinary person, the stout fellow inquired, perplexed. Ordinary person? Lin Yuan suddenly sprang up from the sofa, playfully striking the stout man. You are quite astute, aren't you? Of course, I'm a genius, the stout man replied, his confidence unwavering despite not fully grasping Lin Yuan's compliment. Early the following morning, Lin Yuan and his companions boarded a hover vehicle en route to the location indicated by Wang Minglin. This vehicle had been purchased by Lin Yuan, and with the presence of Xiaoxing, he no longer required the vehicle's rudimentary intelligent controls. Xiaoxing could manage everything seamlessly. Upon arrival, Lin Yuan instructed, You all proceed inside. We shall handle those pursuing us. I have verified that the area remains unchanged, still a vast mountain, and it has yet to be developed. He glanced back at the hover vehicles trailing them. Having entered the mountainous region, the urban landscape had faded, yet the hover vehicles continued their pursuit, evidently intent on reaching Wang Minglin. Boss, why complicate matters? We could simply destroy their hover vehicles. My combat suit is capable of aerial warfare. I refuse to believe they possess any flying individuals, the stout man proposed. That is a splendid idea. I believe we should give it a try, Lin Yuan replied. With that, he vanished from the vehicle, only to reappear clad in a sleek black and blue combat suit atop one of the hover vehicles. Crouching on the vehicle's roof, he placed both hands upon it, unleashing two beams of laser from his palms that sliced through the hover vehicle as if it were mere tofu. A pained scream echoed from within, and the entire vehicle began to plummet towards the ground as if rendered weightless. The power of this laser is indeed formidable. The stout man spoke the truth, Lin Yuan remarked to himself as he teleported to another vehicle. Without missing a beat, he fired another laser from his right hand, striking the vehicle's engine. This time, the hover vehicle did not wait to descend. It exploded mid-air, casting several extraordinary individuals into the void. At this juncture, Lin Yuan had reached the roof of a third vehicle. Before he could inflict further damage, Shaoxing's scanning revealed a figure with white wings. As the wings fluttered, a barrage of azure wind blades launched toward Lin Yuan. Shaoxing's visual feed transformed to red, accompanied by a series of alarms, signaling the imminent danger to Lin Yuan encased in his combat suit. Utilizing his teleportation, Lin Yuan evaded the onslaught of wind blades, momentarily levitating in midair. He then beheld a middle-aged extraordinary individual, clad in a suit, with a pair of white wings sprouting from his back. The remaining 4 hover vehicles swiftly maneuvered around Lin Yuan, hastening towards the front vehicle. Lin Yuan allowed them to pass, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on the winged man before him. The hover vehicles showed no interest in confronting Lin Yuan, nor did they acknowledge the 2 that had just fallen. Their focus remained keenly directed ahead. Chapter 20. Aerial Combat. A middle-aged ability user, adorned with a pair of white wings, regarded Lin Yuan with a curious gaze. Choosing not to strike immediately, instead, he inquired, "Your combat suit can fly without the aid of a jetpack? Moreover, your laser attack was remarkably powerful. How is that possible? Your ability should be teleportation, which has no relation to weaponry." Lin Yuan remained silent, his expression inscrutable beneath the combat suit, yet internally he felt no relaxation. The aura emanating from the winged ability user indicated he was undoubtedly a level 3 ability user, someone to be taken seriously. Particularly, his abilities seemed to be speed-related, which further heightened Lin Yuan's sense of caution. While he could hold his ground against melee ability users due to his speed, facing a speed-type ability user of equal rank posed a significant threat. Noticing Lin Yuan's silence, the ability user frowned, irritation creeping into his voice. "It isn't polite not to answer questions. It shows a lack of upbringing. Did your parents not teach you any manners?" In response, Lin Yuan raised his hand, and a laser shot forth from his palm toward the winged ability user. Having lost his parents at a young age, he was particularly sensitive to any mention of them, and this individual had clearly struck a nerve. However, while the laser was swift, it lacked the necessary power to affect a level 3 ability user. With a simple sidestep, the winged man evaded the attack effortlessly. In an instant, he was at Lin Yuan's side, wielding a pair of azure short blades, striking toward Lin Yuan with a speed that rivaled his teleportation. Lin Yuan was not slow to react. He teleported away from his original position, appearing behind the winged ability user and delivering a powerful punch to his back. With a swift flap of his wings, dozens of small azure wind blades erupted from the user's wings, forming a dense cloud that rushed toward Lin Yuan with incredible speed. Lin Yuan had no time to ponder. He vanished once more, teleporting to the left and evading the onslaught. Before he could make another move, the winged ability user closed in again, aiming a lethal slash toward Lin Yuan's neck. If the strike connected, it would surely end in his demise. Typically, ability users exercise caution in combat, avoiding lethal force unless absolutely necessary, as inflicting fatal harm without justification could lead to severe repercussions. The audacity of this individual to attempt murder on the planet astonished Lin Yuan. Yet, Lin Yuan would not remain passive. Leaning slightly back, the azure blade grazed his throat, and even through the combat suit, he could feel its chilling edge. Undeterred by Lin Yuan's evasion, the winged ability user swung his left blade toward Lin Yuan's neck again. This time, Lin Yuan had a moment to react, stepping back while delivering a kick to the user's abdomen. The impact, infused with the power of Lin Yuan's abilities and the combat suit, sent the winged man flying, causing his attack to miss. Regaining his balance in midair, the winged ability user felt a mix of embarrassment and fury. He had underestimated Lin Yuan, believing it would be effortless to eliminate a level 2 ability user. Little did he know, Lin Yuan possessed a unique ability reserved for level 4 users, allowing him to meld his will with his powers, executing them without hesitation. In contrast, the winged user, although a level 3, required precious time to unleash his abilities, time that proved fatal in their exchange. Despite his pride as a level 3 ability user, he failed to recognize Lin Yuan's uniqueness, attributing his success to mere luck and quick reflexes. Once stabilized, he pushed his abilities to their limits, transforming his white wings into azure ones, resembling countless azure blades. With a powerful flap, he surged toward Lin Yuan, launching a punch while simultaneously unleashing a barrage of palm-sized wind blades. Realizing that the azure short blades were merely manifestations of the user's powers, Lin Yuan understood that the merged blades within the user's fists would yield considerable force. Yet, undaunted, he teleported to evade the incoming attacks. positioning himself behind the winged ability user and unleashed a devastating kick, the sheer force of which sent shockwaves through the air. The winged user sensed the impending strike. Retracting his wings to shield his back and bracing for impact, Lin Yuan's kick collided with the transformed azure wings, sending a flicker of unease through him. Reacting swiftly, he teleported away just as a violent storm enveloped the winged ability user, a vortex of azure wind blades swirling dangerously close, revealing ominous cracks of dark void within, a testament to the blade's destructive power. Witnessing this, Lin Yuan broke into a cold sweat, realizing the peril he had narrowly escaped. Had he hesitated, he might have found himself lost in that dark abyss or reduced to mere fragments. As the storm subsided, the winged ability user's complexion paled, his wings reverting to their original white hue, now dimmed and lacking vitality. The toll of his earlier attack weighed heavily on him, and disbelief washed over his face as he exclaimed, "Impossible! How are you still alive? Even with teleportation, my death storm should have shattered the spatial structure, leaving you lost in the void." The winged user failed to comprehend that Lin Yuan had sensed the danger in advance, teleporting to safety before the storm could ensnare him. Death storm? Lin Yuan mused, finding the name fitting, a harbinger of demise. Unfortunately, today, you shall be the one to perish. With that, Lin Yuan teleported behind the winged ability user once more, delivering a powerful kick. Sensing the user's weakened state, he seized the opportunity to strike decisively. The winged user managed to react, raising his arms to block the attack, but the force sent him hurtling backward. Though he regained his balance with a flap of his wings, the fatigue slowed him just enough for Lin Yuan to exploit the opening. Adhering to his principle of striking when the enemy is vulnerable, Lin Yuan concentrated his energy into his right hand. The golden light concealed by his combat suit, yet undiminished in potency. He struck the winged ability user's chest, causing a deep indentation and forcing a spurt of blood from his lips. Gasping for breath, the user could only emit futile groans, his injuries evidently severe. Lin Yuan, undeterred, tossed a spherical device into the air, which exploded, enveloping the area in a unique magnetic field. This device, a tool from his ally, temporarily severed all signals, ensuring that no satellites could capture the scene, ideal for concealing evidence of a kill, albeit for only a brief moment. Placing his palm against the winged ability user's forehead, Lin Yuan's laser emitter began gathering energy with fervor. The user, gripped by fear, pleaded, "You cannot kill me. Inter-user violence is forbidden. I am willing to serve you." Regrettably, it was futile. A laser pierced through his head, extinguishing his life, and thus fell a level 3 Esper. In the absence of a kill scene, should a privately supported Esper perish, the government would undoubtedly hold me accountable. Lin Yuan addressed the corpse of the winged Esper before executing a series of teleportations, hastening towards the altar where Wang Minglin had gone. Moments later, the body of the winged Esper descended to the ground, just as the magnetic field deactivated. The satellite above captured nothing but a lifeless form. At the very moment the magnetic field dissipated, within the hovering vehicle pursuing Wang Minglin, a brutish bald man-esque communicator suddenly rang. He answered nonchalantly, and two figures materialized in front of him as projections, one lanky and gaunt, resembling a mere stick, the other unremarkable and devoid of distinctive features. The gaunt man spoke with a grave demeanor. "Tai Tu, Qing Feng is dead." "What? How could that be? Wasn't he supposed to deal with that Esper who damaged our vehicle? How could he die?" Tai Tu, the bald man, queried in astonishment. "I don't know. Although Qing Feng's strength is not formidable, he should be capable of handling a level 2 Esper, especially in aerial combat, where he excels. It's perplexing. Could he have fallen into a trap?" The gaunt man speculated. At this moment, the ordinary-looking youth interjected. "Qing Feng's defensive abilities are quite formidable. Taking him down would require considerable effort. It appears that skilled individuals are involved in this affair, and we must exercise caution. The priority now is that stone. The girl ahead is likely to retrieve it. We shall wait for her to reach the extraction point, then seize her and compel her to retrieve the stone under our control. That would be the safest approach." As the youth spoke, an air of arrogance enveloped him. Yet Tai Tu and the gaunt man seemed accustomed to his demeanor, offering no retort. The hovering vehicle sped along swiftly, arriving at the altar's location within minutes. Tai Tu, Bing Shou, Bao Xiong, and Tainan disembarked, encircling Wang Minglin as she advanced directly towards the cave housing the altar. At that moment, Hong Shui and Xiao Yin awaited at the entrance, clearly having been set up by Lin Yuan. Upon their arrival, Hong Shui promptly commanded, "Xiao Yin, accompany Miss Wang inside to retrieve the stone with the aid of the altar. We shall hold off these Espers." Wang Minglin, having never encountered Hong Shui before, exhibited no surprise, as if she had long been aware of Hong Shue's existence, and followed Xiao Yin into the cave. In that fleeting moment, a cryptic smile graced her lips, unnoticed by anyone. Meanwhile, the pursuing espers arrived at the cave's entrance, with the ordinary-looking man leading the way. Upon seeing Hong Shui and her companions, he addressed her. "You might as well step aside. There is but one level 3 esper here. You cannot thwart us." "You may attempt to see if you can indeed stop me," Hong Shui replied. "Very well, I shall test how you, a stunning beauty, differ from the other espers." Chapter 21. The altar. Lin Yuan soared through the air at an astonishing speed, his combat suit propelling him forward. While it did not match the swiftness of a hovering car, it was capable of reaching near supersonic speeds. He understood that he must conserve his strength for the fierce battle that awaited him. Upon arriving at the cavern that housed the altar, he was taken aback by the scene before him. The entrance had transformed into an immense sea of blood. Hong Shui stood atop the crimson waves, her once jet-black hair now stained a vibrant red, her enchanting eyes radiating an eerie crimson glow. A blood-red phoenix symbol adorned her forehead, creating a striking image of a sorceress. Below, a gaunt man, as thin as a stick, was enveloped in dark energy, forming a black shield to fend off the onslaught of the blood sea. Beside him, a 2-meter-tall bald warrior, his body bristling with sharp blades, appeared formidable yet was ensnared by the blood waves, his body flushed red as Hong Shui manipulated his blood, rendering him immobile. While attacking both men, Hong Shui directed the blood sea into a relentless assault against a layer of blue light at the cave's entrance. The origin of the blue light remained a mystery. Despite Hong Shui's vigorous attempts to breach it with the massive blood waves, it remained unyielding. Even the cavern's rock walls seemed impervious, with the blood waves crashing against them without dislodging a single stone. As the blood sea roiled, it revealed dozens of desiccated corpses at its depths. Their skeletal remained starkly visible to Lin Yuan's keen eyesight. With no time for contemplation, Lin Yuan teleported beside Hong Shui and inquired, "What is happening? Where are Bing Shou and the others?" Upon seeing Lin Yuan, Hong Shui's face lit up with joy as she quickly explained, "Bing Shou and the others have entered. There is a particularly special third-level ability user among them who created this shield. Even third-level ability users cannot breach it, and I am trapped outside. You must go in and investigate." It turned out that after engaging with a seemingly ordinary young man and his subordinates, Hong Shui's immense power exceeded everyone's expectations. Her ability to control blood allowed her to drain the life force from ordinary second-level ability users upon contact, forming the blood sea. She single-handedly subdued 3 third-level ability users. No wonder Lin Yuan had noted her reluctance when he had once boasted of taking on 5 opponents, given her prowess. Such a feat would likely be a trivial endeavor for her. The ordinary-looking young man proved formidable as well, managing to break free from Hong Shui's blood sea and enter the cavern, employing some peculiar method to seal the entrance. While the likes of Bao Xiong and the others could come and go at will, Hong Shui found herself trapped outside. Reluctantly, she continued to suppress the remaining 2 ability users, allowing Bing Shou and his companions to enter and intervene. Though Hong Shui could not defeat the 2 third-level ability users in one-on-one combat, they were at a stalemate, particularly with the lanky man, whose ability seemed to involve a form of curse, presenting a significant challenge for Hong Shui and preventing her from subduing them. Understanding the urgency of the situation lay within the cave, Lin Yuan wasted no time and dashed inside. Just before he entered, he raised his right hand, unleashing a laser beam from his palm aimed directly at the gaunt man, causing his protective shield to fracture and appear precarious. Hong Shui, astute as ever, seized this opportunity, shifting the balance of power. Upon entering the cavern, Lin Yuan did not hesitate, swiftly traversing a lengthy passage until he arrived at a vast chamber, dominated by an immense altar. This altar was square in shape, each corner adorned with a colossal beast sculpture representing the 4 legendary creatures from ancient Chinese mythology: the azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and black tortoise, seemingly safeguarding the altar. Atop the altar, a young man was engaged in combat with a white figure encased in icy armor. The young man clearly held the upper hand, each of his movements imbued with a strange power. No matter how the white figure attacked, he remained firmly in control and seemed poised for victory. On the altar lay several figures, including Fatty, Bao Xiong, and Iron Man, with even Xiaoyin sprawled on the ground. Fortunately, they had merely lost their fighting capability and were not in mortal danger. As for Wang Menglin, she too lay unconscious, unable to utilize the altar to retrieve the stone. It seemed that they could only secure victory to safely obtain the stone. Lin Yuan teleported onto the altar, joining the fray with a powerful punch aimed at the young man. The young man, quick to react, sidestepped Lin Yuan's strike and gracefully retreated a step, evading the white figure's assault once more. The white figure, upon seeing Lin Yuan, exclaimed with delight, "Brother Lin Yuan, you've arrived. This guy is incredibly strong. We cannot defeat him. Do not worry, let me have a go." Lin Yuan replied, acknowledging the prowess of Bing Shou, whose strength rivaled that of third-level ability users. It was evident that he was being overwhelmed, indicating the young man's formidable abilities. At that moment, the seemingly ordinary young man spoke. "You killed Qing Feng, didn't you? Your ability is related to teleportation, so it's understandable you could slay him. After all, his speed is inferior to yours, and you are a second-level ability user. It is entirely plausible that he fell victim to your overconfidence." To his conjecture, Lin Yuan responded, "The Qing Feng you speak of is the winged avian man, and I regret his demise. It was unexpected that the proud Qing Feng met his end at the hands of a second-level ability user. He had followed Lin Yuan for many years, and now Lin Yuan felt compelled to avenge him. Alas, he could not take a life. So he resolved to nullify the young man's abilities in retribution." As the young man spoke, his form abruptly vanished. By the time Lin Yuan registered the change, a punch was already flying toward him. Lin Yuan raised his hand to block, but the young man transformed his punch into a grip, seizing Lin Yuan's arm and deftly pulling him off balance. With a forceful push, he thrust Lin Yuan away, causing him to lose his equilibrium, and then raised his knee to strike Lin Yuan's abdomen. Each movement flowed seamlessly, leaving Lin Yuan with no opportunity to counter. However, the knee strike missed, as Lin Yuan teleported away just in time, reappearing behind the young man and delivering a kick aimed at his back. The young man smirked disdainfully, pivoting his body and tracing a half-circle in the air with his hands, summoning an enigma of power. Lin Yuan's kick was thwarted, ensnared by the strange force, rendering his teleportation futile. Surprised, Lin Yuan executed a 360-degree spin in midair, breaking free from the bizarre force and teleporting away. The young man furrowed his brow, drawing a circular pattern with his hands in the air, causing a black and white taiji symbol to manifest beneath him. The same strange force that had ensnared Lin Yuan reappeared, now amplified, flooding the cavern and bearing down on Lin Yuan with great intensity. At that moment, a powerful surge of energy erupted from Bing Shou, as a massive white dragon, exuding chilling energy, burst forth from his being and charged toward the young man. The entire cavern became enveloped in the dragon's icy aura, forming a layer of frost. The young man's expression shifted to one of astonishment as he traced an intricate pattern with his hands once more, concentrating the bizarre force within the taiji symbol, creating a barrier against the ice dragon. The two forces clashed, neither yielding. The taiji symbol proved remarkably resilient, absorbing the dragon's frigid energy and refusing to allow it to advance, each surge of cold dissipating against the symbol's enigmatic power. With a cold snort, the ice hand clasped his hands in the air, and the massive ice dragon suddenly exploded, releasing an immensely powerful shockwave. The taiji pattern could no longer withstand the force and dissipated into the void, the peculiar energy vanishing with it. The young man staggered, spitting out a mouthful of blood, evidently injured by the blast of the ice dragon. Lin Yuan would not let this opportunity slip away. With the strange force now gone, he was free to teleport. In an instant, Lin Yuan appeared before the young man, delivering a punch to his chest. The young man fell to the ground, a self-deprecating smile gracing his lips as he remarked, "I thought that since my debut, there would be no rivals for a level 3 ability user. I never anticipated being defeated by 2 level 2 ability users. You are quite formidable. This is the first time I've encountered someone capable of restricting my teleportation. Moreover, I sense that this is not your innate ability." Lin Yuan wore a puzzled expression, perplexed by the young man's powers, which seemed to resemble a form of martial arts. "You appear to be a true son of China. It is permissible for me to tell you that this is the martial art of our nation, passed down through generations. My understanding is shallow, merely scratching the surface, yet I feel I have brought shame upon our martial heritage." The young man gasped as he lay on the ground. "Chinese martial arts? I have heard a little about it, but I had no idea it possessed such formidable power, rivaling that of supernatural abilities," Lin Yuan exclaimed in admiration. "Yet, you still lost to." The young man's pupils constricted sharply, his mouth opening as if to speak, but before he could utter a word, Lin Yuan was flung away like a rag doll, collapsing to the ground. He struggled a few times but failed to rise. How ironic. The man stalks the cicada. Unaware of the aureole behind, the young man chuckled, though it was uncertain whether it was a pained smile. "After all, I can foresee the future. It is no wonder." Wang Minglin said, smiling as she slowly lowered her right hand. With such a powerful ability, why do you require our protection? Lin Yuan lay on the ground, his back a bloody mess, his combat suit torn with large rips. If you hadn't come in, how could I have utilized the altar to fully control the Destiny Stone? Wang Minglin replied with a charming smile. So that stone is called the Destiny Stone. Would you mind enlightening us about the true circumstances? Lin Yuan asked, maintaining a calm demeanor. Wang Minglin pointed at the gasping ice hand lying on the ground, saying, No, you should let it go. This handsome gentleman has merely overexerted his abilities. Once he recovers, I wouldn't want to waste time if I cannot contend with him. With that, Wang Minglin raised her delicate finger and pointed towards the distant Qinglong statue. A sudden beam of azure light erupted from the statue's mouth, shooting towards the heavens. Chapter 22. The sacrifice. Wang Minglin observed as the statue of the azure dragon emitted a column of azure light, a slight smile gracing her lips. She pointed her fingers in rapid succession, uttering an incantation whose meaning eluded comprehension. And soon the statue of the white tiger to the west released a beam of white light. Lin Yuan listened intently to her words, yet found them utterly incomprehensible, as they bore no resemblance to the current interstellar language. Meanwhile, a young man beside her furrowed his brow in confusion, muttering to himself, How does she speak the language of Huaxia, and in such an arcane manner? After a brief interval, the vermilion bird and the black tortoise each unleashed a column of red and green light, respectively. The four beams coalesced in midair above the altar, forming an exceptionally beautiful sphere of light that dazzled the senses. However, the energy it radiated was anything but serene. Its immense power induced a profound sense of trepidation. Wang Minglin gradually lifted off the ground, her exquisite visage framed by the flowing white dress she wore, resembling a celestial being as she glided toward the resplendent energy mass. Though Lin Yuan lay at a distance, his enhanced vision, a gift of his abilities, allowed him to perceive Wang Minglin's graceful movements. With arms outstretched and head tilted slightly upward, she entered the radiant sphere of energy with an air of tranquility. The colossal energy seemed to stabilize further rather than falter. A small, black stone, no larger than a fingernail, emerged from Wang Minglin's mouth, hovering above her head. The potent energy swiftly surged toward the stone. As if it had found its conduit, Lin Yuan realized that this stone was likely the fabled Destiny Stone. The ritual, without question, was intended to assist Wang Minglin in mastering this stone or unlocking its greater potential. Regardless, he understood that they were all being utilized. Yet, he pondered the reason behind her summoning them here. Wang Minglin soon provided an answer. 3 tendrils of the four-colored energy reached out, enveloping Lin Yuan, Bing Shou, and the young man, lifting them into the air. After a moment's hesitation, another tendril extended, brushing past the burly bear and Iron Man without ensnaring them. When it reached the fatty, the tendril expanded suddenly, effortlessly wrapping him up. Though injured, he was conscious, and upon being lifted, his curious expression morphed into one of despair as he lamented, Why me? I'm not even handsome. The burly bear would have been a better choice. At least he has all that muscle. Yet, regardless of Fatty's protests, Wang Minglin remained silent, her eyes closed in serene concentration, seemingly merging with the Destiny Stone above her. The tendril carrying Fatty soon ascended into the air, and the 4 tendrils began to move in unison, positioning the 4 individuals at cardinal points. Lin Yuan to the east, in alignment with the Azure Dragon, Bing Shou to the west, with the White Tiger, the young man to the south, corresponding to the Vermilion Bird, and Fatty to the north, aligned with the Black Tortoise. Once they were situated, Wang Minglin opened her eyes and recited several arcane incantations in the same language as before, though with a different cadence that Lin Yuan could not decipher. Even the young man appeared perplexed, unable to grasp her words, despite their lack of understanding. The Destiny Stone above her reacted, unleashing 4 strands of black energy that coiled around the 4 individuals. In the north, as Fatty encountered the black strands, a colossal earth dragon manifested behind him, its overwhelming presence filling the cave. Fatty's ability to transform into an earth dragon was evidently linked to this phenomenon. Shortly thereafter, a massive eye appeared behind the young man, within which countless planets collapsed and reformed in a continual cycle, exuding an essence of rebirth that was both serene and destructive, drawing the observer into its depths. Bing Shou underwent a transformation as well, 2 ice-carved hands emerging behind him, each intricately etched with a dragon, emanating a chilling aura that flooded the cave with frost. At this point, Lin Yuan discerned that these manifestations were intimately tied to each person's abilities. As for Fatty and Bing Shou, their connections were clear. However, the young man's powers were enigmatic, seemingly eye-related, yet he had not used them in the previous battle, suggesting a restriction on their usage. Lin Yuan, pondering his own abilities, mused about the golden threads. Were they not unsightly? Suddenly, Lin Yuan felt a surge of power within him. Upon turning, he too found a phenomenon occurring behind him. A vast expanse of starry sky materialized, indistinguishable from the familiar celestial vista. Yet it radiated an overwhelming sense of inclusivity, as if it encompassed all existence. Wang Minglin gazed at the spectacle behind Lin Yuan with admiration, exclaiming, "What a masterpiece of creation! Your ability is the most wondrous I have ever encountered. Even the Destiny Stone cannot fully unveil its depths. Alas, once this day passes, such a miraculous power shall forever fade from existence." As her words settled in, Lin Yuan felt his abilities waning, terror gripping his heart. He finally comprehended that Wang Minglin had summoned them here to use their powers as a sacrifice to control the Destiny Stone. The others shared a similar realization. The young man's eyes flickered, a faint smile appearing as a third eye manifested in the center of his forehead, mirroring the one in the vision. Despite having been injured by Lin Yuan and Bing Shou, he was clearly not feigning, as Lin Yuan's keen perception revealed the authenticity of his wounds. Nevertheless, the third eye emanated a gentle white light that enveloped him, restoring his strength and healing his injuries. Even the blood at his lips vanished. With newfound vigor, he forcefully broke free from the tendrils, transforming into a streak of lightning as he charged toward Wang Minglin, or rather, the Destiny Stone above her. Lin Yuan was taken aback by the young man's sudden resurgence. His powers allowed for instantaneous healing, making him even stronger than before, which left Lin Yuan in awe. The young man had evidently been biding his time, planning to reveal his true strength at the last moment to seize the Destiny Stone, moving with such swiftness that Wang Minglin had no time to react. In the blink of an eye, he reached the Destiny Stone and grasped it firmly. However, just as he secured the stone, a look of shock crossed his face as dark strands ensnared him, rendering him immobile in midair, causing him to plummet downward. Before he could land, a four-colored tendril coiled around him once more. Wang Minglin remained suspended in the air, smiling as she remarked, "Destiny cannot be defied. The Destiny Stone will not permit its offerings to offend it. If that were the case, I would have already mastered it completely. Do you truly believe that I, possessing the Destiny Stone, cannot foresee the future?" At that moment, the young man, enveloped by the four-colored tendril, was motionless, yet his expression had returned to calm. He parted his lips slightly, murmuring, "Behind you." Wang Minglin was taken aback as a figure suddenly appeared behind her, delivering a powerful blow to her back. The impact was akin to being struck by a heavy object. A sweet taste filled her throat, and she spat out a mouthful of blood. Her body propelled into the air, forming a sphere of four-colored energy. After all, she was a level 3 ability user, and her reflexes were swift. Adjusting her posture midair, she regained her balance and turned to see Lin Yuan, who wore a smile, his combat suit now unscathed. The Destiny Stone was clasped in his hand, yet he refrained from using the black threads to attack her. "Miss Wang, we had an agreement. I retrieve the stone, and it becomes mine. A beautiful girl like you mustn't break promises," Lin Yuan said playfully, revealing a set of gleaming white teeth. "How can you be unscathed? In the future I witnessed. You were severely injured by me and could barely muster the strength to move a finger. How are you unharmed?" Wang Minglin's disbelief was palpable. Lin Yuan's unexpected presence surpassed her understanding. In the future she saw, he had shown no resistance and had been directly sacrificed. Her confidence in the foresight granted by the Destiny Stone had been bolstered by prior events validating its accuracy. Now, with this unforeseen turn of events, how could she not be astonished? Perhaps the stone has lost its efficacy. Regardless, it is mine now, so you needn't worry about it. Lin Yuan replied with a carefree laugh, seemingly oblivious to the murderous intent in Wang Minglin's eyes. For Wang Minglin, since Lin Yuan had transcended her predictions, it was simply a matter of returning him to his original path. If he refused to be a sacrifice, then she would compel him to willingly comply. Although Lin Yuan had ambushed her, her injuries were not severe, and he was currently hesitant to unleash the four-colored energy sphere. The reason the Destiny Stone remained docile in his hand, rather than attacking him like it had against the young man, was that it had not left the energy sphere and continued to absorb energy, thus remaining compliant. However, this made Lin Yuan a living target, vulnerable to external attacks. With this realization, Wang Minglin hesitated no longer. Her fair hand lifted, and with a gentle flick towards Lin Yuan, a beam of white light shot forth from her fingertips, reaching him in the blink of an eye. Chapter 23. The future. A beam of white light pierced through the air like a lightning bolt, aimed directly at Lin Yuan's chest. Holding the Destiny Stone firmly in his hand, Lin Yuan made no attempt to evade. He allowed the white light to approach. Just as it was about to make contact, a yellow energy shield erupted from his body, intercepting the luminous assault. Simultaneously, a vast magnetic field enveloped the altar, causing the light beams emitted from the 4 divine beast statues to flicker erratically, varying in thickness and intensity. The energy of the 4-colored light orb also became unstable, and the Destiny Stone in Lin Yuan's grasp trembled incessantly, though he held it tightly. Wang Minglin surveyed the magnetic field surrounding them and glanced at the yellow shield enveloping Lin Yuan. A sense of calm washed over her, accompanied by a hint of self-mockery as she remarked, "So it seems my father was right. Even the future has its unpredictability." Raising her gaze, her breathtakingly beautiful face displayed a trace of confusion as she addressed Lin Yuan. "Did you know all along that I am an ability user? If so, why did you choose to assist me? I desire the Destiny Stone as well. How could I obtain it without coming here?" Lin Yuan smiled warmly. Wang Minglin's expression shifted, and after a moment of contemplation, she bit her pearly white teeth and said, "You wish to know the story behind my actions, don't you? I am willing to share. You are eager to speak. I shall listen attentively," Lin Yuan replied, his smile radiating confidence. He had sensed Wang Minglin's potential as an ability user after a reminder from Fatty and had instructed him to prepare for contingencies. This electromagnetic field was unlike the one that had restricted teleportation previously. It was a form of electromagnetic cannon. The largest models could obliterate a planet, while this was merely a smaller version, primarily intended for internal defense. If unleashed to its full capacity, the altar would leave no trace behind, and with precise control. Lin Yuan felt assured that he could afford to leisurely hear Wang Minglin's explanation. "In truth, my words are not entirely fabricated. This Destiny Stone has indeed been passed down through my family, but it has undergone a transformation. My father is an ability user, and the stone holds a special affinity for him. However, he never harnessed its powers. He always said that the future is ever-changing, and a mere stone cannot foresee every outcome. There will always be unforeseen variables." She cast a significant look at Lin Yuan, implying that he represented one such variable. "I, too, possess abilities. My father is very tolerant. As long as I do not engage in actions that defy moral boundaries, he does not interfere. My curiosity towards the Destiny Stone led me to accidentally fuse it with my body during a research endeavor. When my father learned of this, he sought to extract it. But I refused, for through the fusion, I glimpsed many futures, the most prevalent being this altar. I witnessed your abilities being sacrificed, and through your sacrifice, I fully grasped the Destiny Stone and gained the foresight of the future. Thus, in my quest to master the stone, I delved into extensive research and learned of your identities, even discovering this charming gentleman, skilled in the arts of huaxia." At this juncture, Wang Minglin glanced at the young man before continuing. "The subsequent events unfolded simply. I leaked information, prompting my father's competitors to scramble for the Destiny Stone. They are rather foolish. Had my father not preferred to remain low-key and used them as a facade, they would have ceased to exist long ago. However, this worked to my advantage, for I knew that those arriving to seize the stone would undoubtedly be those present at the altar. Seizing the opportunity, I covertly issued an escort mission under the guise of ancestral worship through the Nightshade Church, naturally assigning it to your local team, the Apocalypse Squad. With you all present, it conveniently facilitated my sacrificial plans. You are already aware of the rest. My father was indeed correct. The futures seen are not always accurate and should serve only as references. However, I am unwilling to accept defeat. Throughout my life, I have never lost, and this time shall be no exception. If I cannot possess the Destiny Stone, then neither shall you." With a triumphant smile, she raised her hands. The tale concluded. Yet the price was to be paid. 2 white orbs of light materialized in Wang Minglin's hands, their blinding brilliance prompting Lin Yuan to shield his eyes slightly. The portly Fatty, ensnared by the 4-colored tendrils, wore a look of terror and shouted at Lin Yuan, "Boss, this woman intends to take us all down with her. She has concentrated all her energy in her hands. She was merely stalling for time to detonate this energy orb. You must flee." Although Fatty clutched the electromagnetic cannon's controller, he hesitated to use it. Wang Minglin's power was a volatile energy, and with her proximity to the orb, even a successful hit could trigger an explosion, leading to their collective demise. To perish together? I am not so foolish. You cannot escape, but I shall remain unscathed. Wang Minglin retorted with disdain, perhaps to her. The lives of others were merely trifles, mere entertainment. Lin Yuan remained silent, with no opportunity to speak. The Destiny Stone seemed to sense the impending danger. releasing black threads that rapidly enveloped Lin Yuan's body, immobilizing him, as if it regarded him as the source of the threat. Was this how it would end? Was my career as an ability user drawing to a close? Was this a case of dying for wealth, like a bird perishing for food? As Lin Yuan gazed at the increasingly radiant orb in Wang Minglin's grasp, he pondered silently. Before he could contemplate further, a beam of black light shone upon him, and the black threads emitted by the Destiny Stone vanished, as if encountering a nemesis, allowing Lin Yuan to regain his freedom. He looked up to see the young man wearing an enigmatic smile, his brows narrowing as his eyes slowly closed. Lin Yuan longed to inquire why he had chosen to save him, but the moment was not opportune. Gripping the Destiny Stone, he teleported beside Wang Minglin and unleashed a powerful punch aimed at her chest. Though she was a woman, he showed no mercy. Detonating the four-colored energy orb would ensure that none would survive, and he could not allow her to succeed. Wang Minglin was caught entirely off guard by Lin Yuan's assault, absorbing the tremendous force of his blow. However, she seemed to don an exceptionally advanced protective suit, for Lin Yuan's strike did not inflict severe injury upon her. I warned you. If I cannot have it, neither shall you. I told you, there is a cost for listening to my story, Wang Minglin exclaimed. Her voice laced with indignation as she thrust her hands forward, releasing two massive beams of white light that surged toward the four-colored energy orb. Lin Yuan, observing the white beams and the fallen comrades around him, gritted his teeth. In an instant, his body vanished, reappearing before the white beams. Golden threads coalesced around his arms, shielding him from the oncoming light, and a colossal explosion erupted where Lin Yuan and the white beams converged. He felt as though his body were being sliced by daggers, sharp pain radiating throughout him. The intelligent combat suit began to alert him of overload, indicating severe damage to the protective gear. Beside him, Wang Minglin appeared momentarily surprised, while Fatty and Ice Hand struggled desperately against the four-colored tendrils, seemingly shouting something. Is this what it feels like to face death? Yet I feel an overwhelming reluctance. Will I truly perish like this? Suddenly, everything seemed to freeze. The synthesized electronic voice of the suit ceased, and Fatty and Ice Hand halted their movements. A look of astonishment lingered on Wang Minglin's face as time appeared to stand still. Before Lin Yuan, however, another scene unfolded. A vast expanse of black earth lay beneath him, pulsating with some unseen force. Shadows of ebony stood upon the ground, seemingly merged with the very soil, as if they were one with it. At the edge of this black terrain, a figure sat upon a stone, holding an ancient jade pendant, caressing it repeatedly. The jade pendant resembled the one he had gifted to Hongxue, and that silhouette felt so familiar. It was himself. Lin Yuan was struck with immense astonishment and wished to scrutinize further, but suddenly the image vanished, and he found himself back at the altar. The white beam of light had dissipated, and he lay on the ground, his combat attire transformed into ragged garments, riddled with large and small tears. Lin Yuan's body was a gruesome sight, with no intact flesh to be found. The destiny stone he had clutched was now lost, leaving only a residue of powder in his grasp. Was that my future? This thought flickered through Lin Yuan's mind before he succumbed to unconsciousness. Nearby, he could faintly hear Wang Minglin's frantic voice, intertwined with Hongshue's enchanting yet deadly tone, captivating in its allure. When Lin Yuan gradually regained consciousness and opened his eyes, he discovered himself in a hospital room. His wounds had healed, save for a few deeper ones still scabbing over, showcasing the terrifying regenerative abilities of an ability user. You're finally awake. You've been unconscious for 3 days. It's all my fault. Had I not been kept outside, you wouldn't have had to take such risks, Hongxue said, holding his hand with a hint of tears in her voice. How can this be blamed on you, Hongxue? You must remember to always protect yourself and never take unnecessary risks. Do you understand? Lin Yuan gently stroked her long hair and said, Then you must promise me not to overexert yourself in the future, Hongxue replied softly. Very well, I promise. By the way, does Lin Ren know about my injuries? Lin Yuan inquired. No, I didn't tell her. I merely said your mission was incomplete and that she should return to the base with Ice Hand, Hongxue answered. That's good. What happened after I fell unconscious? Lin Yuan asked again. Of course, I took care of it. After I dealt with the 2 ruffians outside, the barrier blocking the cave vanished just in time for me to enter. I found Ice Hand and Baoxiong lying on the ground, incapacitated. That Wang Minglin managed to escape through a spatial rift, and the young man left with her. What a mystery, she recounted. Why do I feel as if you merely went in to tidy up? It seems you accomplished little, Lin Yuan jested. What nonsense. ISNT at what you said? The protagonist must make a grand entrance. I was the one who made the final appearance. Besides, without me, you'd still be trapped in that cave, wouldn't you? It was fortunate for you that I arrived just in time for your rescue. Hong Shui replied indignantly. All right, you have a point. Thanks to you, we made it back safely. However, you must remember what I told you. Always prioritize your safety and never place yourself in peril, Lin Yuan reiterated earnestly. I know. Why do you keep saying that? Hong Shui asked, puzzled. Just remember it. I'm still the same as before, your husband. Now go handle the discharge paperwork. I believe I can leave the hospital. Lin Yuan casually shifted the topic. Who said you're my husband? You're just my teammate, understand? Hong Shui laughed, clearly not pursuing the matter further. All right, my captain wife. Off you go. Lin Yuan chuckled. Okay, I'll take care of it right away. I'll have Fatty wait for us at the airport with the Hong Shui aircraft. And we'll head straight back to the base. Hong Shui said cheerfully as she walked out. Watching her retreating figure, Lin Yuan stroked his chin, lost in contemplation. Chapter 24. Friends on the Battle Network. Upon returning to the base, one could hardly miss the warm welcome from everyone. At the suggestion of the ferocious bear, a grand feast was organized. However, this time, they refrained from getting Lin Yuan inebriated. It would appear that even the bear himself would succumb to the drink before Lin Yuan did. Life returned to a state of tranquility. Occasionally, Hong Shui would assign Lin Yuan tasks, but for the most part, he remained at the base, engaging in battles on the Battle Network. Lin Yuan had now ascended to the Platinum tier, encountering increasingly formidable opponents. After each match, he would find himself utterly exhausted. In such moments, the community on the Battle Network served a crucial purpose. After every match, he would enter the community to savor a drink and unwind. In this communal space, he also forged friendships with two companions, frequently sharing drinks with them. Today, after securing yet another victory, Lin Yuan chose to enter the community. Appearing in the bar he had designated as his login point, he typically avoided other venues, preferring to rest here before re-entering the fray to hone his skills. Perhaps it was the glimpses of the future that fueled Lin Yuan's growing desire for strength. Star Master, how did it go? Did you win? A rotund individual, whose girth was comparable to his width, greeted Lin Yuan. Sitting beside him, Lin Yuan regarded this fellow, who was even larger than the base's resident hefty members, and replied, Of course I won, Tun Tian. Why are you alone today? Where's the little brat? With a snap of his fingers directed at the bar, he ordered. A glass of red rose. The little brat went off to participate in some betting match. He should be here shortly. Tun Tian responded. As Lin Yuan watched a stunningly voluptuous waitress in a bunny costume approach with a smile, presenting him with a glass of crimson liquid, he accepted it with casual ease, taking a sip and gradually closing his eyes in sheer delight. Damn, every time I see this waitress, I feel like I'm ablaze. Even a virtual character can be so exquisitely beautiful. And her figure, it's simply divine. Tun Tian grumbled. How can you even say that? Despite the plethora of drinks available, you always opt for this one. I truly don't understand what's so special about the red rose. It lacks any punch, Lin Yuan replied, opening his eyes with a look of disdain. At least I have my reasons. No matter how many drinks are available, you're still stuck with just this one. I just don't see the appeal of the red rose. It has no kick to it, Tun Tian retorted indignantly. Ah, but you simply do not grasp the essence of this drink. The red rose, true to its name, is both enchanting and beautiful, evoking a sense of fervor. When savored, it brings tranquility, allowing one to gradually find peace. Lin Yuan proclaimed, his expression one of rapture. In truth, he had more to say. It was akin to Hong Shui, visually captivating, yet only by drawing closer could one truly experience her gentleness. Humph, I fail to see how you could enjoy it, Tun Tian argued defiantly. At that moment, a slender young man entered, snatching Tun Tian's glass of colorful liquid and downing it in one gulp. What a day. I've lost everything I had for the month, he lamented. Weren't you saying your father gives you several hundred star diamonds monthly? How could you lose it all? Lin Yuan inquired, puzzled. Star diamonds were the common currency within the human alliance, with 1 star diamond equating to 10 billion star coins. Typically, only substantial transactions utilized them. I was on a winning streak at the betting arena, racking up quite a bit, but then a team of ability users showed up. One of them provoked me, and I foolishly wagered all my star diamonds in a match and lost. The dejected young man explained. How is that possible? Though your rank is merely gold, the competition there shouldn't be too fierce. Platinum is the ceiling, and with your familiarity with the arena, even that rank shouldn't guarantee victory. Beyond that is the realm of Star River rankers, who would never stoop to such a venue. Tun Tian expressed his confusion. That guy seemed quite adept in that environment. My abilities were inferior to his, and the terrain was not in my favor, leading to my defeat, the young man replied, his spirits visibly dampened. Fear not, for I am here. Let us seek him out again. I shall help you win back your losses. Tun Tian declared, thumping his chest. Really? Let us go now, otherwise we might miss them. The young man exclaimed eagerly. Star Master, you should come too. You might need to lend a hand. Tun Tian invited. Very well. Having known you for this long, I have yet to assist you. Today is the perfect opportunity to help this little brat reclaim his funds and vent some frustration. However, let it be known that I expect a feast from you afterward. Lin Yuan declared, finishing the last of his red rose with a smile. Absolutely. Whatever you desire. It's on me. The young man promised, aware that Lin Yuan was jesting. After all, dining within the battle network cost merely a few star coins. A negligible sum even for an ordinary person. The trio arrived at the entrance of a towering building, where a large electronic screen displayed the words, Element Training Ground, colloquially known as the betting arena. Initially intended to assist ability users with powers related to ice, flame, and thunder in honing their skills. It gradually morphed into a battleground for wagers. Two ability users would randomly select terrain and enter to engage in combat. Due to the interference during battles and the advantages conferred to those whose powers aligned with the terrain's energy, it became an ideal locale for ability users to test their mettle. Guided by the young man, Lin Yuan and Tun Tian stepped inside, where they found a veritable throng of participants eager to engage in betting matches. Most entrants possessed great confidence in their abilities, for one could only wager on oneself. Those of lesser strength were merely fodder for others. Although Lin Yuan had never been here, he had heard tales of the Ice Hand often sharpening their skills within this arena. In truth, Lin Yuan harbored a sense of envy toward Ice Hand. Their abilities were not only potent, but visually striking as well. The ice dragon conjured in the cavern remained vivid in Lin Yuan's memory, a stark contrast to his own powers, which, though formidable, lacked any visual grandeur. The young man, a frequent visitor to this arena, effortlessly led them to a simulation room, where they entered. This expansive space could accommodate multiple participants for simulated practice or combat, though presently, only 2 individuals were engaged within, with others observing. Inside, the simulation depicted a fiery environment. The 2 combatants reveled in the flames, seemingly impervious to the searing heat as they launched fervent attacks against one another. One was a commanding figure, clothed in red, who occasionally expelled flames toward his opponent, evidently fortunate to draw an advantageous terrain. Yet sadly, it bore little fruit, as his adversary appeared to toy with him, evading the fiery onslaught with ease, while electric arcs danced around him. Each time the electric flashes appeared, the crimson-clad fighter would tremble, indicating that his abilities paled in comparison. That electrifying fellow is known as the Electric Man. I lost to him, the young man grumbled resentfully. Weren't they part of the same team? Where are the others? Lin Yuan inquired. Look over there. Those raucous individuals are his teammates. The young man pointed to a group of 5 loudly cheering and jeering, their distance from the others quite evident. At that moment, the 2 combatants reached a conclusion, with the Electric Man emerging victorious, exuding arrogance as he proclaimed, "Who dares challenge me? I'm ready for anyone." The 5 individuals accompanying him also stepped forward to support him. Among them, a man adorned with a tattoo of a green serpent on his face proclaimed, I, Shitong, hereby announce that if you can defeat our team, I will double the wager to 50,000 star diamonds. Is there anyone brave enough to accept this challenge? If you come here and lack the courage to engage in a duel, then what is your purpose? You truly bring shame upon us, the empowered ones. As Shitong spoke, the serpent tattoo on his right cheek seemed to writhe, making the entire green snake appear to come to life, a sight most terrifying. The dozen or so individuals present were evidently aware of their prowess, and for a moment, no one dared to ascend the stage, which only fueled their arrogance. The man known as the Electric Man pointed at the crowd, raising his middle finger, and sneered, "A bunch of useless fools. I will raise the stakes to 100,000 star diamonds. Who dares to come forward?" "I do." Lin Yuan's voice rang out from the crowd. Instantly, all eyes converged upon him, and those nearby parted, creating a path for him to advance. At last, someone with a bit of spirit. "However, our stakes are not trivial. Can you handle it?" inquired a fellow with long, yellow hair, exuding an air of nonchalance. "You are wagering 100,000. How much must I stake to join?" Lin Yuan casually inquired. Not knowing the rules is no issue. You will understand soon enough. We do not require you to match our wager. Merely presenting 1,000 star diamonds will suffice. What do you say? Surely you possess that amount? The Electric Man remarked with a hint of mockery. Lin Yuan frowned slightly. Indeed, he did not have that sum. His account held only billions of star coins, which amounted to merely a few star diamonds. In comparison to these individuals, he truly seemed impoverished. However, Xiao Gui stepped forward to resolve this dilemma, stating, 1,000 star diamonds is nothing. Do not concern yourself with it. Let me cover it for you. As long as you can teach these fellows a proper lesson, I will be pleased. It's you again. Have you not lost enough? Are you here just to stir trouble? You must have brought this person along, the electric man inquired. You could say that, since you won Xiao Gui's money. It is only natural for me, as a friend, to help him win it back, Lin Yuan replied calmly. I hope you are not here just to hand over money. Regardless of your reasons for gambling, we will accept, Shitong interjected. Then let us begin. I have matters to attend to, Lin Yuan responded. Very well, let us commence. Come, draw for the map. Shitong gestured toward a nearby roulette. As Lin Yuan approached, he was halted by Xiao Gui, who said, Lin Yuan, it's fine if you don't let Tun Tian participate, but you must give it your all. I have staked all my funds from these past few months. Rest assured. Leave it to me, Lin Yuan smiled. For he refrained from allowing Tun Tian to participate because he considered them friends. Lin Yuan firmly believed that any issue he could resolve for them should be handled by himself, not for any other reason, but because they were his friends and brothers. Striding confidently to the roulette, he extended his right hand and pulled down, causing the wheel to spin rapidly. As various colors whirled past the pointer, the rotation gradually slowed until it finally came to a halt. Everyone turned their gaze toward the pointer, eager to see what color it had landed on. Chapter 25. The Electric Man Silver. It is indeed silver, the very emblem of lightning. This is truly disastrous. I have unwittingly stepped into the domain of the Electric Man. My luck has been abysmally poor, having navigated numerous arenas without encountering a terrain advantageous to him, and yet here I am, faced with it. The likelihood of being selected for this Thunder Canyon is quite slim. Could it be that I left the house without washing my hands? Listening to the murmurs of those around him, Lin Yuan maintained a faint smile, remarking, it appears that my fortune is rather lacking. But isn't this fortuitous? You have matters to attend to, so you can depart swiftly. The Electric Man beamed brightly, confident in his ability to confront anyone amidst this electrified terrain. Lin Yuan remained silent and strode into a passageway before him, which led directly to the Thunder Canyon. Observing his entrance, the Electric Man followed, his visage brimming with arrogance. Lin Yuan found himself standing within a vast chasm, gazing upwards at the ominous sky, thick with dark clouds, as bolts of lightning periodically struck down, shattering the stones beneath and showcasing the raw fury of nature. He couldn't help but marvel at the battle network. It truly connects psychics from across the Alliance, rendering these scenes indistinguishable from reality. To express my gratitude for the terrain you have chosen, I shall swiftly resolve this matter for you, making it clear that a fool is merely a fool. To assist others, one must possess strength. The Electric Man's face contorted with disdain as he raised his hand, unleashing a bolt of lightning that surged directly toward Lin Yuan. Mid-flight, the sky's electricity was drawn to this bolt, amplifying its power. In an instant, Lin Yuan executed a teleportation, evading the lightning and reappearing behind the Electric Man, delivering a fierce punch aimed at his back. Yet before the strike could land, the Electric Man reacted. Having triumphed over numerous adversaries, his reflexes were sharp. He turned swiftly, countering with an elbow strike that intercepted Lin Yuan's punch. And with a powerful thrust of his legs, he propelled himself into the air, executing a spinning kick charged with electric energy aimed at Lin Yuan's head. Lin Yuan did not meet the attack head-on. Instead, he teleported once more, causing the Electric Man's strike to miss its mark. In the blink of an eye, Lin Yuan ascended into the air, his golden threads coiling like agile serpents, converging upon his right leg as he descended with a forceful stomp aimed at the Electric Man. The Electric Man, sensing Lin Yuan's impending attack, executed a retreat, narrowly avoiding the forceful descent. Lin Yuan observed the Electric Man's distance with a composed demeanor, remaining still, a hint of mockery flickering in his gaze as he regarded the somewhat disheveled Electric Man. You possess some skill, he taunted. It seems I will have to reveal my true capabilities. The Electric Man clenched his fists, a blinding electric aura enveloping him, embodying the very essence of an electric being. With the lightning coursing through him, his speed increased dramatically, and in an instant, he was at Lin Yuan's side, delivering a punch aimed at his face. Lin Yuan stood resolute, raising his right hand to seize the Electric Man's fist, twisting it outward with force, neutralizing the blow. Simultaneously, he lifted his left foot and delivered a kick to the Electric Man's abdomen. The countless battles within the network had honed Lin Yuan's combat skills to a razor's edge. Each movement executed with precision and efficiency. The electric man raised his knee, his electrified joint intercepting Lin Yuan's foot. Though he blocked the strike, Lin Yuan used the momentum to propel himself into the air, delivering a powerful kick to the electric man's chest, forcing him to stagger backward. Though the events transpired swiftly, the exchange was brief, and Lin Yuan harbored a playful intent to toy with the electric man, opting not to pursue further. He was confident that he could determine the victor in their initial encounter if he chose to escalate. The electric man clutched his chest, finding nothing amiss. For while the battle network closely mirrored reality, it was not entirely the same. At least the shoes within the network would not become caked with mud. You are formidable. In other terrains, I might have faltered against you. However, your misfortune lies in selecting this lightning map, thus ensuring my victory. The electric man proclaimed as bolts of lightning descended from the heavens, converging around him, transforming his vicinity into a tempestuous sea of electricity. Behold the fury of a thunderstorm. He roared, thrusting his hands forward as the gathered lightning surged forth like a torrent unleashed from a dam, cascading into the canyon toward Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan silently envied the prowess of such abilities. They were undeniably impressive and powerful. Yet, his body responded without hesitation as he teleported to a high altitude, evading the brunt of the thunderstorm's assault, the residual shocks failing to disrupt him. With another teleport, he appeared directly above the electric man, launching a fierce stomp aimed at his head. Caught off guard, the electric man had unleashed his full power only to find it was in vain. Lin Yuan seized the opportunity to strike, and though he turned his head to evade, Lin Yuan's foot landed squarely on his shoulder. The impact was unmistakable. The electric man was driven downwards, unable to resist the force. Before he could even touch the ground, Lin Yuan teleported before him once more, raising his right foot and delivering a lightning-quick kick to the electric man's chest, the sound of shattering bones echoing in Lin Yuan's ears, decisively determining the victor. Satisfied, Lin Yuan nodded. While his own abilities lacked flair, they proved remarkably practical, especially for evading attacks, an invaluable asset. The electric man's full-force strike had been effortlessly sidestepped with a simple teleportation. His abilities were indeed extraordinary. Gazing down at the fallen electric man, Lin Yuan remarked, "A fool is simply a fool. No matter how proudly they boast, they remain a fool. Even in their favored environment, they offer no surprise." He echoed the electric man's previous words back at him, who struggled to rise but could not muster the strength, and then he departed the electrified terrain. As he exited the lengthy passageway, he was met by Tun Tian and the little ghost, who called out from afar, "Star Master, well done. Haha, let him remain arrogant. Thinking himself invincible, now he knows his place." The loud proclamation elicited a scowl from the electric man, who had just emerged from the thunderous terrain, his expression darkening as he spat at Lin Yuan. "Do not revel too soon. Defeating me does not mean you have triumphed over the others. I await the sight of you being beaten like a dog. I cannot foretell whether I shall be reduced to a dog, but it seems that just now, you could barely compare to one. A dog can bite, yet you could not lay a finger on me throughout our encounter." Lin Yuan replied with unhurried composure. "Humph." The electric man scoffed, striding toward Shitong and his companions, stating, "Big brother, I apologize. I have failed." "What happened? How did you lose so swiftly?" Shitong inquired, his expression darkening, clearly displeased. "I am uncertain. His abilities extend beyond mere teleportation, possessing other facets. The power he unleashed was at least double that of a typical level 3 psychic. The strength of abilities in the battle network is capped at level 2. He must possess some form of body enhancement, or I would not have been defeated so readily." The electric man lamented, frustration evident in his tone. "Do not fret. Let Xiaoqi handle this. He will resolve it directly," Shitong replied, a sinister glint in his eyes. "Shall we send Xiaoqi in directly? Perhaps I should take a turn?" a scruffy man suggested. "You are not his match. The electric man has already fallen in the Thunder Canyon. You would meet the same fate." Shitong promptly dismissed the proposal before turning to the rear, commanding, "Xiaoqi, you take over. This one is rather troublesome. Eliminate him swiftly." Strangely, there was a hint of courtesy in Shitong's tone as he spoke. After the words of Snake Eye, a youth clad in a black trench coat stepped forward and addressed Lin Yuan. "You are impressive. You could serve as my opponent. I hope you can endure a little longer." Before Lin Yuan could respond, the little ghost beside him interjected, "You are even more arrogant than the last one. If my brother knocks you down, I wonder if you will have the face to return here." Tun Tian chimed in as well, saying, "Anyone can boast. Enduring a bit longer? Surely, you mean yourself." As Tun Tian finished speaking, the little ghost was about to retort, but Lin Yuan intervened, smiling as he replied, "I shall do my best. However, how long I can last depends on your own abilities." Lin Yuan touched his nose and scrutinized the individual before him. Noting that he had no remarkable features aside from an expression of cold indifference, his face utterly unremarkable, the sort that would blend into a crowd without a trace. The youth named Xiao Qi, seemingly disinclined to engage in conversation, spoke sparingly as he selected the terrain. Lin Yuan remained silent, turning the roulette to choose the terrain anew. The wheel spun continuously until it finally came to rest, the pointer landing precisely on the green section. Green. This signifies a forest. The little ghost explained. It matters not. Everything is the same, Lin Yuan remarked nonchalantly. Let us proceed, Xiao Qi proclaimed, leading the way into the passage. Lin Yuan followed closely behind, entering the corridor that led to the forest terrain. Upon Lin Yuan's entrance, Xiao Qi awaited him and, with a hint of aloofness, stated, "My ability is quite simple. Since my birth, I have wielded 3 flying daggers. My power lies in controlling these daggers. I will not take advantage of you. Should you catch all 3 of my daggers, I will concede." "Very well, it is a promise," Lin Yuan agreed. Xiao Qi fell silent, summoning a dagger of vibrant green, roughly the length of a finger. Even from a considerable distance, Lin Yuan could discern the intricate dragon patterns adorning it. This dagger, known as the Green Dragon, had claimed the lives of 31 ability users in reality. Lin Yuan pondered in confusion. Were ability users not prohibited from killing one another? How audacious of him to speak of it so openly. Before Lin Yuan could contemplate further, Xiao Qi launched the flying dagger towards him. The speed of the Green Dragon was astonishing, and Lin Yuan's reflexes drew admiration from Hong Shui. However, by the time he reacted, the dagger had already grazed the tip of his nose. Yet, that dagger could only make contact there, for Lin Yuan, having regained his composure, executed a swift teleportation to evade the blade. Before he could exhale in relief, the emerald dagger traced a graceful arc and once again surged towards Lin Yuan. With a mere thought, Lin Yuan teleported once more, evading the attack. However, the dagger seemed to possess a tracking mechanism, relentlessly pursuing him regardless of his movements. Its power undiminished. The ancient trees of the forest offered no resistance, slicing through them as easily as cutting through tofu. The dagger's emerald glow intensifying with each ancient tree it traversed. With a determined grimace, Lin Yuan chose not to evade any longer. Golden threads coalesced in his right hand as he lifted it to grasp the dagger that was hurtling towards him like lightning. The tremendous impact caused Lin Yuan to slide backward a few steps, yet he maintained a firm grip on the dagger, absorbing the force until it was wholly dissipated. Blood trickled from Lin Yuan's palm, falling to the ground and staining the verdant forest with a crimson hue. Casually discarding the dagger, Lin Yuan glanced at his still bleeding right hand and remarked, "Impressive. You may unleash your second dagger now." Chapter 26. Xiao Qi's flying daggers. The flying dagger thrown by Lin Yuan vanished mid-air before it could descend, only to reappear in Xiao Qi's hand. Xiao Qi retrieved the dagger and remarked, "The power of my Azure Dragon is not inherently this great, but the forest terrain you selected amplifies its strength considerably. Your ability to withstand it further affirms your qualification to face my second dagger." Lin Yuan, with a self-deprecating tone, replied, "I truly must have left the house without washing my hands to encounter this. This second dagger is named 9 Radiance, and 3 ability users have perished due to it, including 2 level 4 ability users," Xiao Qi announced, brandishing a silver dagger. His words filled Lin Yuan with trepidation. He discerned from Xiao Qi's statement that he was likely a level 3 ability user, yet he had managed to slay level 4 opponents, demonstrating the formidable nature of his powers. Although the abilities on the battle network were predominantly level 2, a powerful ability could indeed manifest as exceptionally strong from the outset. Xiao Qi's powers evidently belonged to the most potent category, capable of transcending levels to claim lives. Lin Yuan mused silently, acknowledging that he too had defeated several level 3 ability users. 9 stars shine upon the world, Xiao Qi uttered softly, causing the silver dagger in his hand to suddenly vanish. Lin Yuan perceived a fleeting shimmer before him. A wisp of silver light materialized, sharp enough to evoke a palpable sense of danger, imbued with a hidden intent to kill. Reacting instinctively, Lin Yuan teleported away, only to find that this 9 Radiance was even more formidable than the Azure Dragon. Akin to a relentless parasite, it too teleported, directly reappearing before him and launching a vicious thrust. Lin Yuan executed a series of 3 consecutive teleports, Yet 9 radiants kept pace, drawing ever closer with each leap. It appeared to predict his teleportation locations, arriving in advance with a calculated precision. After 4 teleports, each position remained marked by a faint silver glow, as if these glimmers resonated with one another, pulsating rhythmically. While Lin Yuan continued to evade, he remained oblivious to the peculiarities of the situation. The speed of 9 radiants left him no room for any alternative maneuvers. He was certain that halting would result in the dagger piercing his skull. Observing Lin Yuan's ceaseless teleportation, a smile crept onto Shao Qi's lips as he counted the number of 9 radiance's teleports aloud. 7, 8, 9. As he spoke, Lin Yuan completed his 9th teleport, coinciding with 9 radiance's 9th leap. Suddenly, the dagger transformed, at all 9 teleportation spots, save for the one occupied by 9 radiance itself. Illusory dagger shadows emerged, converging upon Lin Yuan in a simultaneous assault, destabilizing the entire space around them. At that moment, Lin Yuan dared not teleport any longer. The instability of the space meant that any further attempts would likely lead to his demise, akin to conceding defeat. The sole silver lining was that the 9 dagger lights had not teleported, despite their rapid approach, granting Lin Yuan a fleeting opportunity to react. Golden threads surged within his right hand, transforming his palm into a radiant hue. Simultaneously, droplets of blood began to cascade from his hand. The wounds he had sustained from the Azure Dragon, which had recently closed, now split open again, the blood flowing forth like a fountain, indicating the strain this gathering of power imposed upon him. Disregarding the pain emanating from his palm, Lin Yuan thrust his golden hand upward, grasping the foremost silver dagger tightly. However, the other silver daggers advanced toward him almost in unison. One, perilously close to his face, left a crimson mark, a testament to its lethal sharpness, capable of piercing through his head in less than a tenth of a second. Yet, it found itself halted, as Lin Yuan's golden hand, seemingly defying both space and time, seized it. At the same time, he captured the remaining 7 dagger lights, their brilliance extinguished, leaving only the faint remnants of golden light upon his palm. Shao Qi appeared momentarily stunned, before recovering to question in bewilderment. How did you accomplish this? At the speed of 9 radiants. You should only have been able to catch 3, not 9. To put it simply, my ability allows me to momentarily influence space, enabling me to catch all 9 daggers. However, I now realize that 9 radiants indeed possesses 9 daggers. Lin Yuan exclaimed, tossing one of the daggers towards Shao Qi. As it soared through the air, it became apparent that there were indeed 9 identical daggers. In truth, Lin Yuan felt a twinge of anxiety. This ability was something he had discovered during a practice session in reality, when the golden threads concentrated in a specific area of his body. The surrounding space would become solidified under his influence. However, employing this ability in the real world would incapacitate his hand for several days. In the battle network, however, it proved to be a more manageable affair, allowing him to overcome numerous formidable opponents and accumulate many victories. Were it not for this ability, he might have been defeated by Shao Qi today. You are remarkably strong. I have yet to encounter someone of your caliber within the military. Your abilities are not only powerful, but your reaction speed is the fastest I have ever witnessed, Shao Qi praised. You're too kind. My skills hardly warrant such admiration. Let us proceed to the 3rd dagger, Lin Yuan replied, though internally he felt uncertain, as he was now at a loss for what to do next. That's unnecessary. I concede. Shao Qi's admission took Lin Yuan by surprise. Why? He inquired. If you lose, that 100,000 star diamonds could very well be mine. And do you believe that the man with the serpent tattoo on his face would accept your concession? I care not for money. While Snake, I may be the captain. He cannot dictate my actions. I concede because my 3rd dagger is quite special. Even if I were to use it, victory is not guaranteed. Perhaps we can spar again on another occasion, Shao Qi stated before departing with a sense of finality. At that moment, a notification appeared before Lin Yuan, accompanied by an electronic synthesized voice that inquired, Xinghe rank ability user Shao Qi requests to add you as a friend. Do you accept? So he is an ability user of the Xinghe rank. No wonder he is so formidable. Lin Yuan promptly accepted the request, and then exited the venue. Once outside, chaos erupted. Snake Eye's expression was stormy, his voice dripping with ire as he questioned, Shao Qi, why did you concede? He is too powerful. I cannot defeat him. If you wish, you may step up yourself. Shao Qi replied, departing without a backward glance. You, Snake Eye began, but was interrupted by Xiao Gui, who sported a mischievous grin and quipped, if you are not going to compete, then concede already. The 100,000 star diamonds will belong to us. Who says we are not competing? We shall compete. Snake Eyes spat through clenched teeth. He was a level 4 ability user in reality, but his abilities were not particularly formidable. He doubted he could surpass the likes of Lin Yuan. However, he was unwilling to part with the 100,000 star diamonds without a fight, as that amount represented a significant sum for him, enough to incur real hardship. He resolved to give it one more shot, pondering that perhaps, by some stroke of luck, he could win and secure the money, regretting the audacious wager he had made. Soon, Snake Eyes' hopes were dashed. Lin Yuan showcased his prowess, dispatching the competitors in mere seconds, and particularly with Snake Eye himself, who fell to the ground without even landing a single blow. He could hear the audience erupting in cheers from outside. As they watched the retreating figures of the Snake Eyes, the little ghost exclaimed with delight, "Ha! 100,000 star diamonds! Star Master, you have triumphed with a bounty of 100,000 star diamonds. That should keep you occupied for quite some time. And just look at their disheveled state. It's quite gratifying to see them lose my money, and now it's all come back doubled. Indeed, Star Master, you are truly formidable. The one wielding the flying daggers must be a master at the diamond rank. He was no match for you, revealing your hidden prowess." Tong Tian chimed in. "I must admit it was merely a stroke of luck. This 100,000 star diamonds is somewhat of a windfall. Let us divide it. Each of us shall take 30,000, and the remainder shall be entrusted to the little ghost, as it is your foundational capital." Lin Yuan, with modest aspirations regarding wealth, merely desired to sustain himself and his sister. However, the little ghost objected, "How could I possibly accept this? I am not in want of money. You and Tong Tian should share it. Your assistance in reclaiming my honor suffices." Tong Tian also declined, stating, "Star Master, I merely accompanied you on this venture. I cannot accept this money. I am not in need of funds either. However, what of you? You may find yourself in need when courting a lady. How will you afford even a piece of jewelry? You should keep it." Before Lin Yuan could protest, the little ghost interjected, "The money has already been credited to your star card, so do not be modest. Let us go celebrate with a drink." Without allowing Lin Yuan a moment to respond, he and Tong Tian each took hold of one of Lin Yuan's arms, guiding him out. In reality, not far from the Enlightenment Star, a small cosmic spacecraft was docked at a landing pad, undergoing resupply. Inside the cabin, Snake Eyes was conversing with a strikingly handsome young man clad in silver-gray attire, exuding an extraordinary charisma. "You mean to say that all of you were defeated by him? And even Shao Qi conceded voluntarily?" the young man inquired. "Indeed, that fellow is quite formidable. Even the Electric Man was easily subdued by him in the Thunder Gorge. Yet, Shao Qi only attempted 2 strikes before yielding. I truly cannot comprehend." Snake Eyes lamented, still mindful of Shao Qi's predicament. "Shao Qi must have his reasons. Do not concern yourself. 100,000 star diamonds is hardly a trivial matter. It serves as a lesson for you to be more cautious in the future and avoid being so arrogant and disruptive." The young man admonished. "Your words are wise. I shall remember this and make amends." Snake Eyes replied sincerely, not daring to contest the young man's counsel. "That is all I ask. However, I am intrigued by the fact that he could compel Shao Qi to concede. Can you establish contact with him?" The young man pressed. "I am unable to reach him. But it seems Shao Qi has added him as a friend and can connect with him through the battle network." Snake Eyes responded. "Very well then. I shall seek out Shao Qi. While the resupply is ongoing, I wish to meet the individual you mentioned. Keep an eye on things. Once the resupply is complete, we shall depart," the young man declared as he made his way to another chamber, where Shao Qi was stationed. "Understood." Snake Eyes watched as the young man walked away, a fleeting glimmer of malice flickering in her eyes before she exited the spacecraft. Chapter 27. Sima, Lin Yuan, and Xiao Gui returned to the bar, ordering a few more drinks. Xiao Gui held a glass of battle horn, took a sip, and exclaimed, "This drink is truly invigorating. I've heard it's the strongest liquor in the entire battle network. After drinking it, I feel an overwhelming urge to fight. You desire a battle of desires, don't you? Just look into your eyes. Where are they wandering off to?" Tong Tian retorted mercilessly. "And what about you? Aren't you ogling as well? Aside from Lin Yuan, that oddity. Which man in this bar wouldn't drool over such a tantalizing bunny girl?" Xiao Gui chuckled lewdly. "Come on, you two. After all, these are virtual characters. What is so captivating about them?" Lin Yuan continued to sip his red rose, savoring it delicately. In reality, where could you find such perfect women? Even if they existed, how could they be so gentle and considerate? Just look at her smile." Xiao Gui said with a look of rapture. "That's merely a professional smile. She's just an artificial intelligence, a combat network AI at that. Besides serving drinks, what else does she do?" How can you possibly perceive her as gentle? Lin Yuan replied. Exasperated, Xiao Gui, with a lewd grin, said, You really lack imagination. Just think, if only. Excuse me, may I join the three of you for a moment? A sudden voice interrupted Xiao Gui's musings. Lin Yuan turned to see a young man in a silver-gray suit smiling at them. Of course, please have a seat. Lin Yuan did not refuse. Thank you. The young man sat down and snapped his fingers, saying, One death's embrace. May I ask why you sought us out? Lin Yuan inquired first. To be candid, I'm a friend of Xiaoqi, and I heard you managed to make Xiaoqi concede. I was quite curious. So I came to meet you. Let me introduce myself. My name is Sima. The young man extended his right hand in a friendly gesture. Lin Yuan shook his hand and replied, I am Xingzhu, and these are Xiao Gui and Tong Tian. It's a pleasure to meet you. Have you come here to avenge Xiaoqi? Haha, I have no such intentions. If someone cannot defeat Xiaoqi, what right do I have to seek revenge? I am merely curious. Although Xiaoqi is not a master, he has reached the galaxy rank in the battle network. And I would like to know who could possibly defeat him. Sima's words left Xiao Gui and the others astonished. Lin Yuan had not disclosed Xiaoqi's rank to them, so they were unaware. Now, hearing it from Sima's mouth, they could hardly contain their surprise. Tong Tian swallowed hard and asked, Are you saying Xiaoqi is a galaxy-ranked expert? Indeed. You were unaware? Actually, I knew when Xiaoqi added me as a friend, but I didn't inform them. Lin Yuan clarified. You are truly modest. Xiaoqi holds you in high regard. He mentioned that not only is your ability quite strong, but your reaction speed is also astonishingly swift, faster even than some level 4 ability users. He speculated that you are currently a level 3 ability user. If that is the case, your reaction speed is indeed remarkable, Sima praised. Too kind. If Xiaoqi had shown me leniency, I would have likely been the one to lose. After taking the second strike, I had little combat power left. Xiaoqi conceded, allowing me to seize an advantage. Lin Yuan humbly replied, I'm not too familiar with Xiaoqi's abilities, but I know he is not one to concede easily. He believes that losing means he is inferior to you, so there is no need to dwell on it, Sima said with a smile. Exactly, Xingzhu. It must be your strength that compelled Xiaoqi to yield. After all, who would willingly concede otherwise? If it were me, even knowing I would lose, I would still give it my all, Xiao Gui chimed in. Haha, this friend speaks the truth. Ability users seldom concede easily. Besides, the members of Snake Eye possess some strength as well. If they couldn't withstand even one of your strikes, it proves your exceptional prowess. Sima concurred. Xiao Gui was delighted to hear this and said, You're a worthy companion, far better than those Snake Eye folks. Here's to you. He lifted his glass, and Sima gently clinked his glass with Xiao Gui's, both taking a sip. Tong Tian shifted his hefty frame and declared, Right. I enjoy your words. I, Tong Tian, love making friends. Let us have another drink. Sima clinked glasses with Tong Tian, took a sip, and then offered his glass to Lin Yuan. Understanding his intention, Lin Yuan clinked his glass with Sima's, stating, Meeting like this is truly a stroke of fate. After finishing their drinks, Sima stated, I am also quite the martial enthusiast. Although I know I may not measure up to you, I would still like to test my skills. Is that permissible? Not a problem. It's nothing serious. Let us create a private room for some friendly sparring. Lin Yuan agreed. Great. I've already set up a room. Let us head in. With that, a portal appeared beside him. Sima gestured for them to enter. Lin Yuan wasted no time and stepped through, followed closely by Xiao Gui and Tong Tian. Sima entered last, waving his hand as the portal vanished, leaving their previous setting behind. The room Sima created resembled a typical combat arena, as the battle network allows friends to create rooms for practice and communication. Only those permitted could enter, and one could leave at any time, a very convenient arrangement. Lin Yuan and Sima stood on opposite sides. Sima declared, Let us begin. Don't hold back. I wouldn't want to lose to you. I will do my best. As Lin Yuan's words fell, his form suddenly vanished, reappearing in front of Sima, delivering a punch that generated a resounding sonic boom as it struck toward Sima's face. Since this was the battle network, there was no fear of causing real harm. Lin Yuan unleashed his full strength. Sima reacted quickly, using his legs to leap backward, evading Lin Yuan's punch. He had gleaned some understanding of Lin Yuan's abilities from Snake Eye and knew that Lin Yuan's powers went beyond mere teleportation. His strength was equally formidable. Sima's power was not adept at close combat, thus he dared not take the blow head-on. As Lin Yuan's punch missed, he vanished again, teleporting beside Sima, ready to strike once more. However, he felt a strange tugging within his veins, as if something sought to escape from his body. Realizing immediately Lin Yuan understood that Sima's abilities bore some resemblance to Hong Xue's, capable of manipulating blood. Understanding this, Lin Yuan felt reassured. He recalled that Hong Xue had once engaged him in battle, mentioning that such blood manipulation abilities are often ineffective in one-on-one confrontations against equally matched opponents. Her abilities were also quite advanced. Not only could she control blood, but she could also regulate its temperature, making her an exceptional practitioner of blood manipulation. Sima's powers were evidently inferior to Hong Xue's, and with the limitations in the battle network capping abilities at level 2, it would be even more difficult for him to inflict any real harm. With that thought, Lin Yuan granted Sima no further opportunities. He continued to teleport, attacking from unexpected angles, leaving Sima in a state of disarray. Before long, Sima shouted, "I concede. I give up." Upon hearing Sima concede, Lin Yuan ceased his assault. Smiling as he remarked, "Sima, your abilities are not particularly suited for one-on-one combat. Your power seems to revolve around blood manipulation, correct? I have a friend whose abilities are quite similar to yours. If you could wield blood against me, I fear I wouldn't dare approach you. You've pointed out that this is a one-on-one match. Where would there be any blood for me to extract? You certainly have it, but I cannot draw it out. A loss is a loss. There are no excuses," Sima said, though his expression conveyed no hint of defeat. It was evident he believed his abilities were on par with Lin Yuan's. In the right circumstances, it would not be an exaggeration to say he was invincible. After a pause, Sima inquired, "Xingzhu, with such formidable abilities, would you be interested in joining forces with me? Although I do not consider myself an expert, I possess a certain degree of capability. No, I have already joined the Night God cult and am quite content here. I have no intention of leaving," Lin Yuan declined. "I knew it. With someone as exceptional as you, how could you not be valued by the four great powers? It is my reluctance that prompts my inquiry. After all, individuals with your abilities are exceedingly rare. I am certain your power rating must be at least SS level," Sima remarked with a hint of frustration. "It's not as impressive as you suggest. I would consider it quite remarkable if my ability even received an S rating," Lin Yuan humbly responded. "Oh, not at all. You truly are." Just as Sima was about to continue, he suddenly paused, regaining his composure to say, "I apologize. I am currently aboard a spaceship, and we are about to enter the dark universe. I must take my leave." "Are you on a mission aboard the spaceship?" Tunshin inquired. "In a sense. My younger sister has been mischievous and ran away from home, so I, as the older brother, have been dispatched to bring her back. My spaceship is currently refueling, and the others, feeling stifled in the dark universe, have been causing quite a ruckus on the battle net. Now that we have completed refueling, we shall continue our journey," Sima explained. "Then you should go ahead. Until we meet again," Lin Yuan said. "All right, my home is on the Blizzard Star, Sima Star. Should the opportunity arise, do visit. I shall extend a warm welcome." With that, he exited the battle net. Lin Yuan gazed at the spot where Sima had departed and said, "I shall take my leave as well. Having played numerous matches today, it is time for some rest." "Very well, we too shall be departing shortly. Until tomorrow." Lin Yuan removed his helmet, shook his head, and closed his eyes to silently recite the mantra taught to him by Hong Xue. After repeating it 3 or 4 times, Lin Yuan opened his eyes, instantly feeling invigorated. He could not help but marvel at the mantra's efficacy. Each time he fought on the battle net, he felt fatigued, having to remain vigilant against the myriad of opponents. This constant state of alertness inevitably led to mental exhaustion. Yet reciting the mantra would allow him to recover in a remarkably brief period. Rising from his bed and stretching his body, Lin Yuan noticed 2 messages on his communicator. The first was from the bank. "Dear esteemed client, your assets on the star card have reached 100,000 star diamonds, automatically granting you the status of a supreme member of our interstellar bank, allowing you to prioritize all our services. This is a friendly reminder." Lin Yuan chuckled at the message, thinking to himself that he had truly become a wealthy individual this time. Surely, he could now support Hong Xue. Just then, the next message was from Hong Xue, asking Lin Yuan to come find her in her room. Lin Yuan casually turned off the communicator and walked out of his room, heading straight to Hong Xue's chamber, wondering what she needed him for this time. Chapter 28. The assignment approaching Red Snow's quarters, Lin Yuan rapped gently on the door. After a brief pause, it swung open, revealing Red Snow, her face adorned with a radiant smile. A simple combat suit did nothing to diminish her allure, rather, it accentuated her figure. Despite their previous encounters, Lin Yuan found himself involuntarily swallowing hard. "What brings me here?" he inquired. "Surely you haven't been longing for my presence?" "As if," she retorted playfully. "I summoned you for official matters. Come in, I'll explain inside." With that, She turned and entered the room. Lin Yuan followed, settling into a seat. What's the situation? Another mission? Indeed, she confirmed, handing him a cup of coffee. A protection detail. The others are occupied. So I thought you might be suitable. Any background information? I've transmitted the details to you. It's a straightforward assignment. The client, Chung Feng, inherited his father's estate upon his recent demise. However, his brother, Chang Jing, disputes the will and intends to eliminate him before the complete transfer of assets, thereby seizing the inheritance. Chung Feng requires protection during this interim period. Red Snow succinctly summarized. Lin Yuan reviewed the profiles of Chung Feng and his brother, including their personal histories and photographs. This is on the Celestial Spire, correct? Precisely. Since you hail from there, it's an opportune moment to revisit your home. Red Snow paused, adding, Fatty has repaired and enhanced your combat suit. He intended to deliver it personally, but I intervened. Wear it for this operation. She handed Lin Yuan a cube. Accepting the cube, he placed it on his communicator. Instantly, the cube dissolved into a liquid, enveloping the device and settling on Lin Yuan's hand. A knowing smile played on Lin Yuan's lips as he gazed at Red Snow's captivating beauty. Now that we've addressed official matters, my dear, shall we attend to something more personal? Personal matters? I'm unaware of any such affairs between us, she responded with a delicate giggle, exuding an irresistible charm. Lin Yuan felt a surge of adrenaline. Enfolding her in a tight embrace, he declared, Allow me to enlighten you. He then pressed his lips against hers in a passionate kiss. Emerging from Red Snow's chamber, Lin Yuan, clad in his revitalized combat suit, strode purposefully toward the spacecraft hangar. The base boasted numerous vessels. While only Tier 3 adepts were typically assigned spacecraft, some were available for facilitating missions. These vessels were limited to short-range travel and incapable of traversing the dark universe, representing the most basic class of spacecraft. Selecting a vessel at random, he boarded and consulted his communicator. He sent a message to Lin Ran, instructing her to remain safely at the base and informing her of his mission. Approaching the control console, he commanded, Starlight, assume control of this vessel. Prepare for departure. Affirmative, Master, Starlight's synthesized voice echoed in Lin Yuan's ears. Near the Celestial Spire, two spacecraft hovered in the atmosphere. Inside the more opulent vessel, Sima sat in a chair, addressing two figures standing before him. Have you encountered my sister? Indeed, one replied. To be candid, we have a history with her. I am, to some extent, acquainted with your sister. The speaker, a man with a menacing countenance, was none other than Black Shark, who had previously caused trouble at the Heavenly Blessing base. Now, devoid of his former ferocity, he resembled a docile lamb. Alas, his countenance was inherently sinister, precluding any sense of endearment. Very well, Sima responded. Lead us to her, and I shall double the reward. My lord, Black Shark demurred, I seek no additional compensation. I merely request your assistance in eliminating an individual, after which I shall guide you. Insolent wretch, his serpent eyes, radiating the aura of a Tier 4 adept, causing Black Shark to tremble. How dare you negotiate with the Lord? My lord, please forgive my brother's impetuosity, interjected Torch, adorned with a nose ring. He is consumed by vengeance. I implore you to overlook his transgression. Serpent Eyes, allow him to speak, Sima commanded, silencing Serpent Eyes, who promptly retreated to his position. Black Shark wiped the perspiration from his brow. The individual I seek to eliminate is a member of your sister's team. He is merely a Tier 2 adept, but his abilities are peculiar. We were defeated at his hands. Thus, I beseech you to eliminate him in passing. Agreed, Sima conceded. As long as you lead me to my sister, this is a trivial matter. Lin Yuan disembarked from the spacecraft, now attired in casual attire. A manifestation of his combat suit's adaptive camouflage, which allowed him to alter his appearance at will without compromising its protective capabilities. A feature newly integrated by Fatty during the repairs. Two hovercars awaited him below, evidently to transport him. Lin Yuan approached the vehicles. Before he could speak, a man in a black suit and sunglasses, assuming the role of a bodyguard, inquired, Are you Mr. Lin? Indeed, I am Lin, Lin Yuan confirmed with a nod. Please enter the vehicle. Our employer awaits your arrival, the bodyguard replied, opening the car door and gesturing politely. Lin Yuan entered the vehicle, observing the bodyguard taking the passenger seat. What is your name? Lin Yuan inquired. My name is Wang Qingping. And how is your employer faring? He is practically confined to his residence. He has already survived 2 assassination attempts en route to his company. He awaits your arrival with bated breath, Wang Qingping replied. The vehicle accelerated, reaching the Celestial Spire's maximum permissible speed, and sped towards their destination. Within minutes, the car arrived at an estate. its architecture reminiscent of European manners from Earth's 21st century, particularly the gated entrance. Two guards stood watch, armed with laser rifles. Inside, figures patrolled with vigilance, indicating heightened security. Wang Qingping appeared slightly apologetic. Mr. Lin, I must apologize. The late patriarch decreed that the estate be traversed on foot. Please disembark. A short walk is inconsequential. Lead the way, Lin Yuan replied, exiting the vehicle. Wang Qingping was evidently familiar with the estate, and the guards recognized him. Brother Wang, welcome back. They greeted. Open the gates. This is a guest of the employer, Wang Qingping replied nonchalantly, his demeanor and the guard's deference indicating his elevated status. The gates swung open, and Wang Qingping gestured for Lin Yuan to proceed, maintaining a respectful distance and providing directions. The other guards followed silently. The group moved swiftly, arriving at a villa encircled by guards. Lin Yuan observed a large-caliber energy cannon, indicative of the occupant's state of siege. He surmised that the interior would be fortified with additional defenses, without which he would not feel secure. As they approached the entrance, a melodious voice called out, Qingping, you've returned. And who is this? Young mistress, this is Mr. Lin, the guest our employer has invited. I was just about to escort him to our employer. Wang Qingping replied. Lin Yuan turned to see a young woman approaching, clad in a t-shirt, shorts, and white sneakers, her complexion fair. A young girl approached Lin Yuan, casting a curious glance his way. With a delicate hand, she greeted, Hello, Mr. Lin. Mr. Lin, this is the beloved daughter of the owner, Cheng Qingqing. Wang Qingping introduced from the side. Miss Cheng, it is a pleasure to meet you. Lin Yuan responded, shaking her hand. From the curiosity reflected in her eyes, he discerned that she was likely aware of his identity. Otherwise, such scrutiny would be quite impolite. Mr. Lin, please go meet my father. I shall not detain you further, lest he blame me for interrupting his important matters, Cheng Qingqing remarked with a smile, seemingly only wishing to exchange pleasantries with Lin Yuan. Very well. I shall proceed to meet your esteemed father, Lin Yuan replied, turning to Wang Qingping. Shall we enter? Of course, sir. Cheng Qingqing watched as Lin Yuan entered the villa, biting her lip as if she had resolved to do something, before turning and leaving the entrance. Under Wang Qingping's guidance, Lin Yuan arrived at a study. Wang Qingping opened the door for him, remaining outside while Lin Yuan stepped in, after which he closed the door. Inside the study sat a middle-aged man, approximately in his 40s, who immediately rose with excitement upon Lin Yuan's entrance. Mr. Lin, you have finally arrived. Please, have a seat. I have been waiting for you, he exclaimed. Lin Yuan recognized him as his employer, Cheng Feng, and, without hesitation, settled onto the guest sofa. I am aware of Mr. Cheng's situation. During the period you are in possession of your father's estate, I will ensure your safety. You need only attend to your responsibilities, he stated directly. With your assurance, I feel more at ease. My younger brother has always been quite rebellious, and his current actions have caused me great sorrow. If it were not for necessity, I would not have sought your assistance. Cheng Feng replied, a note of sadness in his voice. I have some understanding of your family's affairs. After all, it is your private matter, and I shall refrain from intruding. However, I am curious why you only wish for my protection until the transfer of company assets is complete. What happens thereafter? If he were to send someone to assassinate you, I can only address the attackers, not those who orchestrate from the shadows, Lin Yuan remarked, sipping the coffee prepared for him. To be candid, he has spent exorbitant sums hiring assassins, with funds sourced from my family's company. Once I assume full control, I will be able to reclaim all his assets through legal means, leaving him unable to afford further assassins, Cheng Feng explained. I see. When do you intend to proceed with the company transfer? Lin Yuan inquired. Such formalities cannot be completed in a day or two. I will begin some of the processes tomorrow, at which point I will require your assistance, Cheng Feng replied. That is agreeable. Please prepare a guest room for me, as I need to rest. I will ensure your safety during your visit to the company tomorrow. Certainly, I have already prepared a guest room. I shall have Qingping escort you there, Cheng Feng said, calling out, Qingping, come in. Wang Qingping entered, asking, Boss, is there something you need? Please take Mr. Lin to the guest room for rest. Ensure that all his requests are met to the best of your ability. Do not be negligent, Cheng Feng instructed. Lin Yuan had encountered such situations frequently. He had executed several similar tasks before. They were entrusting their lives to him, which naturally prompted them to cater to his every need. Lin Yuan was certain that Cheng Feng would offer him gifts, particularly those of exceptional value, as he understood that those with extraordinary abilities did not lack for wealth. He recalled a particularly formidable individual who had even arranged 10 maidens for him during an assignment. Had it not been for the fear of being discovered by Hong Shui, he might have accepted their company. In hindsight, Lin Yuan felt a twinge of regret. Chapter 29. Ching Qingqing's request. Under the guidance of Wang Qingping, Lin Yuan arrived at an exceptionally luxurious guest room. Since becoming an ability user, Lin Yuan's horizons had broadened considerably. Although it was termed a guest room, it was actually divided into a reception hall and a bedroom. Just the suite of sofas in the hall was worth several million. Not only were they handcrafted, but they also bore unique symbols from the mother planet Earth, elevating their value immensely. It was evident that such opulence was a display of wealth, and it was no wonder that Lin Yuan's brother had turned against him. For the allure of such riches was beyond the grasp of an ordinary individual. Seated on the sofa, Lin Yuan took a moment to appreciate his surroundings before picking up a teacup from the table. He examined it thoughtfully, then glanced at a teapot and inquired, "Is this a tea set?" Indeed, this tea set is a treasured relic from the Huaxiao nation. Even though the human alliance has broken down national barriers, items from Huaxiao remain highly coveted and are exceedingly rare. Our boss is aware of your Huaxiao lineage and has specially prepared this tea set, along with some fine tea for you, Wang Qingping explained. Ching, the owner, has been quite considerate, but I know little of tea culture. No matter how exquisite the tea leaves or the tea set, they would be wasted on me, Lin Yuan lamented. Fear not. We have specialized robots here to brew tea for you. You need only to savor it, Wang Qingping replied with a smile, gesturing towards a robot standing nearby. That works for me. I prefer tranquility, so please attend to your duties. Just bring me some dinner later, and I'll summon you if needed, Lin Yuan declared, ushering him away. Very well, I shall take my leave. Should you require anything, please do not hesitate to call, Wang Qingping said respectfully. As Wang Qingping departed, Lin Yuan stood and approached the tea-brewing robot. He gently tapped it and instructed his intelligent companion, Xiao Xing, take control of its programming. Upon hearing his command, the robot's eyes flickered momentarily, and an electronic voice emanated from it. Infiltration successful. Xiao Xing at your service. Impressive. This rotund aide has proven his worth. With your upgrade, you managed to commandeer this robot swiftly. Please brew me a cup of Longjing tea, Lin Yuan ordered Xiao Xing. Yes, master. Under Xiao Xing's guidance, the robot sprang into action. After a series of dizzying maneuvers, a cup of clear tea was presented before Lin Yuan. He took a sip, nodding in approval. Indeed, this is delightful, unlike any beverage I've had before, with a lingering aftertaste. Please prepare me another cup. Certainly, Xiao Xing responded. At that moment, a knock echoed through the room, and Wang Qingping's voice called from outside. Sir, Miss Cheng wishes to see you. Miss Cheng? Lin Yuan recalled the young woman who had greeted him at the door, pondering what she desired. Please allow Miss Cheng to enter, he replied. The door swung open, and Ching Qingqing stepped in, followed unexpectedly by Wang Qingping. Lin Yuan found it odd that Wang Qingping, a mere bodyguard, would accompany her inside. Though curious, he maintained his composure and smiled. Miss Cheng, please take a seat. What brings you here? Ching Qingqing settled into the chair opposite Lin Yuan, accepting a cup of tea that Xiao Xing had offered. Biting her lip, she confessed, I have come to request a favor from you, sir. Request a favor? How might I assist you, Miss Cheng? Lin Yuan queried, raising his cup to take a sip. To be honest, this matter should not trouble you, but I find myself at a loss and must shamelessly approach you. Ching Qingqing admitted, her expression tinged with embarrassment. Lin Yuan observed her closely, also noting Wang Qingping's anxious demeanor as he stared intently at Lin Yuan, only to avert his gaze when their eyes met. Recognizing Wang Qingping's unease, Lin Yuan deduced much and smiled. Miss Cheng, I can surmise the nature of your request. It likely pertains to Wang Qingping standing behind you. A flicker of surprise crossed Cheng Qingqing's eyes as she turned to glance at Wang Qingping. Realizing that Lin Yuan had discerned something from Wang Qingping's behavior, she promptly replied, Indeed, Qingping and I have been in love for quite some time, but I have been hesitant to reveal it, fearing my father's disapproval. I came to seek your assistance in persuading my father to allow me to marry Qingping. A blush crept onto her cheeks as she spoke. I am merely your father's protector. Why would he heed my words? Lin Yuan's response held deeper implications. Cheng Feng had entrusted his life to Lin Yuan, and while he could certainly persuade him, he was not inclined to do so without a benefit for himself. He was no recluse, indifferent to fame and fortune. Any assistance rendered would necessitate a reciprocal advantage. Ching Qingqing clearly understood Lin Yuan's insinuation, smiling as she replied, Sir, you jest. I understand the esteemed nature of ability users. If you speak on our behalf, my father would undoubtedly acquiesce. Moreover, should you truly facilitate my marriage to Qingping, I am prepared to present you with a significant gift. She then produced a delicate box from her belongings and placed it on the table, explaining, inside is a starstone, which Qingping fortuitously obtained. I had it appraised, and it should be of some use to you. A starstone? This is indeed a rare treasure, and you possess it? Lin Yuan opened the box slowly, examining the starstone within. It was slightly larger than the one he had previously received from Black Shark. This item holds little value for ordinary individuals, only serving to gather dust. It is far more beneficial to present it to you, so it may fulfill its purpose, Cheng Qingqing said, smiling. Miss Cheng, I must commend your cleverness. You are, in fact, far more astute than your father. Wang Qingping is indeed fortunate to win your affection, Lin Yuan expressed genuinely, admiring Cheng Qingqing's decisiveness. In her pursuit of happiness, she had seized the opportunity presented by Lin Yuan's arrival and was willing to invest significantly, earning Lin Yuan's respect. Cheng Qingqing beamed at Lin Yuan's praise, her excitement evident. Thank you for your kind words, sir. I shall not intrude on your rest any longer. I will take my leave now. Very well. Until we meet again, Lin Yuan nodded in farewell. Goodbye, sir, Cheng Qingqing said as she rose to depart. After Cheng Qingqing and Wang Qingping left, Xiao Xing's electronic voice chimed in. So, Master, have you felt the prestige of being an ability user? Xiao Xing. Why are you speaking unbidden? I did not issue a command, Lin Yuan inquired, taken aback. Master, thanks to the upgrade, I have attained advanced intelligence, surpassing the normal human intellect. As you did not prohibit me from speaking, I am, of course, free to communicate, Xiao Xing explained matter-of-factly. It seems I can no longer regard you as mere artificial intelligence. However, I wouldn't exactly call it prestige. They merely have requests of me. Mark my words. Cheng Qingqing will inevitably propose the matter of marrying Wang Qingping before her father's issues are resolved. Otherwise, my words may hold little weight, Lin Yuan stated confidently. Though I am advanced intelligence, I still struggle to comprehend human behavior, Xiao Xing remarked. Huh. How else could humanity possess thousands of star systems and create advanced intelligences like you? Lin Yuan chuckled, patting the tea-brewing robot under Xiao Xing's control. After Cheng Qingqing and Wang Qingping left, Wang Qingping, somewhat perplexed, inquired, Qingqing, he hasn't agreed yet. So why did you come out? Humph, you are such a fool. Did you not hear him? He said it would be your fortune to marry me, which means he has agreed to assist us, Cheng Qingqing asserted, pointing at Wang Qingping's nose. Oh, so that's how it is. I understand now, Wang Qingping chuckled, scratching his head. Rest assured, as long as he helps us, we will surely be together. My father will return tomorrow, and he will host a dinner to express gratitude to Mr. Lin. At that time, we will inform my father about our situation, and with Mr. Lin's assistance, my father will naturally agree, Cheng Qingqing conveyed to Wang Qingping, echoing Lin Yuan's analysis perfectly. The following day, after Lin Yuan had freshened up, he exited his room to find Wang Qingping waiting outside. Upon seeing Lin Yuan, he respectfully bowed and greeted, Good morning. Sir, good morning. Where is Boss Cheng? Lin Yuan responded. The boss is having breakfast and invites you to join him. After breakfast, I will trouble you to accompany the boss to the company, Wang Qingping replied. Then let us go? I am quite hungry as well. Please lead the way. After you. Sir. Upon reaching the dining table, Lin Yuan casually picked up a glass of milk, took a sip, and remarked, Boss Cheng truly knows how to indulge. There are no pastures on Tianqi Star. Where has this milk been sourced from? Haha. Mr. Lin, transportation is quite convenient these days. This is nothing extraordinary, especially in catering to esteemed guests like yourself. I must ensure I provide a proper reception, Cheng Feng replied with a smile. Not at all, to be honest. I too have experienced hardship in the past and have few particular demands. The hospitality of Boss Cheng is indeed a pleasant surprise, Lin Yuan grinned, revealing his bright white teeth. Nonsense. As long as you are pleased, there is no need to address me as Boss Cheng. It feels too distant. If you don't mind, you may call me Chingu instead. I will dare to call you Lin Laudi. What say you? Cheng Feng proposed. Certainly. Chingu is indeed a person of great generosity. It is no wonder that the old master entrusted the company to you. I believe it will surely reach new heights under your stewardship, Lin Yuan praised. I am grateful for your kind words, Lin Laudi. Haha. They spent the breakfast exchanging compliments, prompting Lin Yuan to reflect on the adage. The friendship of gentlemen is as insipid as water. What could this be considered, if not the camaraderie of lesser individuals? After finishing breakfast, Lin Yuan accompanied Cheng Feng to the front of the estate, where 3 hovercars awaited them. Lin Yuan and Cheng Feng entered the central vehicle, while Wang Qingping took the passenger seat. Lin Yuan noticed the bulge at Wang Qingping's waist, which was likely a compact laser gun. Observing Cheng Feng seated behind him, He noted that besides a communicator, he wore a golden wristband, a device Lin Yuan recognized as the one given to Lin Ran by the violent bear. Although the designs differed, their functions were identical. It would automatically generate an energy shield when under attack, rendering typical laser firearms ineffective against them. Their preparedness indicated a lack of trust in their own safety. However, Lin Yuan refrained from commenting, as their meticulous arrangements spared him some trouble. Yet, they failed to grasp a crucial point. If he could not protect them, their equipment would be rendered mere ornaments. The Chung family's estate was situated in the suburbs, not far from his company, providing Chung Feng's brother an opportunity. Had it been in a bustling area, his brother might not have dared to attempt such an overt assassination of his sibling. Shortly after the vehicle departed the estate, it was, as expected, ambushed. A massive energy projectile shot down from the sky toward the hover car carrying Chung Feng. The small star immediately sounded an alarm. It is an A-294 energy cannon, commonly used by the military or large spacecraft defense systems. Its power could easily obliterate this hover car. Immediate interception is advised. Chapter 30. Zhou, upon hearing Lin Yuan's words, he raised his hand, and a beam of laser shot forth from his palm. The laser collided with an energy cannonball midair, resulting in a tremendous explosion. The combat suit he wore was far superior to ordinary lasers, capable of eliminating even third-level ability users. Intercepting such a powerful energy cannon was indeed an extravagant use of resources. It was evident that his brother was well aware of Chung Feng's movements and had prepared meticulously. Otherwise, such a large-caliber energy cannon would not have materialized. Startled by the deafening blast, Lin Yuan was about to lean out of the vehicle to scout when he instructed Wang Qingping. Inform the other two vehicles to land immediately and hold their positions. I will handle the rest. With that, he vanished from inside the car. When he reappeared, he was suspended in midair, clad in his combat suit, which had transformed into a sleek black and blue ensemble, exuding a science fiction allure. Lin Yuan commanded Xiaoxing, scan for the energy cannon's location and simultaneously lock onto all armed personnel. Yes, scanning now. Target locked. Whether it was due to the prowess of the combat suit or not, it was undeniably a versatile tool, equally adept for home use, travel, or combat, combining defensive and reconnaissance capabilities. Gazing at the multitude of red dots before him, Lin Yuan concentrated, and his form abruptly vanished, reappearing beside a towering man wielding a laser gun. Seizing the weapon, he delivered a powerful kick, sending the man sprawling far away. Armed with the laser gun, he unleashed a barrage of fire upon the surrounding foes. There was no need for precise aiming. With Xiaoxing's advanced intelligence and automatic targeting feature, Lin Yuan merely followed the guidance and pulled the trigger. The speed of the laser was beyond the capacity of ordinary individuals to evade. And with no cover to shield themselves, the assailants fell one by one with each squeeze of the trigger. Human lives, particularly those of these assassins, seemed tragically expendable. Perhaps they had chosen this line of work with an awareness of their own mortality, possibly with families to support, perhaps with sisters like Lin Yuan. Yet, all that remained for them now were lifeless bodies soaked in blood. Casually discarding the laser gun, he raised his hand towards the distance, launching a laser beam towards the location of the energy cannon as detected by Xiaoxing. Transforming back into casual attire, Lin Yuan strolled towards the hovering vehicle, where a stunned Wang Qingping stood, and patted him on the shoulder, saying, "Get in, we're leaving." He then took a seat inside the car. Wang Qingping finally snapped back to reality and called out to the other bodyguards, "Stop dawdling. Hurry up and get in, we're preparing to depart." Inside the vehicle, Chung Feng, visibly excited, turned to Lin Yuan and exclaimed, "Brother Lin, I've only heard tales of the extraordinary abilities of you ability users. Today, I've truly witnessed it. The number of laser shots that struck you didn't even tear your clothes. With you protecting me, I can rest easy. Brother Chung, ability users are still human, not as mysterious as you think. As for those assassins, please notify the police to collect their bodies. They deserve a proper handling. After all, we shouldn't leave them to rot in the wilderness," Lin Yuan expressed with a hint of solemnity. "You truly have a kind heart, brother. I'll have Qingping contact the police right away," Chung Feng praised. Lin Yuan remained silent, leaning back in the seat, closing his eyes, reflecting. Killing them and merely notifying the police is considered a kind act? That's a novel perspective. After the failed assassination attempt, Qingming seemed to have ceased all further actions. Chung Feng safely arrived at the company, where he commenced the intricate transfer of assets. At this point, Lin Yuan was no longer needed for protection, allowing him to wander freely. Coincidentally, Chung Feng's family company was situated directly across from the apocalyptic jewelry city. a place Lin Yuan had frequented during his days as a thief, unknowingly selling countless pieces of jewelry to old Xing entering the jewelry emporium. Lin Yuan was engulfed by a sense of nostalgia. In the past, he had never lingered on the first floor, always rushing to the second to haggle with old Xing. Now, he relished the leisurely atmosphere. Approaching a counter adorned with bracelets, each glimmering under the lights, Lin Yuan pointed to a red bracelet and asked the attendant, "Please take this out for me to examine." The attendant, dressed in a sleek black uniform, smiled professionally as she retrieved a box containing the bracelet. With a sweet tone, she remarked, "Sir, you have an excellent eye. This bracelet is studded entirely with lover's diamonds sourced from Red Luan Star. It is the perfect gift for a girlfriend." "How did you know it was for my girlfriend?" Lin Yuan retorted playfully. "This type of bracelet is most suitable for young ladies. And its lovely name, Red Lover, suggests it is indeed a gift for a girlfriend," the attendant replied, her smile unwavering. It was probable that her charm had sold countless pieces of expensive jewelry. "Red Lover, what a lovely name. Please wrap it up for me. I'll take it," Lin Yuan decided, pleased with the choice, intending to gift it to Hong Shui. "Certainly. Please hold on a moment while I prepare it," the attendant beamed, fully aware of the commission she would earn from such a valuable piece. "By the way, do you have any bracelets suitable for a sister? Please show me." Lin Yuan recalled Lin Ran, regretting that he hadn't brought her a gift after his last mission. "Absolutely. We have a bracelet called Ice and Snow World, which would be perfect for a family member," the attendant said, retrieving an exquisite small box containing a snowflake-shaped bracelet. Lin Yuan held the bracelet, feeling a chill emanate from his palm. The attendant began to describe, "While this bracelet is made with ordinary snow diamonds, its purity is exceptionally high, and the craftsmanship is exquisite. Moreover, it is reasonably priced, making it an ideal gift for a sister. If you choose to purchase both, I can offer you a 10% discount and a membership card for our apocalyptic jewelry city." "I'll take that one as well. Let us settle the bill," Lin Yuan replied nonchalantly, knowing he had won a considerable amount from the battle net and could easily afford the jewelry. "Very well, I will process your order immediately." The attendant's smile widened, aware that the two bracelets combined were valued at approximately 10 million, promising her a substantial commission. After preparing the two bracelets, she handed them to Lin Yuan, saying, "Sir, your items are ready. Please proceed to the checkout on your left." Lin Yuan approached the checkout counter, producing his star card to complete the transaction. The cashier greeted him with a smile. "Sir, we have saved your information, and you are now a valued guest at Apocalyptic Jewelry City. We look forward to your next visit." Accepting the star card, Lin Yuan exited the jewelry store, placing the box containing the bracelets into his pocket. Just as he was about to check on Cheng Feng's progress, a boy of about 15 or 16, wearing a cap, brushed past him. A peculiar smile flickered across Lin Yuan's face as he swiftly grasped the boy's hand, retrieving the box containing the bracelet from him. "Who are you following? Don't you know it's against the rules to steal here? Let go of me. Why are you grabbing me?" The boy's voice was somewhat raspy, likely a result of his voice changing. "Didn't you hear me? Who are you with? Is it Lu Ha or Paozi? They are the only two prominent thieves in Apocalyptic Star," Lin Yuan inquired, naming two notorious thief leaders. "I don't know who Lu Ha or Paozi is," the boy replied, his voice tinged with unease. "Unfamiliar with you? Are you not working alone? Your skills appear quite proficient, suggesting a mentor's guidance rather than solitary efforts." Lin Yuan remarked with some confusion. "Are you also in this line of work?" the youth inquired. "That was in the past. I no longer engage in it. Yet you have yet to answer me. Who did you learn from?" "Just myself. I haven't followed anyone. Truly working solo. Impressive. To be so young and independent," Lin Yuan said, as his left hand deftly glided across the youth's person, extracting a star card. He glanced at it and read aloud. "Zhou Ying, 13 years old. Address, 059 Tianqi Xing, Baoguang Street." "Ah, you hail from Baoguang Street as well. We share quite a connection." Lin Yuan returned the star card to its place. "Do you live on Baoguang Street?" "I do not reside there, but it is considered my territory." "You still haven't answered me. Where did you acquire your thieving skills?" Lin Yuan pressed. "What thieving skills? I merely possess quick hands," Showing replied, his gaze evasive. "Impossible. Without some skill, one cannot thrive in this trade. You lack tools and rely solely on your hands. Even I could not achieve that in my youth," Lin Yuan responded, disbelief etched across his face. I simply have a natural talent," Zhou retorted defiantly. "Natural talent, you say? Allow me to demonstrate what true talent is," Lin Yuan declared, seizing Zhou by the shoulder. With a powerful thrust of his legs, he transformed into a bolt of lightning. ascending to the top of the building housing the Qing family headquarters. The speed was such that the surrounding crowd remained oblivious to their disappearance. Atop the building, Wang Qingping and several bodyguards were patrolling with a measure of vigilance. Upon seeing Lin Yuan, they raised their laser guns in alarm. "It's me." "No need for such commotion," Lin Yuan said nonchalantly. Recognizing Lin Yuan, Wang Qingping quickly adopted a respectful demeanor, stating, "Mr. Lin, my apologies. We thought there was an assassin in our midst. Rest assured, with me here, nothing will go awry. You may leave. I have requisitioned this space." Lin Yuan waved them off. "Goodbye, sir." Wang Qingping saluted, and the group hurried away. As for patrolling, it was a jest, with Lin Yuan present. Any would-be assassin was welcome to try. "Young one, do you now comprehend the meaning of talent? Will you speak the truth?" Lin Yuan gently patted Zhou Ying's head. With Lin Yuan's hand upon him, Zhou Ying finally grasped the situation, stammering, You can fly? Are you a superhero?" "One might say so." "Now, can you reveal where you learned your thieving skills?" As a thief, Lin Yuan harbored a fervent desire for advanced techniques. Zhou Ying's skills were evidently of the highest caliber, so subtle that even the thief himself remained unaware while pilfering. Were it not for his combat suit's alert, he would have been oblivious to the theft. Such techniques were exceedingly rare, prompting Lin Yuan to risk exposing his identity as an ability user to acquire them. "I truly possess no remarkable skills. My ability to steal stems from a rather peculiar talent," Zhou Ying confessed hesitantly. "A peculiar talent, you say? Might he also possess abilities?" Lin Yuan pondered internally. "Show me your ability," Lin Yuan urged with excitement, envisioning the fortune that would come from discovering another ability user to bring back with him. Chapter 31. A bad omen. A flicker of fervor danced in Lin Yuan's eyes. Every ability user was a precious gem of humanity. The discovery of a new ability user came with substantial rewards. Having inquired with Hong Shui about her own rewards, Lin Yuan gathered that, although she had intentionally kept him in suspense, the value of her gains was undeniably significant. Bringing back an ability user would undoubtedly yield considerable benefits. With this thought in mind, Lin Yuan focused intently on Zhou Ying as he demonstrated his powers. Zhou Ying extended his hand towards Lin Yuan, only to retract it. The bracelet he had purchased for Hong Shui materialized in his grasp. Throughout the entire ordeal, Lin Yuan could not discern how he had accomplished this feat, which was astonishing. Lin Yuan's physical prowess far surpassed that of an ordinary individual. His eyesight was keen. He could easily perceive the movements of third-tier ability users whose powers were speed-related. Yet, here he was, unable to catch the actions of Zhou Ying, who was merely a novice with an awakened ability. It was utterly inconceivable. "Please elaborate on your ability," Lin Yuan inquired, unable to deduce its nature. "My power allows me to alter the flow of time. When I steal from you, I accelerate the time around your pocket, making it appear as though I extracted the item in an instant, while in reality, it takes a considerable amount of time. Moreover, due to this alteration in time flow, your perception diminishes. Thus, even if I brush against you, you remain oblivious," Zhou Ying explained in detail. Lin Yuan was no longer the naive rookie he once was. He had amassed considerable knowledge about ability users. Upon hearing Zhou Ying's words, he immediately recognized that his power was exceedingly rare, at least an A-level ability. He promptly asked, "What is the maximum range within which you can control the flow of time, and to what extent can you accelerate or decelerate it?" "The maximum range is approximately 1 meter. In a palm-sized area, I can even bring time to a complete halt. As for acceleration, I can speed it up by about 100 times. Within a 1-meter radius, I can only achieve around tenfold, regardless of whether I am accelerating or slowing it down." Zhou Ying responded with clarity, evidently having conducted thorough tests. It was evident that this was at least an S-level ability. Lin Yuan pondered the likelihood of ability users being prevalent among thieves, and their quality being notably high. However, having made this discovery, he could not let it slip by. Lin Yuan organized his thoughts and adjusted his tone to sound more magnetic as he asked, "Do you have any family?" "No, I am an orphan. My parents have passed away," Zhou Ying replied, his voice tinged with sadness as he spoke of his parents. As expected, being a thief at such a young age indicated he was likely an orphan. This situation, albeit unfortunate, allowed him to join the ranks of ability users without any ties holding him back. With this in mind, Lin Yuan continued, "Would you be willing to come with me? Join our organization of ability users, where you can not only earn substantial wealth, but also gain respect." "An organization of ability users? What kind of organization is that?" Zhou Ying inquired. "Those within it possess unique abilities like yours. It is a place that can aid your advancement, enhancing your powers so that you will never be bullied again," Lin Yuan endeavored to make his voice more enticing. Really? It can make me powerful and help me earn a lot of money? Zhou Ying questioned once more. Indeed, it is true. I was once a thief too. Yet now even the owner of this company seeks my favor. Do you believe my words are false? Lin Yuan asserted confidently. Very well, I will join, Zhou Ying agreed. Excellent. Follow me. I am currently on a mission. Once it is completed, I shall take you to our base. Although Lin Yuan felt elated within, he maintained a facade of calmness, as was befitting an ability user. He could not display excessive enthusiasm if he wished to project an image of superiority. Brother Cheng, are we done? Lin Yuan asked as he led Zhou Ying into Cheng Feng's office. Almost. The other matters will be handled tomorrow. And who is this? Cheng Feng queried, glancing at Zhou Ying, who trailed behind Lin Yuan. This is an old friend of mine. Is that all right? Lin Yuan inquired. Of course. A friend of my brother is a friend of mine. It is no issue at all if he stays with me, Cheng Feng replied with a smile. That's great. How long will it take to finalize the matters for your company? Lin Yuan, eager to expedite Zhou Ying's return, showed little interest in lingering. I can complete the processing by tomorrow. The only delay is from the Property Management Bureau's approval, which is taking longer than anticipated. It may take 3 to 4 days. Cheng Feng elaborated. Let me reach out to them to expedite the approval. I have urgent matters to attend to, hence I need to resolve your affairs swiftly. Lin Yuan proposed, leveraging his status as an ability user responsible for Tianqi Star, believing that securing an approval would be a straightforward task. Rest assured. As soon as I receive the approval, you will be able to leave immediately without any delays, Cheng Feng exclaimed, visibly elated at Lin Yuan's offer of assistance. I'll make contact. The approval should arrive by tomorrow. Lin Yuan replied with a smile. All right, but since the approval will be here tomorrow, there's no rush today. Let us return to the manor, where I can express my gratitude to you, Cheng Feng suggested. Indeed, it is getting late. Let us head back now. Lin Yuan nodded in agreement. Qing Ping, prepare for our departure. We are leaving now, Cheng Feng instructed. Cheng Feng and Lin Yuan shared light-hearted banter as they descended the stairs, where a hovering vehicle awaited them. Cheng Feng entered the central vehicle, while Lin Yuan and Zhou Ying joined him. Fortunately, the vehicle was spacious enough that the three of them did not feel cramped in the back seat. At that moment, a bodyguard entering the last vehicle discreetly pressed a communicator on his wrist, sending a message before seamlessly closing the door. This action went unnoticed by the other bodyguards. Meanwhile, in a villa, a middle-aged man with a striking resemblance to Cheng Feng read the message on his communicator, a sinister smile creeping across his lips. He turned to a figure clad in a black trench coat, bearing a ghastly mask, and said, Mr. Mo, I entrust this task to you. Not a problem. Just ensure you remember your promise to me, the man referred to as Mr. Mo replied, his voice raspy and unpleasant. Tianqi Star had a mild temperature overall, with people generally dressed in lightweight attire. Yet, this individual donned a trench coat and mask, rendering him an oddity. Rest assured, as long as my niece possesses the Star Stone, I will present it to you willingly. Cheng Ming assured. I speak truthfully, it exists. You need only request it from your niece, Mr. Mo responded. Indeed, Brother Cheng is already en route back to the manor. You may act now. However, exercise caution around the ability user by his side, Cheng Ming warned. Humph, a mere second-tier ability user. What is there to fear? Mr. Mo retorted dismissively. As Lin Yuan sat in the vehicle, a sudden, inexplicable sense of foreboding washed over him, as if a momentous event were imminent. He could not fathom the source of this feeling. Just then, a chilling breeze swept through the cabin, carrying an eerie aura that sent shivers down his spine. Lin Yuan remained composed, but both Cheng Feng and Zhou Ying shivered noticeably. Strange, why does it feel so cold in the car? The temperature regulator is set adequately. Wang Qingping remarked, puzzled. Stop the vehicle, hover in place, and await my return without descending. I must attend to something, Lin Yuan said nonchalantly, though internally he recognized that his ominous premonition had manifested here. It was likely that an ability user was involved, which explained the sense of unease. Understood. Wang Qingping replied, promptly relaying orders to the other vehicles. Lin Yuan vanished within the confines of the vehicle and emerged onto the ground. Whether it was due to the laziness of the ambushers or the fact that they remained stationed at the same location as before was uncertain. However, this time, the police acted swiftly. The bodies had already been removed, leaving only a faint scent of blood lingering in the air. There's no need for me to search for you. Just come out, and we can spare ourselves the trouble, Lin Yuan remarked lightly, addressing the vacant space before him. I fail to comprehend how a mere level 2 ability user could possess such confidence. A figure clad in a trench coat and adorned with a ghastly mask emerged before Lin Yuan. This was Mr. Mo, the individual summoned by Chang Ming. Lin Yuan scrutinized the masked figure, and the voice of Xiaoxing echoed in his ear, "Master." There are no ability users among the 4 major factions that match his profile, though it cannot be ruled out that he is deliberately concealing his identity. Who are you? This is the Apocalypse Star, belonging to our Night God sect, Lin Yuan declared authoritatively, asserting his dominion. Should he inadvertently kill this individual, he would at least have an excuse. You need not concern yourself with my identity. Leave the Qing family affairs alone, or else you will kill me. Lin Yuan interrupted, his words flowing like a rapid-fire barrage. I find individuals like you insufferable, always resorting to threats of violence. How can you be so assured? Do you believe I want to resist? Is a level 3 ability user truly so formidable? What if I were to kill you? Have you considered that? Enough with the prattle. Prepare to meet your end. The masked figure was evidently not of a patient temperament. His body transformed into a shadowy streak of black light, hurtling towards Lin Yuan, a flicker of verdant flame dancing upon his right hand as he threw a punch. Upon witnessing the assault, a smile graced Lin Yuan's lips. A volatile temper could lead to fatal oversights. Golden threads coalesced around his right hand, and he countered with a punch, the impact resonating with a dull thud as both combatants staggered back a few paces. As the golden threads dispersed within him, Lin Yuan executed a swift teleportation, evading the force of his retreat while positioning himself behind the masked figure. His combat attire reverted to its original hue of black, and his right foot lashed out like a bolt of dark lightning aimed at the masked man's head. As a level 3 ability user, the masked figure was not without his wits. Although he was secretly astonished by Lin Yuan's capabilities, such rapid reflexes should not be characteristic of a level 2 user. He remained unfazed, his form becoming insubstantial, causing Lin Yuan's strike to meet only air. Simultaneously, ominous winds swirled around him, directed at Lin Yuan. Even from a distance, the chilling aura was palpable. Should one be caught in its grasp, they would likely experience the meaning of torment. Having missed his kick, Lin Yuan would not grant the masked man the chance to retaliate. He vanished, teleporting to a safer distance, allowing the chilling winds to disperse into the void. Observing Lin Yuan's retreat, the masked figure remarked with unexpected intrigue, "No wonder you possess such arrogance. Your ability is teleportation." "Huh. Ghost face, abilities are innate. If you cannot strike me, then you shall be struck instead." Lin Yuan retorted with a cheeky expression, though internally, he too was astonished. In their brief encounter, the masked figure had displayed 3 distinct abilities: fire, shadow winds, and intangibility, each formidable in its own right, and he had mastered all 3, which was truly extraordinary. "Strike me? You may attempt it, but before you do, perhaps you should experience the sensation of being struck first." The masked man scoffed, his body engulfed in a blaze of emerald flames. With a thunderous roar, a peculiar fireball erupted from midair, ensnaring Lin Yuan, who was caught unawares in the air. Chapter 32. The Path of Ghosts. Lin Yuan found himself enveloped in emerald flames, immediately assaulted by a wave of heat. In an instant, he teleported away from the inferno, only to discover that the flames clung to him like a parasite, relentlessly consuming him. Fortunately, his combat suit possessed extraordinary defensive capabilities, preventing any severe burns on his body. However, the moment Lin Yuan teleported away from the emerald flames and settled in another location, another blaze ignited beneath his feet. He hurriedly teleported again, but was still unable to avoid the flames entirely, which fused with the remnants from before and continued to scorch his combat suit. Having been burned twice, Lin Yuan grew wiser. After teleporting, he instantly teleported again, denying the flames the chance to engulf him. Alas, he had miscalculated. Even with direct teleportation, the flames continued to assail him, growing ever larger. The AI, Xiaoxing, issued a warning. The combat suit had sustained severe burns and would soon lose its protective capabilities. Immediate action to extinguish the flames was necessary. Clearly, the suit was nearing its limits, for Xiaoxing would not have raised an alarm otherwise. Yet, Lin Yuan found himself at a loss. No matter how he evaded, the flames pursued him. If he were to see himself using the flames, it would be impossible for them to harm him. After all, his teleportation was so rapid that his presence would not linger for more than 0.01 seconds. A feat even a level 3 ability user could not surpass. He pondered how the ghost masked man managed to anticipate his teleportation destination so precisely, unleashing flames with uncanny accuracy. Suddenly, a thought struck Lin Yuan. Sensing his surroundings, he discerned a faint, chilling breeze permeating the air. The winds were subtle, almost imperceptible, yet the combat suit, though fully encompassing, did not hinder his perception of the outside world. Instead, it enhanced it, allowing him to detect the presence of this ghostly wind. Lin Yuan realized that while his teleportation was swift, it inevitably produced slight spatial fluctuations. Whether he vanished or reappeared, these fluctuations occurred, though they were minute and easily overlooked. The ghost masked man capitalized on this, dispersing the chilling wind around him to sense Lin Yuan's spatial disturbances, preemptively conjuring flames to await his arrival. Thus, no matter how fast Lin Yuan was, the flames would reach him. Understanding the underlying principle, yet feeling powerless, Lin Yuan gritted his teeth and ceased evading. He teleported directly beside the ghost masked man, launching a punch toward his face. As a level 3 ability user, the ghost masked man could not afford to appear weak and responded with a punch of his own. In the instant of their collision, Lin Yuan transformed his fist into claws, seizing the ghost masked man's hand and yanking it forcefully while delivering a kick to his abdomen. The ghost masked man, undeterred, countered with a kick aimed at Lin Yuan's midsection. Despite the protection offered by the combat suit, Lin Yuan felt a searing pain in his lower abdomen and silently thanked his decision to skip lunch, lest he have vomited. The ghost masked man, having been struck, also suffered. His intangibility was not without limits, and Lin Yuan's kick landed solidly, causing a tumultuous sensation within him. Nevertheless, he seemed unfazed and charged at Lin Yuan once more, who, driven to desperation by the flames licking at him, retaliated fiercely. The two became entangled in a fierce confrontation. From a distance, they appeared as two figures engulfed in emerald flames, clashing mercilessly, each strike aimed at vital points. Both were relentless attackers, embodying a life-or-death struggle of mutual destruction. In the midst of their frenzied exchange, Lin Yuan awaited the ghost masked man's use of intangibility, intending to concentrate the golden threads within him for a sudden, powerful strike. Given Lin Yuan's current resilience, concentrating the golden threads in his palm would render him unable to utilize his abilities for several days, necessitating a single decisive blow. If the ghost masked man evaded through intangibility, Lin Yuan's opportunity would vanish. Conversely, the ghost masked man understood Lin Yuan's abilities were extraordinary. Not only could he teleport, but he also possessed substantial physical enhancements, indicating he likely had a contingency plan. Thus, the ghost masked man remained vigilant, knowing that Lin Yuan's emerald flames were continuously consuming him, and victory would ultimately belong to him if he merely weathered Lin Yuan's impending explosion of power. As Lin Yuan pressed his offensive, Xiaoxing's alarms blared incessantly. The goggles of his combat suit had turned crimson, signaling that its protective capacity had reached its limit. Lin Yuan recognized the urgency. He needed to conclude the battle swiftly, or the relentless emerald flames would claim him as their next victim. Yet the ghost masked man was no fool. He would undoubtedly evade Lin Yuan's strikes using his intangibility. Lin Yuan needed to find an opportunity. As they exchanged blows, it became evident that the ghost masked man was a man of substance, engaging Lin Yuan in close combat rather than relying on the power of the winds he commanded, which were substantial yet unused. Clearly, he sought to defeat Lin Yuan through sheer physical prowess. In truth, the ghost masked man held a measure of respect for Lin Yuan. He was acutely aware of his own capabilities. His abilities not only manifested visibly, but also significantly enhanced his physique. Lin Yuan, a mere level 2 ability user, had managed to withstand this ferocious exchange, which was remarkable, albeit partially due to the combat suit's advantages. The ghost masked man's pride as a level 3 ability user would not allow him to accept defeat at Lin Yuan's hands. Despite his admiration, he was determined to conquer Lin Yuan first before expressing any respect. He was confident that Lin Yuan would soon be unable to endure the flames' torment. Observing the intensifying emerald flames surrounding Lin Yuan, the ghost masked man calculated how soon they would engulf him. It was imminent. At that moment, Xiaoxing issued its final warning. Master, the combat suit will completely lose its protective capabilities in 10 seconds. Given the temperature of these flames combined with the ghost masked man's assault, you will lose all combat ability within 30 seconds. Only 8 seconds remain. As the countdown reached 5, a golden light flickered in Lin Yuan's right hand, which he clenched tightly before launching a punch toward the ghost masked man's chest. The speed of this strike had significantly increased. Power and velocity were directly proportional, and with the acceleration came enhanced force. Now was the moment. The ghost masked man's pupils contracted as his body abruptly shifted from solid to insubstantial. Lin Yuan's punch struck nothing but air. A smirk crept across the ghost masked man's lips as he taunted Lin Yuan. You have lost. Not necessarily. Lin Yuan's right hand emitted another burst of golden light, transforming his palm as if forged from gold, and he unleashed a fierce blow aimed at the ghost masked man's face. At that instant, the ghost masked man reverted to his corporeal form, intending to block Lin Yuan's incoming strike, only to find himself unable to move. Panic coursed through him. Lin Yuan's punch was clearly infused with his utmost strength. Should it connect, even he, a level 3 ability user, would meet his demise. A surge of regret filled his heart. He cursed himself for not finishing Lin Yuan off earlier instead of engaging in a fair contest. Now, he faced the prospect of death, and he lamented his earlier restraint. As Lin Yuan's fist closed in, the ghost-masked man resigned himself, closing his eyes, yet found that the space around him had solidified, rendering him unable to shut his eyelids. He could only watch helplessly as Lin Yuan's fist approached, awaiting the inevitable. Unexpectedly, just as Lin Yuan's fist was about to connect, he halted, unclenching his fist and transforming it into claws that swiftly removed the ghost-masked man's mask. A ghastly visage, akin to a malevolent spirit, was revealed, causing Lin Yuan to recoil in shock. The ghost-faced man was evidently accustomed to such reactions. He paid no heed to Lin Yuan's movements and instead inquired, "Why do you not kill me? Why should I? You had no intention of killing me either." Lin Yuan retorted, "Are you not afraid that if you show mercy, I might kill you now? You possess little capacity for resistance." The ghost-faced man questioned in confusion. "I believe you are not that kind of person. From our exchange of injuries, I have come to understand you are a person of integrity. May I ask, could you extinguish this flame for me?" Lin Yuan spoke, patting the lingering fire on his body, which refused to be quelled, thus seeking assistance from the ghost-faced man. With a mere gesture, the ghost-faced man summoned the phosphorescent fire away from Lin Yuan, causing it to vanish into his hand. He glanced at Lin Yuan, who was half naked due to his battle attire being incinerated, and remarked, "You are a decent fellow. I would like to befriend you. I initially intended to kill Qing Feng, but since you are responsible for his protection, I shall spare him. Thank you, though this task is minor. Failing to complete it would leave me in a rather difficult position," Lin Yuan replied with a smile. "No need for thanks. What is your name?" the ghost-faced man inquired. "Lin Yuan. And you?" "I am Mo Lien. Mo Lien, I shall remember that. I have other matters to attend to, so I bid you farewell," Lin Yuan said cheerfully, and in an instant, his form vanished from sight. Throughout their encounter, Lin Yuan did not question the ghost-faced man about his peculiar visage, nor did he feign compliments about his distinctive appearance. Lin Yuan understood that what he required was not flattery, but rather to be treated as an ordinary individual, which would suffice to bring him joy. Upon reappearing, he found himself back in the hover car, startling Qing Feng and the others who had been waiting. They exhaled in relief upon seeing Lin Yuan's presence, and, noticing his disheveled state, inquired, "Brother, how did it go?" "It is resolved. Let us return," Lin Yuan declared, closing his eyes. At that moment, the repercussions of overexerting his abilities began to manifest, rendering his body as heavy as lead. He would be unable to use his powers again for several days, but fortunately, his physical constitution remained robust, alleviating any concerns for danger. As the hover car ascended into the sky, the ghost-faced man, Mo Lien, was approached by two ethereal figures, one black and one white, hovering effortlessly half a foot above the ground. The white figure spoke, "Master, that Lin Yuan is truly formidable. Just moments ago, he solidified the space around you, and we could not escape." Her voice was soft and delicate, revealing her as an exquisite beauty. "He's merely a second-level ability user, if he is that powerful. His abilities must be exceptional. Master, why not eliminate him while you have the chance?" The black figure, a gruff male, interjected. "Humph. As a disciple of the ghost path, would I engage in such underhanded tactics?" Mo Lien retorted, her voice unexpectedly clear and melodious, contrasting with her earlier raspy tone. "Of course, the master would not resort to such actions. However, without starstones, how will you merge your abilities?" The white figure asked, her concern evident. "Whether I have them or not matters little. The probability may be diminished, but if necessary, I can hunt a star beast and use its blood for the ritual of fusion." The notion of devouring star beasts appeared almost effortless in her mind. Indeed, this person is truly remarkable. Conversing with him brings an inexplicable comfort, and he is the first to refrain from commenting on my appearance, Mo Lien mused to herself. At that moment, two small spacecraft arrived at Tianyu Star, signaling their request to land at the base. Chapter 33, The Family of Hongxue within the Tianyu Star base. Hongxue and Lin Ren were engrossed in a game of Ludo, an ancient pastime that seemed oddly fitting for their idle hours. as they were the only two present in the base. Linran rolled the dice, watching them spin on the table before finally landing on 6. Clapping her hands in delight, she exclaimed, "Sister Hongxue, I got a 6," and moved her piece forward 6 spaces. "Humph, what's so impressive about that? Watch me," Hongxue declared confidently as she tossed the dice. However, when they came to a stop, they revealed a mere 1. Her expression immediately soured, and with a glum face, she moved her piece forward 1 space, only to be instructed to retreat 2, leaving her utterly disheartened. "Sister Hongxue, it seems you've used up all your luck with my brother," Linran teased. "And you? With such good fortune, did Bing Shou bestow his luck upon you? Little girl, do you believe I won't tell your brother about you and Bing Shou?" Hongxue retorted, refusing to back down. "I'm not afraid. My brother dotes on me. As long as I act a little cute, he won't refuse me," Linran replied with unwavering confidence. "Heh, you had this all planned out, didn't you? Speaking of which, Bing Shou is quite impressive. He always appears so shy, yet he managed to win you over so quickly. Tell me, how far have you two gone? Has he done anything to you?" Hongxue questioned. "Not really. He's so timid that just saying he likes me is a big deal. He wouldn't dare to do anything else. However, before he went on a mission, I did steal a kiss, which left him quite flustered," Linran admitted, her cheeks flushed. "You are quite bold, taking the initiative to kiss him," Hongxue mocked playfully. "Humph, you're no different with my brother. I know all about how you use rewards to motivate him during training. Need I remind you what those rewards are?" Linran shot back. Before Hongxue could respond, their communicator suddenly beeped, and a melodious female voice announced, "Master, a ship from the Alliance of Ability Users requests permission to land for resupply. Allow them to land," Hongxue replied nonchalantly. Such occurrences were routine. She turned to Linran and said, "Little girl, some ability users are coming for resupply. Would you like to join me?" "Yes. I want to see how they resupply the ship." Linran eagerly agreed. "There's really not much to see. They'll just be purchasing some fuel from us, and perhaps some food. They'll be gone in half an hour," Hongxue explained. Well accustomed to such matters, as many ability users would come to this fixed base for resupply during their missions. As they chatted and laughed, they reached the entrance of the base, where a group of about 10 people stood waiting. At the forefront was a man dressed impeccably in a suit, exuding an approachable charm. It was Sima, whom Linran had met online in the War Network. Upon seeing Hongxue, Sima greeted her warmly. "Sister, I've come to take you home." Hongxue froze in place, disbelief evident in her voice. "Brother, how did you find me? I've been here. You wouldn't have located me for 10 years. And it's only been 5." As she spoke, she noticed the imposing figure of Haisha standing nearby and quickly pieced it together. "Haisha, it was you. You're asking for trouble." With that, she reached out her hand, and Haisha's face turned a deep shade of purple, his blood likely to be drawn from him in mere moments. "Xiaoxue, stop messing around. Father intended to send the second brother, but after begging for quite a while, I was allowed to come. Release him now," Sima interjected firmly. "Humph." Realizing her brother had come to fetch her, Hongxue relented, understanding there was no escaping this. However, she needed to prepare. At the very least, she could not allow them to harm Linran. After a moment of contemplation, she addressed Sima. "Brother, I will return with you. But not today. I have matters to attend to. Let us go back tomorrow." "That's fine. I don't mind a day's delay. But Xiaoxue, I know your temper well. Don't even think about running away. I helped you last time, but this time, I must take you back. Otherwise, I won't have it easy either. Father has issued a strict order. If I fail to bring you back, next time it will be the bloodguards who come." Sima warned with a hint of seriousness. "Rest assured, I won't run. The base is vast. You can stay as you wish. As for Haisha, let him and his crew board the ship. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee he will still be standing when we leave." Hongxue glared at Haisha, her resentment palpable. Had he not betrayed her, Linran would have undoubtedly become a level 4 ability user within 5 years. By then, even if discovered, she would have had leverage to refuse her engagement. Now, despite Lin and S innate talent, she remained merely a level 2 ability user, leaving little hope for any renegotiation. "Very well, as long as you are content, anything goes. Little Chi has come along too. Let him accompany you for protection," Sima replied nonchalantly. "Little Chi is here too?" Hongxue's voice brightened momentarily before cooling. "To have him protect me is merely a means to restrain me, isn't it? I want to flee just to spare him from trouble, right? Not at all. Since you left for 5 years, Little Chi has missed you dearly. Besides, he is now a level 3 ability user, more than capable of handling ordinary level 4 ability users, so he will certainly protect you," Sima explained with a smile. Just then, Little Chi stepped forward from the crowd excitement evident in his demeanor. Sister, do you still remember me? Of course. When I left, you were just a child. And look at you now, all grown up. I almost didn't recognize you, Hongxue said, affectionately ruffling little Chi's hair, grateful for her height that allowed her to do so. Sister, I've grown up now. Just a few months ago, I even took down a level 4 ability user. Little Chi boasted, his demeanor a stark contrast to his former aloofness, clearly feeling very close to Hongxue. Really? Little Chi has truly matured. Come, let us head to the base. We have much to discuss. Hongxue beckoned, leading Little Chi toward the base while introducing him to Lin Rand. This is Lin Rand. She is probably a bit younger than you, so treat her like a younger sister and don't give her the cold shoulder, understood? Don't worry. I'll listen to my sister. Sister, how have you been these past few years? Sima observed Hongshue's departing figure and turned to Shitong beside him, saying, Let us return to the ship. There is no need to enter the base. Keep it under surveillance. As long as Xiaoxue doesn't come out, we won't interfere. We'll return tomorrow morning to take her away. Understood. But will the young lady not do anything reckless inside? Shitong inquired cautiously. Do I not know my sister? Little Chi is her pride and joy. She wouldn't dare act out, even for his sake. Now, let us go, Sima commanded, leading the way back to the ship, with Shitong and the others following suit. Hongxue guided Little Chi to her room and said, Little Chi, Lin Ran and I need to discuss something. Please wait outside, all right? Sure, sister, go ahead. I'll keep watch from here. Little Chi promptly agreed. Once inside the room, Lin Ran asked, Sister Hongxue, is your family taking you back? Are you going to marry that fiancé of yours? What will happen to my brother? Having heard some of Hongshue's past from Lin Ran, she understood the implications of Hongshue's return. This time, there is no escaping. I must go back. Once your brother returns, ensure he stays steady. He hasn't matured yet, and it's only when he becomes a level 4 ability user that he might have the chance to rescue me. A level 2 ability user is simply too weak, Hongxue instructed earnestly. You know my brother's temperament. If you are taken away, he will surely go mad. I shall leave a video to persuade him, and I will also bequeath this jade pendant to you for him. He should heed my words. Hongxue removed the jade pendant from her neck and handed it to Lin Ran. Upon receiving the pendant, Lin Ran's expression revealed a tinge of complexity as he asked, Sister Hongxue, must you truly depart? Why not flee instead? Foolish child, although my brother's strength is not exceptionally high, he is among the elite of the 3rd-tier ability users. Moreover, that individual beside him, adorned with the tattoo of a green serpent, is a 4th-tier ability user. How could I possibly escape? Hongxue shook her head, rejecting Lin Ran's suggestion. She continued, I intend to report your brother's situation to the headquarters of the Night God sect. Initially, I concealed the truth and merely stated that he possessed teleportation abilities. This time, I shall provide his complete information to the Night God sect headquarters. An ability user with at least SS-level capabilities will undoubtedly attract their attention, facilitating your brother's rapid growth while also diverting some of his focus, allowing him to lessen his longing for me. Furthermore, with the protection of the Night God sect, even if someone from my family wishes to harm him, he will be afforded better protection. It was evident that Hongxue had prepared for the worst and devised her strategies in advance. Very well, Lin Ran replied, though his heart was laden with questions. He refrained from further inquiries upon seeing Hongxue had everything arranged. You should return and rest. I will have Xiaoqi protect you, to ensure your safety from any potential threats. Tomorrow, I will deliver the recorded video to you. At that moment, Hongxue appeared remarkably composed. Lin Yuan stood at the entrance of the Cheng family estate, holding on to Zhou Ying, glancing back at the crowd gathered to bid him farewell. No need to see me off. Cheng Ge, we shall meet again. I must return to the base now. Cheng Feng shook Lin Yuan's hand and said, Brother, when you pass by, do make sure to visit me. Rest assured, I shall. But you must keep my matters confidential, Lin Yuan urged. Do not worry, aside from me. Only my daughter and these bodyguards are aware. They will remain tight-lipped, Cheng Feng assured him. That is reassuring. At that moment, Cheng Qingqing approached, entwining her arm with Wang Qingping's. Thank you, sir, for facilitating the union between Qingqing and Qingping. We shall forever cherish your immense kindness. You two are mutually affectionate. I merely lent a hand, Lin Yuan remarked. Last night at the banquet, Cheng Qingqing had proposed to marry Wang Qingping, much to Cheng Feng's initial disapproval. However, having accepted a gift, Lin Yuan took the opportunity to offer some gentle persuasion, ultimately leading Cheng Feng to acquiesce, which proved to be an effortless endeavor. Chapter 34. The role of Zhou Ying. After bidding farewell to Cheng Feng, Lin Yuan swiftly boarded the hovering car prepared by Cheng Feng, accompanied by Zhou Ying, en route to the docking station of Lin Yuan's spacecraft. At this moment, Lin Yuan was filled with an overwhelming sense of urgency, driven not only by the reunion with Zhou Ying but also by a troubling premonition that seemed to whisper that if he delayed his return, he might lose something forever. Lost in his thoughts, Lin Yuan soon arrived at the location where his spaceship was stationed. He hurriedly pulled Zhou Ying out of the vehicle and dashed towards the spacecraft. Upon entering, Lin Yuan promptly commanded, "Xiaoxing, initiate the ship's launch at once. I wish to return to the base with utmost speed." "Understood, Master," Xiaoxing replied. And Lin Yuan felt the ship's engine roar to life. It turned out that Xiaoxing had left the control program in place during their previous visit, enabling the immediate activation of the spacecraft upon Lin Yuan's command. Curiously, Zhou Ying inquired, "Lin Yuan, why are you in such a hurry to return?" "Of course, it's to take you back to claim credit. I've brought a child back with me, and if I were to sell you, you'd fetch quite a fortune," Lin Yuan jested, concealing his ominous feelings. "I don't believe you. I can tell you are a good person and wouldn't sell me. Otherwise, I wouldn't have joined the ability users organization with you," Zhou Ying replied, looking skeptical. Amused at being labeled a good person, Lin Yuan thought to himself. But outwardly he said, "You are mistaken. I genuinely intend to bring you back to claim my reward. Your time manipulation ability is immensely valuable, and bringing you back should surely earn me billions of star coins." "Billions of star coins, Lin Yuan. Can you share half with me? After all, you discovered me," Zhou Ying exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with greed. "Impossible. This is my rightful reward. How could I share it with you?" Lin Yuan teased him further. "Then how about a 60-40 split?" Zhou Ying persisted, refusing to give up. Lin Yuan shook his head in denial. "Nope. What about a 70-30 split?" Zhou Ying pressed on. Lin Yuan again declined. "Not even a 20-80 split would be acceptable. You're being too harsh," Zhou Ying protested, clearly unable to accept such terms. "My point is that I won't be sharing anything. All the money is rightfully mine. Why should I divide it with you?" Lin Yuan chuckled, enjoying the banter. "Humph. If you don't give me anything, I'll just claim I have no abilities. No one will be able to tell. And let us see if they still grant you a bonus," Zhou Ying threatened. "Listen carefully, young man. The greatest distinction between ability users and ordinary people is that ability users possess superior physical qualities. Once you arrive there, a simple physical examination will reveal your abilities. And even if you don't showcase your time manipulation power, I am still entitled to my bonus," Lin Yuan explained. "How could you do this? If you refuse to share, I'll just downplay my abilities, and that will diminish your bonus." Zhou Ying countered thoughtfully. "You're still so young. Being this greedy isn't good for you. I should apply for guardianship over you, act as your guardian, and manage your finances," Lin Yuan teased. "Wait, you can actually apply to be my guardian?" Zhou Ying exclaimed, astonished. "Of course. You're only 13 and have no family. Bringing you back allows me to take on that role. Besides, I should tell you that the base manager is my wife. Do you think it would be difficult for me to become your guardian? By doing so, I can oversee your assets, and the funds on your star card will all be mine," Lin Yuan joked to frighten him. Upon hearing this, Zhou Ying immediately relented, pleading, "Lin Yuan, I was wrong. Please don't take away the money on my star card. It's what I've worked so hard to save." "Worked hard to save? How much have you actually earned?" Lin Yuan inquired with curiosity. "Well, it's not a lot. Maybe around a few billion," Zhou Ying hesitantly replied. "Be precise, or I'll take it all," Lin Yuan threatened. 10 billion, 1,539 star coins, Zhou Ying reported, presenting an astonishingly detailed figure. "How on earth do you have so much money?" Lin Yuan was taken aback. Having spent years as a petty thief, he had never amassed such wealth, with his most lucrative haul being the theft of Hong Shui's necklace, which netted him 2 billion, not to mention a beautiful wife. This was undoubtedly the pinnacle of his thieving career. "I waited outside the jewelry city, stealing from anyone who exited, then selling what I took. Thanks to my time acceleration ability, I was never caught, and gradually I saved enough," Zhou Ying explained nonchalantly. Lin Yuan quickly grasped that this boy was unconventional, blocking the entrance of the jewelry city to steal, an audacious breach of etiquette. It appeared that the buyers on Tianqi Star were no longer the same. Otherwise, they would never allow such theft to continue. Little did he know, after Hong Shui killed old Xing, the owner of Tianqi Jewelry City feared offending ability users and promptly abandoned the trade, leaving it to others. However, Lin Yuan found himself envious of Zhou Ying's ability, praising, "Your time acceleration truly is a remarkable skill. Of course, my time acceleration is incredibly useful. Aside from thievery, I can also use it in daily life," Zhou Ying boasted, basking in Lin Yuan's praise. "How so?" Lin Yuan asked, puzzled. Let me tell you. I once encountered a little bird with an injured leg. I fed it until it was full, then used time acceleration to wrap it up, and soon its injury healed. Since I fed it beforehand, it wouldn't starve. Clever, right? Zhou Ying beamed with pride. You mean to say your time acceleration can be used like that? Come with me. I have something I need your help with. Lin Yuan said, formulating a plan as he led Zhou Ying to a more spacious area. What do you need my help with? Zhou Ying asked, confused. I need you to wrap me in your time acceleration. I overexerted my powers yesterday and cannot use them at the moment. If you can accelerate time around me, I want to see if it helps me recover faster, Lin Yuan instructed. But you're too big. My acceleration range is only 1 meter. How can I wrap you up? Zhou Ying questioned. Fool, just cooperate with me. With that, Lin Yuan curled his body into a ball and asked, is this better? Can you wrap me up now? Absolutely. I can wrap you up, Zhou Ying replied, nodding. Good. Begin. But remember, if you feel overwhelmed, just stop. I'm an ability user. Altering my time flow might be more challenging for you than for an ordinary person. If it doesn't work, we can always try again, Lin Yuan advised. Don't worry. Zhou Ying readily agreed and began to manipulate the surrounding time flow. As the time around Lin Yuan shifted, he felt no immediate change. Aside from Zhou Ying's breathing and blinking slowing to an almost comical pace, hours seemed to pass as Zhou Ying struggled to blink. Lin Yuan noticed that the timer on his communicator had surpassed 3 hours, and Zhou Ying had only managed a single slow blink during that time. Lin Yuan understood that this was a result of the drastic difference in their time flows, leading to the peculiar situation before him. At this moment, outside, Zhou Ying's face glistened with beads of sweat, his breath becoming increasingly labored, evidently a consequence of excessive use of his abilities. Yet he persevered, driven by a simple thought. Lin Yuan had been kind to him, and now that Lin Yuan was in trouble, he was resolute in his determination to assist him. As an orphan, he had known little of care until he met Lin Yuan. At the Chung family banquet, he had been terrified, having never encountered such a scene before. But Lin Yuan had stayed by his side, engaging him in conversation and continually placing the most delectable food before him. Once in their room, Lin Yuan had bathed him and told him stories until he fell asleep. Though he had never experienced such tenderness, he silently vowed to treat Lin Yuan well in the future. An orphan, devoid of love, nonetheless understands gratitude more deeply. Zhou Ying held on for a while longer, his body teetering on the brink of collapse. Biting his tongue to sharpen his focus, he hastened the flow of time once more. Aware that he could not sustain this for long, uncertain if Lin Yuan would be able to recover. Suddenly, he saw Lin Yuan inside making an okay gesture, a knowing smile gracing his lips, before collapsing in the cabin, and the flow of time returned to normal. Meanwhile, within the Tianyu base, Hong Shui clutched Lin Ran's hand. Her eyes red-rimmed, a clear indication of tears shed the previous night. She glanced at Sima, waiting by the base entrance, and said to Lin Ran, Xiao Ran, your brother cares for you above all else. You must stop him. He must not seek me out. Soon, someone from the Dark Knight sect headquarters will come for him. You must persuade him to go there. They can offer him superior training conditions. Do you understand? Upon hearing Hong Shui's words, Lin Ran nodded. Though she yearned to tell Hong Shui that Lin Yuan valued her just as much as he did, she refrained, not wanting to add to Hong Shui's burdens. This is for Lin Yuan. Everything I wish to convey to him is on this card. You must remember to stop him. He must not come looking for me. Hong Shui urged, handing Lin Ran a small black card. Rest assured, Sister Hong Shui, I will prevent my brother from going, Lin Ran replied, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she accepted the card. Very well, I shall take my leave. Take care of yourselves, Hong Shui said, passing the items to Lin Ran and striding towards Sima. Upon reaching Sima, she stated, Elder brother, let us depart. Noticing the redness in Hong Shui's eyes, Sima's expression softened as he assured her, Xiao Shui, do not worry. I will do everything in my power to prevent you from marrying that Jichen. I will not allow you to suffer. Elder brother, you know our father's temperament well. If I could persuade him, would I have needed to escape? Hong Shui replied, her demeanor calm. Sighing, Sima said, the spaceship is ready. Let us board. Wait, elder brother, I will return with you. But you must guarantee the safety of the base members. Otherwise, you know my disposition. Hong Shui cautioned after a moment's thought. Rest assured, I would never harm them. Sima promised. At that moment, a small spacecraft sped towards Tianyu Star. This vessel was clearly of the most basic type, incapable of even entering the dark universe. While it appeared swift, in the vastness measured in light years, it was merely inconsequential. Chapter 35. The Awakening of the Plump Man at this moment. Within the cabin of the spacecraft, two individuals were seated together, engaged in conversation. One of them was notably rotund, particularly around the face, where excess flesh squished his eyes into mere slits, giving him an air of lewdness. The other man, in stark contrast, was strikingly handsome, his white bangs accentuating his elegance, although a hint of shyness lingered on his face, somewhat at odds with his dashing appearance. These two were none other than the plump man and Ice Hand. Returning from a mission, the plump man, brimming with pride, remarked to Ice Hand, "Ice Hand, do you think they will be astonished when we return? Let us see if they dare to call my transformation a pangolin again." It was evident that the plump man harbored resentment over being compared to a pangolin. Ice Hand shook his head, somewhat exasperated, and replied, "Plump man, I understand that your recent success in capturing star beasts for the hunting team has been remarkable, but you've mentioned it incessantly. Can you not find a moment's peace? Ah, Ice Hand, I know you're envious. After all, my second awakening of abilities is quite rare, and I've ascended to a level 3 ability user. Haha, isn't it splendid? Do you think our leader can still best me now?" The plump man was in high spirits. "I think you should give it a try. Even if you are now a level 3 ability user, whether you can even touch Brother Lin Yuan is debatable. As a punching bag, you've merely become a bit sturdier," Ice Hand retorted without mercy. "Hey, Ice Hand, must you be so discouraging? Even if I can't defeat our leader, at least I can handle the violent bear. And Iron Man, they always mock me during missions." The plump man wore a woeful expression. "Well, plump man, you used to be able to best them. Even if you are now a level 3 ability user, it remains unchanged. You still cannot defeat Brother Lin Yuan or Sister Hong Shui, and it seems you cannot best me either," Ice Hand analyzed. "Please, Ice Hand, refrain from speaking. The more you say, the more I feel my progress is minuscule," the plump man lamented. At that moment, an electronic synthesized voice resonated. "The most esteemed level 3 ability user, Master Plump Man, I have detected an approaching spacecraft. It is advisable to evade." From the manner of address, it was clear that this was the plump man's artificial intelligence, adept in mechanics and programming, inherently sophisticated and humanized. "Is the approaching spacecraft from the base?" "No, it does not belong to the base. Since it's not from the base, it must be here for resupply. Let us ignore it and steer clear of its path. We are returning to base," the plump man commanded. Meanwhile, within the spacecraft heading towards the plump man, Hong Shui sat in her specially prepared room, lost in thought. Outside, Xiaoqi stood guard like a dutiful sentinel. Simultaneously, Sima was in another room, addressing Shitong. "Since we have made a promise to the one called Black Shark, we must adhere to it. You will remain here to assist him in eliminating that level 2 ability user. I will await you at Tianji Star in the 9-day star system. Make haste." "Understood, my lord," Shitong replied. At that moment, a brazen young man entered, saying, "My lord, we have detected a spacecraft. We believe it belongs to the ability users from this base. Should we intercept it?" "No need. Evade them and proceed as planned," Sima replied nonchalantly. "Understood." As the somewhat brash young man departed, Sima cautioned Shitong, "Remember, the people from the base are all part of Xiaoshui's team. Apart from the level 2 ability user identified by Black Shark, we cannot harm anyone else. Incapacitation is sufficient. Do you understand? Furthermore, concerning the level 2 ability user, you may assist a little, but let Black Shark handle it himself. Otherwise, I cannot explain to my sister." "Rest assured, my lord, I will prepare immediately," Shitong said, turning to leave with a smile that hinted at deeper intentions. The plump man's spacecraft soon landed at the base, where he discovered another spacecraft stationed there. Upon closer inspection, he exclaimed in alarm, "Oh no, this is my former leader Black Shark's ship. Why is he back again? We must leave quickly. Only Sister Hong Shui and Lin Yuan are at the base, and I fear for their safety." Upon hearing that Lin Yuan might be in danger, a glint of murderous intent flashed in Ice Hand's eyes as he hurried towards the hatch. Upon entering, they found the base entrance deserted. Not a trace of battle to be seen. If Black Shark had invaded, this scene seemed implausible. Ice Hand paused briefly and said to the plump man, "Aren't you able to control the base's defense system? Retrieve the surveillance footage and see what transpired here." Ice Hand remained composed, speaking methodically. "All right. I will access the surveillance immediately," the plump man responded, promptly contacting the base's defense system. At that moment, Ice Hand also began reaching out to Lin Yuan. Soon, Lin Yuan's voice came through Ice Hand's communicator. "Ice Hand, have you returned to the base?" "Yes." "Xiaoran, where are you? What about Brother Lin Yuan and Sister Hong Shui?" Ice Hand inquired. "My brother is still on a mission and hasn't he returned. Sister Hong Shui has been taken by her family," Lin Yuan explained. "And you? Are you safe? Ice Hand asked with concern. I'm fine. I'm currently in the base's defense system control room, but I can't control the system due to insufficient authority. For some reason, Black Shark's group is just waiting inside their ship, not coming out. It seems they are waiting for something. Hurry and come to get me so we can drive Black Shark away and rescue Sister Hong Shui, Lin Yuan elaborated. Okay, I'm on my way. Ice Hand exclaimed as he rushed towards the base control room. The plump man glanced at Black Shark's ship, pondered for a moment, and followed Ice Hand towards the control room. At that moment, inside Black Shark's ship, he questioned Shi Tong with a puzzled expression, my lord. Why aren't we allowed to take action? And that girl from the base, Hong Shui, must have left something behind. Why can't we seize it? Why the rush? Let them gather first, then we can deal with them more effectively. They will undoubtedly contact other members of the base, making it easier for us to eliminate them all at once, Shi Tong replied. Ah, now I understand. That's why you lifted the communication signal blockade for the base. To catch them all at once. I admire your strategy, Black Shark flattered. Enough. They should have sent out the message by now. Take your men and capture the 3 of them, Shi Tong said, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. In the control room, Lin Yuan recounted the events, then added, just now, the base's communication signals were blocked, and I couldn't contact anyone. We need to reach my brother quickly. Do not worry. I have already contacted the boss. He is on his way here, the plump man assured. Then let us head out and confront Black Shark. It was his betrayal that led to Sister Hong Shui's capture. We must teach him a lesson, Lin Yuan declared, clenching his fists. Then let us proceed. Ice Hand decided immediately. The trio made their way towards the base entrance, just as Black Shark and his group emerged from their ship, entering the base and heading towards the control room. It would not be long before the 2 sides would meet. Meanwhile, aboard the spacecraft, Lin Yuan's face betrayed no emotion, yet the tension in his clenched fists revealed his anger and anxiety. He was so consumed by his feelings that he failed to notice his nails embedding into his flesh. Beside him, Zhou stood silently, observing Lin Yuan with a pallid complexion, evidently bearing the aftereffects of restoring Lin Yuan's abilities. Xiaoxing, when will we arrive at Tianyu Star? Master, at the current velocity of this spacecraft, we require at least another hour and a half. Can we expedite our pace? Lin Yuan's voice bore an emotional void. If we were to recklessly accelerate, risking the integrity of the ship, we might double our speed. Then let us proceed with forced acceleration. However, there exists a 50% chance that the spacecraft may sustain irreparable damage, rendering it inoperable, which would prevent our return to Tianyu Star. Accelerate. Yes, initiate forced acceleration immediately. Lin Yuan felt a swell of anxiety within, while Lin Ran and the others believed that Hong Shui had merely been taken by her family. Lin Yuan could not shake the harrowing vision he had witnessed at the altar with the Destiny Stone. He must avert that dreadful scenario. In the corridor of the base, Ice Hand and his companions unexpectedly crossed paths with Black Shark's group. A sinister grin crept across Black Shark's face as he remarked, "So, you've emerged, saving me the trouble of searching for you. Boss, how could you stoop so low? You actually resorted to betrayal. I truly look down upon you." The stout fellow standing next to Ice Hand interjected. "Humph, you traitor, fatty. You still have the audacity to speak. I offer you a chance, return now." "And it's not too late," Black Shark replied, still harboring a fondness for Fatty, whose cunning and expertise in machinery and programming made him invaluable in their pursuits against the star beasts. "Boss, Black Shark, let me tell you, the moment you abandoned me, you ceased to be my leader. Today, I shall avenge Sister Shui." As he spoke, Fatty began to manifest a series of earthy yellow scales. His head elongated, and 2 antler-like protrusions sprouted from his skull. A long tail emerged from behind, while his hands transformed into razor-sharp claws. What seemed to unfold slowly was, in reality, a mere instant. Fatty completed his metamorphosis, now unrecognizable from his former self, a dragon-headed figure adorned with scales, resembling a veritable Tyrannosaurus Rex. No wonder Fatty had always claimed that no one would liken his transformation to that of a pangolin. This form bore no resemblance to such a creature, indeed resembling a terrestrial dragon. Roar, roar, roar. Fatty unleashed a guttural cry, his form becoming a streak of yellow light as he charged towards Black Shark. "I shall see what progress you have made." Black Shark, incensed by Fatty's audacious assault, unleashed his own powers, his skin instantaneously darkening and becoming as smooth as fish skin. Chapter 36. The power of the serpent's gaze. The rotund figure charged towards the Black Shark, transforming his right hand into a claw of earthy hue. Striking with a ferocity that, while not particularly swift, exuded an inescapable aura. The black shark, confronted by a former subordinate, was determined not to yield, intent on teaching the traitorous figure a lesson, and launched a powerful punch towards the approaching hand. A flicker of disdain crossed the large, dragon-like eyes of the rotund man. Despite both being third-level ability users, the disparity in their powers was significant. His abilities had previously ranked among the formidable in Class A, and after a second awakening, he had undoubtedly ascended to the realm of Class S. In contrast, the Black Shark's abilities barely grazed Class A, and were among the weakest. The audacity of the Black Shark to engage him directly was a testament to his folly. Indeed, upon collision, a piercing scream erupted from the Black Shark, accompanied by the sickening sound of bones fracturing. With a single blow, the rotund man denied the Black Shark any chance for retaliation. With a powerful flick of his tail, he sent the Black Shark hurtling back, crashing heavily to the ground. Have you become a third-level ability user? The Black Shark uttered this question slowly, collapsing onto the ground. Rendered silent. You dare to lay a hand on the boss. You seek death. Upon witnessing the Black Shark's defeat, Zhu Rong, filled with fury, thrust his hands forward, unleashing a fire dragon that surged towards the rotund man with searing heat. However, unexpectedly, the fire dragon dissipated mid-flight, leaving not even a flicker of flame behind. Zhu Rong stood frozen in disbelief, grappling with the realization that the temperature throughout the corridor had plummeted, imbued with a bone-chilling cold that had already ensnared two unfortunate souls in ice. With an expression of indifference, the ice hand regarded Zhu Rong, raising his palm and clenching it forcefully, causing the temperature to drop further, encasing the Black Shark and his entourage in ice sculptures. Zhu Rong's face betrayed a hint of astonishment. Perhaps it was surprising for a fire wielder to find himself on the brink of becoming an ice statue. Ice hand, how is your power so formidable? So many ability users, not a shred of resistance, all frozen in your grasp. You were never this strong before. The rotund man, taken aback, had thought his swift defeat of the Black Shark was impressive, only to discover the ice hand's capabilities were shockingly superior, silently subduing everyone. When I am with Xiao Ran, my abilities amplify by 3 to 4 times, and my control over them significantly enhances, the ice hand shyly confessed. What? Is that possible? Is this the aura of a couple? Perhaps I should find myself a wife, the rotund man exclaimed in disbelief. Stop talking nonsense. We need to wake the Black Shark and inquire about where Sister Hongxue has been taken. We must devise a plan to rescue her. Lin Ran pointed towards the Black Shark. All right, I will awaken him, the ice hand declared, raising his hand to thaw the Black Shark. I see no need for that. You won't have the opportunity to search for Miss Xue anyway. A chilling voice resonated through the corridor, causing Lin Ran to shiver involuntarily. From the shadows emerged the serpent's gaze, vibrant serpents slithering at his feet, swiftly filling the corridor. Ah! Lin Ran shrieked upon spotting the serpents. Leaping up and clinging tightly to the ice hand, her fear of snakes overwhelming her. A glint of coldness flashed in the ice hand's eyes. With a wave of his hand, the temperature plummeted, shattering the serpents into fragments. The serpent's gaze, taken aback, realized that these were not ordinary snakes, but manifestations of ability, and even second-level users would struggle to eliminate one. Yet, the ice hand, seemingly unremarkable, had effortlessly dispatched the horde, leaving him astonished. However, this was merely a preliminary test. Unperturbed, the serpent's gaze bit his finger, drawing blood, which he smeared across the serpent tattoo on his face. The red serpent tongue of the tattoo extended forth, greedily consuming the blood. The tattoo, now animated, crawled from his visage, exuding a terrifying aura. The serpents that emerged from the tattoo grew rapidly, transforming into a massive python that occupied half the corridor, its emerald body emanating an ominous chill, and its breath carrying a nauseating stench. Ice hand, strike him down. He's terrifying. Lin Ran, terrified of the serpents, had jumped off the ice hand and hid behind him, urging him to attack. Xiao Ran, rest assured, I will protect you. The ice hand raised his arm, and a dragon of ice surged forth, aimed at the massive python, further lowering the corridor's temperature. This ice dragon was even more formidable than the one previously summoned at the altar. The ice hand seemed to wield it with ease, and it was evident that his powers had indeed strengthened with Lin Ran by his side. As the python perceived the impending ice dragon, it hissed defiantly, opening its cavernous maw to swallow the dragon whole. The ice hand, unfazed by this turn of events, clenched his right hand, commanding the dragon to explode within the python's belly. The python bore the brunt of the ice dragon's detonation, encased in frost, rendered immobile as if frozen in time. Seeing the python immobilized, the serpent's gaze smirked disdainfully and remarked coldly, "If this is all you can muster, cease your struggles. Death is your only destination." Upon his words, the python radiated a vibrant green glow, melting the frost that encased it, regaining its freedom. The ice hand furrowed his brow and instructed Lin Ran, "Xiao Ran, grip my hand tightly." Upon hearing this, Lin Ran clasped his left hand firmly and declared, "Ice hand, I believe in you. Once you defeat him, I shall marry you." Buoyed by her encouragement, the ice hand raised his right hand, frost enveloping it entirely, transforming it into a hand of ice, with a dragon's silhouette shimmering upon it. He drew a slender, ancient sword from the air, its surface echoing with the sound of dragons, with a glint of cold determination in his eyes. The ice hand gripped the sword tightly and swung it fiercely at the python, a blinding light erupting from the blade, the piercing cold even fracturing the corridor's alloy walls. The serpent's gaze sensed the extraordinary power of the attack and quickly commanded the python to adopt a defensive posture. Coiling tightly and lowering its massive head to expose its hardened skull, enveloped once more in a corrosive green light that eroded the floor beneath it. Observing the python's ironclad defense, the serpent's gaze smiled confidently, believing that while the ice sword was powerful, as a fourth-level ability user, he was impervious to harm. The ice hand would surely be left weakened, allowing him to effortlessly crush him without expending any effort. Unfortunately, while his thoughts were well-formed, the script did not unfold as he anticipated. Before the ice hand's strike could land, a colossal earthen dragon apparition suddenly manifested behind the rotund man. "Let me demonstrate to you the newfound abilities I have acquired as a level 3 psychic." The rotund figure bellowed as he plunged his hands into the special alloy floor, sinking them deep within. A colossal stone pillar erupted from beneath the gigantic serpent, forcefully elevating it into the corridor, thereby revealing the serpent's gaze hidden beneath its massive form. The radiant white light emitted by the ice sword pierced through the stone pillar without impediment, striking fiercely at the serpent's eye. A fleeting look of panic crossed the serpent's face as it raised its right hand to strike its own crown, but before it could execute any further movements, the white light collided with it. Even as a level 4 psychic, there was no chance of survival upon being struck by such a force. The white light traversed through the serpent's body, instantly encasing it in a frigid sculpture of ice. With a mere wave of his hand, the rotund figure sent a stone crashing down upon the serpent's frozen form. Cracks began to emerge on the icy sculpture, gradually expanding until they enveloped the entire body, ultimately shattering it into countless fragments. Observing the scattered remnants, the rotund figure exhaled heavily and remarked, "This has truly exhausted me," condensing that stone pillar was no simple feat. "The ground beneath the Celestial Guardian is nothing but sand, and it has drained me entirely. You did well. My brother did not choose you as a companion in vain." Lin Ran praised from behind the icy hand. "Of course, I am now a level 3 psychic, having defeated a level 4. The description of boundless potential could not be more fitting for me." The rotund figure reveled in his own self-importance, neglecting to acknowledge the contributions of the icy hand. "Humph. You were merely a minor assistance. It is my ice hand that is truly formidable. Were it not for the presence of that loathsome creature with a snake tattoo on his face, could he have been dispatched so swiftly?" Lin Ran immediately sought to commend the icy hand in response to the rotund figure's remarks. "Little miss, I am not dead yet. Is it appropriate for you to quarrel over credit?" The voice of the serpent's eye suddenly echoed, and the massive serpent, pinned beneath the stone pillar in the corridor, began to writhe. The once dim green glow emanating from its body intensified, radiating with an unparalleled brightness. The serpent's form rapidly diminished until it returned to the stature of an ordinary human, gradually coming to a halt. A figure, part human and part serpent, materialized atop the stone pillar, its mouth flickering with a crimson snake tongue that hissed incessantly. Gazing upon its visage, one could discern that, aside from the absence of serpentine tattoos, it bore an uncanny resemblance to the serpent's eye, leaving one to wonder what manner of sorcery had allowed it to merge seamlessly with the gigantic serpent. Chapter 37. The arrival serpent's gaze stood atop a stone pillar, a flicker of murderous intent gleaming in his eyes. With a sinister smile curling at the corners of his mouth, he declared, "You should take pride in being able to force me to this extent. Now, prepare to witness the true power of a level 4 ability user." As soon as he uttered these words, he vanished from the stone pillar, reappearing directly in front of the hefty opponent. This was not a mere teleportation. It was a demonstration of his incredible speed. Perhaps it was due to the repulsion he felt towards the rotund figure, but Serpent's gaze targeted him first, launching a powerful punch aimed squarely at the enormous dragon mouth that had formed after the hefty one transformed. The hefty one, despite being seasoned in battle, found the punch too swift to evade. He couldn't even raise his hands in defense. In a moment of desperation, he opened his mouth wide, revealing the massive maw of his transformed dragon head. Serpent's Gaze's fist collided directly with his mouth, and, akin to a rabid dog, the hefty one bit down fiercely, seizing Serpent's Gaze's fist with an iron grip. Serpent's Gaze was utterly unprepared for this counterattack. Agonizing pain shot through his arm, prompting an instinctive attempt to break free. Yet the hefty one held on tenaciously, raising his claws to strike. However, Serpent's Gaze, now endowed with extraordinary abilities and speed, remained undaunted. The arm ensnared by the hefty one's jaws suddenly became exceedingly soft and slick, allowing him to extract it effortlessly, twisting his body artfully to evade the hefty one's claws entirely. Realizing he had missed his mark, the hefty one felt a surge of unease. Nevertheless, his abilities leaned towards defense, so he remained undeterred, swinging his tail viciously at Serpent's Gaze, with a hint of disdain on his face. Serpent's Gaze's palm shimmered with a verdant glow as he struck the hefty one's tail. Upon contact, the hefty one let out a pained cry, recoiling as he evidently suffered a significant setback. Serpent's Gaze's contempt deepened as he surged forward to deliver another blow. However, two icy dragons charged at him from either side, their chilling aura making Serpent's Gaze shudder involuntarily. It was Ice Hand who had initiated this countermeasure. He had been preparing the icy dragons since Serpent's Gaze began his assault, knowing that ordinary tactics would be futile against him. As Serpent's Gaze faced the two icy dragons, his earlier arrogance transformed into seriousness. He thrust his palm upward, unleashing two emerald serpents that collided violently with the icy dragons, intercepting Ice Hand's attack. Serpent's lower half fused into a serpent's tail, elongated dramatically and lashed out at the hefty one. The unfortunate hefty one was struck hard by the tail, the immense force slamming him against the corridor wall. His formidable defenses absorbed much of the impact, but the wall could not withstand such force, indenting deeply and embedding him within it. Having successfully dealt with the hefty one, Serpent's Gaze turned his full attention to Ice Hand, perceiving him as the primary adversary. He understood that without the hefty one's interference, Ice Hand would not pose a significant threat. Ice Hand, witnessing the hefty one being sent flying, snorted dismissively, and the ice dragons erupted into a flurry of icy shards that engulfed Serpent's Gaze. When the cascade of ice settled, Serpent's Gaze emerged unscathed before Ice Hand, his expression one of deep perplexity. "I find it rather curious," he mused. "From your control over abilities, it seems you are at most a level 3 ability user. Yet, your powers appear inexhaustible, and each of your attacks is exceedingly potent. How is it that you have not succumbed to weakness from overexertion?" Ice Hand, regarding Serpent's Gaze with a cold glare, retorted, "There is no need for idle chatter." With that, a wave of colorless cold surged forth from beneath Serpent's feet, aiming to freeze him. Even with Lin Ran by his side, Ice Hand required a moment to unleash the intensity of his previous attack. So this strike was merely a preliminary test. Serpent's Gaze, bathed in a green luminescence, treated the cold as if it were non-existent. As the chill approached, it vanished without a trace, suggesting that the green glow had shielded him from the icy explosion. Observing Lin Ran, who had been gripping Ice Hand's arm, Serpent's Gaze pondered aloud. "It seems you have been using only one hand to attack, and that lovely young lady behind you does not appear to be an ability user. Despite the ferocity of this battle, she remains unaffected by your pervasive cold. Your secret surely lies with her." With that, Serpent's Gaze dashed toward Lin Ran, his serpent tail propelling him with astonishing speed. Ice Hand was not one to remain passive. With a low growl, he enveloped himself in frost, yanking Lin Ran behind him to shield her from Serpent's impending strike. Just as Serpent's Gaze extended his hand, it transformed into a corrosive green, slamming against Ice Hand with tremendous force. The corrosive power swiftly eroded the frost armor, creating a gaping hole and forcing contact with Ice Hand's skin, producing a sizzling sound. Ice Hand grunted, raising his right fist to retaliate against Serpent's Gaze. However, Serpent's Gaze wore a chilling smile as he lashed out with his tail, propelling both Ice Hand and Lin Ran through the air. Although Ice Hand, being an ability user, absorbed much of the impact, Lin Ran, lacking such resilience, would undoubtedly suffer grave injuries upon landing. In the moment before they struck the ground, Ice Hand executed a swift maneuver, swapping positions with Lin Ran. He crashed heavily onto the ground, skidding over a meter, while Lin Ran found herself unharmed atop his back. Clapping slowly, Serpent's Gaze remarked, "How touching. You must hold a great fondness for this young lady." Lin Ran, rising from Ice Hand's back and inspecting the unconscious figure, confirmed his stable breathing. Assuring herself of his safety, standing tall with a fierce expression, she retorted, "You grotesque creature with a snake tattooed on your face. What do you care for his feelings? You boast of your prowess, yet you are merely a dog of my sister Hongshue's family. If you have the gall, kill me and see if she will not take you down with me." What a sharp-tongued little girl, he thought, anger flaring within him. Her words struck a nerve. For he was indeed of lowly status within the Sima family, merely a dog in the presence of its heirs. He understood this truth, but would not tolerate its articulation. His serpent tail coiled around Lin Rant's waist, pulling her close. With a resounding slap, Serpent's gaze struck Lin Rant's face, leaving 5 crimson imprints upon her fair cheek, a trickle of blood escaping her lips. "I know not what it means to cherish the delicate," speaking out of turn warrants punishment. "Yes, I admit I am a dog of the Sima family. But one day, I shall make them kneel before me, begging for mercy." As he spoke, his serpent tongue flicked in and out, his visage twisted with madness. Lin Ran remained silent, her gaze fixed on Serpent's gaze, fury igniting in her eyes. "You've said quite enough. I must continue to navigate the Sima family's treacherous waters. So it is time for you to perish. Rest assured, they will soon join you in the afterlife. Farewell." The serpent-eyed figure revealed a sinister grin at the corner of his mouth as his hand gradually rested upon Lin Rant's neck, applying a forceful grip. At that moment, an eerie smile emerged on Lin Rant's face. His pink tongue shot out, extending an astonishing half a meter. His eyes suddenly rolled back, exposing the whites, while his eye sockets enlarged dramatically, resembling a ghastly specter. The unexpected transformation startled the serpent-eyed figure, prompting him to exert his strength, causing Lin Ran to explosively dissipate into a cloud of white smoke, drifting behind him. Turning to glance, the serpent-eyed figure beheld 3 silhouettes standing there. Among them was Lin Ran, accompanied by a figure adorned with a black demonic mask, the ghostly figure Mo Lien, who had just employed a mysterious method to rescue Lin Ran, though the reason for her presence remained unclear. The last figure was an ordinary young man, devoid of any expression. Yet his eyes betrayed an intense murderous intent that sent a shiver down the serpent-eyed figure's spine. It was none other than Lin Yuan, who had hastily arrived. The serpent-eyed figure gazed at Lin Yuan, a flicker of fear crossing his eyes as he asked uncertainly, "Are you the Star Master?" "Serpent-eyed, you have not forgotten me, have you?" Lin Yuan replied. "Sima seeks his sister, and it turns out to be Hongshui. Leaving you here seems to be a matter of silencing witnesses. I wonder if you can survive this ordeal." Upon encountering the serpent-eyed figure and recalling Lin Ran's prior revelations, Lin Yuan comprehended the situation instantly. Without further ado, he suddenly appeared before the serpent-eyed figure and threw a punch aimed at his chest. In truth, Lin Yuan intended to strike his head, but the serpent-eyed figure had transformed, towering at nearly 2 meters, rendering such a target unreachable. As Lin Yuan's fist flew forth, the serpent-eyed figure dared not meet it head-on, swiftly retreating to evade the blow. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Yuan teleported behind him, delivering a powerful kick to the serpent-eyed figure's back. He then teleported again, positioning himself at the serpent-eyed figure's right front. His right leg, straight as a steel whip, struck fiercely at the serpent-eyed figure's head, causing it to tilt leftward. Simultaneously, his left leg pressed against the serpent-eyed figure's chest, unleashing tremendous force that sent him careening through the air. Observing the serpent-eyed figure sprawled on the ground, Lin Yuan felt a twinge of confusion. Could it be that a level 4 ability user was so feeble? After all, his strikes seemed to hold greater efficacy than what even a level 3 ability user would typically endure. Chapter 38. Fierce battle. As Lin Yuan pondered the fragility of Shitong, the latter suddenly erupted into laughter while lying on the ground. After a hearty laugh, he rose and exclaimed, "Star Master, I never imagined you were indeed a level 2 ability user. How foolish of me to be so cautious." Shitong had refrained from retaliating earlier because he was momentarily stunned. In his mind, the Star Master's reflexes were exceedingly swift, comparable to those of a level 4 ability user, and he assumed Lin Yuan was at least a level 3. Thus, he had hesitated to engage directly. To his astonishment, the intensity of Lin Yuan's attack matched that within the battle arena, leaving him incredulous and momentarily speechless. Now, however, he was filled with elation, believing that the humiliation he suffered in the arena could finally be avenged. "Star Master, allow me to show you what a level 4 ability user is truly capable of." With that, Shitong thrust his hands forward, and a vibrant green python shot forth from his palms, lunging fiercely at Lin Yuan. Such a defeated foe still dares to speak. Lin Yuan mocked, yet his movements were swift as he teleported to evade the python's assault. positioning himself behind Shi Tong and delivering a punch aimed at his neck. As a level 4 ability user, Shi Tong had long since fused his will with his abilities. Using them had become instinctual. He swiftly lashed his tail towards Lin Yuan. In midair, Lin Yuan slightly turned to evade the tail strike. Feeling the rush of air as it narrowly missed his nose, he retaliated with a kick to Shi Tong's back, propelling himself backward. Unexpectedly, Shi Tong's tail changed trajectory, transforming from a sweep to a strike aimed directly at Lin Yuan once more. Lin Yuan instantly teleported, narrowly escaping the blow, but to his shock, the python he had evaded lunged at him with a bite. Just as he prepared to dodge, the python erupted in vibrant green flames, dissipating in an instant, revealing that Mo Lien had intervened. Mo Lien's arrival scattered the python, her entire being engulfed in green flames as she surged towards Shi Tong's left side. Lin Yuan quickly grasped her intent and teleported to Shi Tong's right, launching a flurry of attacks. Shi Tong, enveloped in a green glow, stood his ground, engaging both adversaries without retreat, showcasing the terrifying prowess of a level 4 ability user. After a brief exchange with Mo Lien, who found no opportunity to gain the upper hand and noticed her green flames being significantly diminished, she saw Lin Yuan, whose hands were bloodied and mangled, while Shi Tong remained unperturbed. No longer holding back, two figures clad in black and white materialized beside her, pointing at Shi Tong while chanting incantations in an ancient dialect of Huaxia. Black and white impermanence, claim his soul. Upon hearing the command, the two figures transformed into black and white ropes, ensnaring Shi Tong. A flicker of surprise crossed his face as the green glow intensified, forcing Lin Yuan and Mo Lien to retreat while he resisted the binding ropes. "What is your relationship with the Lord of the Ghost Mask?" he demanded. "Humph. What business is it of yours?" Mo Lien's voice was hoarse, unwilling to allow Shi Tong to speak further, as a surge of green flames erupted beneath him. "Even if you are the Lord of the Ghost Mask, killing you may not even draw his notice." A glint of murderous intent flashed in Shi Tong's eyes as two verdant curved daggers materialized in his hands, slicing through the black and white ropes, which shrieked in response. Retreating swiftly back to Mo Lien's side and reverting to human form. "Master, his blades can harm ghostly forms. You must be cautious," the white figure lamented. "Humph, your ghostly arts are still lacking. Perish." With that, Shi Tong lunged forward, intent on eliminating Mo Lien first. His speed was remarkable, closing the distance in the blink of an eye, dual daggers poised to strike. Mo Lien, caught off guard, instinctively raised her arms to block the incoming blows. But such strikes were far beyond mere arm defense. Even if she managed to block, her limbs would surely be rendered useless. In a critical moment, Lin Yuan appeared in midair, delivering a powerful stomp onto Shi Tong's forehead, forcing him backward. Mo Lien seized the chance to kick Shi Tong in the abdomen, allowing her to retreat from the impending daggers. With the daggers falling short, Shi Tong's weapons vanished, clearly unable to be wielded freely. He shot Lin Yuan a venomous glare before his tail whipped around, charging at Lin Yuan once more. Lin Yuan's eyes sparkled with determination as he teleported backward, evading the oncoming assault. Just as Shi Tong prepared to pursue, Lin Yuan executed another teleport, reappearing beside him, delivering a heavy palm strike to Shi Tong's chest. Caught off guard, Shi Tong barely had time to react, twisting to evade, which allowed Lin Yuan's strike to land on his shoulder instead. As Lin Yuan's palm made contact, the laser emitter embedded in his palm discharged instantaneously, piercing through Shi Tong's shoulder and erupting in a fountain of blood, creating a gaping wound. From the outset, Lin Yuan had directed Xiao Xing to compress the energy of his combat suit, preparing this laser strike. The suit, originally designed to incapacitate level 3 ability users, had now been optimized to inflict considerable damage upon a level 4 user. Regrettably, Lin Yuan had not struck Shi Tong's chest. Had he done so, he might have achieved a decisive victory. With his strike successful, Lin Yuan's teleportation faltered for a moment, granting Shi Tong the opportunity to retaliate. He clenched his fist and landed a blow to Lin Yuan's abdomen, sending him hurtling backward. Shi Tong's tail lashed out, aiming to bring Lin Yuan crashing to the ground. Despite Lin Yuan's response being slightly delayed, he had also melded his will with his abilities, thus evading Shi Tong's strike. Although wounded, Shi Tong seized the moment to land a hit on Lin Yuan, and as a level 2 ability user, he could not withstand the force of a level 4 user's attack. Indeed, Shi Tong's tail struck down, leaving Lin Yuan with no means to resist as he crashed to the ground. Shi Tong grinned cruelly as his green curved daggers reappeared, aiming to deliver a lethal blow to Lin Yuan. At that moment, Lin Yuan, lying on the ground, coughed up blood and rolled to avoid the descending dagger. But the speed of Shitong's strike was overwhelming. Despite his desperate efforts to evade, he was grazed across the back, leaving a long, deep wound. Seeing Lin Yuan in peril, Mo Lian gritted her teeth and commanded the two ghostly figures beside her, utilize the ghost-devouring technique. Extending her fingers, she began to perform a series of bizarre gestures, her fingers weaving like a butterfly through the air, a strange force coalescing at her fingertips. Master, this has nothing to do with us. Let us leave. The ghost-devouring technique is excruciating, the white figure expressed fearfully. Indeed. We are merely assisting him by bringing him here. Why wade into this murky water? The black figure echoed, clearly terrified of the ghost-devouring technique. Both reluctant to see Mo Lian employ it. Enough chatter. Who is the master here, you or I? Enter now. Mo Lian's fierce command silenced them, prompting the two figures to transform into beams of light, merging into the force at her fingertips. As they merged, a colossal figure materialized behind Mo Lian, draped in black robes and crowned like a legendary king of the underworld. As her fingers intertwined, a massive demonic visage began to take shape. Go. Mo Lian bit her tongue, a spurt of blood erupting from her mouth, splattering onto the demonic head, and uttered the command. The demon surged forth, charging directly at Shitong. At this moment, Shitong was relentlessly pursuing Lin Yuan, who found himself in a precarious position. He could only evade through instantaneous teleportation, sustaining multiple wounds from Shitong's relentless strikes. Although his reflexes remained sharp, his body lagged ever so slightly, causing each of Shitong's attacks to graze him, leaving behind a series of gaping wounds. These injuries not only bled profusely, but also seemed to possess a potent corrosive quality, gradually devouring the healthy flesh surrounding them, transforming him into a veritable figure of blood. Though Lin Yuan could teleport away directly, his companion Mo Lian had yet to intervene, undoubtedly preparing a decisive strike. It is a well-known fact that when an ability user is gathering their power, any interruption is most unwelcome, thus he must buy her time. With this thought in mind, Lin Yuan ensured that each of his teleportations did not take him too far, positioning himself just within Shitong's reach, as she bore a grudge against him and would naturally attack, leaving Mo Lian undisturbed. Admittedly, Lin Yuan's strategy was exceedingly perilous. A single miscalculation in his teleportation could result in him being brutally cleaved in two by Shitong's curved blade. Akin to a dancer precariously balancing on a tightrope, one misstep could lead to his utter demise. Sensing the chilling gusts heralded by the approaching head of the malevolent spirit behind him, Lin Yuan smiled knowingly. He had not misjudged Mo Lian. He teleported once more, narrowly evading Shitong's grasp. At this juncture, Shitong also perceived the formidable presence of the malevolent spirit's head, a flicker of fear crossing her eyes, which swiftly morphed into a sinister snarl. The emerald-hued blade in her hand vanished without a trace as she let out a silent roar. Her hair began to grow wildly, cascading down to her shoulders before transforming into a myriad of vibrant serpents, hissing ominously, a sight most terrifying. Shitong paid no heed to the serpentine hair. Her form began to deflate like a punctured balloon, rapidly becoming gaunt and emaciated, as if she had aged significantly in mere moments. Only her icy eyes remained strikingly bright. The malevolent spirit's head opened its cavernous maw, filled with razor-sharp fangs, and lunged ferociously at Shitong, certain that a bite would result in shattered bones and torn sinews. Unwilling to be ensnared by the malevolent spirit's jaws, Shitong unleashed two beams of gray light, shooting directly towards the approaching specter. Chapter 39. The downfall of the loquacious villain. The gray beam emanating from the serpent's eyes appeared unremarkable, yet its potency was immense. As it struck the head of the malevolent spirit, the ghastly visage was instantaneously ensnared, shrouded in a veil of gray, rendered immobile in midair. Its gaping maw of jagged teeth left agape. Mo Lian, witnessing the gray light radiating from the serpent's eyes, was incredulous, exclaiming, "Your ability is Medusa's transformation." "No, wait. You are a man. How could that be your power?" His voice, once coarse, transformed into a melodious tone, revealing his true timbre in a moment of astonishment. The serpent's gaze flickered with pride as he replied, "Who said men cannot possess such powers? Though, it is true, a male Medusa transformation comes with significant repercussions, namely, an insatiable lust. Fortunately, there happens to be a lovely young lady here." He cast a glance at Linran, adding, "From the sound of your voice, you too are a woman. Perfect, you can assist in quenching my desires. Dream on. You expend your transformation, and the cost is not trivial, do you still have the strength? Mo Lian, having shed his disguise, spoke in his original voice. Huh. While I may be weak now, you are even weaker. The serpent laughed unabashedly. Is that so? Lin Yuan's voice resonated from the shadows as he suddenly appeared above the serpent, his right hand gleaming like molten gold, crashing down upon the serpent. As he descended, the entire space froze, denying the serpent any chance to resist. A flicker of surprise crossed the serpent's face as he made no attempt to evade. A gray light shot forth from his right eye, aimed directly at Lin Yuan. This beam was nearly imperceptible compared to the previous two, but its force was still considerable. Given Lin Yuan's already grave injuries, being struck by the gray light would surely sap his remaining strength. Yet Lin Yuan regarded the gray beam with indifference, his golden hand descending with blinding swiftness towards the serpent's brow. The serpent's expression darkened as he hastened the gray light, launching it fiercely at Lin Yuan. Both were prepared to gamble their lives, neither willing to retreat or relent. Lin Yuan's palm, radiating golden brilliance, descended upon the serpent with all his might. While the serpent's gray light was the last vestige of his power, their fates hung in the balance, the victor determined by who struck first. Lin Yuan's hand shimmered with golden light, striking down with fervent urgency. Faster, faster. I must be swifter. He silently urged himself. Their confrontation captivated every gaze, be it the frost-covered figure lying on the ground, the plump individual embedded in the wall, or Mo Lian, who stood with Lin Rant's support, all eyes fixated on this climactic moment. Each hoped fervently for Lin Yuan to hasten his assault. Lin Yuan observed his own body held aloft and his petrified hand, a bitter smile forming. Was he still incapable? Such was the might of a level 4 ability user. Despite pouring all his energy into this fight, he found himself at a disadvantage. Without Mo Lian's aid, he would have been utterly defenseless. The serpent regarded the palm descending perilously close, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow, before bursting into laughter. Huh, Star Master, you have indeed lost. Apologies. But the virtual battlefield and reality are not the same. Though I cannot maintain this petrification for long, it is sufficient time for me to extinguish your life. You rely solely on your level to suppress me. Had I been a level 4 ability user, no, even a level 3, I would have easily bested you. Lin Yuan retorted fiercely, his speech quickening, his voice slightly distorted. That is your own merit. You are a genius, but upon death, you shall merely become a fool. Rest assured, once I am done with those two young ladies, I will ensure they keep you company in the afterlife. As for those two fellows, they can accompany you to death right now. With that, the serpent slowly raised his right hand, seemingly intending to instill fear in Lin Yuan before delivering the fatal blow, bringing it down towards Lin Yuan's throat. Farewell, Star Master. The serpent's face was alight with the thrill of vengeance as he tightened his grip. Goodbye. A glimmer of resolve shone in Lin Yuan's eyes, and his right hand, having transformed back into flesh, struck fiercely at the serpent's forehead. The serpent collapsed to the ground, a gaping wound in his forehead, blood flowing profusely. Yet he remained alive, gasping for breath, staring incredulously at Lin Yuan, intermittently asking, How? How did you break free from the petrification? I can only tell you, villains perish from excessive chatter. With that, Lin Yuan raised his right foot and stomped down hard. This final blow seemed to drain Lin Yuan of all his strength. He could no longer remain upright and fell to the ground. Seeing Lin Yuan collapse, Lin Ran rushed to his side. Earlier, she had intended to rush to confront the serpent, but Mo Lian had held her back, and now, with the battle concluded, he no longer restrained her. Unexpectedly, a figure darted faster than she, arriving before Lin Yuan, voice trembling with concern. Brother Lin Yuan, are you all right? Cough, cough. I'm fine. This time, I owe it all to you. From now on, when asked, you can say you have defeated a level 4 ability user, Lin Yuan replied with a smile. Earlier, when the serpent had petrified Lin Yuan, he truly believed his end was near, yet he noticed the serpent's speech had slowed considerably, each word articulated painstakingly. Having experienced Zhou Ying's time acceleration before, Lin Yuan quickly deduced that Zhou Ying had covertly employed this ability, albeit from a distance, allowing only a slight increase in speed. Moreover, it was fortunate that the serpent's loquacity had spared Lin Yuan's life, granting him an opportunity to counter, hence his reflective remark, villains perish from excessive chatter. At that moment, Lin Ran approached, tears streaming down her cheeks as she gazed at Lin Yuan's wounds, crying, Brother, does it hurt? It's nothing. My recovery ability is quite formidable. Look, there is no blood now. In a few days, there won't even be a scar. Don't worry. Go check on the plump fellow and the frost-covered one. See how they fare? Lin Yuan, fearing Lin Ran would cry further, hurriedly redirected her attention. All right, don't move. Let me see them, and then I'll take you for treatment. Lin Ran stood up, first approaching the frost-covered figure. The frost had dissipated, and while the wound on his chest had ceased bleeding, he remained unconscious, though his breathing stabilized, indicating he would be all right. Moving to the plump fellow's side, he immediately wailed, Lin Ran, hurry and find a way to get me out. I'm stuck, and now I have no strength. All because this wall is so hard. Plump fellow, have you lost your wits after transforming? You can't get out like this. Why not revert to your human form? That would solve everything. Lin Ran regarded him with an expression of disbelief, exasperated. What? Do you think I don't want to? But when I transformed, my body elongated. If I revert, my belly would be crushed, and I'd still be stuck. The plump fellow lamented, his face a mask of despair. Well, then there's nothing I can do. As an ordinary person, I can't help you. Just wait for my brother to recover and let him assist you. Lin Ran shook her head, casting a sympathetic glance at the plump fellow before turning away and rushing to Lin Yuan's side. Brother, let me take you to the treatment center. Just call for the medical robot. The control panel is in the diagnostic room of the treatment center, Lin Yuan directed. His knowledge stemmed from an earlier encounter with the black shark, which had left him well acquainted with the treatment center's operations. In a distant planetary realm within the Blizzard's galaxy, within the confines of an exquisite private villa, a luminous orb, adorned with a diminutive green serpent, abruptly dimmed. A strikingly handsome youth furrowed his brow, perplexed, and remarked, shouldn't Shitu have accompanied the esteemed young master Sima Yang of the Sima family to seek out Sima Shui? How could he possibly meet his demise? At that moment, a remarkably alluring woman, whose attire accentuated her captivating curves, coyly interjected, could it be that he attempted to flirt with Sima Shui and was subsequently slain by Sima Yang? His transformation is notoriously vigorous. Nay, how could a mere level 4 ability user be so easily compelled to transform? Even if he were cornered, he would not act so foolishly as to provoke Sima Shui. She is my beloved, the handsome youth vehemently refuted. Humph, your beloved? How many such women do you possess? You once claimed that Yuera was yours. Yet look where she has gone now. Enough of your jealousy. We must ensure that Yuera is retrieved. She possesses considerable knowledge of the secrets of our demon lair. As for Shitu, his demise is inconsequential, the handsome youth commanded with authority. Upon receiving his directive, the alluring woman ceased her complaints, nodded, and gracefully exited. After a moment of contemplation, the handsome youth followed suit, leaving the room devoid of any presence. With the absence of their company, a closer inspection revealed that the chamber was teeming with countless luminous orbs, each showcasing a myriad of wandering creatures, over 1,000 in total. Each creature was unique, comprising not only the familiar beasts but also an array of peculiar beings, seemingly cobbled together. Meanwhile, aboard the spacecraft where Sima, or rather Sima Yang, resided, he abruptly rose, his expression a mix of uncertainty as he scrutinized the communicator. Rubbing his chin, he paced the cabin several times before calling out, "Rascal, enter." As the words left his lips, a scruffy-looking individual sauntered in and inquired, "Young master, what is it?" Upon the rascal's entrance, Sima Yang promptly issued a new command. "Alter our plans. There is no need to proceed to TNG Star in search of Shitu. We shall forego resupply and depart directly for the Divine Martial Star system. We will replenish our resources upon arrival. Should our fuel run low en route, we shall resort to backup reserves." "Understood, young master." The rascal acknowledged without further inquiry and exited the chamber, yet he harbored a clear understanding that something had befallen Shitu, for the young master would not have altered the plan without cause. Chapter 40. Meteoric kill. Lin Yuan lay in the medical center, where robotic healers tended to his wounds. Numerous areas of his body had suffered corrosion and required thorough cleansing for optimal recovery. Nearby, Bing Shou was also receiving treatment from a medical robot. Having regained consciousness and half sitting on his bed, his gaze fixed intently on Lin Ran. Lin Yuan observed the concerned expression of Lin Ran and the inquisitive scrutiny of the medical robot by Zhou Ying before his eyes drifted to Imo Lian, who rested against the wall, donning a mask resembling a malevolent spirit. His thoughts wandered back to half a day earlier. The spacecraft Lin Yuan had boarded ultimately encountered the unfavorable odds, failing to reach Tianyu Star due to component malfunctions that led to its demise in the vastness of space. Lin Yuan had initially intended to propel himself directly to the Tianyu base using his combat suit, but with Zhou Ying at his side, leaving the ship would mean a loss of oxygen for them both. While he could endure in his suit, Zhou Ying lacked such protection, and abandoning him was not an option. considering Zhou Ying was under his care, even if he were to leave Zhou Ying behind. The speed of his combat suit would not allow him to reach the base in a matter of days. At that moment, he was unaware that the others, including the hefty figure and Bing Shou, possessed the strength to easily resolve the threat posed by the black shark. In a state of urgent anxiety, he found himself bereft of solutions. Perhaps fortune smiled upon Lin Yuan, as a black spacecraft adorned with the visage of a malevolent spirit fortuitously passed by. Upon sighting it, he promptly commanded Xiaoxing to search for communication signals, hoping to leverage this vessel to return to the Tianyu base. Master, this spacecraft emits no communicative signals. My assessment suggests that the occupants are unwilling to engage with outsiders, deliberately cloaking their communication capabilities, Xiaoxing surmised. With gritted teeth, Lin Yuan instantaneously teleported onto the spacecraft, delivering a forceful blow that triggered the alarm, hoping to establish contact with those inside. To his astonishment, Mo Lian emerged from within, immediately recognizing Lin Yuan and inquiring, "What brings you here, and why are you attacking my ship?" "It's you, Mo." "Mo Lian, this is splendid. I need to reach Tianyu Star. My ship has encountered an accident. Can you take me there?" Lin Yuan joyfully implored upon seeing Mo Lian. "The Tianyu Star? Come aboard. I shall escort you." Gazing at Mo Lian, adorned with her mask, Lin Yuan felt a swell of gratitude in his heart. This situation was not her concern, yet she had willingly involved herself, striving to assist him. "I truly appreciate your help. I never expected you to come to my aid, and you nearly jeopardized your life in the process," he expressed sincerely. "Not at all. Are we not friends? Helping out is nothing extraordinary." Mo Lian's voice returned to its raspy tone as she spoke slowly. "If we are friends, must we not communicate in our true voices?" Lin Yuan jested with a smile. "If you wish to hear, I shall oblige." Mo Lian's voice transformed into a melodious lilt, imbued with a hint of unexpressed meaning. By the way, where are the items that Hong Shui occasionally left for me? Please fetch them." Lin Yuan quickly shifted the topic upon deciphering Mo Lian's undertone. "Brother, how did you know that Sister Hong Shui left you something? I don't recall telling you." Lin Ran looked puzzled. "Hee. Hong Shui would undoubtedly leave something behind, and would urge you to dissuade me from seeking her out. I know her all too well." Lin Yuan smiled, though his expression bore a trace of bitterness. "I placed Sister Hong Shui's belongings in the control room. I will retrieve them now," Lin Ran declared before dashing out. As Lin Ran exited, a palpable silence enveloped the room, interrupted only by the sounds of the robots and the pitiful wails emanating from the next room, where the hefty man, having been rescued, returned to his original form. The wounds on his tail had migrated to his posterior, leaving him embarrassed to expose himself for treatment in front of so many. Thus, he retreated to the adjacent room for privacy, where a medical robot could attend to his injuries. The atmosphere in the room turned awkward, with Zhou Ying joining the hefty man next door to partake in the commotion. In this chamber, Bing Shou's silence was to be expected, and Mo Lian appeared disinclined to speak, leaving Lin Yuan to break the ice. Ahem. Lin Yuan cleared his throat, preparing to speak when Mo Lian preempted him, her clear voice cutting through the tension. "What is the nature of your ability? Why does your face freeze in space when you strike?" "I call it meteoric kill. It is my ultimate technique. I am but a second-level ability user, without some hidden talents. How could I ensure my survival?" Lin Yuan replied nonchalantly. "Survival? You have slain fourth-level ability users. If your sole purpose is survival, what becomes of others?" Mo Lian retorted, rolling her eyes. "It's not as formidable as you suggest. Were it not for you, I would have perished at the hands of Shitong long ago," Lin Yuan admitted, a hint of embarrassment creeping into his tone. "Who exactly is Hong Shui?" Mo Lian suddenly inquired about Hong Shui for reasons unknown. Taken aback by her question, Lin Yuan paused before answering. "She is the captain of our base and my wife." "You have a wife?" Mo Lian expressed surprise. "Of course. Do I appear to be someone incapable of finding a spouse?" Lin Yuan chuckled. "Not at all." Mo Lian replied curtly, falling silent as she leaned against the wall. Lost in thought, the room lapsed into silence once more, but Lin Ran soon returned, clutching the jade pendant and video left by Hong Shui. Lin Yuan accepted the pendant and video, casually deactivating the robot that was cleansing his wounds, and made his way outside. Lin Ran glanced at Lin Yuan, hesitated, but ultimately chose not to follow, instead sitting on the bed Lin Yuan had occupied, understanding that he required solitude. Finding a vacant room, Lin Yuan reclined on the bed, donned the jade pendant around his neck, and activated the video left by Hong Shui. A luminous screen emerged from the black card, projecting Hong Shui's figure. Her eyes slightly reddened, indicative of recent tears. The video began with Hong Shue's gentle voice, Lin Yuan. I have arranged for you to connect with the headquarters of the Nightshade cult. They will take you for the best training. Do not seek me out. Wait until you become powerful, at least a 4th level ability user, before attempting to rescue me. I will wait for you, but your current strength is insufficient. Even if you see me, you cannot rescue me. You must grow stronger. I will wait for you, and I will not marry anyone but you. As the image faded to black, Lin Yuan caressed the jade pendant around his neck, murmuring to himself, had I not glimpsed the future, perhaps I would heed your counsel and wait until I grew stronger to find you. But now, I cannot afford to wait. With that, Lin Yuan rose and exited the room, deep in contemplation. Shitong was a subordinate of Sima, who had once mentioned seeking his sister. He should have recognized the connection earlier. Sima's ability resembled Hong Shue's so closely, both in their quest for a sister who had run away from home. How foolish he had been to disregard it. Nevertheless, Sima had mentioned that he could be found in the Blizzard Star system. This implied that his family hailed from there. Sima was likely his surname, and to have someone like Shitong, a 4th level ability user, as a subordinate. His family must possess considerable repute. It should be relatively straightforward to trace. With this in mind, Lin Yuan promptly instructed Xiaoxing. Investigate if there exists a powerful ability family with the surname Sima in the Blizzard Star system. Master, my database contains records of such a family. They reside on the planet Beijing in the Blizzard Star system, controlling the entire planet and possessing extensive enterprises across the 9 major star systems. Aside from our 9 heaven star system, their presence is minimal in the Death Star system, located at the border between the Crystal Race and humanity. However, they maintain a substantial presence in the other 7 star systems. Is this family one of the supernatural families? Lin Yuan inquired. According to the internal documents of the Night God sect, this family is one of the 4 most powerful supernatural families, possessing a level 5 supernatural being to oversee them. Xiaoxing's words astonished Lin Yuan. A level 5 supernatural being, the strongest within the human alliance, possesses the capability to annihilate an entire planet single-handedly. Yet, even with a level 5 supernatural being stationed there, he must go. He is determined to bring Hong Shui back. And he will not allow the scene he witnessed at the altar to transpire. However, before he embarks on this journey, he must make some preparations. At the very least, he requires a well-functioning spaceship. Otherwise, he would be unable to enter the dark universe. The slow flight could take years, and by then, it would be too late. Moreover, this matter must remain undisclosed to Lin Ran and the others. Otherwise, they would certainly try to stop him. He needs to ensure their safety before directly seeking Hong Shui in the Blizzard Star system. Interestingly, he is unaware of Hong Shui's trajectory. Otherwise, he could attempt to catch up with her. With these thoughts in mind, Lin Yuan no longer hesitated. He entered Lin Ran's room, where Mo Lien and Lin Ran were engaged in conversation. Upon his arrival, a smile graced his lips as he asked, "What are you discussing? Brother, are you all right?" Lin Ran stood up, a hint of concern evident in her voice. "I'm fine, don't worry. Hong Shui was merely taken by her family. She is not in any danger. How could anything happen to me?" Lin Yuan replied with a smile. "That's good to hear. By the way, brother, are you hungry? Let me prepare a meal for you." Seeing Lin Yuan's demeanor was normal, Lin Ran began to show concern for his well-being. "Indeed, I am quite hungry. Could you fetch some food?" In the base, meals were typically prepared by robots, so Lin Ran only needed to bring the food over, which was quite convenient. "All right. I will go right away." Lin Ran nodded in agreement. "I'll accompany you." Bing Shou interjected. Lin Ran glanced at Bing Shou's bandaged wounds and nodded, saying, "Very well. Let's go together." Once Lin Ran and Bing Shou departed, only Mo Lien and Lin Yuan remained in the room. Mo Lien was the first to break the silence, asking, "When do you plan to leave?" "Why would I leave?" Lin Yuan was startled internally but maintained a calm exterior. "My ghost ship was a gift from my master. It is the pinnacle of small spacecraft, crafted entirely from black gold, boasting remarkable speed and low energy consumption, making it exceptionally suitable for long journeys. I have already set up the permissions for you. You can depart whenever you wish, and it surpasses ordinary spaceships by far." Chapter 41. The Dark Night Cult. In the boundless expanse of the dark universe, there exists no concept of time or space. Only an endless abyss of darkness and the slumbering star beasts that lurk within. When these creatures awaken, they depart from the dark universe to feast upon celestial bodies, treating even the most radiant stars as merely slightly larger morsels. Yet, amidst this shadowy realm, there lies a colossal planet, quietly suspended in space. Despite the multitude of star beasts surrounding it, none dare approach, as if an unseen dread pervades the atmosphere. Within the depths of this planet, several hundred meters underground, an elderly man with a head of white hair, yet a spirited demeanor, stands before a stone door, poised in quiet anticipation. Soon, the stone door creaks open, and a languid female voice emanates from within. Uncle Lee, I've told you many times, you needn't wait outside next time. Just come in. The man, referred to as Uncle Lee, chuckles softly. It's no trouble. I've grown accustomed to it. I have come to discuss something of great importance. With that, Uncle Lee steps through the threshold into the inky darkness. It is so thick that one cannot see their own hand before their face. Yet he speaks with calm assurance. I have received word from the branch in the 9 Heaven Star system. A being with at least SS-level abilities has emerged on the Apocalypse Star, and they have already joined our Dark Knight cult. SS-level abilities? That is indeed rare. What are the specifics of their powers? Is there detailed information available? The languid voice inquires again, a hint of excitement detectable despite the obscurity. I have reviewed the documentation. Their ability manifests as a golden thread, granting them the power of teleportation. When concentrated, their strength can amplify several times. They have records of defeating Tier 3 ability users on multiple occasions, and they have attained the realm of will and ability fusion. Most astonishingly, they are still a Tier 2 ability user. Uncle Lee's tone carries a note of admiration, clearly impressed by Lin Yuan's capabilities. Such prowess. I thought we would once again finish last in the ability competition, but it seems we might have a chance at victory this time. The voice of the languid woman reflects a mix of surprise and hope. If they can ascend to a Tier 3 ability user before the competition, I believe the championship will be within our grasp, Uncle Lee concurs. Then let us bring them in. Achieving fusion of will and ability and becoming a Tier 4 user is merely a matter of time. What does a Tier 3 user even signify? The languid woman dismisses the concern lightly. This time, I intend to personally retrieve them, Uncle Lee declares with a smile. Uncle Lee, you hold them in high regard. The woman's voice carries a teasing lilt. Haha, our Dark Knight cult has finished last 3 times in succession. Now that a genius has emerged, I certainly must go personally. But you, the Dark Knight cult is yours. I am but an old relic still toiling for you. Is it fair to me? Uncle Lee feigns a complaint. Uncle Lee, it's just that Xiaoya is acting up again. If I don't soothe her, she might unleash her wrath upon our Dark Knight star, the languid woman pouts. Enough of that. You always find excuses for your laziness. I won't delay any longer. I shall set off to bring them back, Uncle Lee replies, shaking his head in bemusement. Goodbye, Uncle Lee. Lin Yuan stood before the demon ship, gazing at the Tianyu base, and murmured, Tianyu base, I shall return, bringing Hongshui with me. With that, he strode confidently toward the ship, only to be interrupted by a sudden voice. Brother, Lin Ran called out, sprinting towards him. Lin Yuan shook his head, pondering. Having a sister so astute can be a double-edged sword. Lin Ran leapt into his embrace, her voice tinged with tears. Brother, you must be careful. I'll be waiting for your return. Lin Yuan gently stroked her hair, surprised that she did not attempt to dissuade him from leaving. Still, he reassured her, I am an ability user. Even Tier 4 users have fallen to me. What danger could I face? You, on the other hand, must take care while remaining at the base. Don't worry, brother. I will look after myself, and Ice Hand will take care of me too. Lin Ran replied from his embrace. Ice Hand? You've become close with him? Why did you not tell me such a significant thing? Lin Yuan exclaimed, taken aback by this revelation. What do you mean? Everyone at the base knows, except you. How could you not see it? Besides, Ice Hand treats me well and listens to me. I've even planned that once you bring back Sister Hongshui, we can hold a wedding together, Lin Ran said, wiping away her tears with a smile. I'm off to find Hongshui. I won't hold it against you this time, but when I return, I will ensure you learn your lesson. Lin Yuan playfully chastised, tapping her forehead. Ah, bad brother, you hit me again. Lin Ran pouted, rubbing her brow. All right, I'm leaving. Rest assured. As soon as I exit the dark universe, I will contact you to ease your worries, Lin Yuan declared, stepping aboard the demon ship without further delay. As the ship ascended slowly into the sky, gradually flying away from the base until it vanished into the horizon, Lin Ran could no longer contain herself and crouched down, weeping softly. A gloved hand appeared behind her, gently stroking her back, offering silent comfort in its own way. Ice Hand, do you understand? I've never been apart from my brother for this long, Lin Ran confessed, clearly familiar with his presence. I can empathize with your feelings. Ice Hand replied softly. If you understand, then you must help me, Lin Ran urged, standing and grasping his hand. How can I assist? You must strive to become a Tier 3 ability user, then a Tier 4, or even a tier 5 user. Do you understand? This way, you can aid my brother. And by helping him, you are helping me, Lin Ran stated earnestly. Rest assured, I will do my utmost. I will not let you down, Isan vowed, embracing Lin Ran with determination. In the cockpit, Lin Yuan observed the rows of data displayed on the screen, as well as the scenes outside, and inquired. Xiaoxing, is the route planned? Yes, master. We can first head to the most distant Tianning star in the 9 Heaven star system for supplies. After that, we will enter the Divine Martial star system. Following our resupply there, we will proceed to the Orin star system, and then we should reach the Blizzard star system. Based on my calculations, this journey will take approximately 3 to 4 months, Xiaoxing replied. Very well, let us follow this route. When can we enter the Dark Universe? Lin Yuan asked further. At any time, master. The demon ship is equipped with the most advanced acceleration system of the Human Alliance, Xiaoxing responded. Initiate immediate entry into the Dark Universe and proceed at full speed, Lin Yuan commanded. 3 days swiftly passed. In the Dark Universe, there was nothing but darkness. The absence of any visible life forms proved to be a source of irritation. Yet, one could not help but feel a sense of relief. For encountering beings in the Dark Universe presented 3 possibilities. The most perilous being an encounter with a star beast, which would treat you as a mere snack and devour you without hesitation. The second being a confrontation with star thieves, who would kill you and abscond with your ship. The final scenario, albeit one of the least likely, involves encountering a vessel that has similarly ventured into the dark cosmos. The probability of such an encounter is exceedingly slim, for the expanse of the Dark Universe is vast. Aside from star pirates deliberately scouring for ships with extensive detection devices, the likelihood of 2 vessels crossing paths approaches infinitesimal. With time to spare, Lin Yuan entrusted the helm of the spaceship to Xiaoxing and retreated to the training room of the Spectre, determined to hone his skills. Mo Lian appeared to be a training enthusiast, for within the confines of a small spacecraft, a substantial portion had been repurposed into a training facility. Casting a glance at the power testing apparatus beside him, Lin Yuan delivered a forceful punch, causing the displayed figures to fluctuate wildly. 90,000 star crystals, a figure not recorded in quite some time. Astonishingly, my punch registered at 90,000 star crystals. Reaching 100,000 star crystals signifies the threshold of a level 3 supernatural being. It seems I have ascended to the pinnacle of a level 2 supernatural being, and my progress has been notably swift of late. Yet, it remains insufficient. To rescue Hong Shui, I must strive harder. Should I falter and be vanquished by a mere glance, it would be a profound embarrassment. Observing the training apparatus around him, Lin Yuan found them to be far superior to his expectations. There was a gravity chamber designed to enhance physical resilience, laser emitters for training reflexes, and a willpower training device intended for level 3 supernatural beings. What astonished Lin Yuan the most was the presence of a virtual combat simulator. This device allowed one to select any opponent for training and could even connect to the combat network in the cosmos. It was exceptionally advanced. However, supernatural beings tend to instinctively utilize their powers during training, akin to how Lin Yuan would teleport during his own exercises. The ordinary materials would simply vanish in an instant, thus interrupting the training process. If it functioned like a combat network helmet, immersing one's consciousness entirely, it would defeat the purpose of physical conditioning. Therefore, the materials employed in this device were called time-space stones. They appeared modest in size but provided ample space for use once inside. Given the extreme stability of the internal time-space, even a level 5 supernatural being would not risk damaging it. Intrigued by this device, Lin Yuan approached the virtual combat simulator and attempted to open the door, only to discover it was securely locked, requiring authorization via fingerprint verification. Presumably, it was a setting configured by Mo Lian. In an impulsive turn of events, Lin Yuan placed his finger on the scanner, and an enchanting electronic voice immediately resonated. Apologies. Fingerprint incorrect. If you are not the authorized user, please utilize guest mode. Chapter 42. Virtual Training. Lin Yuan gazed at the virtual combat device before him, scratching his head as he spoke. Enter guest mode. Please state your name, prompted the electronic synthesized voice. Lin Yuan, he replied. Name meets guest requirements. Please proceed with pupil scanning. Lin Yuan leaned in, allowing the device to scan his eyes. The pleasant synthesized voice chimed once more, this time indicating a successful scan. Pupil scan complete. Welcome to the virtual combat device. He opened the door and stepped inside, only to be taken aback by the vastness of the room. Stepping back outside for a moment, he marveled at the towering device that stood over him, exclaiming, truly remarkable. The universe is indeed vast and filled with wonders. Upon re-entering, Lin Yuan touched the walls, which felt like ordinary stone, yet there was a mysterious force flowing through them, seemingly the source of the expansive space within. For some reason, this force felt oddly familiar, though he could not recall where he had encountered it before. As an ability user, his memory was exceptionally sharp. Yet this particular power eluded him, leaving him perplexed. After pondering for a while without resolution, he turned his attention to the empty room, noting its size, but lack of any controls or buttons to operate the combat device. Rubbing his chin thoughtfully, he stood in the center of the room and called out, "Begin training." As soon as he uttered the words, beams of light shot forth from the walls, enveloping him, while the familiar electronic voice announced, "Dear guest, as this is your first time using the virtual combat device, we will conduct a comprehensive scan. Please be patient." Lin Yuan nodded in understanding. This was similar to the principles of the battle network, where accurate results could only be obtained through scanning, thus enhancing the training experience. After a short pause, the synthesized voice returned, "Dear guest, welcome to the virtual combat device. Please select your opponent." A large screen materialized before him, displaying 3 options: Star Beast, Ability User, and Mechanical Warrior. Without hesitation, Lin Yuan chose the Ability User option. He had yet to engage with Star Beasts and found Mechanical Warriors too rigid for his taste. His most pressing adversaries were still Ability Users. Upon selecting the Ability User option, a figure began to materialize, spinning continuously, accompanied by a plethora of choices. As Lin Yuan pondered their purpose, the electronic voice prompted, "Please select the abilities of your opponent." He casually tapped on an option beside the figure's head, and the voice instructed him to choose the opponent's ability level. Lin Yuan opted for a level 3 ability user, setting the ability level to SSS and selecting Flame Manipulation. Eager to witness the distinctions between an SSS ability and his own, after finalizing the settings for the figure's abilities, another option appeared, asking him to select a combat arena. He casually selected a ring, and the voice announced, "Dear guest, please be advised that the virtual combat is about to commence. Countdown begins. 10, 9, 8. As the countdown concluded, Lin Yuan found himself enveloped in darkness. When the light returned, he stood on a platform, facing a young man with a blank expression, who stared at him intently. Lin Yuan scrutinized the figure but discerned nothing. Knowing this was the formidable SSS-level ability user he had configured. Suddenly, a commanding voice echoed, "Life and Death Stage, Life and Death Duel, now commencing." At that moment, the young man sprang into action, engulfed in flames, transforming into a streak of light racing towards Lin Yuan with astonishing speed. Fortunately, Lin Yuan's powers had fused with his will, allowing him to instinctively teleport away from the attack to the opposite side of the platform. However, as soon as he landed, flames erupted beneath him, consuming him. Without protective gear in the virtual combat, he immediately caught a whiff of burning flesh. Lin Yuan attempted to teleport away from the flames, but they morphed into binding ropes, ensnaring him. With a powerful effort, he broke free from the fiery restraints, preparing to teleport again, but the delay cost him the opportunity. The young man, now ablaze, reached him, delivering a powerful punch to Lin Yuan's chest. In an instant, golden threads surged within Lin Yuan, and he crossed his arms defensively. To his shock, the punch's force was unexpectedly tremendous, accompanied by a wave of heat that pushed him backward. Lin Yuan intended to use the momentum to retreat, but flames followed his movement, engulfing him once more. Lin Yuan's vision faded to black, and he found himself back in reality, surveying his unscathed body with a wry smile. Now I understand why Mo Lien could predict my teleportation position using the shadowy winds. The previous ability user had evidently detected Lin Yuan's location through the intense heat of the flames, allowing him to strike successfully. Otherwise, even an SSS-level ability user would struggle to eliminate Lin Yuan so easily, given his teleportation capability. At that moment, the synthesized voice spoke again. "Dear guest, I suggest you set yourself as the opponent. This will allow you to utilize your abilities perfectly and enable you to learn from yourself, fostering your improvement." "Very well. Set the opponent as myself, and keep the location at the previous arena," Lin Yuan agreed, finding the suggestion quite sensible. Confronted by a mirror image of himself, Lin Yuan felt as though he were gazing into a reflection. The only difference was that this version, like the previous one, bore no expression, devoid of any emotion. Once more, the authoritative voice echoed, announcing the beginning of the duel. Lin Yuan charged at his doppelganger, teleporting to his side and delivering a punch. The other Lin Yuan countered by teleporting behind him, dodging the strike while retaliating with a punch aimed at Lin Yuan's back. Lin Yuan, anticipating the move, quickly teleported away to his right, delivering a fierce kick. The other Lin Yuan, predictably, teleported again, but this time, he ended up in close proximity, gripping Lin Yuan's shoulder and forcefully slamming him to the ground. Lin Yuan immediately attempted to break free, but a flash of golden light glimmered from the other Lin Yuan's palm, and Lin Yuan felt the space around him freeze, rendering him immobile. He recognized that the other had utilized the meteor kill ability. Slamming him down, the other Lin Yuan wasted no time, bringing a foot down heavily upon Lin Yuan's head. Staring at the wall, Lin Yuan shook his head. In the recent battle, the other Lin Yuan's approach felt brutally simplistic, as if it existed solely for the sake of violence, without any superfluous movement. Once more, Lin Yuan stated calmly, "Certainly, dear guest. Please prepare." Several hours later, Lin Yuan rubbed his temples and emerged from the virtual combat device, finding an empty space. He settled cross-legged, beginning to recite the incantations taught to him by Hong Shui. After reading it twice, Lin Yuan felt invigorated, unable to suppress his admiration for the mysterious technique bestowed upon him by Hong Shui. It was akin to legendary martial arts, instantly revitalizing him upon practice. Exiting the training room, Lin Yuan made his way to the ship's dining area, which was comparatively modest, featuring merely a simplistic table and a single stool. It appeared that space had been sacrificed for the training room, rendering this area quite cramped. Lin Yuan instructed a robot to prepare a meal for him, the only type of food available aboard the spacecraft. While it was nutritionally balanced, the flavor left much to be desired, reflecting Mo Lian's philosophy of disdain for material indulgence, prioritizing mere sustenance. As he consumed the tasteless meal, Lin Yuan inquired through his communication watch, "Shaoxing, when shall we arrive at Tianning Star?" "Master, we shall reach Tianning Star in 5 hours. We need to replenish supplies there, as the fuel reserves aboard the Evil Ghost are running low," Shaoxing responded. "Very well. Has anything noteworthy occurred during my training?" Lin Yuan asked further. "Nothing at all." "Good. I intend to train again shortly. Please inform me of any matters directly through the communicator," Lin Yuan instructed. "Understood, Master." While Lin Yuan was dining, another spacecraft arrived at the extreme martial star within the divine martial star system. Inside the ship, Hong Shui sat on her bed and called out to Xiaoqi at the door, "Xiaoqi, come in." Upon hearing her, Xiaoqi entered with a smile and asked, "What is it, Sister Hong Shui? Tell me, have we exited the dark universe?" Hong Shui inquired. "Indeed. We have arrived at extreme martial star within the divine martial star system," Xiaoqi replied. "Sister, have I treated you well in the past?" Hong Shui asked, her eyes sparkling with wisdom. "Of course, you have been the best to me, Sister Hong Shui," Xiaoqi answered earnestly. "Then, will you heed my words?" "As long as they come from you, Sister Hong Shui, I will listen," Xiaoqi replied readily. "Very well, my communicator was confiscated by my brother. I shall give you a contact number. Please leave him a message using your communicator," Hong Shui said with a smile. "Not a problem, Sister Hong Shui. What should I say?" Simply convey this. I am fine. Even upon returning home, with my brother's assistance, I will not rush into marriage. You must grow stronger quickly, for I shall await your return to take me back. I will wait for you." "Got it. Now, here is his contact number. Remember, do not disclose it to anyone. Rest assured, sister." Chapter 43, An Unexpected Encounter with Devourer in the Nine Heaven Star System, on Tianning Star. A small spacecraft adorned with the visage of a malevolent spirit gently descended. Immediately, a group of attendants stood smiling at the entrance, eagerly awaiting the disembarkation of its passengers. Having spent considerable time in this location, they were well acquainted with such small vessels. Those who possessed them were invariably affluent, engaging in transactions of considerable magnitude, rendering their commissions substantial. Lin Yuan stepped off the ship, continually fiddling with the communicator on his wrist, perusing a series of messages. Most were from Lin Ran, urging him to contact her promptly upon exiting the dark universe to reassure her of his safety. Among the remaining messages, one surprisingly originated from the headquarters of the Dark Knight Divine Sect, indicating that they would send someone to escort him for focused training. Upon reading this, Lin Yuan smiled to himself. According to Hong Shui's arrangements, he was indeed expected to await the Dark Knight Divine Sect's arrival for his training. Perhaps, if he had not witnessed that sorrowful future alone, he would now be in Tianyu Star, anticipating the sect's visit. After scrolling through a few more messages from his friends, Fatty, Violent Bear, and Iron Man, all inquiring after his safety, he stumbled upon a message from an unfamiliar sender. "I'm fine. Even if I return home, with my brother's assistance, I won't marry immediately. You must become stronger quickly. I await your return to take me back. I will always wait for you. Recognizing this message as one from Hong Shui, intended to ease his mind about going to the Dark Knight Divine sect. He regretted that he was already on the path to find her. Nevertheless, it served a purpose, reassuring him that there was no need for haste. From what he had glimpsed at the altar, his strength had likely reached a formidable level, and his abilities seemed to have transformed entirely, exuding an aura of lethality that starkly contrasted with his current self. Though the jade pendant had returned to his possession, many inconsistencies remained, allowing him to remain unhurried, particularly as long as Hong Shui was safe at home, provided he did not act foolishly. With this in mind, Lin Yuan instructed Xiao Xing, reply to this unknown contact, telling them not to act rashly and that I will surprise them soon. Understood, master. Having reviewed Hong Shui's and others' messages, Lin Yuan felt significantly uplifted. Approaching the smiling attendant, he ordered, please prepare a ton of A97 model compressed fuel and some simple fast food. Certainly, sir. Is there anything else you require? The attendant beamed brightly. While a ton of fuel may not seem substantial for a spaceship, the premium nature of the fuel he requested indicated a high density and price, ensuring a generous commission for them. That will be all. Please have it ready in front of the ship. I will return shortly to settle the payment. Lin Yuan replied before summoning a hover car with his communicator and entering it, casually searching for a restaurant. Lin Yuan stepped inside and ordered several local specialties. The Nine Heaven Star system, originally populated by immigrants from Earth, particularly from Huaxia, retained a rich cultural heritage, especially on Tianning Star, renowned throughout the human alliance for its Huaxia cuisine. Having subsisted on meager fare in the Dark Universe, he was eager to indulge in a more satisfying meal now that he was on Tianning Star. The dishes arrived promptly, and as Lin Yuan savored the flavors, a commotion erupted outside. From a distance, he heard a somewhat familiar voice exclaim, Wang Qi, do not take advantage of me. I've told you. I will not contest the inheritance. Do not disturb me. A mocking voice followed. Brother, don't be like that. Our grandfather issued a strict order for fair competition. If you give up, people will misunderstand. Puzzled by the ruckus in such an upscale restaurant, Lin Yuan set down his chopsticks and approached the entrance. He was greeted by the sight of an irate, portly man, visibly distressed, holding the hand of an unremarkable girl. Opposite him stood a well-dressed young man, his hair slicked back, flanked by several bodyguards. While the young man was passably handsome, a sinister aura rendered him somewhat unattractive. Lin Yuan quickly recognized the enraged figure as Devourer, a familiar acquaintance from the battle network, and marveled at the serendipity of their encounter. Rather than rush to greet him, Lin Yuan opted to observe the unfolding situation, curious as to why Devourer appeared so disheartened, given his typically jovial demeanor. What's the point of competition? Devourer lamented. The people of Tianning Star are all familiar with you. What difference does it make? You know I dislike such affairs. Please do not trouble me. My dear brother, I'm not trying to make things difficult for you. This is our family as custom. I am merely here to inform you that the competition begins in 3 days to determine the heir. You must find allies quickly. Aha. As Wang Qi departed, Devourer sighed and turned to the girl beside him. Xiao Dai, let us have our meal and not allow him to ruin our mood. The girl, affectionately called Xiao Dai, nodded in understanding, asking no further questions as she followed Devourer into the restaurant. Devourer, do you remember me? Lin Yuan stepped forth from the crowd, greeting him. You are the Star Master? Devourer's eyes sparkled with excitement as he questioned, uncertainly. If no one on the battle network has called me by that name, then it must indeed be me, Lin Yuan replied with a smile. Haha, Star Master, what brings you to Tianning Star? Do you reside here? Devourer joyfully inquired, patting Lin Yuan on the chest. Certainly not. I am merely passing through. I stumbled upon your predicament and wished to see if you required assistance, Lin Yuan offered amicably. You have seen it all. It's a long story. Let us discuss it inside, Devourer said with a hint of gravity, nodding in agreement. Lin Yuan followed Devourer into the restaurant, with Xiao Dai trailing closely behind them. In a private booth, Lin Yuan took a sip of the unique Ningxin liquor from Tianning Star and said, Now, tell me what you need help with. We are friends, so feel free to speak candidly. Devourer, eschewing pretense, took a drink and explained, You see, my family is a minor ability family affiliated with the Dark Knight Divine sect. While not as formidable as the Li or Ji families, we are still somewhat well known. In our generation, only my brother Wang Qi and I possess abilities, which means the heir must be chosen between us. This is why he is deliberately causing me trouble. And how will you determine the heir? I heard him mention a competition in 3 days. What does it entail? Lin Yuan inquired with curiosity. Our family possesses a trial tower, constructed by our first ancestor. Within this tower, a multitude of ferocious beasts can be summoned. Our competition will take place there. The victor will be the one who endures the longest inside. Devourer elucidated. Are you not as capable as he? Your abilities should be formidable as well. Lin Yuan asked, puzzled. To be honest, my abilities have undergone some mutation, making me stronger in combat. However, this competition allows for 2 external aids, and the captain of the ability team on Tianning Star is a close friend of his. I, on the other hand, do not have any knowledgeable allies in this regard, and since I have no desire for contention, I will not actively seek assistance. Naturally leaving me without help, Devourer lamented. Since you have no intention of contention, why does he persist in pressuring you? Lin Yuan queried, perplexed. Hee. Have you not heard the saying? The dead are the safest. My innate talents surpass his. Even if I do not vie for it, perhaps my grandfather would choose me. How could he be willing? If I were to perish within the trial tower, the airship would naturally become uncontested. With a self-deprecating smile, Tunshin remarked, your brother could act this way? Is power so vital that he disregards kinship? I cannot bear to watch this unfold. Since fate has brought me to this situation, allow me to assist you in resolving it. Lin Yuan patted his chest and chuckled. Star Master, I truly appreciate your help. But just the 2 of us may not suffice. Tunshin replied with a furrowed brow. Must it be 3 individuals? Lin Yuan inquired. Not necessarily. But you have mentioned that you are also a level 2 ability user, while Wang Qi himself is a level 2 ability user. The captain of the Tianning Star is a level 3 ability user, and one of his team members possesses an A-class ability as a level 2 ability user. With just the 2 of us, how can we fight? Tunshin lamented, his head hanging low. Rest assured, these are trivial matters. Although I am a level 2 ability user. When it comes to combat prowess, even a level 3 ability user may not triumph over me, Lin Yuan said with a confident smile. True, you have defeated that fellow from the Star River tier. Your abilities are indeed formidable. You might just be able to overcome that level 3 ability user. Together, we might have a chance at victory. This time, I truly rely on you. Tunshin recalled Lin Yuan's achievements in the battle network, smiling as he spoke. It's nothing, merely a small matter, Lin Yuan replied, as he savored a piece of delicious meat, not revealing his true strength. It was not a matter of distrust towards Tunshin. Rather, Lin Yuan thought that if he were to encounter a level 3 ability user who counters him and fails to win, it would be quite embarrassing. After all, he was there to assist. As long as he helped Tunshin secure the inheritance, Tunshin would naturally come to understand his capabilities. For you, it is a minor issue. For me, it is significant. I find it rather puzzling that my grandfather, who has always doted on me, previously refused Wang Qi's proposal for a contest of heirs. Why has he agreed this time? Tunshin pondered aloud. I cannot say, but your forbearance is not advisable. I can assist you once, but not a second time. Otherwise, I might take matters into my own hands. As he spoke, Lin Yuan raised his hand, slowly gliding it across his neck. After all, he is my brother. I can hardly bring myself to do it. Tunshin hesitated, a flicker of uncertainty crossing his face. If you are unwilling, then so be it. I shall give him a proper lesson to instill some sense in him. You should exercise caution in the future. After all, this is our first meeting in reality. We ought to enjoy ourselves. Come, let us drink. A glint of inscrutable intent shone in Lin Yuan's eyes as he raised his cup and smiled. Chapter 44. Uncle Fu. 3 days later, before a magnificent manor, Lin Yuan gazed at the imposing stone lions at the entrance. He touched them lightly, his eyes brightening as he exclaimed, Indeed, your family is quite affluent. These stone lions are remnants from the Earth era, and your family has managed to acquire them. You understand this? Tong Tian responded with surprise. I thought they were merely ordinary stone sculptures. Huh. Nowadays, stone sculptures are crafted by machines, precise though they may be. They lack soul. Look at these 2 lions. They exude an inherent majesty, a regal authority befitting the king of beasts. Such artistry cannot be achieved by machines. It requires the painstaking touch of a master artisan, Lin Yuan elaborated. As a thief, he possessed a fair knowledge of these matters. Otherwise, he would have been sold out by old Xing without realizing it. Well said, young friend. Your understanding of stone sculptures is remarkable. Few are knowledgeable in such matters. Approached an elderly man clad in traditional Tang attire, his white hair flowing like wisps of cloud. Uncle Fu, is that you? Tong Tian exclaimed joyfully, striding toward the elder and introducing Lin Yuan. Star Master, this is a friend of my grandfather who resides in our home. You may call him Uncle Fu. Greetings. Uncle Fu, Lin Yuan said politely. Huh, I had thought Xiao Tian had no friends. Yet here you are, a delightful surprise. Young friend, you are destined to be a dragon among men, with a boundless future ahead. Uncle Fu praised. Lin Yuan regarded Uncle Fu with a hint of astonishment. His own ability level was difficult to discern. A secondary ability wielder was quite ordinary. Why such commendation? With a slight smile, Lin Yuan replied, Uncle Fu, you flatter me. I am but a humble secondary ability wielder. How could I merit your praise? There is no need for modesty, young friend. I observe your countenance, though seemingly ordinary. It conceals profound mysteries. A spirit resides within your brow, like a hidden dragon poised to soar. One day, you shall achieve greatness. Uncle Fu chuckled, stroking his beard as he proceeded to read Lin Yuan's fortune. Uncle Fu can read fortunes too? Lin Yuan remarked with amusement, skeptical of such practices. What's this? You doubt me? My fortune-telling is an inherited art. How about a wager? Uncle Fu retorted, feigning indignation. What wager? Lin Yuan inquired nonchalantly, deliberately displaying his disbelief. Intrigued by Uncle Fu's unusual demeanor. You shall assist Xiao Tian in his trials. We shall wager on this, Uncle Fu proposed. Should I predict that you will find great fortune within the trial tower, and you succeed, I ask but one favor in return. If you fail, I shall grant you a lesser fortune, ensuring you do not leave empty-handed. What say you? For reasons unknown, Lin Yuan harbored a sense of being led astray. After contemplation, he replied, given such favorable terms, I agree. However, the task you assign must be within my abilities. Otherwise, I cannot fulfill it. Fear not. The task will be simple and easily accomplished, Uncle Fu assured him. Very well, should I attain fortune, I shall assist you, Lin Yuan readily agreed. Excellent. Let us proceed. The trials are about to commence, Uncle Fu beckoned. The trio ambled toward a villa, exchanging jovial banter. At the entrance stood 2 guards, evidently stationed to prevent unwarranted intrusions. Lin Yuan paid little heed, knowing Tong Tian, as the protagonist, would not be impeded. To his surprise, however, Tong Tian was indeed halted. 2 guards, clad in a security uniform, extended their arms, blocking their path. No unauthorized personnel allowed. Is it possible your guards do not recognize my face? Lin Yuan observed Tong Tian's furious expression and inquired. What is the meaning of this? I am Wang Tian. Do you not know me? Tong Tian seethed. Brother, do not be angry. These guards are new. It is not surprising they do not recognize you. Moreover, even if they did, they would not know your friend. Wang Qi chimed in, having appeared before them with a smile. You. Tong Tian's fury flared, but Lin Yuan restrained him, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder. He addressed the guards as guards of the Wang family. You should understand what an ability wielder is. The guards exchanged glances, nodding in acknowledgement, their expressions perplexed. Today, I shall enlighten you. You must comprehend that matters concerning ability wielders are not for you to meddle in. With that, Lin Yuan's leg shot out, landing 2 swift kicks before the guards could react, sending them crashing to the ground, unconscious. What are you doing? These are my family's guards. Wang Qi shouted angrily. Your family's guards? I act for their own good. They must learn to be cautious around ability wielders. I'm a kind-hearted person, merely teaching them a lesson. Were they to encounter someone more volatile, they might not be so fortunate. Lin Yuan replied nonchalantly. Clearly, these guards had received favors from Wang Qi. Otherwise, they would not dare to obstruct Tong Tian. Thus, Lin Yuan had ensured their safety by merely knocking them out rather than causing any fatal harm. Just wait. I hope you retain such bravado within the trial tower, Wang Qi spat, recognizing the ramifications of violence within the Wang family estate. Reluctantly, he chose to retreat, leaving behind a threatening remark. Tong Tian, see? One cannot simply endure. Otherwise, others may perceive you as weak. Even your family's guards dare to trouble you. Lin Yuan kindly warned. I understand, but I find it difficult to act against them, Tong Tian replied with a shake of his head. Young friend. Xiao Tian has always been this way. It falls upon you to support him, Uncle Fu interjected, breaking his silence. Lin Yuan exchanged a knowing glance with Uncle Fu. Smiling as he said, rest assured, Uncle Fu, I comprehend your intentions. With that, the two shared a knowing smile. Lin Yuan had initially planned to eliminate Wang Qi, thus preventing future troubles, for Tong Tian's character would likely lead him to further hardship. He had not anticipated that Uncle Fu harbored similar thoughts. Evidently, Uncle Fu was quite concerned for Tong Tian's well-being. The 3 of them entered the villa without further obstruction, moving smoothly into a grand hall where dozens had gathered, engaged in fervent discussion. Eavesdropping, Lin Yuan discerned that the topic revolved around the competition between Tong Tian and his brother, with most believing Wang Qi had the upper hand. This time, Wang Tian has finally agreed to resolve the inheritance through competition. Do you think he stands a chance? A chance? Wang Tian's abilities are slightly superior to Wang Qi's, but our family rules permit external assistance, testing one's social skills. What allies does Wang Tian have? Indeed. I've heard that Wan San, captain of the Tianning team, is also here to support Wang Qi in the trials. What? Wan San is participating? He is a tertiary ability wielder? Isn't he? Isn't our family patriarch also a tertiary ability wielder? How could Wang Tian possibly win? Came a third voice interjecting. One cannot deny Wang Tian's plight. As a bastardy child, he loathed conflict yet found himself compelled to compete in the trials, where it was conceivable that Wang Qi might seize the opportunity to eliminate him. Though the voice was faint, Lin Yuan discerned it clearly and mused. Wang Qi truly does not conceal his intentions at all. However, what piqued his curiosity even more was the revelation that Tun Tian was an illegitimate child. He patted Tun Tian and inquired, Tun Tian, are you indeed an illegitimate child? Did you overhear that? With a wry smile, Tun Tian replied, I am an ability user. How could I possibly not hear it? If it were any quieter, it would be no different from being right beside me. Lin Yuan stated matter-of-factly, indeed, I am an illegitimate child. I lived with my mother during my childhood. After she fell ill and passed away, she urged me to seek out my father, which led me to the Wang family. Upon my arrival, I was met with all manner of ostracism from my father's wife. Were it not for the fact that I possess extraordinary abilities, specifically mutated abilities that caught my grandfather's attention, and the protection of Uncle Fu, I would have long since met an untimely demise. Tun Tian spoke candidly about his situation without reservation. That must be your stepmother. Lin Yuan pointed towards a middle-aged woman standing with Wang Qi, who bore a resemblance to him. Indeed, that is she. Tun Tian nodded in acknowledgement. Let me take a stance for you. Just wait and see, Lin Yuan said with a mischievous smile. Star Master, what do you intend? You mustn't act recklessly. She hails from an ability user family and is connected to mine through marriage. Tun Tian expressed concern. What is there to fear? What of ability families? Just watch me, Lin Yuan declared, patting his chest confidently. Xiao Tian, your friend undoubtedly has his own plans. You need only observe. Uncle Fu remarked with a knowing smile. Uncle Fu understands me well. Casting a glance at the now-departed Wang Qi, Lin Yuan casually picked up a wine glass and approached Wang Qi's mother with warmth, saying, You must be Mrs. Wang. And you are? Mrs. Wang asked, puzzled. Today's gathering consisted solely of the Wang family, yet she did not recognize this person, nor had Wang Qi informed her of Lin Yuan's appearance. She was also unaware of the external assistance Wang Tian had sought. Who I am is of little consequence, but judging by your visage, Mrs. Wang, it seems calamity may befall you today, Lin Yuan proclaimed, adopting an enigmatic demeanor. Chapter 45. The Art of Physiognomy by Lin Yuan. What does it mean? Nonsense. Upon Lin Yuan's arrival, Mrs. Wang expressed her discontent, stating that he foretold calamity, her anger palpable. Alas, Mrs. Wang, please do not be upset. I have practiced physiognomy since my youth, and Fu Bo is my senior brother. Upon observing you, I discern a faint red glow emanating from your brow. A harbinger of great misfortune, Lin Yuan declared with utmost seriousness. Fu Bo is your senior brother? Young man, are you not deceiving me? Mrs. Wang asked, her skepticism apparent. She was well aware of Fu Bo's esteemed reputation. After all, he had aided the Wang family in narrowly escaping extinction. Yet, he seldom offered his services in divination, leaving her with little opportunity to witness his prowess. Indeed, Fu Bo and I share the same master. However, I have been in seclusion, honing my skills in physiognomy. Today, I sought my senior brother and was taken aback to see the red glow upon your visage, prompting me to offer a word of caution, Lin Yuan fabricated elaborately. What does this mean for me? Will there be any adverse consequences? Despite her lingering doubts, Mrs. Wang's demeanor softened considerably. May I inquire your esteemed surname, madam? Lin Yuan inquired, stroking his chin. He intended to mimic Fu Bo's gesture of stroking his beard, but found his own chin devoid of any such adornment. My surname is Bai, Mrs. Wang replied. Ah, the Bai surname. Lin Yuan feigned hesitation. What is it? Is there something amiss with my surname? Mrs. Wang promptly questioned, detecting Lin Yuan's reticence. Your surname itself is not inherently negative, yet it depends on the bearer. For instance, your son is to face a pivotal competition today. Under your surname, it indeed carries unfavorable connotations. Bai, which phonetically resembles defeat, is quite ominous, Lin Yuan thought to himself. secretly reveling in the serendipitous coincidence of her surname, which conveniently suited his narrative. What should I do? Mrs. Bai clasped her hands in concern. To be candid, the calamity you face primarily manifests through your son. Had I not intervened, he would surely have encountered a life-threatening ordeal today. Lin Yuan feigned profundity, his expression grave. This cannot be. My son has enlisted the help of Captain One from the Tianning squad. How could anything go wrong? Mrs. Bai exclaimed, disbelief etched across her face. Ah, perhaps you have committed some misdeeds in your past. Karma often manifests in the most unexpected ways. Otherwise, how could it be considered retribution? If you do not believe me, I shall say no more, for revealing too many secrets of fate could also be detrimental to me, Lin Yuan remarked, pretending to turn away. Wait, sir. How can I avert this calamity? I beseech you for guidance. Mrs. Bai, influenced by Fu Bo's reputation, felt compelled to seek Lin Yuan's counsel, especially given her own guilt over her machinations against Wang Tian. A smile curled upon Lin Yuan's lips as he slowly turned back, his expression reverting to an inscrutable calm. Madam, alleviating your misfortune is indeed a challenge, yet it is not insurmountable. It merely depends on your willingness. What must I do? Mrs. Bai inquired eagerly. Upon examining your son's features, I perceive he bears the auspicious countenance of one who brings honor to his ancestors, possessing remarkable resilience against calamities. However, he is vulnerable to the misfortune you inadvertently bestow upon him, Lin Yuan explained methodically. Why? How could I be the cause of his misfortune? Mrs. Bai pressed for clarity. Those with the countenance of honor towards their ancestors are profoundly filial. A devoted child would never disobey their mother's wishes. Consider, is your son not exceptionally dutiful? Lin Yuan opined earnestly. Indeed, my son is most filial, Mrs. Bai acknowledged, her faith in Lin Yuan's words strengthening. As Mrs. Bai nodded vigorously, Lin Yuan's heart brimmed with delight. Wang Qi had always been sociable, and for the sake of securing his inheritance, he would undoubtedly present himself as the epitome of filial piety. Your misfortune manifests through your son precisely because he is your closest kin, exhibiting utmost reverence towards you, hence attracting this disaster. Lin Yuan continued. What can I do? I cannot bring harm to my son. Panic began to mar Mrs. Bai's countenance. There is a solution. Yet it requires a sacrifice on your part, Lin Yuan stated confidently. What sacrifice? I will need a sample of your blood. I shall use it to draw a protective symbol on your brow to temporarily ward off this calamity. Once your son's competition concludes, the misfortune will dissipate naturally. Lin Yuan declared, his tone laden with significance. A mere drop of blood is trivial. I would part with as much as necessary to avert this calamity, Mrs. Bai replied with resolve. Madam, in our line of work, we adhere to certain customs. I cannot undertake this without some form of compensation, Lin Yuan said, extending his hand slowly. Although he was not in dire need of wealth, extracting a small price would enhance Mrs. Bai's belief in his abilities. Very well. I shall offer you 1,000 star diamonds as gratitude. How does that sound? Mrs. Bai ventured cautiously. Oh, no. I cannot accept money. A token of jewelry will suffice. Excessive formality is not advisable, Lin Yuan replied, shaking his head. In truth, he feared that this deception would soon unravel, and gathering the star diamonds would take time, rendering them unattainable. Then allow me to present you with this pair of exquisite gold and jade bracelets as a token of my gratitude, Mrs. Bai said, handing Lin Yuan a pair of valuable bangles. Lin Yuan accepted the bracelets, stowing them away before gently slicing his finger across Mrs. Bai's palm, causing a line of crimson to emerge. He then dipped his fingertip into the blood and inscribed characters upon her brow, instructing, Madam, remember not to wash your face. Doing so may erase the effectiveness of this protective symbol. But sir, if I bear this mark, will it not draw attention? Mrs. Bai expressed her concern. Fear not. This symbol has merged with your skin, invisible to others. The instruction against washing your face ensures its efficacy, Lin Yuan reassured her, conjuring a mirror with a flick of his hand to demonstrate. Mrs. Bai scrutinized her reflection, finding no abnormalities, her face as pristine as ever, which elicited a smile. I cannot thank you enough, sir. Once my son secures his inheritance, I shall offer you further gratitude. My thanks to you, madam. I have matters to attend to. So I shall take my leave. Lin Yuan maintained a serious facade while stifling his amusement. Safe travels, sir. Mrs. Bai bid him farewell with a smile. Lin Yuan turned to rejoin Tong Tian and quietly inquired of Xiaoxing, was the blood sample successfully collected? Indeed, master, the collection is complete. Xiaoxing's voice chimed in Lin Yuan's ear. Excellent. We shall pinpoint Wang Qi's whereabouts now. I have heard the trial tower is quite expansive, Lin Yuan expressed his concern. Rest assured, I possess the most advanced miniature tracking system, capable of scanning the majority of the trial tower, Xiao Xing replied confidently. Very well. Let us now enjoy the spectacle. Lin Yuan grinned as he approached Tong Tian, playfully tapping his shoulder. What has you so entranced? You. Tong Tian stammered, staring at the characters emblazoned upon Mrs. Bai's forehead, at a loss for words. Enough with the stammering. Let us witness the unfolding drama. Lin Yuan gestured toward the smiling Mrs. Bai, a mischievous grin creeping across his face. At that moment, Mrs. Bai approached her son, Wang Qi, intending to share the news. But she noticed the peculiar glances directed at her from those passing by. Some even covered their mouths as they hurried away, seemingly amused by some unseen jest. Mother, what has happened to you? What is the meaning of those characters on your forehead? Wang Qi gazed in astonishment at the large characters emblazoned upon his mother's forehead. Characters? What characters? Bai inquired curiously. Wang Qi surveyed his surroundings, then seized a silver tray, using its smooth surface as a mirror to show Bai. Mother, take a look for yourself. Bai cast her eyes upon the reflection, utterly struck dumb. The visage of a middle-aged woman stared back at her. Upon her brow scrawled in a crooked manner were 4 large characters. Wang Qi must lose. Whether it was due to Lin Yuan's fear of being discovered. The writing was exceedingly messy, twisted and turned like the scrawl of a dog. Bai took a while to decipher it. In an instant, Bai comprehended why others had regarded her with such peculiar glances. The humiliation of having characters inscribed upon her face was already unbearable. Yet it bore the phrase Wang Qi must lose, a direct reference to her son. How could this not incite laughter? Not one to be easily deceived. Bai swiftly realized that Lin Yuan had played a trick on her. She scanned the area and found Lin Yuan standing beside Tong Tian, wearing a broad smile as he regarded her, even gesturing to his own brow. Bai clenched her teeth and inquired of Wang Qi, who is that person beside Wang Tian? That is his friend, someone he seems to have met online. Could it be he who did this? Wang Qi replied. Indeed, it is he. Once he enters the trial tower, he must not be allowed to return alive. Do you understand? Bai said fiercely. Fear not. Neither he nor Wang Tian shall survive. A flicker of ruthlessness crossed Wang Qi's face. Very well, I shall go wash this off. It is truly embarrassing, Bai declared, covering her face as she exited the hall to cleanse the writing from her skin. Beside her, Tong Tian sighed and remarked, Star Master, your actions have surely angered them. They were already intent on killing me. This time, you will undoubtedly be implicated as well. Tong Tian, you should be aware of Wang Qi. As long as I assist you, your brother will not let me off the hook. What does it matter how deeply I offend them? Lin Yuan took a sip of wine, speaking slowly. Very well, do as you wish. After all, I have entrusted my life to you. Tong Tian also took a drink, secretly relishing the thought of Lin Yuan chastising Bai, recalling how he had been oppressed by her in his youth. Master of the house has arrived. A resonant voice rang out, prompting everyone to turn toward the entrance, where an elderly man in his 50s, clad in loose black attire, strode in, accompanied by a middle-aged man in his 40s who bore a slight resemblance to Tong Tian. Chapter 46. The Tower of Trials. Lin Yuan observed the 2 individuals who had entered and inquired. These must be your grandfather and father, correct? Indeed. My grandfather is named Wang Chishan, and my father is Wang Ping. Both of them are Tier 3 ability users. This time, due to the participation of Captain Wan San from the Tianning squad, they will serve as witnesses in the Tower of Trials. Judging the outcome between me and Wang Qi, explained Tong Tian. Lin Yuan nodded, remaining silent as he watched Wang Chishan ascend to the elevated platform in the hall. Wang Chishan took up the microphone, cleared his throat, and the hall fell into an immediate hush, all eyes eagerly awaiting Wang Ping's words. Wang Chishan surveyed the crowd with satisfaction and proclaimed, Our Wang family is but a small clan. Most here possess no abilities. The longevity of our family is attributed to healthy competition. In this contest for inheritance rights, our 2 most outstanding young members, Wang Tian and Wang Qi, shall engage in a battle for supremacy in the Tower of Trials. As per tradition, each side may deploy a maximum of 3 participants, and the side that endures the longest shall emerge victorious. Now, I invite Wang Qi, Wang Tian, and their companions to the stage. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan stepped onto the platform alongside Wang Tian. Simultaneously, Wang Qi approached with a sinister-looking young man and a somewhat portly middle-aged man. The sinister youth cast a disdainful glance at Lin Yuan, a peculiar smile curling his lips as he deliberately collided with Lin Yuan, small bone spurs sprouting from his shoulder. Though such an impact would not be fatal, injury was inevitable, clearly intended to intimidate Lin Yuan. Feigning ignorance, Lin Yuan continued forward. allowing the sinister youth to crash into his left shoulder. The youth imagined Lin Yuan's shoulder would be left mangled, yet reality diverged from his expectations. He did collide with Lin Yuan, but no bloody scene ensued. Lin Yuan, unflinching, absorbed the impact with the protective gear of his combat suit, then swiftly extended his leg, hooking his foot. The youth, already off balance from the collision, lost his footing and tumbled to the ground. The youth attempted to recover, bracing himself on the ground to rise. But Lin Yuan was unwilling to grant him that opportunity. If one dared to provoke, one must be prepared to face consequences. With a right foot that struck like lightning, he pressed down on the youth's back, sending him crashing to the ground. The fall immediately drew the attention of all present. The portly middle-aged man turned, glancing at Lin Yuan, then addressed the fallen youth, Tian Bing. Be more careful while walking. As an ability user, it is quite embarrassing to fall. The sinister youth, Tian Bing, rose from the ground, glaring fiercely at Lin Yuan, understanding the middle-aged man's implication to settle matters within the Tower of Trials. He refrained from further remarks, simply responding to the middle-aged man, "It was my fault. I was too careless." Lin Yuan smiled at Tian Bing. "Say, your name is Tian Bing, isn't it? Do take care. Falling here is trivial, but should you stumble within the Tower of Trials, beware of being devoured by the ferocious beasts inside." The middle-aged man scrutinized Lin Yuan, seemingly incredulous that a mere Tier 2 ability user would dare to provoke. He replied coolly, "You need not concern yourself. He will not fall again. However, young brother, do be cautious and avoid falling inside." Of course. I shall exercise caution," Lin Yuan replied with a smile. On the platform, Wang Chishan observed the tense atmosphere among the individuals, glanced towards the corner where Uncle Fu stood, and then addressed those who had ascended. "I am familiar with the individuals on Chi's side. Tian, who is this friend of yours?" "I am Lin Yuan, a friend I met on the Tun Tian Battle Network." "Greetings, Elder," Lin Yuan introduced himself. "Lin Yuan, the Tower of Trials of our Wang family is fraught with peril, even life-threatening. Are you truly willing to enter?" Wang Chishan cautioned. "Indeed, I must assist Tun Tian in claiming the inheritance rights, so I shall enter. As for danger, I do not anticipate any," Lin Yuan stated with an air of confidence, his face betraying a hint of murderous intent. The onlookers, not foolish, understood that only one side would emerge alive, while the other would inevitably become mere bones within. Wang Chishan paused for a moment and said to Lin Yuan, "Very well, since you are determined to enter, I shall not obstruct you. Let us commence." With that, he gestured to Wang Ping behind him, who promptly understood, unleashing a red laser from his hand that shot toward the wall behind them. The laser struck the wall and instantly vanished, rendering the surface ethereal. A portal resembling undulating water appeared, emanating mysterious waves. Lin Yuan gazed in astonishment at the portal, intending to inquire with Tun Tian, when he heard Xiao Xing whisper in his ear, "Master, this portal employs extensive spatial technology, with traces of abilities present. The space within should be vast. I estimate it to be half the size of Tian Ning Star." Lin Yuan, upon hearing Xiao Xing's words, was inwardly astonished. The ancestors of the Wang family were indeed remarkable, capable of constructing such an expansive space. Such feats of pure technology would be inconceivable even today. At that moment, Wang Chishan elaborated, "The beasts within our Wang family's Tower of Trials possess the ability to refine one's will. Although this effect is only applicable to Tier 3 and below ability users, it is nonetheless extraordinary. Those who come to assist my Wang family's youths, consider this a modest gesture from us. Please, step inside. I shall await the outcome. Whichever side emerges last shall be deemed victorious." Wang Qi's faction, upon hearing Wang Chishan's words, said nothing further and promptly entered the portal. Just before the middle-aged man stepped through, he raised his hand and made a slicing gesture across his throat, clearly a provocation directed at Lin Yuan. Turning to Tun Tian, Lin Yuan queried, "Who is that individual?" "That is Wan San, the captain of the Tian Ning Star Ability Squad I mentioned to you," Tun Tian replied. "Then it seems the Tian Ning Squad will soon be seeking a new captain. Let us proceed as well," Lin Yuan declared, moving toward the wall and stepping through, followed closely by Tun Tian. As Lin Yuan surveyed the desolate terrain before him, he turned to Tun Tian and asked, "Shall we remain here? I thought there would be beasts. Why do I see none?" "The Tower of Trials houses a mobile altar, which serves as our exit route. We must locate it first. Then we can both advance and retreat, gaining the upper hand. As for the beasts you mentioned, are they not approaching?" As Tun Tian spoke, he pointed eastward, where the unmistakable howls of wolves echoed, indicating a pack was drawing near. Lin Yuan flexed his wrist, jokingly remarking, "How formidable are these beasts?" If they possess strength akin to Tier 3 ability users, I may be unable to contend with them. They are not that strong, merely superior to ordinary individuals. However, upon their demise, they emit a mental shockwave that can disorient their slayers. If one can withstand it, their will may become even stronger. Serving as a fine means of will training, Tun Tian explained, well versed in the nuances of this place. Well then, what are we waiting for? The one who claims it first shall prevail. As he spoke, Lin Yuan's figure vanished, reappearing before the wolf pack, where he unleashed a powerful punch upon the foremost towering gray wolf, standing over 2 meters tall. Such a punch was far beyond what the giant wolf could endure. It let out a howl of despair as its body was sent hurtling away, landing on the ground, motionless, a clear indication that it had met its end. Simultaneously, a gray luminescence erupted from the body of the colossal wolf, soaring directly into Lin Yuan's being. Instantly, he felt a momentary disorientation wash over him, shaking his head vigorously. He dispelled the haze and discovered that his willpower had seemingly intensified. This was nothing short of astonishing. Despite Lin Yuan's relentless training and self-imposed hardships, his progress had been painfully gradual. Now, having vanquished a giant wolf, he experienced such a pronounced advancement. How could he not be astounded? At that moment, another massive wolf lunged at him, its vicious fangs aimed menacingly at his throat, and Lin Yuan could even discern the metallic tang of blood emanating from its mouth. Raising his hand, he struck it aside effortlessly, relishing once more the exhilarating sensation of rapid improvement. His eyes gleamed with an insatiable hunger. Each wolf slain was a bounty of experience. How could he not eradicate every last one, honoring the ancestral efforts of the Wang family? Just as he prepared to eliminate the next foe, he noticed that Tunshin had also joined the fray among the pack of wolves, its form pulsating with an enigmatic black glow, reminiscent of an abyss. Each time a giant wolf pounced upon it, the beast vanished without a trace, an eerie spectacle indeed. Lin Yuan comprehended this to be Tunshin's extraordinary ability, devouring. Inspired by its swift extermination of the wolves, Lin Yuan refused to lag behind. His body abruptly disappeared as he unleashed his full teleportation prowess, manifesting multiple phantoms in an instant, sending the colossal wolves sprawling like mere sandbags. The mental shockwave produced by the fallen wolves was relatively mild. For Lin Yuan, whose strength lay in his will, the impact was easily within his capacity to withstand, requiring no deliberate resistance as he continued his relentless slaughter. Within mere minutes, the once formidable pack of hundreds had been entirely obliterated. Even the Wolf King dispatched by a precise laser shot from Lin Yuan's battle attire. Surveying the ground littered with wolf carcasses, Lin Yuan stroked his chin in satisfaction and remarked, "Tunshin, this trial tower is truly a splendid place. We must linger a while longer and thoroughly relish this ascent in willpower." Indeed, willpower is the foundation of our powers. This place is indeed remarkable, though regrettably, it only benefits those below the 3rd tier of abilities, Tunshin echoed in agreement. That is fortunate. Had it been applicable to 3rd tier practitioners, your Wang family would likely struggle to retain this territory, Lin Yuan chuckled. True enough. Even now, our family relies on the protection of the Night God cult to safeguard this trial tower, Tunshin concurred. At that moment, a voice pierced the air. Master, I have identified a DNA match resembling that of the Bai family. It appears to be Wang Qi. Given the vastness of the trial tower and the random allocation of positions upon entry, it was indeed a stroke of luck that they found themselves so closely situated. Lin Yuan promptly addressed Tunshin. Come with me, Tunshin. It is time for us to attend to some pressing matters. Chapter 47. Instant kill. What is the matter? Are we searching for the altar? Tong Tian inquired, perplexed. There is no rush for the altar. We will undoubtedly encounter it eventually. I have spotted Wang Qi and his companions. If we defeat them, we can take our time looking for the altar, Lin Yuan replied, pulling up a map on his communicator. Can the two of us truly defeat all 3 of them? That Wan San is a level 3 ability user, Tong Tian questioned. Leave it to me. Just follow my lead and witness my prowess, Lin Yuan asserted confidently as he set off in a certain direction. Tong Tian, somewhat familiar with Lin Yuan's capabilities, recognized he was not one to boast without reason. Hence, he ceased his inquiries and accompanied Lin Yuan. At that moment, Wang Qi and his companions encountered a pack of ferocious beasts. However, they faced a pride of lions, with dozens surrounding them, intent on making them their dinner. To Wang Qi and his companions, these lions posed little threat. Wan San showed no interest in engaging, allowing Wang Qi and the others to dispatch the oblivious lions effortlessly. At this juncture, Tian Bing was adorned with numerous bone spines and let the lions charge at him, relishing the sensation of his willpower strengthening. He turned to Wan San, who was observing, and remarked, "Captain, this trial tower is vast. What if Wang Tian is hiding?" "Fear not. Although the trial tower is expansive as time progresses, everyone will ultimately be transported to the altar. We merely need to locate the altar and await their arrival." Wang Qi interjected before Wan San could respond. At this moment, Wan San spoke, casually fiddling with 2 silver orbs in his hands. "I believe that fellow named Lin Yuan is filled with murderous intent. He will likely seek us out. Perhaps we won't even need to search for him." Upon hearing Wan San's words, Tian Bing scoffed, swiftly dispatching a lion with a casual strike. "That second-level ability user dares to confront us? He wouldn't even have the audacity to try. If he truly comes, I will ensure his demise is most gruesome, avenging the humiliation he caused me in the hall." "Haha, Tian Bing, rest assured, I will certainly help you exact your revenge." Wang Qi chuckled. At this moment, the Lion King could no longer contain itself. With a thunderous roar, it lunged at Tian Bing, its claws aimed viciously at his chest. How convenient, Tian Bing thought, clenching his fists as the bone spines on his knuckles elongated, delivering a devastating blow to the Lion King's head. The Lion King, no match for a level 2 ability user, was smashed to the ground, its skull shattered. A gray light burst forth from the Lion King's body, directly entering Tian Bing's mind. He concentrated to withstand the mental assault, eager to relish the enhancement of his will. Willpower, an elusive essence, is typically only refined through rigorous training. Thus, the opportunity presented by the trial tower was one he intended to seize, potentially elevating him to a level 3 ability user, allowing him to command a small team of ability users. While he fantasized about his promising future, Tian Bing suddenly heard Wan San shout. Before he could react, a sharp pain shot through his neck. He attempted to speak but found himself utterly voiceless. Lin Yuan discarded Tian Bing's lifeless body to the ground and teleported away from Wang Qi and Wan San's attacks, appearing before Wang Qi. He delivered a punch aimed at Wang Qi's head, confident that if it connected, Wang Qi would remain trapped in the trial tower indefinitely. As Lin Yuan's fist approached, Wang Qi was enveloped in a shroud of black light, distinct from Tongtian's devouring power. While it didn't consume, it possessed a formidable corrosive force. Lin Yuan disregarded Wang Qi's counterattack, landing a punch squarely on Wang Qi's face, the tremendous impact launching him into the air. Before Wang Qi could regain his balance, Lin Yuan teleported above him and delivered a crushing kick to his chest, causing a spray of blood to erupt from Wang Qi's mouth, which fell to the ground like a meteor, struggling briefly before falling silent. From Lin Yuan's initial strike to the death of the two, although it may have sounded prolonged, it transpired in a mere second, with Wan San unable to intervene in time. After eliminating both adversaries, Lin Yuan turned his gaze towards Wan San, who was encircled by 2 floating silver orbs, and stated calmly, "I warned you that once you fell, you would not rise again." Even as Tian Bing and Wan San conversed, Lin Yuan had quietly arrived, patiently awaiting the opportune moment. When the Lion King lunged at Tian Bing, Lin Yuan recognized the moment had come. With his formidable willpower, he unleashed an ability of at least SS rank, swiftly overpowering the 2 level 2 ability users, leaving them no chance for resistance. Witnessing the unfolding events, Wan San's heart surged with tumultuous waves, instantly perceiving Lin Yuan as a formidable and equal adversary. In response to Lin Yuan's declaration, Wan San took immediate action. The orbs surrounding him transformed into 2 streaks of light, hurtling towards Lin Yuan with an audible rush. A flicker of murderous intent flashed in Lin Yuan's eyes as he teleported directly behind Wan San, seizing his shoulder and delivering a powerful knee strike to his spine. Lin Yuan discerned that Wan San's ability was merely the manipulation of metal. Even at level 3, he could not hope to triumph in close combat against him. Indeed, as Lin Yuan materialized behind Wan San, a flicker of panic crossed Wan San's eyes. Clenching his hands, countless small flying knives emerged around him, whirling rapidly to form a silver metal storm. Lin Yuan reacted swiftly, teleporting away to hover in midair, his right hand outstretched as a laser precisely struck Wan San's back, sending him staggering forward. The previous metal storm had evidently drained Wan San considerably, and with Lin Yuan's laser strike, he appeared utterly beleaguered, gasping for breath in disbelief as he beheld Lin Yuan. The power of that laser far exceeded that of a standard laser gun, had he not possessed a protective device. It might have cost him dearly. Now devoid of the will to continue fighting, he exerted himself, emitting a silver glow as he chose a direction and fled at remarkable speed, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Seeing Wan San attempt to escape, Lin Yuan was not about to let him go easily. He called out to Tong Tian to regroup at the altar before vanishing from his position, pursuing Wan San. No matter how swift Wan San was, he could not match Lin Yuan's teleportation abilities, and Lin Yuan was confident in his ability to catch up. Observing Lin Yuan's disappearing figure and then glancing at Wang Qi's corpse, Tong Tian slowly approached, muttering, whether to himself or to Wang Qi's remains. What was the necessity of this? I had no intention of contesting your inheritance rights, yet you forced my hand. Now, look where it has led you. Your life is lost. Having spoken, Tong Tian did not linger, hastening after Lin Yuan's departing form. After all, the altar was mobile, the direction mattered little, and perhaps he might encounter Lin Yuan along the way. Suddenly, an unforeseen event transpired. A figure radiating black light surged towards Tong Tian like a lightning bolt. Delivering a powerful blow to his back, Tong Tian felt a searing pain coursing through him. His body propelled forward as if it were a mere sack of grain. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan had caught up with the swiftly fleeing Wan San, teleporting directly before him and delivering a kick to Wan San's face, sending him crashing to the ground. Observing Wan San laboriously rising from the ground, Lin Yuan questioned, I truly wonder how you ascended to become a level 3 ability user with such a lack of combat awareness. However, your defenses are quite formidable. Surely, you must be wearing combat gear? Cough cough. Lin Yuan, upon encountering you, I willingly concede. There is no need for you to inquire further. Although I may not possess the strength to defeat you, I am not foolish. Regardless of whether I divulge the truth, you would still eliminate me. Thus, what purpose does it serve? Wan San wiped the blood from his face and spoke slowly. You speak the truth, yet I require no such information from you. I can find you and slay you on my own, he replied. In that instant, Lin Yuan teleported behind Wan San, gathering golden energy in his palm, and struck fiercely at the back of Wan San's head. This time, Wan San had no opportunity for resistance as the blow extinguished his life. Casually, Lin Yuan tore open Wan San's clothing, revealing a black combat suit that emanated a formidable energy without the need for physical contact. It was evident that this was the source of Wan San's ability to withstand Lin Yuan's laser attacks, likely enabling his swift movements as well. Lin Yuan examined the combat suit and inquired of Xiaoxing. Xiaoxing, have you completed the scan? What are the suit's distinctive features? Its defensive capabilities seem to rival my own. Master, while the material of this protective suit is ordinary, it employs a remarkably unique energy structure. This structure is entirely different from the energy operations stored in my database. It appears to be a novel invention. I will require some time to fully analyze it. Xiaoxing responded. Such prowess, to achieve such defensive strength with common materials, is impressive indeed. Please expedite your analysis. Perhaps we can share this structure with Fatty once deciphered. Lin Yuan remarked nonchalantly. Understood, Master. Xiaoxing replied in a mechanical tone. As Lin Yuan surveyed his surroundings, preparing to casually seek a direction toward the altar, Xiaoxing's voice suddenly interrupted. Master, a special spatial entrance has been detected. A special spatial entrance has been detected. A special spatial entrance? Where is it? Could it be that what Uncle Fu said is true? Am I truly destined to gain benefits from this place? Lin Yuan exclaimed incredulously. The entrance is located 100 meters in the 3 o'clock direction. There are slight fluctuations in the space there. I surmise that it harbors a small-scale realm within. Xiaoxing stated. Chapter 48. The peculiar space. Since Xiaoxing articulated such a statement, it certainly indicated the presence of a special spatial entrance. Otherwise, given Xiaoxing's advanced intelligence, which meticulously calculates every utterance, such words would never have been spoken. Lin Yuan proceeded to the location indicated by Xiaoxing. It appeared quite ordinary, with merely a few scattered stones standing silently. As he casually kicked aside a few stones, a peculiar wave of energy immediately dispersed. And Lin Yuan quickly realized that these stones were not simple at all. They seemed ordinary but concealed spatial fluctuations. Had it not been for Xiaoxing's meticulous scanning with the miniature detector, these occasional spatial ripples would likely have gone unnoticed. However, now that he had discovered it, whatever lay within this hidden small space would belong to him. It would indeed be strange if such a secretive space harbored nothing of value. With this thought in mind, Lin Yuan did not hesitate and leaped inside. The entrance posed no restrictions, allowing him to effortlessly jump in. Upon entering, Lin Yuan was engulfed in darkness, followed by a sensation of suffocation. He understood that this was a small space with stagnant air. Even a slight presence of oxygen was a testament to the protective measures of its creators, so he felt no surprise. Landing on the ground, his excellent physical condition allowed him to stabilize himself swiftly and regain his balance. He then instructed Xiaoxing, activate the illumination. Under Xiaoxing's control, the communicator illuminated with its built-in light, casting a gentle glow from Lin Yuan's wrist that illuminated the roughly 10-meter space, revealing its entirety before him. At first glance, the arrangement was quite simple: a desk, a portrait of an elderly man, and a modest bookshelf adorned with a few paper books, all exuding an aura of antiquity, an entire study setup. Lin Yuan casually perused several books, which chronicled the biographies of the Wang family's ancestors, alongside significant events in human history. He picked up a brush from the desk and dipped it into the inkstone, but alas, the ink had long dried, rendering it futile. Nevertheless, Lin Yuan remained undeterred and whimsically scribbled on the pristine rice paper. As he drew, he mused, to think this study contains the legendary 4 treasures of the study. How wondrous! If taken outside, it could fetch quite a sum. With only Xiaoxing as company, the artificial intelligence promptly responded, based on current market values. A complete set of the 4 treasures at an auction could command at least $1 billion. If a collector is particularly fond of them, the price could easily double. $1 billion? Then what about the painting on the wall? Lin Yuan casually gestured towards the portrait. This portrait, being a likeness, is likely a representation of an ancestor of the Wang family based on my calculations, particularly considering the features of Wang Qi and Wang Tian. Yet, the craftsmanship is rather crude, rendering it of little value, Xiaoxing meticulously analyzed. I see. So it seems there's nothing particularly special here. Since Uncle Fu wagered with me, he must have confidence that I would find something immensely beneficial. Could it be that there are other spaces? Lin Yuan pondered aloud. According to my scans, there are no special items present, and my detectors have found no additional spaces, Xiaoxing added. That doesn't seem right. The peculiar stones outside conceal this space, and the inner space is so solid. Opening another space within the trial tower would come at a considerable cost. It cannot merely serve as a memorial to ancestors. There must be something amiss. Lin Yuan refuted Xiaoxing's assertions, scrutinizing the room more closely. The 10-meter space, merely accommodating a desk and a bookshelf, felt somewhat empty. Lin Yuan approached the corners, testing the ground with his foot to ensure there were no mechanisms. He then glanced at the ceiling, but found nothing unusual. Reaching the bookshelf, he pushed it aside forcefully and examined the ground beneath, noting it bore no difference from the rest, save for a scattering of dust. Disregarding the dust, Lin Yuan decided against repositioning the bookshelf and instead contemplated moving the desk to search for clues. Suddenly, a flash of insight occurred to him, prompting him to fixate on the ground revealed by the bookshelf's removal. How foolish of me. This is a small space, and oxygen is scarce. How could there be dust? He muttered, crouching to pick up a handful of dust. Xiaoxing, analyze this dust for any peculiarities. Currently analyzing. Please hold on, Xiaoxing responded. After about 15 minutes, Xiaoxing relayed the findings. Master, this dust contains a significant amount of interference elements capable of disrupting detector readings, yet it holds no intrinsic value. Presently, certain military spacecraft incorporate substantial interference elements during construction to evade intelligent detection. Interference elements? It seems something lies beneath this dust. Let me see what it is, Lin Yuan said, gently brushing away the dust to reveal the original surface. On the ground, a line of strange characters was inscribed, entirely distinct from the current interstellar universal language, yet strikingly beautiful, each stroke exuding sharpness. Xiaoxing, what is this script? What does it signify? Lin Yuan glanced briefly before losing interest, knowing he could not decipher it himself. He relied on Xiaoxing, whose extensive database encompassed all interstellar languages, even those predating the interstellar era, deeming it unnecessary to struggle with the task himself. Indeed, although the characters appeared peculiar, they proved no challenge for Xiaoxing's vast database. After scanning and processing the data, Xiaoxing quickly comprehended the characters' meanings and explained, this script is from the language used in the Huaxia nation on the mother planet, historically the most widespread language. Even now, it is still utilized in many places, particularly in our Jiutian star system and the neighboring Shimu star system, where many elders still employ this script. So it's Huaxia language. Wasn't that the same language Wang Menglin used to recite that strange incantation? Upon hearing Xiaoxing mention Huaxia, Lin Yuan recalled the incantation Wang Menglin had uttered while seizing the Destiny Stone. He immediately inquired, what does the inscription on the ground mean? The general meaning is this. It is merely a replica constructed based on the true trial tower. The actual trial tower lies in a very secretive location, where the enhancement of willpower is 100-fold more potent than here. The coordinates of the true trial tower are concealed within this room, and with sufficient wisdom, one may extract the coordinates to locate the true trial tower. The true trial tower? This place is already exceptional. There are scarce locations that can enhance willpower. The true trial tower being 100 times stronger is astonishing. If I could enter. As he pondered this, Lin Yuan sprang to his feet. Starting to search the area, he had already displaced the desk, yet found no dust, indicating that there were no coordinates present. Xiaoxing's detectors could even discern the veins on a mosquito's wing without interference, so even the tiniest markings would not escape Xiaoxing's scrutiny. Based on recent events, it was evident that the Wang family's ancestors were not ordinary individuals. They would not easily allow access to the coordinates. Subsequently, Lin Yuan examined the portraits adorning the walls, scrutinizing the surfaces behind them for any peculiarities. Unfortunately, the ancestors of the Wang family had not intended for anyone to easily unearth the coordinates behind the paintings. There was nothing out of the ordinary, and the surrounding walls appeared entirely mundane. Nevertheless, Lin Yuan remained undeterred, instructing Xiaoxing to tirelessly skim the entire space with the detector while he himself rummaged through various items that might possess some hidden significance. He meticulously searched the 4 classic writing implements on the desk, even extracting the dried ink from the inkstone, yet he discovered nothing of value. Ultimately, Lin Yuan even tasked Xiaoxing with perusing all the books, hoping to uncover some hits. Regrettably, despite Xiaoxing's advanced intelligence and its vast database, it could not assist Lin Yuan in this instance. After thoroughly examining every tome, it yielded no useful information. Frustrated from his exhaustive search that bore no fruit, Lin Yuan sank into a chair at the desk, addressing the portrait of the Wang ancestor. "Old fellow, you've long since passed, yet you persist in tormenting me. Would it not have sufficed to leave the coordinates plainly? Why must you convolute matters so? In my estimation, your descendants would similarly find nothing upon their arrival. Moreover, if by chance I stumble upon the location of the coordinates but fail to notice your written clues, would that not render your efforts futile? Even if I obtained the coordinates, I would remain oblivious to the existence of a genuine trial tower, thus your elaborate design would be in vain." Perhaps it was the absence of any leads that ignited a fire within Lin Yuan, prompting him to voice his grievances towards the portrait. In a fit of frustration, he seized a brush and hurled it at the image before leaping down from the desk, determined to depart. With no further inclination to linger aimlessly in search, he resolved to seek out Tun Tian, inquiring whether the Wang ancestor had left any clues for the benefit of his descendants. At that moment, Lin Yuan noticed a peculiar aspect of the portrait. Its positioning was odd, as the eyes of the Wang ancestor seemed to fixate intently on a line of Chinese characters inscribed on the floor, almost as if they were a reminder of something significant. Recalling his earlier musings, Lin Yuan approached the inscription and muttered to himself, "How can I ensure that I am certain to see this line of characters, thus leading me to the coordinates? Furthermore, since this line is discernible to any keen observer, why do the eyes of the portrait linger here? Is it to prevent one from failing to notice?" With this thought, a smile crept upon Lin Yuan's lips as he slowly lifted his right foot, asserting, "If this is not the solution, I shall concede entirely." Having uttered this, he brought his foot down forcefully onto the floor, directly upon the inscription of the Chinese characters. Chapter 49. Ominous signs. The floor, inscribed with ancient Chinese characters, shattered beneath Lin Yuan's formidable presence, fragments scattering in all directions, while the dust from the surrounding elements rose and danced in the air. Unperturbed, Lin Yuan's gaze remained fixed on the object revealed beneath the fractured floor, a small stone, no larger than a palm, emanating a soft golden glow. Merely gazing upon it brought an involuntary sense of tranquility to one's soul, a truly wondrous phenomenon. Crouching down, he picked up the golden stone, a gentle warmth radiating through his combat suit, enveloping his entire palm in a comforting heat. A flicker of astonishment crossed Lin Yuan's face as he inquired of Xiaoxing, "What is happening? The combat suit is designed to block external influences, yet this stone's warmth has penetrated my hand. Why is that?" As soon as he spoke, Xiaoxing's mechanical voice responded, "Master, I am equally baffled. The stone eludes detection by the scanner. As if it were merely air, my diagnostic system registers no data whatsoever." "Is that so? Did you not assert that your scanner is the most advanced?" Lin Yuan exclaimed, incredulous. "Indeed, Master, this object is beyond detection. From my observations, it does not belong to any known material. Otherwise, my scanner would have reacted," Xiaoxing elucidated. "Not of any material? What could that possibly mean?" Lin Yuan pondered aloud, slowly rotating the golden stone for a closer inspection. He continued, "This must be the true coordinates of the trial tower. The ancestor of the Wang family would not deceive us. After all, this is a legacy left for the descendants. Given its uniqueness, it likely serves as the coordinates. I should consult Uncle Fu about this. He ought to know the nature of this stone. If it proves useless, then this gamble would be his loss. Resolute in his decision, Lin Yuan pressed forward, leaping through the spatial entrance. Once on solid ground, he disregarded the stone's weight, masking the spatial fluctuations as he strode purposefully towards the east. Xiaoxing had detected a massive pack of direwolves in that direction. Although this place was a replica of the true trial tower, its effects were undeniably authentic, making it a rare locale for enhancing one's willpower. In a secluded corner of the trial tower, an ancient altar floated half a meter above the ground, drifting aimlessly at a pace akin to a tortoise's crawl. Advancing only a few hundred meters in a quarter of an hour, far from the swift, supersonic speeds prevalent today. At the altar's entrance stood several statues of tiger-headed humanoids, acting as loyal guardians of the sacred site. Peering inside, one could see countless tiger-headed figures adorning the altar, their fierce visages instilling fear in the hearts of onlookers. The walls of the altar were etched with enigmatic runes, from which waves of spatial energy emanated, perhaps the reason for the altar's ability to move at will. As Lin Yuan emerged from that peculiar space, the eyes of the tiger-headed statues before the altar ignited with a chilling green glow, cracks beginning to form in their stone bodies, as if something were striving to break free from within. Suddenly, the runes inscribed on the altar's walls transformed into a sanguine hue, a nauseating stench of blood wafting from within, as the entire altar gradually turned crimson. Coupled with the imposing tiger-headed statues, a palpable air of dread enveloped the altar. At that moment, the once aimlessly drifting altar seemed to find a purpose. Hurtling in a direct line towards Lin Yuan's direction, its speed dramatically increased. On the ground, two shadowy figures darted away like arrows loosed from a bow. One figure, slightly plump and seemingly injured, ran with great speed yet appeared precarious, while the other shadow, unhurried and composed, trailed behind with an air of mockery. King Tian, what are you still struggling for? The trailing shadow called out. With such grievous wounds, where else can you flee? What use is your life? As an illegitimate child, how dare you contest the inheritance? That Lin Yuan may be formidable, but he has already been deceived by me. Once I eliminate you, even if he wins, the inheritance will still be mine. The figure in front was none other than Tun Tian, who had initially intended to seek Lin Yuan but was caught off guard by Wang Qi's unexpected return and subsequent ambush. Despite sustaining severe injuries, his superior strength allowed him to evade immediate death. However, he was left vulnerable and could only flee toward Lin Yuan's direction, hoping to find him. Regrettably, Lin Yuan had pursued Wan San too far, and after a lengthy chase, he had yet to catch sight of him, while Wang Qi had closed the distance. Wang Qi, reveling in his cat-and-mouse game, took pleasure in tormenting Tun Tian, granting him a brief respite. Otherwise, Tun Tian would have met a dire end. Even so, as Tun Tian continued to sprint, his wounds showed no signs of healing but rather worsened, blood oozing from his injuries. Despite being a level 2 ability user with superior physical attributes, he felt waves of dizziness wash over him. Is this truly the end? Am I destined to perish here? No, I cannot die. I have Xiao Dai waiting for me. I must survive and return to her. I will marry her. A glimmer of determination ignited within Tun Tian's eyes, and he quickened his pace, creating a greater distance between himself and Wang Qi. Wang Qi, momentarily surprised by Tun Tian's unexpected speed despite his injuries, quickly realized it was merely a fleeting burst of adrenaline. He assumed Tun Tian would soon exhaust himself, losing all strength to flee. With that thought in mind, Wang Qi accelerated his pursuit, yet he had no intention of attacking. Instead, he continued to taunt, King Tian, today no one can save you. I shall see how far you can run. At that moment, Wang Qi was brimming with confidence. Envisioning the demise of his rival and the subsequent absence of threats to his claim within the Wang family, even imagining himself seated at the head of the family hall, issuing commands. Suddenly, an unexpected twist unfolded. Tun Tian, who had been desperately fleeing, abruptly turned around. In that instant, the dark energy surrounding him vanished entirely, and his right hand morphed into a vortex, drawing in the very light around him. With a single punch, Tun Tian unleashed all his might, akin to the scythe of death, striking towards Wang Qi. This blow carried the weight of mountains. Caught off guard by Tun Tian's sudden counterattack, Wang Qi could only muster the black energy surrounding him to shield his chest, but Tun Tian's punch landed squarely, strangely neither sending him flying nor releasing him. Instead, Wang Qi's body began to wither, reducing him to a mere husk within seconds. In contrast, the myriad wounds adorning Tun Tian's body began to heal. particularly the massive gash inflicted by Wang Qi during the ambush, which astonishingly closed up entirely, leaving no scar. Tun Tian wore a look of astonishment. Seemingly bewildered by the inexplicable turn of events, yet he reveled in the surge of power coursing through him, breaking into a broad grin. At that moment, the sky above the trial tower darkened ominously, and a colossal visage materialized in the heavens, a palpable aura of carnage enveloping the entire trial tower. As if preparing to immerse it in a sea of blood, Lin Yuan swiftly dispatched a wolf that had lunged at him, only to be taken aback as the sky darkened ominously. The once fierce and fearless wolf, charging towards him, seemed to have encountered some dread entity, abandoning its pursuit and scattering in all directions. In the blink of an eye, Lin Yuan found himself surrounded solely by the lifeless bodies of wolves. He gazed upward, noting that aside from the encroaching darkness, nothing else had altered. He was perplexed as to why the wolves had fled in such terror. At that moment, a voice from Shao Xing pierced the silence. "Master, a large altar has manifested in the 7 o'clock direction. Based on its trajectory, it appears to be headed for you." An altar? Could it possibly be the sacrificial altar? What could it want with me? Could it be related to this stone? Lin Yuan retrieved the stone he had obtained from a small spatial realm, examining it thoughtfully as he spoke to himself. Just then, a massive altar hurtled towards him from the distance, the scent of blood wafting through the air even from afar. The altar approached swiftly, eventually halting before Lin Yuan, descending gently to the ground. Yet, despite its slow descent, its colossal size caused the earth to tremble violently, reminiscent of an earthquake. Before him loomed the blood-red altar, and atop the steps stood a menacing tiger-faced figure radiating a sinister aura. Lin Yuan clenched his fists, securing the golden stone close to him, and inquired of Shao Xing, "Can you scan this altar?" Shao Xing's synthesized voice responded in his ear, "Certainly, master. I have scanned the entire altar. It contains an incredibly potent energy, particularly at its center, where the power is exceptionally formidable, equivalent to that of a level 4 superhuman. Level 4 superhuman energy." Lin Yuan was taken aback. The only level 4 superhuman he had encountered was Shi Tong. To kill him, many had suffered injuries, and had it not been for his good fortune, Lin Yuan might have lost his life. The altar possessed such formidable energy, causing Lin Yuan to hesitate about entering. After all, this altar seemed far more perilous than the one described by Tun Tian. At that moment, the tiger-faced figures guarding the entrance suddenly stirred. All 6 of them bowed deeply, gesturing invitingly, clearly urging Lin Yuan to enter. Chapter 50. The trial before Lin Yuan stood the tiger-faced beings who, despite their respectful demeanor and bowed postures, exuded a pungent scent of blood. Observing the crimson runes inscribed upon the altar only accentuated the foreboding nature of this place. Entering was effortless, yet exiting would likely demand considerable effort. Nonetheless, Lin Yuan harbored an instinctual urge. If he wished to uncover the purpose of the golden stone and the true coordinates of the trial tower, he must venture into this altar. With this thought in mind, Lin Yuan stepped onto the ancient steps, advancing towards the altar with resolute determination. He was confident that, with his abilities, he could extricate himself from any danger that might arise. The opportunity presented by the trial tower was one he could not afford to miss, especially since Hong Shui awaited his aid, and rescuing her from the Sima family would be no trivial task. Upon entering the altar, rows of heavily armored tiger-faced beings flanked his path, mirroring the bowed gestures of those at the entrance, seemingly guiding Lin Yuan forward. He accepted their silent invitation and strode directly towards the altar's center, all the while scrutinizing the ominous surroundings. The stench of blood within the altar was even more potent than outside, and a palpable aura of madness surged towards him, though it appeared to permeate the entire altar rather than target him specifically, thus posing no immediate threat. Apart from this sanguine atmosphere, Lin Yuan's attention was drawn to the peculiar flooring. Unlike ordinary ground, it possessed an almost imperceptible draw, and intricate patterns adorned its surface. One depicted a youth with a face that was a bizarre blend of white and black, inducing an unsettling chill. Though intrigued, Lin Yuan felt no fear regarding the strange illustration. Instead, he pondered its significance. The altar was vast, yet he traversed it with swiftness, soon arriving at the center. Without the need for measurement or elevation, he recognized the central point by the presence of a platform, upon which stood a towering tiger-faced figure clad in gold armor. Unlike the others, this statue was immobile, its form battered and worn. A tattered sign hung before the platform, inscribed with the words "Ghostly Arena." Intrigued, Lin Yuan mused aloud, questioning if this was indeed a place for ghostly slaughter. To his surprise, a voice responded, declaring this not a site of slaughter, but a venue for his trial. The tone was authoritative, emanating the gravitas of one accustomed to positions of power. Lin Yuan looked up to see a spectral figure clad in a black suit materializing atop the ghostly arena, its gaze fixed upon him with an enigmatic intensity. "Who are you?" "This ghostly arena is a place of trial. What manner of trial awaits me?" Lin Yuan inquired, posing two questions in quick succession. The apparition answered, "I am the architect of this place. As for the nature of your trial, you shall soon discover." "What? You are an ancestor of the Wang family? How can you still exist?" Lin Yuan exclaimed in disbelief. "In truth, I have perished, yet the ghostly arena has preserved my consciousness, allowing me to converse with you. I consider myself fortunate to encounter an SS-level ability wielder," the figure replied, satisfaction evident in its tone. "The golden stone I acquired from that small space, it is indeed your legacy, correct?" Lin Yuan, though astonished by the ghostly arena's capabilities, redirected the conversation towards the trial tower. "Indeed, it is your acquisition of that stone that awakened me, revealing the true essence of this altar," the specter affirmed. "In the inscriptions left in that small space, it was stated that this stone holds the coordinates to the true trial tower. How might I utilize it to reveal those coordinates?" Lin Yuan pressed, eager for answers. "Haha, you are not of the Wang lineage, lacking even a trace of our blood. Why should I divulge such secrets to you?" The apparition's voice carried a hint of mockery. "Old man, had you truly wished to keep me out, you would not have allowed me entry," Lin Yuan retorted confidently. "Astute lad. Though I shall not impart the information easily. Only through my trial will you earn the coordinates. Step forth and witness the challenge I have prepared." The figure vanished abruptly, and the battered tiger-faced statue's eyes ignited with a dark glow, emitting a cacophony of sounds as it slowly animated. Lin Yuan regarded the statue, then vanished from sight, reappearing atop the platform. "Is this the trial you have devised for me?" he asked nonchalantly. The tiger-faced figure's eyes flickered with light as it responded, "Indeed. This is a biomechanical armor left to me by a friend with puppet abilities. While it may not rival a true level 4 ability wielder, it is formidable nonetheless. I shall control it to engage you in combat. You need only endure for 3 minutes." 3 minutes? If I withstand, will you reveal the coordinates?" Lin Yuan inquired once more. "Correct. You are not of the Wang lineage, and though fate has granted you this opportunity, I cannot allow you to leave unchallenged. However, I will not demand you relinquish this chance. Triumph in the trial, and I shall disclose the coordinates to the true trial tower," the tiger-faced being affirmed. "Agreed. Let us commence," Lin Yuan declared. As his words fell, he instantly vanished, reappearing behind the tiger-faced figure, raising his right foot to deliver a powerful kick to its neck. Taken by surprise, the tiger-faced being had not anticipated such aggression from Lin Yuan, who dared to strike first against an opponent comparable to a level 4 ability wielder. Most would likely be preoccupied with merely surviving the 3 minutes. Yet, despite the boldness of Lin Yuan's assault, the disparity between them remained. The being braced itself, absorbing the kick with claws poised to strike back at Lin Yuan with incredible speed, creating a slicing sound as it lunged. Lin Yuan, having executed a solid kick, did not linger. He swiftly teleported away from the tiger-faced being, taking advantage of its momentary pivot to position himself before it and deliver a punch to its ribs. However, the tiger-faced being reacted with remarkable swiftness, leaping into the air and executing a spin, unleashing streams of golden light from its fingertips directed at Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan, equally quick to respond, teleported above the platform, evading the assault, and raised his right hand to fire a laser at the descending figure. As the laser approached, the tiger-faced being landed, unable to evade the strike and absorb the blow. Its defenses were indeed formidable. The laser, capable of severely injuring a level 3 ability wielder, merely caused it to sway slightly before regaining its composure. It cast Lin Yuan an astounded glance, exclaiming, "Such a powerful combat suit. What extraordinary offensive capabilities. Do all modern ability wielders don such armaments?" "Not precisely. My combat suit is rather unique. Discussing this now bears little significance. 3 minutes may seem brief. Yet do not squander it with idle chatter, lest you find it has slipped away," Lin Yuan remarked with a smile from his aerial vantage. "Haha, you are indeed straightforward." The tiger-faced being laughed in response. "Straightforwardness aside, my ability allows for instantaneous relocation. If your prowess is limited to this, surviving 3 minutes should pose no challenge." Lin Yuan retorted with a grin. "It appears I must reveal some of my true capabilities. Otherwise, you may underestimate me. This biomechanical armor possesses far more than mere basic abilities." As he spoke, a pair of jet black bat wings sprouted from the back of the tiger-faced man. With a slight tremor, he transformed into a streak of light and surged towards Lin Yuan, suspended in midair. Given his imposing stature of over 2 meters, it was truly unfathomable that he could unleash such astonishing speed. Naturally, Lin Yuan had no intention of confronting the tiger-faced man head-on. He was merely a puppet comparable to a level 4 esper, which instilled no desire within him to engage in a struggle for survival. All he needed to do was evade for 3 minutes. Embracing this thought, Lin Yuan executed a teleportation to evade the stream of light. Reappearing in a corner of the arena, with his left hand, he unleashed a laser aimed at the airborne tiger-faced man. The tiger-faced man, now endowed with wings, exhibited an agility that was nothing short of extraordinary. With a slight twist of his body, he deftly avoided the laser shot, launching himself once again towards Lin Yuan, his speed seemingly accelerating to a level that could nearly match Lin Yuan's teleportation. Lin Yuan's pupils constricted as he vanished from his position, appearing above the tiger-faced man. Golden threads within him coalesced instantaneously in his right leg, striking down with a force that seemed capable of distorting the very fabric of space towards the tiger-faced man's head. Though the tiger-faced man was a puppet, his expression remained inscrutable, yet he emitted a sound of surprise, clearly taken aback by the power behind Lin Yuan's kick. However, he would not remain passive. With a powerful flap of his wings, he adjusted his posture and raised his hands to block Lin Yuan's strike. The immense force propelled both combatants backwards, but as the tiger-faced man backed up against the edge of the arena, he halted after just 2 steps, shaking his arms as if to indicate he had sustained no damage. In contrast, Lin Yuan was forced to retreat nearly 10 meters before coming to a stop, his right leg still tingling from the impact. The tiger-faced man's defense was exceedingly formidable. The recoil alone had left Lin Yuan's leg numb, while the puppet appeared entirely unscathed. Impressive strength. No wonder you are an SS-level esper. It seems I will have to employ some serious tactics to subdue you, he remarked. As he spoke, the bat wings behind the tiger-faced man began to flap incessantly, releasing clouds of black mist that swiftly enveloped the entire arena, plunging Lin Yuan's vision into darkness. Simultaneously, alarms blared from Shaoxing. The umbrageous haze unfurled from the bat-like wings, enveloping the entirety of the Wraith Tribunal in Stygian gloom. Despite possessing the ability to translocate, Lin Yuan recognized that this trial hinged on acquiring specific coordinates, precluding him from abandoning the tribunal. Albeit shrouded in darkness, Lin Yuan's senses remained acute. Devoid of trepidation, he assumed a vigilant posture, his musculature taut in anticipation of the tiger-masked man's subsequent maneuver. At that juncture, the tiger-masked man's voice resonated. Youngster, my black tiger domain is quite peculiar. I implore you to savor it. The voice, though sonorous, emanated from all directions, rendering its origin indeterminate. Venerable elder, Lin Yuan responded, my experience is somewhat circumscribed. I must confess, I perceive nothing particularly extraordinary about this so-called black tiger domain. Lin Yuan's strategy was unequivocal. Engage in discourse, allowing the passage of 3 minutes, thereby securing victory. Your perception shall be broadened. I am imminent. As the tiger-masked man's words dissipated, Lin Yuan experienced an abrupt prickling sensation across his epidermis, accompanied by an overwhelming premonition of peril. Without hesitation, he invoked translocation, vacating his present location. Simultaneously, a golden claw, lethally sharp, silently arced toward Lin Yuan's chest. The chilling glint emanating from the claw underscored its keenness. Had Lin Yuan not foreseen the danger and executed his translocation with split-second timing, he would have undoubtedly suffered a grievous wound, potentially evisceration. Egad, the tiger-masked man registered astonishment at Lin Yuan's evasion. The dark miasma, far from impeding him, augmented his velocity and concealed his assaults. Lin Yuan's ability to elude this strike was truly unexpected. However, time was of the essence. Should Lin Yuan successfully navigate the trial and abscond with the coordinates, his own dignity would be impugned. With a noiseless undulation of his bat-like wings, he lunged toward Lin Yuan's position, akin to a stealthy assassin. The attack, while ostensibly mundane, concealed formidable potency. At that instant, 2 beams of light erupted from Lin Yuan's eyes, illuminating a section of the Wraith Tribunal and revealing the tiger-masked man's form. A smug smile graced Lin Yuan's lips as he raised his palm, intercepting the tiger-masked man's claw with deliberate, yet expeditious motion. The tiger-masked man, witnessing Lin Yuan's audacious decision to engage in direct confrontation, betrayed a hint of surprise. Despite his bewilderment at Lin Yuan's confidence, his prowess as a level 4 esper instilled in him the conviction to shatter any stratagem Lin Yuan might employ. A wisp of dark light flickered across the claw, enhancing its velocity as it collided violently with Lin Yuan's palm. Yet, the encounter transpired without sound. Instead, both combatants vocalized, "Humph! Egad!" The latter exclamation, uttered by the tiger-masked man, marked yet another instance of astonishment. Lin Yuan had repeatedly confounded him. Upon contact between the razor-sharp claw and Lin Yuan's palm, an immense resistance materialized, as if the very fabric of space were exerting pressure. The tiger-masked man's speed diminished to a crawl, while Lin Yuan's velocity accelerated, enabling him to bypass the claw and strike the man's chest. The force of the blow far surpassed previous attacks, propelling the tiger-masked man against the tribunal wall before he collapsed to the ground. "Venerable Elder, I have prevailed. 3 minutes have elapsed." Lin Yuan's voice resonated, tinged with a tremor. The tiger-masked man's strength was formidable. The mere recoil from striking the man's body had rendered Lin Yuan's arm numb and immobile. His defensive capabilities were exceptional, even among level 4 espers. "You have indeed won. I never anticipated defeat. Your surprises are manifold. Might I request an explanation?" The tiger-masked man, ascending from the ground, scrutinized the distinct palm print on his chest and offered a wry smile. "Assuredly. Pose your queries, and I shall endeavor to provide comprehensive answers." Lin Yuan responded courteously, mindful that the coordinates were yet to be secured. "My black tiger domain absorbs light. By what means did you illuminate it?" The tiger-masked man inquired. "I must confess, I exploited a slight advantage. My combat uniform incorporates an advanced artificial intelligence that analyzed the composition of the black tiger domain and modified the lighting accordingly. This was feasible because your domain is rooted in technology rather than pure esper abilities." Lin Yuan elucidated with a smile. "I comprehend. It appears that technology has advanced significantly over the centuries. In bygone eras, the black tiger domain claimed numerous lives, yet now it is so easily circumvented. I wonder how my comrade would react were he still alive." The tiger-masked man, or rather, the ancestor of the Wang family, mused, his words tinged with a hint of melancholy. "Were your comrade alive, his ingenuity would have undoubtedly led him to enhance the black tiger domain, rendering it even more formidable." Lin Yuan offered consolingly. "You possess a silver tongue. Were it not for the genuine coordinates of the trial tower, you would likely not have exhibited such patience in our discourse." The Wang family ancestor probed with a knowing gaze. Lin Yuan paused, taken aback by the candor of the statement. After a moment, he replied, "I shall not feign disinterest. The prospect of rapidly augmenting my willpower is undeniably alluring. Having learned of the true trial tower, I am naturally inclined to explore it. Your honesty is refreshing. Willpower is the bedrock of esper abilities, and no esper, not even a level 5, can resist the temptation of accelerated willpower enhancement. Having successfully navigated my trial, I shall impart the location of the trial tower. However, I request a condition, or rather, a favor." The Wang family ancestor stated earnestly. "Venerable Elder, I can only pledge to exert my utmost effort within the bounds of my capabilities. Should the task prove excessively perilous, I must decline. My life, though seemingly insignificant, is a gift from my parents and must be cherished." Lin Yuan cautioned, preemptively setting boundaries. "Rest assured, my request is simple and does not require immediate action. I merely implore you, upon attaining the status of a formidable powerhouse, to extend a helping hand to the Wang family should they encounter adversity. It is, after all, an enterprise I personally established, and my concern lingers even in the afterlife." The Wang family ancestor revealed his request. "That is no issue. Wang Tian, a descendant of your family, is a close friend of mine. Should the Wang family face tribulations, I shall naturally assist. Moreover, given the Wang family's current standing, I doubt any significant troubles will arise." Lin Yuan readily agreed. It is prudent to prepare for unforeseen circumstances. I shall now divulge the coordinates. The true location of the trial tower lies. Swallowing Heaven struck down a 2-meter-tall ape, his hand flashing with dark light as he plunged it into the ape's chest. Upon withdrawal, his hand remained untainted by blood, while the ape's body shriveled, transforming into a desiccated husk. A gust of wind scattered the remains like tattered rags. Swallowing Heaven beamed with elation. Through repeated experimentation, he had come to realize that his esper ability had undergone a secondary awakening, elevating him to the status of a level 3 esper. Previously, although his ability was to devour, it was not nearly as formidable. Take the recent encounter with the monkey, for instance. In the past, he would require at least several seconds to consume it. Now, however, he could transform the monkey's body into a desiccated husk in the blink of an eye. Moreover, the energy derived from his previous consumption could only last for a brief moment, but now it could heal his wounds, with a small portion even enhancing his strength. Coupled with the enhancement of willpower from this trial tower, he felt that one day he might ascend to the legendary status of a level 5 ability user. At that moment, a colossal blood-red altar soared towards him from the horizon. The imposing aura it exuded instilled an involuntary sense of fear, evoking feelings of insignificance. With a puzzled expression, he gazed at the altar. Prior to entering the trial tower, he had reviewed extensive materials, and the altar before him bore an uncanny resemblance to the one described in those documents. Yet its hue was distinctly different. The records indicated it was a black altar, not this crimson one that reeked of blood. Furthermore, the speed was inconsistent. The altar in the records was said to move languidly, more akin to aimless drifting than true flight, unlike this one that soared with remarkable swiftness. Could it be another altar? But there was no mention of a second altar within the trial tower in the materials. What could this altar possibly signify? He pondered aloud. Just then, the altar arrived before him, coming to a halt approximately 10 meters away and gently descending to the ground. Observing the tiger-faced guardian stationed at the altar's entrance, he opened his mouth, stammering, "How has this statue come to life, transforming into this form? And why does the sky appear so dim? What on earth is happening in the trial tower?" "Nothing much, just a minor incident," a voice he recognized resonated. Upon hearing it, he broke into a grin, exclaiming, "Star Master, I can't believe you're here. I was just about to seek you out. Or perhaps I should let you lead the way. Come with me. It's time for us to depart this trial tower." Lin Yuan's figure gradually emerged at the entrance, followed closely by a 2-meter-tall tiger-faced guardian clad in golden armor. Chapter 52. Return in the Grand Hall of the Wang family. A multitude of eyes fixated on the entrance of the trial tower, their heads unmoving, for the victor would become the future ruler of the Wang family, determining their fates. Among the throng, only 2 individuals remained unperturbed by the spectacle. Uncle Fu and Wang Chishan, the grandfather of the devourer, sat conversing in a corner. Wang Chishan inquired, "Uncle Fu, is it true that Xiao Yan's friend possesses such extraordinary abilities? The survival of our Wang family hinges upon it." Sipping the specially prepared tea, Uncle Fu closed his eyes and savored it before responding, "Chishan, you saved my life. I would never deceive you. The Wang family is destined to face a catastrophic calamity. Should we fail to overcome it, we will vanish into oblivion. If we succeed, we shall soar to great heights. The sole glimmer of hope lies with Xiao Yan's friend. What must we do?" "Surely, we need to make some special preparations," Wang Chishan pressed. "There is nothing we can do. His fate is too powerful for us to alter. I have attempted to glimpse his future, yet all I see is calamity. Only someone of his caliber can find a sliver of hope amidst such despair," Uncle Fu replied, his voice tinged with excitement. "Are we truly to place all our hopes upon him?" Wang Chishan asked, a hint of skepticism in his tone. "Not entirely. The bond he shares with us was forged by Xiao Tian. While his relationship will deepen upon emerging from the trial tower, it is his friendship with Xiao Tian that is paramount. We can leverage that connection." Uncle Fu stroked his beard thoughtfully. Meanwhile, at the altar, Lin Yuan brought the devourer to the ghostly platform and called out into the air, "Elder, I have brought him." "Elder? Which elder?" The devourer glanced around, puzzled. At that moment, a spectral figure materialized in midair, gazing kindly upon the devourer. "Child, approach and let me see you." The devourer, bewildered, looked at the ancestor of the Wang family and asked, "Elder, who are you? Such a simpleton. Does your family not possess his likeness?" "This is your ancestor, the architect of the trial tower," Lin Yuan exclaimed, slapping the devourer on the shoulder. "The ancestor of the Wang family?" The devourer was initially taken aback, then quickly knelt, saying, "Disciple Wang Tian pays respects to the ancestor." "Good. Rise. Your abilities have indeed mutated, surpassing those passed down in our family," the ancestor remarked with satisfaction. The devourer stood up, maintaining his composure, and replied, "My abilities have indeed mutated, though I would not call them strong. They simply possess unique effects." "Haha, not merely mutated. Your powers must have undergone a second awakening. I observe that your abilities have reached grade S. No one in our family has ever attained such a level," the ancestor exclaimed, visibly thrilled. Lin Yuan, equally astonished, inquired, "Your powers awakened a second time? When did this happen?" The devourer sheepishly scratched his head and explained, "Wang Qi, for reasons unknown, came back to life and ambushed me. In that moment between life and death, I unwittingly awakened my powers and dispatched him once more." "What? He could return from the dead?" "I was careless not to investigate further," Lin Yuan remarked, a look of shock on his face. The ancestor interjected, "Such matters are of little consequence. His ability to facilitate your second awakening is a contribution to our Wang family. The trial tower has served its purpose. I shall now escort you out. Thank you. I am eager to leave, Lin Yuan replied with a smile. Just do not forget our agreement, the ancestor admonished. Rest assured, I shall keep my word, Lin Yuan promised. The ancestor nodded and addressed the devourer. Your friend is commendable. Do heed his counsel in the future. It will benefit you greatly. I shall remember, ancestor. The devourer affirmed with a nod. Good. I have little to bequeath you, save for these biological puppets left by my old friend. The largest has already been given to your companion. The rest are yours, a token from me, the ancestor remarked, glancing at the immense tiger-faced figure behind Lin Yuan. The devourer did not refuse but expressed his confusion. Thank you, ancestor, but these are too large for me to carry. Haha, if these biological puppets cannot shrink, how can they be deemed high-tech? The ancestor chuckled. Indeed, the devourer replied with a smile. Gather these tiger-faced puppets, the exit has been opened. Prepare to depart. The ancestor commanded. Very well, we shall leave now. Take care, elder, Lin Yuan said, gently patting the golden-armored tiger-faced figure behind him. In an instant, it shimmered with golden light, shrinking to the size of a finger and leaping onto Lin Yuan's shoulder like a decorative piece. The devourer collected the remaining tiger-faced figures, placing them in his pocket, and smiled at Lin Yuan. I did not expect such a bounty this time. Let us hasten our exit. At the entrance of the trial tower, which had been calm, a sudden burst of light erupted, drawing the attention of all present. Even Uncle Fu and Wang Chishan, who had been conversing, turned to the entrance, for the first to emerge would signify defeat, transferring the rights of succession. As the light dissipated, two figures emerged, one slightly plump and the other of average build, unremarkable in appearance. None other than Lin Yuan and the devourer. The moment they appeared, murmurs erupted. It seems Wang Tian could not endure. I told you so. How could they possibly contend with Wan San? If they managed to find the altar first and escape, it would merely be luck. Others disagreed vehemently. Why could it not be that Wang Tian defeated Wang Qi? I believe Wang Tian's friend is quite formidable. This assertion was quickly dismissed, with one person scoffing. Wan San has 3 against 2. And he is a grade 3 ability user. How could they possibly lose? Such was the prevailing sentiment. Few held faith in the devourer. For the chasm between grade 2 and grade 3 abilities was vast. Madame Bai shot an icy glare at Lin Yuan, coldly stating, what luck you have to emerge alive. Why did she not ensure you remained within forever? Clearly, she believed Lin Yuan and his companion had been the first to locate the altar and escape the trial tower, evading the clutches of Wang Qi and his companions. Madame Wang, I previously warned you that your son was fated for bloodshed. I inscribed a talisman for you, yet you discarded it. Is this not the manifestation of that fate? Lin Yuan replied with a smile. Madame Bai, taken aback, asked, what do you mean? Nothing much. Merely that your son was unfortunate, beset by a pack of lions. In a misstep, he was slain, and I believe his remains were even devoured. Should you venture inside now, you might yet find remnants of your son, Lin Yuan said, a radiant smile gracing his face, though his words sent chills through the crowd. It was clear to all that if Wang Qi had perished, it could only mean one thing. He had been slain by Lin Yuan and the devourer. The lions merely a pretext. Impossible. My son cannot be dead. It is you who should perish. My son is protected by a grade 3 ability user. How could the lions possibly defeat him? You lie. Madame Bai screamed, her voice hoarse with disbelief. At that moment, Wang Qishan's authoritative voice rang out from behind her. Enough. This cacophony is intolerable. Pinger, escort her away for some calm. Understood. Wang Ping appeared remarkably composed as he grasped Bai's hand and led her away from the hall. Despite her attempts to resist, she, an ordinary person, could not contend with Wang Ping, a practitioner of extraordinary abilities. He effortlessly guided her out of the hall. Before departing, Wang Ping cast a significant glance at Lin Yuan, then silently escorted Bai out. Wang Chishan paid no heed to the pair. Instead, with a beaming smile, he addressed Tun Tian, saying, Little Tian, congratulations on becoming the heir of the Wang family. In the future, this family shall belong to you. Upon hearing this declaration, the assembly instantly comprehended that Lin Yuan had not spoken falsely. Wang Qi had indeed perished. Otherwise, Wang Chishan would not have so boldly proclaimed Tun Tian's inheritance. Some astute individuals even began contemplating ways to cultivate closer ties with Tun Tian to secure greater personal benefits. Grandfather, I am sorry, Tun Tian remarked, devoid of excitement. His expression heavy with sorrow. By nature benevolent, he felt discomfort at having sacrificed Wang Qi for the sake of his inheritance. There is no need for apologies, young man. A true man must learn to look forward. As long as you strive to make the Wang family flourish, you will have honored all those who hold expectations for you. Wang Chishan reassured him, ruffling Tun Tian's hair. Indeed, grandfather, I will strive diligently. Tun Tian had already come to realize that evasion was futile. Having received the mantle of inheritance, he must endeavor to become a worthy successor. Come here, Wang Chishan beckoned. Taking Tun Tian's hand and standing on the platform to face the crowd, he raised their joined hands high and declared, I announce that the victor of this contest is Wang Tian. He shall be the heir of the Wang family. As his words resonated, a wave of applause erupted from the audience. Those present understood the magnitude of Wang Tian's future potential. And even if they had once enjoyed a close relationship with Wang Qi, they now likely sought to distance themselves from him as swiftly as possible. Lin Yuan observed the spotlighted Tun Tian, a smile blooming on her face. She made her way to a corner and seated herself in the very spot Wang Chishan had just vacated, offering a wry smile to Uncle Fu as she said, Uncle Fu, please share your conditions. Chapter 53. Uncle Fu's conditions. Lin Yuan gazed with a playful smile at Uncle Fu, who remained composed, deepening his belief in the man's inscrutability. Superstitions had long been dismissed centuries ago. Lin Yuan was not inclined to trust Uncle Fu's claims regarding physiognomy. He speculated that Uncle Fu possessed a unique ability to foresee the future, which led him to assert that Lin Yuan would find a concealed space containing stones within the trial tower, thus obtaining the true coordinates of the tower. Uncle Fu, unfazed by Lin Yuan's scrutiny, remarked casually, Young friend, you appear radiant. I presume your journey to the trial tower has yielded significant rewards? Thanks to your auspicious words, I have indeed garnered some gains. Your art of physiognomy is truly remarkable. I willingly accept the wager. Whatever conditions you propose, I shall not refuse, provided I am able to fulfill them, Lin Yuan replied earnestly. It is not so much remarkable as it is mere conjecture. Since you have profited in the trial tower, I shall shamelessly present my conditions, Uncle Fu chuckled. Please do. My request is simple. I have watched little Tian grow since childhood. Though he possesses some talent, he lacks experience and exposure. I wish for him to accompany you on your adventures. Uncle Fu stated with a warm smile, not bothering to meet Lin Yuan's gaze as he sipped his tea leisurely. Uncle Fu, I did not expect such a condition from you. Little Tian is now the heir of the Wang family. How could he possibly venture with me? Moreover, the tasks ahead are perilous, and I cannot guarantee his safety. I would not want to endanger him, Lin Yuan replied with a bittersweet smile, taken aback by Uncle Fu's insistence. The title of heir holds little weight. It will remain his upon his return. As for danger, one cannot grow without facing it. If misfortune befalls him, it would merely be a matter of ill fate, Uncle Fu responded calmly. You seem quite open-minded, given your views. I have no choice but to comply. I shall take him with me, but I have two stipulations, Lin Yuan contemplated before speaking. What stipulations? As long as they are not excessive, I can agree, Uncle Fu replied. First, if little Tian is to accompany me, I hope he will heed my counsel on significant matters. Of course, I shall not lead him into perilous situations, Lin Yuan stated firmly. That is acceptable. I can agree to that, Uncle Fu replied without hesitation. Second, I hope you can provide me with a fortune-telling, Lin Yuan added with a hint of excitement. A fortune-telling? What shall I divine? Uncle Fu inquired with curiosity. About romantic fate, Lin Yuan declared resolutely. Uncle Fu paused, a wry smile creeping onto his face. Young friend, I do not wish to deceive you. I cannot predict your romantic destiny. You must understand that my art of physiognomy merely observes an individual's future, but yours eludes me. What I can tell you is that your romantic fate is solely determined by your own actions. Lin Yuan was momentarily taken aback before finally responding, I understand. Let us prepare to leave. I wish to depart promptly. Very well. Since the heir has been identified, this gathering has lost its significance. I shall instruct Qishan to disperse the guests, Uncle Fu stated, unexpectedly making decisions on behalf of little Tian's grandfather, revealing his considerable status within the Wang family. That is good, Lin Yuan nodded in satisfaction. Do you recall what I said during our wager? Uncle Fu brought up the bet once more. Of course. You mentioned that if I lost, I would owe you a favor, and if I won, you would grant me an opportunity, Lin Yuan recalled, albeit puzzled by Uncle Fu's inquiry. Since I could not divine your romantic fate, I shall bestow upon you the opportunity one promised. Uncle Fu remarked with a sense of lament. Lin Yuan hesitated. Uncle Fu, that may not be appropriate. After all, my rewards from the trial tower have already been considerable. Lin Yuan was not a greedy person. He felt he had received ample rewards and was reluctant to accept anything further from Uncle Fu. However, Uncle Fu insisted. I have grown old. Retaining this opportunity serves little purpose for me. Conversely, it may assist you during your adventures. This, I cannot accept it. Take it as a token of gratitude for caring for little Tian, Uncle Fu said, producing a worn black tortoise shell from his robe and placing it into Lin Yuan's hands. Lin Yuan examined the shell closely, noting its ordinary appearance, indistinguishable from that of a common tortoise. If he had to differentiate it, he would say it appeared somewhat aged, with frayed edges. Uncle Fu, what purpose does this serve? Lin Yuan inquired, perplexed. Do not underestimate this seemingly ordinary object. It may save your life in critical moments, Uncle Fu replied with a grin. Save my life? I fail to see how such an object could possibly do that, Lin Yuan remarked, turning the shell over repeatedly, finding no distinguishing features. The universe is wondrous, harboring myriad celestial bodies and countless forms of life, each imbued with unique powers. Even a simple stone possesses its own utility. Do you know why the Eternal Tower, among the 4 major factions of ability users, bears this name? Uncle Fu posed a question instead of answering Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan shook his head, eager for Uncle Fu to continue. I do not know. Uncle Fu stroked his chin thoughtfully and smiled. The Eternal Tower is not merely the name of an organization. It is also a weapon of extraordinary power. It acquired its name because its founder wielded this weapon. What is the purpose of the Eternal Tower? And how does it relate to the tortoise shell you have given me? Lin Yuan asked, still confused. I cannot say what the Eternal Tower does. I have merely heard that flames eternally burn around it, never extinguishing. Only the founder, who possesses power akin to the tower, can control it. He paused before continuing. As for the tortoise shell I have given you, it is known as the life-substituting tortoise shell. Its sole function is to absorb a fatal blow on your behalf, allowing you to live. Substitute my life? Lin Yuan gasped in astonishment, his disbelief evident. Such an item was far from ordinary. Anything that could preserve life was invaluable. Lin Yuan believed the worth of this tortoise shell could surpass that of 10 ordinary administrative stars. Even the annual profits from a large administrative star like Tianning could not equate to its value. Young friend, do not be so astonished. The wonders of the universe are beyond your current comprehension. I believe that when we meet again, you will find even more tortoise shells will not cause you the slightest surprise, Uncle Fu remarked nonchalantly. Uncle Fu, you jest. This tortoise shell is indeed invaluable to me. I shall accept it, and in the future, Lin Yuan shall never forget your immense kindness. On the Tianyu star, a massive spaceship burst forth from the dark cosmos. Just from its size, it was evident that this was at least a large vessel, specifically a warship. Any large warship would possess an incredibly powerful weapon system capable of easily annihilating an administrative star, along with a highly sophisticated survival system. While it lacked the comprehensive ecological system of a mothership, it could still sustain life without reliance on external resources. Every large warship is immensely valuable, apart from the military. Only the other 3 major factions of ability users are permitted to utilize such vessels, a testament to their status. Furthermore, even the 4 major ability families lack the qualification to operate large warships. This territory belongs to the Dark Knight sect, and the presence of such a formidable warship here, without triggering the alarms of the apocalyptic star, alongside the black plum blossom emblem on the vessel, makes it abundantly clear to which faction it belongs. Within the Tianyu base, Ice Hand sat cross-legged in the training ground, emanating waves of chill that transformed the entire floor into a blanket of white frost. Beside him, the portly figure was engrossed in tapping on a palm-sized electronic tablet, occasionally scanning Ice Hand, while behind them, Lin Ran, Iron Man, Savage Bear, and Xiao and all stared wide-eyed at Ice Hand, their gaze unwavering. Aside from Zhou Ying, who had been brought back by Lin Ran, the others in Tianyu base had remarkably gathered here, seemingly engaged in some unknown activity. As time passed, Ice Hand slowly opened his eyes, standing up with a look of resignation, and inquired, Fatty, what is the update? Have you found anything? The portly figure shuddered and replied, You can now call him Iceman. Aside from his increasingly potent abilities, there are no abnormalities in his body. This is not an illness, merely a consequence of his rapid advancement in powers. What Iceman? What is wrong with my Ice Hand progressing swiftly? As long as I'm here, he can manage his abilities without fear. I told you there was no need for examination, yet you insisted. Lin Ran interjected, pulling Ice Hand closer. Strangely, at the moment Lin Ran grasped Ice Hand, the chilling aura dissipated entirely, rendering him as ordinary as any other person. Lin Ran, I genuinely wanted to conduct an examination, but you wouldn't allow it. I can't shake the feeling that Ice Hand's condition is due to you. I've never seen someone S powers advance so quickly. In such a short span, he has reached the pinnacle of level 3. Even after my second awakening, I wasn't this formidable. Could this be the power of love? The portly figure gazed at them with envy. Why dwell on that? Gaining strength is a positive development. Regardless, he abandoned me. With me by his side, he can naturally control his abilities, so there is nothing to fear. Let us go check on Zhou. He is still training, and if no one is watching, he might slack off. Lin Ran declared as he made his way toward the corridor leading to Zhou Ying's room. Chapter 54. Visitors from headquarters in a spacious room. Zhou Ying sat cross-legged on the floor, beads of sweat cascading down his face. He made no attempt to wipe them away, allowing the perspiration to trickle down as he fixated intently on a row of hourglasses before him. Each hourglass was uniform in size, numbering perhaps a dozen in total. Strangely, the flow of sand within these hourglasses varied. Some trickled down so slowly that it took ages for even a few grains to drop, while others emptied rapidly, the sand cascading down in a swift torrent. Whenever an hourglass was completely drained, a robot would emerge from the corner, flip the hourglass over, and this time, the sand's descent would occur at a distinctly different rate, clearly influenced by Zhou Ying's manipulation. All of this was, of course, orchestrated by Zhou Ying's extraordinary abilities. A training regimen devised collectively by the base personnel to hone his control over time. Different areas altered the flow of time differently, testing Zhou Ying's exquisite mastery over its nuances. This was a daunting challenge for Zhou Ying, as he had previously only accelerated or decelerated time in a general area. Never before engaging in such meticulous manipulation, a novel experience for him. As Zhou Ying diligently exercised his powers, the door to the room suddenly swung open. He turned to see Lin Ran, Ice Hand, and the portly fellow standing at the entrance. A smile instantly brightened his face as he ceased his training, rose to his feet, wiped the sweat from his brow, and exclaimed with excitement, "Sister Ran, you've come." Lin Ran, holding Ice Hand's hand with one of hers while affectionately ruffling Zhou Ying's hair with the other, smiled radiantly. "Little Zhou Ying, how goes the task I assigned you? Have you been slacking off in my absence?" Zhou Ying's face flushed crimson at her words as he shook his head vigorously. "Not at all. If it's a task from you, Sister Ran, I shall complete it, no matter how challenging. I would never be lazy. That is good to hear. Now, let me see how your training has progressed," Lin Ran replied, moving towards the row of hourglasses. At that moment, the sand within had all settled in the lower funnels. Lin Ran tilted her chin towards the hourglasses and urged Ice Hand, flip them over. Let us see Zhou Ying's results." Ice Hand nodded, raising his hand. And miraculously, the row of hourglasses flipped over in unison, showcasing Ice Hand's prowess as a level 3 ability user, manipulating objects through mere thought. Zhou Ying, unfazed, resumed his seated position and, under the influence of his will, manipulated the flow of time so that the sand trickled at varying speeds, some quickly, others slowly. Impressive. In just a few days, he has achieved such refined control over his abilities. Excluding the oddity that is our leader, his talent is indeed exceptional. The portly fellow remarked in astonishment. Of course, he is someone my brother brought back, someone my brother values. How could he not excel? Lin Ran proclaimed with pride, her admiration for Lin Yuan evident. Indeed, I acknowledge that our leader is outstanding. A level 2 ability user possessing the mind and capability typically found only in level 4 users. Yet, we cannot solely extol him. The portly fellow interjected, his expression one of indignation. I am quite remarkable as well. The advanced AI you hold was crafted by me, and even your brother's AI is my handiwork. Haha. Portly one, you are indeed impressive, perhaps the most impressive. Lin Ran chuckled, bemused by his insistence on boasting about this matter. Let us not overlook the fact that in the realms of mechanics and programming, few within the entire human alliance can rival my skills, he declared with a proud demeanor. Your prowess is indeed noteworthy, but I fail to see it. Aside from enhancing our base's weapon systems and providing everyone with advanced AI, what else have you accomplished? Surely those tasks are rather simple, Ice Hand remarked, unable to contain his skepticism. That is simply because you do not grasp the intricacies of programming. The weapon systems at Tianyu base are already exceptional. My ability to improve upon their foundation is a testament to my genius, he retorted, confidence gleaming in his eyes as he spoke of programming, his usual lewd demeanor momentarily vanishing. At that moment, the communicator in the portly fellow's hand suddenly chimed, a clear female voice emanating from it. Master, the special envoy from the Dark Knight Church headquarters has arrived and is currently outside the base. Lin Ran, upon hearing the voice from the communicator, cast a disdainful look at the portly fellow. "You're quite the pervert," altering the AI's voice to that of a woman. "Truly lewd." The portly fellow, dejected, replied, "I merely made it on a whim. How does that make me a pervert? That is quite unfair." Lin Ran huffed. "Humph. Stop making excuses. Is that voice not that of a celebrity? Using such a star's voice reveals your inner lewdness. Appreciating beautiful women is a man's nature. I simply borrowed the voice of a singer I admire. It's hardly a crime." He defended. "How shallow. Why doesn't Ti's hand set a female voice for his AI prompts, I wonder?" Lin Ran countered. "Would he dare? Besides, he has you. Why seek out another voice when yours suffices?" The portly fellow retorted, refusing to concede. Ice Hand, sensing the impending conflict, quickly interjected, "Enough bickering. Portly one. You mentioned the Dark Knight Church's envoy. What brings them here?" Lin Ran replied, "I know the answer. Didn't Ti mention before? Sister Hoshiwei reported my brother's situation to headquarters. I suspect they have come seeking him. But the leader isn't here. What shall we do?" The portly fellow inquired. "We simply inform them directly. If they wish, let them seek my brother at the Blizzard Star system," Lin Ran stated nonchalantly. The portly fellow nodded in agreement. "Very well. Let us greet them at the base entrance. After all, they are from headquarters. We must not be remiss in our hospitality." The Tianyu base, located on Tianyu Star, was merely a desolate planet, devoid of any protective measures at its entrance. There was no oxygen, no gravity, and the area was rife with harmful substances, making it perilous for ordinary individuals. At the moment, however, two figures stood at the base's entrance, one old, one young. The elder, with a full head of white hair, yet standing tall and straight, gazed intently at the base, lost in thought. The younger, appearing to be in his mid-20s, possessed a countenance that couldn't be deemed handsome, but was certainly intriguing, qualifying him as a handsome man. He stood a step behind the elder, clearly of lesser status. The young man, exhibiting signs of impatience, addressed the elder, "Uncle Lee, why must we wait here? It's merely a small base. Why not just enter?" The elder, referred to as Uncle Lee, turned to regard the youth, then returned his gaze to the base, speaking slowly. "Xu Ming. Remember this. Only by learning to respect others will you receive the respect you deserve. We are guests. We must present ourselves accordingly, and cannot simply barge in." Upon hearing Uncle Lee's words, Xu Ming immediately expressed his respect. "You are right, Uncle Lee. I failed to consider this. You are still young. It is natural to be proud. A lack of consideration is no grave fault. Just remember for next time," Uncle Lee responded gently. As they conversed, the base's entrance gradually opened, and two figures emerged. Among them, a slightly portly man announced, "Acting captain of the Tianyu squad welcomes the special envoy from headquarters." Tian Ning Star, Lin Yuan and Tun Tian entered the vessel known as the Evil Spirit. Tun Tian gazed at the ship's interior in astonishment and remarked, "This spacecraft must have cost quite a fortune. Just considering the materials alone, it qualifies as a premium model among small ships. Do you have knowledge of spacecraft?" Lin Yuan inquired, somewhat surprised. "I wouldn't say I know much, merely familiarized myself with a few details," Tun Tian humbly replied. "Then, pray tell, what do you estimate the worth of my ship to be?" Lin Yuan asked. "The value of your vessel transcends mere monetary assessment. It serves more as a symbol of status. Only those of considerable standing could possess such an exquisite craft. It seems you have significant connections. Do enlighten me. To which esteemed family do you belong?" Tun Tian queried, half-jokingly. Upon hearing Tun Tian's words, Lin Yuan smiled and replied, "I am merely an ordinary psychic. Certainly not a scion of any prominent family." Yet inwardly, he mused, "Mo Lian has quite an impressive background. This ship, along with the words spoken by Shitong upon witnessing her powers, indicates that Mo Lian is no ordinary individual. However, Mo Lian harbors no ill will towards me. On the contrary, she has assisted me considerably. Thus, I shall not dwell on it further." Turning to Tun Tian, he said, "Let us proceed. The ship will soon embark, and I shall provide you a tour. We are destined to spend a considerable amount of time aboard this vessel." "Excellent. I am eager to observe the ship's construction. I have yet to see a vessel built with such superior materials." Tun Tian nodded enthusiastically. "Then today, allow me to show you," Lin Yuan replied. In the hall of Tianyu base, the portly man glanced at the communicator and shook his head, saying, "Uncle Lee, the boss is likely in the dark universe. It is truly impossible to reach him." Uncle Lee, seated comfortably, took a sip of water, a peculiar gleam in his eyes as he remarked, "If he cannot be reached, so be it. However, I must inquire, who is this young lady? Is she also a member of the Tianyu team?" "I am Lin Yuan's sister. Since childhood, I have been inseparable from my brother, which is why I accompanied him to the base, Lin Ran replied. Ah, I see. Would you be willing to accompany me to the headquarters? Uncle Lee's voice carried a hint of excitement as he posed the question. Headquarters? As an ordinary person. Why would you want me there? Lin Ran asked, puzzled. Ordinary person? No, you are far from ordinary. You are the most exceptional one of all. Chapter 55. The ice god. Lin Ran gazed at the white-haired elder before her, sensing the fervor in his eyes. With a hint of confusion, she inquired, Uncle Lee. What makes me so special? Uncle Lee appeared quite exhilarated and replied cheerfully, Tell me, has this young man beside you not shown remarkable progress in his abilities? Moreover, when he is with you, does the potency of his powers not increase significantly? Lin Ran glanced at the ice hand beside her, noticing that he too was looking at her, and both shared a moment of astonishment reflected in their eyes. She then asked Uncle Lee, You are correct. But we haven't disclosed this to anyone. How do you know? Aha, it's because of you. Uncle Lee chuckled, his smile revealing his joyful demeanor. Meanwhile, Shu Ming observed with curiosity, noting that Uncle Lee, usually so solemn, was unusually animated today, a stark contrast to his typical demeanor even in the company of old friends. Because of me? But I don't believe we've met before, Lin Ran questioned, perplexed. Indeed, we hadn't crossed paths before. But I am well acquainted with your ice god physique, Uncle Lee said with a grin. Ice god physique? What is that? Before Lin Ran could speak again, the inquisitive chubby boy eagerly interjected. The ice god physique is one of the most extraordinary constitutions in this universe. Those who possess it are naturally favored by the cosmos. Upon awakening, an ice god can freeze vast expanses with merely a thought. Even without awakening, the ice god physique is remarkably potent. If one with this physique is accompanied by someone with ice abilities, that person's powers will soar, Uncle Lee elaborated slowly, casting a glance at Ice Hand, clearly indicating. You are that fortunate lad. How can you identify me as having the ice god physique? I should appear no different from an ordinary person. Lin Ran, perhaps due to her past experiences, exhibited a maturity beyond her years, remaining composed and rational instead of displaying excitement over Uncle Lee's words. I once knew someone with the ice god physique and was friends with her. Young lady, if you don't mind my rambling, allow me to share a story. Uncle Lee said, nostalgia lacing his tone. I am all ears. Lin Ran replied dutifully. Before I begin my tale, let me pose a question. How old do you think this old man is? Uncle Lee asked with a knowing smile. Though your hair is white, your spirit is vibrant. As an ability user, I would estimate your age to be around 100, Lin Ran mused, stroking her snowy chin thoughtfully. You underestimate me. I can hardly recall my exact age. But I should be several hundred years old, Uncle Lee declared astonishingly. What? Several hundred years? Lin Ran gasped, her cherry lips parting in disbelief. Uncle Lee, you must be jesting. How can a person live that long? Haha, what a cheeky girl you are. Do I look like one to spout nonsense? Consider this, a level 5 ability user, provided they are not killed and refrain from eating or drinking, can live for at least 1,000 years. With today's technology, living 2,000 years is entirely feasible, Uncle Lee replied somewhat irately. Living 1,000 years? That would make one akin to a tortoise. The chubby boy muttered under his breath. Regrettably, his voice, though low, was heard by all the ability users present, including Lin Ran. Uncle Lee glared at him, asking, What did you just say? Faced with Uncle Lee's formidable countenance, the boy shuddered and hurriedly said, I said nothing, nothing at all. Please continue with your story, Uncle Lee. Indeed, Uncle Lee, I am eagerly anticipating your tale, Lin Ran added. Upon hearing her encouragement, Uncle Lee smiled and said, You are indeed a kind-hearted girl. I would not wish to burden such a young soul. Since you have expressed your interest, let me recount the story of the ice god physique. Please do. I'm listening. Lin Ran beamed. The story I wish to tell took place several centuries ago, during humanity's nascent foray into the interstellar age. Perhaps it was the universe's favor that gave rise to many powerful ability users and individuals with unique physiques, enabling humanity to conquer countless planets and overcome the indigenous populations. There was a girl, initially an ordinary logistics officer. During a campaign to seize a planet, the indigenous forces proved unexpectedly formidable, their technology advanced. Taking advantage of humanity's nascent foothold, they sabotaged the human fleet, cutting off their retreat and launching a relentless assault on the human forces. The scouts had failed to detect the native strength, leading to the deployment of a mere ordinary team by the human alliance. They were quickly overwhelmed, forced into a desperate defense while awaiting reinforcements. Regrettably, before help arrived, they were utterly vanquished by those ruthless natives. The natives, having no habit of taking prisoners, proceeded with a massacre. Just as it seemed all hope was lost, The girl with the ice god physique awakened. I shall never forget that moment. The entire planet was enveloped in white, devoid of any other color. In the sky, a colossal statue floated, equally white, yet breathtakingly beautiful, as if it were the very center of the universe. When the reinforcements arrived, they found only the shivering human soldiers and the natives transformed into ice sculptures. They scoured the planet, discovering no signs of life other than the humans, only to find countless ice figures. The girl was revered as the ice god by the surviving humans on that planet, which was subsequently named Ice God Star, now one of the 3 major administrative planets in the Blizzard star system. This is the origin of the name Ice God Physique, for those who possess this constitution are indeed the gods of ice. And what happened next? What became of the girl? Lin Ren inquired with curiosity. What happened next? Tragically, she perished in a battle that should never have occurred. Uncle Li's voice grew somber. I apologize for bringing up a painful memory, Lin Ren said, feeling a twinge of remorse. No need for apologies. I merely reflect on the past. Seeing your ice god physique rekindles memories long buried. Now, I must ask, would you accompany me back to the headquarters of the Dark Knight sect? Uncle Li's expression turned grave. No, I must wait for my brother to return. Lin Ren promptly rejected the idea without hesitation. To her, the ice god physique meant little. She had promised her brother she would wait for him. If she went to the Dark Knight sect, what if he returned and couldn't he find her? Waiting for your brother? Do not worry. I came here specifically to bring him back to headquarters. I did not expect to find you, which is an unexpected delight. Though he is currently in the Dark Universe, once I establish contact, I will personally fetch him back. Uncle Li explained. My brother was aware that someone from headquarters would come for him, but he has important matters to attend to. Thus, even if you contact him, he likely won't return to headquarters. Lin Ren shook her head. What is he occupied with? Perhaps I can lend a hand. Uncle Li smiled. Well, Lin Ren hesitated, reluctant to divulge the matters concerning Lin Yuan and Hong Shui. Given the latter's extraordinary origins, she was wary. The Dark Knight sect, despite its might, could potentially betray Lin Yuan to curry favor with Hong Shui's family. She had no knowledge of Uncle Li's true character, so she opted to remain silent. Uncle Li, being a wise man, noticed Lin Ren's reluctance to speak and immediately decided to adopt a different approach to persuade her to go to the headquarters. With a cheerful demeanor, he remarked, if you are facing difficulties, there is no need to elaborate. However, it seems quite challenging for your brother to achieve his goals. If you were to go to the headquarters and awaken the ice god body, perhaps you could assist him. Can awakening the ice god body truly aid my brother? Lin Ren asked, her voice tinged with uncertainty. Every endeavor requires strength as its foundation. I can assure you that once awakened, your abilities will rival those of a level 5 ability user. Even the renowned Eternal Tower and the Ability User Alliance must treat a level 5 ability user with respect. Uncle Li replied with a smile. Upon hearing Uncle Li's words, Lin Ren's eyes sparkled with newfound hope, though she still shook her head, saying, No. My friends are still here, and without Ice Hand, I cannot control his abilities. I cannot abandon him. She cast a tender glance at Ice Hand. Haha. What a trivial concern. I must not have misjudged. Your young boyfriend possesses S-class abilities, does he not? And this little chubby one must have undergone a secondary awakening, achieving S-class as well. Such talents, even without you, I would still bring them back to the Night God sect for further training. They are all exceptional assets for our sect. Pausing for a moment, Uncle Li continued, My dear, do not just consider them. I expect all members of the Tianyu team to return with me to the headquarters. I will dispatch another team to remain here. I cannot make promises beyond that, but I can at least guarantee that every member of your Tianyu team will reach level 4 ability user status. As for reaching level 5, that is a matter of fate. Uncle Li clearly understood Lin Ren's character and had arranged everything for her, allowing her to feel secure in accompanying him. Very well. I will return with you to the headquarters, but I must be able to leave whenever I deem necessary, Lin Ren stated. Of course, that is not a problem. I will not restrict your freedom. My only intention is to facilitate your growth, Uncle Li replied, his smile radiating joy, as he seemed to envision a glorious future for the Night God sect. Chapter 56, Star Pirates in the Boundless Dark Universe. A small black spacecraft sped through the void, its sinister demon emblem revealing its origins and confirming its current owner, Lin Yuan. At this moment, Lin Yuan was engaged in a virtual combat simulator, battling against a perfect replica of himself, an incarnation that wielded supernatural abilities with remarkable finesse. Lin Yuan had never emerged victorious in previous encounters, and this instance was no exception. He swiftly evaded a punch from the virtual Lin Yuan using a sudden teleportation, simultaneously employing the technique known as meteor strike, which solidified the surrounding space. In an instant, his fist surged toward his virtual counterpart with blinding speed. This tactic was something Lin Yuan had learned. A killing move need not be reserved for the finale. Seizing even the slightest opportunity to strike could bring an abrupt end to the confrontation. He envisioned the virtual Lin Yuan collapsing beneath his blow. Alas, reality seldom unfolds as scripted. Just as Lin Yuan was about to land his strike, the solidified space around him reverted to normal, and the virtual Lin Yuan vanished from sight. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Lin Yuan understood that the virtual version had reversed the solidification, a feat he could also accomplish, albeit with considerable effort and slowness. He was taken aback by the virtual Lin Yuan's agility. Immediately, Lin Yuan attempted to evade, but the virtual Lin Yuan had already appeared at his side, delivering a powerful blow aimed at his neck. Once again, he found himself bested by his own creation, leaving him feeling exasperated. He shouted at the artificial intelligence of the simulator, summoned 10 level 3 supernatural beings, with abilities set to be. Stepping out of the simulator, Lin Yuan called to Tun Tian, who was engaged in gravity training. Tun Tian, take a break. Join me for a bite to eat. Tun Tian emerged from the gravity chamber, drenched in sweat, and exclaimed, "Your facilities are incredibly advanced. The gravity control here is astonishingly precise. This training room must be worth millions of star diamonds. It belongs to a friend of mine. I'm merely borrowing it temporarily," Lin Yuan replied nonchalantly. Wiping his brow with a towel, Tun Tian remarked, "It's surprising someone trusts you with such a valuable spacecraft. You must have a solid relationship." "Relationship? Just a casual friendship," Lin Yuan responded, pausing before adding, "But enough about that. Let us eat. I'm famished. Aren't you hungry? Hey, just look at my physique. You can tell I'm not starving." Tun Tian replied with a grin. "True. To maintain a physique like yours, you probably need to eat 5 meals a day." Lin Yuan chuckled. "Not at all. I just have a higher appetite due to my abilities." In the cockpit, Lin Yuan wore a serious expression as he scrutinized the screen, asking Xiaoxing, "Are you certain a large detector has locked onto our ship?" "Yes, Master," Xiaoxing affirmed. "Large detectors are typically used by military ships or star pirates. If it were the military, they would identify themselves upon detection." "I suspect it's the star pirates," the stout companion remarked, having just been alerted by Xiaoxing while they were eating. "I concur. It's likely the star pirates. We should encounter them within a few days. Their ships are specially modified for extreme speed. Now that they've locked onto us, they will undoubtedly pursue," Lin Yuan said, drawing from his extensive research on star pirates. He understood their habits. The dark universe is vast, and encountering a ship is rare. Even with a large detector, it often comes down to luck. As long as they spot a ship that isn't a formidable warship, they will surely take action. "What preparations should we make?" Tun Tian inquired. "I believe we should simply rest and conserve our energy for when they arrive. Our ship lacks offensive capabilities. It will be up to us to defend ourselves," Lin Yuan replied with a smile. He then commanded Xiaoxing, maintain our current course and proceed at full speed. If they choose to pursue, let them. If they happen to come across us, we can deal with them early and save ourselves the trouble. Star pirates, even those with supernatural abilities, seldom exceed level 3. So Lin Yuan felt little concern. His only apprehension stemmed from the potential for the pirates to possess powerful weapons that could damage the ship. However, he deemed this likelihood slim, as the materials used in the demon ship are exceptionally durable, and only a few weapons could potentially inflict harm. At that moment, to Lin Yuan's left, a gray-white medium-sized spacecraft raced through the cosmos. Within its opulent confines, a sinister-looking middle-aged man with hawk-like eyes embraced a scantily clad young woman, his hands wandering across her body. Although she bore an expression of unwillingness, she dared not resist, enduring in silence. The man's focus, however, was not on the woman. His piercing gaze was fixated on a bearded man standing before him. With an air of detachment, he stated, "A cosmic magnetic storm is imminent. We must act swiftly. If we cannot catch up before it arrives, we shall abandon the pursuit. I have no desire to be ensnared by the storm. Rest assured, Chief, within 5 days, we shall catch up to that ship. Those who possess such vessels are invariably affluent," the bearded man responded, a glimmer of greed flashing in his eyes. "Very well. Just be cautious. Those who dare navigate in small ships are often supernatural beings. We must not damage either their ship or ours." Otherwise, the man's tone was calm, yet it sent a shiver down the bearded man's spine. He was well aware of the chief's capabilities, though the man did not articulate the consequences. The bearded man could easily infer them. With this in mind, the bearded man promptly assured, "Rest easy. Chief. I will ensure the ship is delivered to you in pristine condition. That's good. You may leave now. Of course, I take my leave. As the chief watched the bearded man depart, he fell into deep contemplation, seemingly struck by a thought. He tightened his grip on the young woman, eliciting a pained gasp from her. The sound jolted him from his reverie. Glancing at the woman, he asked gently, I'm sorry, did I hurt you? And no, she replied, her voice trembling with fear. Is that so? Well, that is fortunate. However, you interrupted my thoughts earlier. How shall you compensate me? He murmured softly in her ear. I don't know, she whimpered, her voice cracking with suppressed tears. Allow me to enlighten you, he said with a smile. Slowly, he opened the door to the room, inhaling deeply before addressing the two men standing at the entrance. Clean this place up. Both star pirates glanced into the room simultaneously, their eyes landing on a lifeless body within. Even from outside, they could see the numerous contusions marring her skin, sending chills down their spines. After witnessing the chief's retreating figure, one of them remarked, how utterly tragic. How many is this now? The 5th one this month, the other replied. I can't recall the previous ones, but have you noticed? The chief seems different now, almost strange. Indeed, things have changed. Every time he speaks to me, I am enveloped by an icy sensation, as if I were trapped in a frigid cellar, sending shivers down my spine. I, too, feel a constant unease, my heart racing in trepidation. With a sigh, I said, let us refrain from such discussions and focus on tidying up. If we fail to clean properly, it will be us lying on the ground next time. Gazing into the pitch-black cosmic void, Lin Yuan waved his hand, and a cup of water floated from the table into his grasp. Yet, he did not drink. Instead, he stared at the cup and murmured to himself, telekinesis. A hallmark of a level 3 Esper. Why is it that I can perform this feat, yet still feel like a mere level 2 Esper, not having ascended to level 3? Since emerging from the trial tower, Lin Yuan had been capable of telekinetic manipulation, which ostensibly should qualify him as a level 3 Esper. However, he felt as if something essential was lacking, a missing element that prevented his ascension. Conversely, Hong Shui had attained level 3 status long ago, without any extraordinary circumstances. She simply possessed the ability to manipulate objects with her mind. Similarly, Fatty and Swallow, both having undergone a second awakening that enhanced their strength, achieved level 3 status as well, yet neither felt the void that Lin Yuan experienced. After pondering for an extended period, Lin Yuan could not discern the reason behind his predicament, attributing it to his higher Esper level, which made the ascent to level 3 more arduous than for others. He could only console himself with this notion. Days passed, and though he was aware of the impending arrival of the Star Pirates, Lin Yuan remained unfazed, confident in his abilities. Furthermore, with the ancestral gift from the Wang family, the tiger-faced humanoid, he felt reassured. Despite its peculiar conditions for use, in a dire situation, he would not hesitate to pay the necessary price. The bearded man had estimated accurately. Within 5 days, the Star Pirate ship had caught up to the evil ghost. Under Xiao Xing's control, the ship's detector finally picked up the presence of the Star Pirates. On the cockpit screen, a medium-sized vessel with a grayish-white hue emerged before Lin Yuan and Swallow. Chapter 57. Thunderstorm Gun. Observing the gray-white ship approaching at an uncharacteristic speed for a medium-sized spacecraft, Lin Yuan calmly addressed Xiao Xing. Please halt the ship and activate all defensive systems. Behind him, the corpulent figure of Tun Tian squirmed in discomfort, voicing his discontent. This combat suit is far too small, it's quite constricting. Lin Yuan glanced at the obviously tight-fitting suit on Tun Tian, tempted to inform him that the ship's owner was a girl, and thus, it was unlikely that a suit in a larger size would be available for someone of his stature. However, he refrained from saying so, recognizing that such a comment could lead to misunderstandings, especially since he was piloting such a precious vessel. Instead, he reassured Tun Tian, just make do for now. We are in the dark universe, which is quite different from the normal cosmos. Without the protection of a combat suit, you could be in significant danger. Lin Yuan spoke the truth. Although standard combat suits had limited protective capabilities, they served a vital function in shielding against harmful rays and substances, allowing brief survival in both the dark universe and the cosmos. Tun Tian, evidently aware of this, did not counter Lin Yuan's words, but expressed envy instead. You're fortunate to possess such an advanced combat suit, complete with mimicry functions. It must be particularly convenient for you during certain activities, as you wouldn't even need to remove your clothing. His expression, as he spoke, appeared rather lewd, and Lin Yuan could almost perceive the gluttonous figure of Tun Tian through his demeanor. Tun Tian, you are truly insufferable. I have an attendant who is just as lewd as you. I shall make sure you two meet in the future, Lin Yuan replied, exasperated. Excellent. I'm quite curious to see what your attendant is like. Tun Tian nodded eagerly. You will see soon enough, but let us first deal with those star bandits. Lin Yuan said casually. Certainly. I haven't had the chance to engage in combat since becoming a level 3 ability user. This will be an excellent opportunity to hone my skills, Tun Tian replied with evident excitement, revealing a latent warrior spirit that usually lay dormant. Meanwhile, aboard the Star Bandits vessel, the bearded man donned a combat suit, his expression serious as he cautioned the bandits beside him. Ensure the thunderstorm guns are ready. There is likely an ability user aboard that ship. We must exercise extreme caution. One of the bandits standing nearby chuckled. Don't worry, Brother Beard. Since the leader brought back these thunderstorm guns, we've encountered many ability users who could possibly withstand us. Another bandit chimed in with enthusiasm. Indeed. Just think about it. We mere mortals can eliminate those exalted ability users. Our lives have not been in vain. Brother Beard frowned and replied, do not let your pride cloud your judgment. The leader has warned that ability users possess a myriad of powers. We may very well encounter one who is impervious to thunderstorm guns. Exercise caution, or you may find yourselves paying with your lives, and I will not collect your remains. Understood, Brother Beard, the bandits replied. Brother Beard nodded. Good. Let us proceed. That ship has already detected us and is waiting in place. Huh. They truly must be eager for death. We should show them the terror of star bandits. We must ensure they suffer greatly, one bandit exclaimed. Brother Beard regarded him coolly and stated, I care not how you torment them, but do not damage the ship. Otherwise, you will know the consequences. Upon hearing Brother Beard's words, the previously jovial bandits fell silent, as though contemplating some grim fate. Satisfied with their sudden somberness, Brother Beard nodded and said, let us move swiftly. We must not linger here too long, as a cosmic magnetic storm is approaching. Suspended above the demon ship, Lin Yuan and Tun Tian surveyed the encroaching throng of star bandits. Lin Yuan turned to Tun Tian and inquired, is this all the star bandits there are? Of course. Living in the dark universe for extended periods, only a few ordinary individuals can endure alongside ability users. A gathering of dozens indicates that this group is quite substantial. Tun Tian explained, showcasing his knowledge of the star bandits, which even Shaoxing's database lacked. Substantial indeed, but I wonder if they will grow even larger. Lin Yuan mused as the star bandits drew nearer. I offer you a chance. Surrender now and join us, and I shall spare your lives. Otherwise, today marks your demise. A word of caution, dying in the dark universe means your bodies may never be found, Brother Beard shouted at Lin Yuan and Tun Tian. Surrender? Do you truly believe that by surrendering, you can spare my life? Lin Yuan replied with a hint of mockery. Having discerned that only Brother Beard among them was an ability user, and a mere level 2 at that, he doubted their confidence in attempting to rob him. Clad in sealed combat suits, Brother Beard could not see Lin Yuan's smirk and assumed Lin Yuan genuinely desired to surrender. Thinking it would be advantageous to acquire this venture without bloodshed while preserving their ship, he responded cheerfully, of course. Our principle is to spare those who surrender. Join us, and we will not harm you. What would joining you entail? Before Lin Yuan could continue, Tun Tian interjected, evidently sensing that the bandits posed little threat and wishing to toy with them. Typically, you wouldn't need to do much, just assist when we discover spaceships. And the rewards here are quite good. Aside from the occasional boredom in the dark universe, it's not much worse than out there, Brother Beard eagerly elaborated. Reassured by Tun Tian's inquiry that Lin Yuan was indeed interested in surrendering. Well then, I could be persuaded to surrender. But what would our status be among your band of star bandits? We are ability users, after all, and our standing should exceed that of ordinary folk. Tun Tian replied with a grin, his voice betraying a sense of humor despite the obscuring combat suit. Naturally, we adhere to the principle of survival of the fittest, strength determines status. You are superior to others, and thus, your standing will reflect that. Any valuable spoils will be yours first, Brother Beard proclaimed confidently. Really? Can your words be trusted? Tun Tian pressed further. Absolutely. I can be considered the leader of this group, so my words hold weight, Brother Beard declared, not entirely untruthfully. As the shadowy figure of the leader rarely intervened in affairs, leaving most decisions to him. I have one final question. If you know we are ability users, how is it that you failed to notice I am a level 3 ability user? I should be stronger than you, a level 2. Shouldn't I be the one in command? Tun Tian asked with a smile. Brother Beard, taken aback by Tun Tian's assertion, found himself momentarily at a loss for words. At that moment, Lin Yuan interjected, You, a level 2 ability user. dare to attempt to rob us with a band of ordinary individuals and demand our surrender? I fail to understand whether you are foolish or simply overconfident. Do we appear to be easily bullied? If Brother Beard had not recognized Lin Yuan's words as mockery before, he certainly did now, and he grew irate, retorting, "Is being a level 3 ability user so impressive? Today, I shall demonstrate that in my eyes, you are insignificant. I need not lift a finger to deal with you." With that, he gestured to his companions, commanding, "Prepare the thunderstorm guns and fire at will." The individuals surrounding the bearded man, upon hearing his words, produced several futuristic firearms. These weapons shimmered in silver, adorned with intricate blue patterns, with arcs of electricity occasionally coursing along the blue designs toward the muzzles, adding a splash of color to the dark expanse of the universe. The bearers of the thunderstorm guns exchanged glances and simultaneously pulled the triggers, unleashing thick arcs of electricity that erupted from the gun barrels. It was astonishing how such small muzzles could emit such colossal arcs. As these arcs approached Lin Yuan, they transformed into a vast net of lightning, ensnaring him and his companion. At first glance, the net appeared harmless. Yet the incessant alarms from the diminutive star and the knowledge acquired from previous encounters indicated the terrifying power of these thunderstorm guns. Although these firearms were not particularly sophisticated in their construction, requiring no intricate craftsmanship, their potential could only be harnessed by a level 4 elemental wielder specializing in lightning, who would need to channel energy into them. Given the rarity and high status of such individuals, it was often more practical to have a level 4 wielder engage directly in combat rather than merely charging these weapons, which made the thunderstorm guns exceedingly rare and valuable. It was no wonder the bearded man exuded such confidence, expecting Lin Yuan to surrender. Understanding the formidable power of the thunderstorm guns, Lin Yuan wisely chose not to confront them directly. Instead, he executed a teleportation, deftly navigating through the electric net, charging toward the gun wielders. He knew that neutralizing them would eliminate any threat they posed. Indeed, Lin Yuan intended to teleport right before them, but soon discovered that the dark universe imposed significant restrictions on his ability to teleport, limiting him to merely evading the electric net. As Lin Yuan surged forward, the gang of star thieves remained unfazed. One of the thieves, gripping the thunderstorm gun, let out a disdainful huff, adjusted the weapon's aim, and pulled the trigger once more. A silver bolt of lightning streaked through the pitch-black void, racing toward Lin Yuan with astonishing speed. Chapter 58. The Star Pirate Leader. As the silvery lightning approached, Lin Yuan's figure vanished once more, reappearing just in time to evade the deadly strike. Simultaneously, a laser shot forth from his hand, striking with impeccable precision at the star pirate who had just assaulted him. The pirate, caught in disbelief, gazed at Lin Yuan. This silvery lightning was the lethal move of the thunderstorm gun, renowned for its astonishing speed. Previously, a speed-oriented level 3 ability user had perished before he could even react. Witnessing this lethal blow effortlessly dodged by Lin Yuan, the star pirate stood frozen in shock. It was only when the laser reached his brow that he snapped back to reality, but alas, it was far too late. The powerful laser had already pierced through his skull, reducing him to a lifeless corpse. The bearded pirate was equally astonished, possessing a modicum of knowledge. He discerned that Lin Yuan's ability was teleportation, a trait that made such ability users exceedingly difficult to kill, especially for his ordinary subordinates. Once the thunderstorm gun proved ineffective, they were left utterly defenseless. However, retreating at such a moment was out of the question. Even with teleportation, one could not continuously evade. The bearded pirate bellowed in order, "Concentrate your fire. We must eliminate him now." Upon hearing his command, the star pirates wielding thunderstorm guns swiftly redirected their weapons, unleashing a frenzied barrage at Lin Yuan. They realized they had encountered a formidable opponent and were no longer stingy with the energy of their thunderstorm guns. Thick arcs of electricity surged toward Lin Yuan, coalescing not into a net as before, but merging into a colossal electric python, hurtling towards him with tremendous force. Just as Lin Yuan prepared to evade the massive electric serpent, a voice emerged from behind. "Star Master, allow me. I must prove my worth." Lin Yuan turned to see Tunshin, now enveloped in an inky darkness, seemingly merging with the dark cosmos itself, exuding an aura of devouring all creation. With a low roar, Tunshin lunged at the immense electric python, transforming into a shadowy mass, akin to a moth drawn to flame. At first glance, it seemed an uneven match, as Tunshin's form appeared too small to contend with the python. Yet, the outcome defied expectations. The massive electric serpent collided with Tunshin's shadowy form, but curiously, no sound emerged. The serpent's head vanished within the darkness, as if consumed whole. The remaining body seemed to struggle. Yet the overwhelming force of Tunshin's devouring power drew the entirety of the electric serpent into the shadows. To the awestruck onlookers, Tunshin's form seemed to swell significantly, becoming somewhat cumbersome as he slowly descended beside Lin Yuan, reverting to his humanoid shape. The inky hue gradually faded, revealing Tunshin, who now appeared noticeably plumper. Before Lin Yuan could speak, Tunshin chuckled. This energy was quite potent. I cannot digest it all at once, so I must temporarily store it as fat. He punctuated his statement with a hearty belch. Lin Yuan regarded Tunshin with surprise. I didn't expect you to grow so powerful after your awakening, capable of devouring such immense energy. Tunshin scratched his head and grinned, offering no further commentary. Meanwhile, the star pirates began to descend into chaos, some retreating slowly, seemingly preparing to flee. Their fear was understandable. None had ever encountered an ability user capable of withstanding the thunderstorm gun's assault. Many had struggled to escape even the initial electric net, and now they faced a being who could consume an entire electric python. How could they not be terrified? The bearded pirate, too, was gripped by fear, but he retained his composure, discreetly pressing a button on his combat suit. He turned to Lin Yuan and said, "We were blind to your might. I implore you to spare us. I am willing to offer 10,000 star diamonds as compensation." Lin Yuan regarded the bearded pirate with a knowing gaze and replied coolly, "Your possession of the thunderstorm gun speaks volumes of your formidable background. As a level 2 ability user, it is unlikely you acquired such a weapon without assistance. Your true leader must be emerging from your ship right about now. Do not waste my time. I await their arrival." Upon hearing Lin Yuan's words, the bearded pirate's expression shifted to one of utter shock. He had never encountered anyone capable of deducing so much from their weaponry. Regret washed over him for attempting to rob Lin Yuan, yet the deed was done. And now he could only place his hopes on the leader. The Star Pirate's ship was not far, within a minute or two. A figure clad in silver combat attire approached Lin Yuan, scrutinizing both him and Tunshin before coldly addressing the bearded pirate. "A level 2 ability user and a level 3 ability user have brought you to this state. What use are you now?" Cold sweat instantly drenched the bearded pirate as he stammered, "It's not. It's him. He can teleport. We couldn't stop him. And that fat one, he swallowed the electric python we summoned." "Swallowed?" the ominous figure inquired coldly. "Yes, he swallowed it." The bearded pirate nodded fervently. "I understand. Leave them to me. Let me see what they are truly capable of." At this, the bearded pirate stepped back, fully aware that his leader preferred to handle matters without interference. The sinister figure fixed his gaze on Lin Yuan and Tunshin, his chilling voice declaring, "If you survive the onslaught of the thunderstorm gun, you have earned the right to know my name. I am Ingfeng. Remember, it is I who will bring about your demise." Lin Yuan regarded this individual in silver combat attire, who identified himself as Ingfeng, and replied with indifference, "Your name holds no interest for me. What intrigues me is the source of your confidence in your ability to kill us. Just moments ago, your subordinate shared the same arrogance, yet he now cowers behind you. I wonder if you possess anyone capable of protecting you." Ingfeng paused at Lin Yuan's words, momentarily taken aback. "Sharp-tongued little brat, let me see how your abilities measure up against your wit." With that, Ingfeng's form suddenly enlarged, muscles bulging from his frame as his face contorted. 2 ivory fangs broke through the mask of his combat suit, while his hands sprouted scales, and his nails sharpened into deadly claws. Spines erupted from his back, piercing through the fabric of his suit. Beast transformation ability. What kind of beast is this? Lin Yuan inquired of Shaoxing. According to my analysis, the characteristics he exhibits belong to the spiked armor beast, which possesses formidable defense and exceptional attack power. Its sole drawback is a lack of speed, which may present an opportunity, Shaoxing assessed. Strong defense, just what I need. I have a biological puppet with remarkable defense as well. Let us see which of them proves superior." As he spoke, a towering figure adorned in golden armor materialized before Lin Yuan, emanating a powerful aura, his biological puppet gifted by the Wang family ancestor. From the Star Pirate leader's beast transformation, it was evident he was a level 4 ability user. Lin Yuan, fully aware of the terrifying nature of level 4 ability users, resolved not to confront him directly. Although employing this biological puppet required a significant cost, it was preferable to risking his life against a level 4 ability user. Lin Yuan placed a yellow crystal into the recess on the back of the tiger-faced puppet and commanded, "Eliminate him." This yellow crystal was a star stone Lin Yuan had previously acquired. While the tiger-faced puppet was powerful, it required a star stone as its energy source, and each use diminished the stone significantly. Star stones were exceedingly rare and instrumental in awakening abilities, which was why Lin Yuan had been reluctant to deploy this puppet in the past. Upon hearing Lin Yuan's command, the figure known as the tiger-faced man sprouted a pair of bat-like wings from his back. With a swift motion, he launched a punch towards Ying Feng, raising his palm. Ying Feng attempted to counter the strike with his clawed hand, yet the force exerted by the tiger-faced man exceeded his expectations. The impact sent Ying Feng hurtling backward. "Humph. I never imagined you possessed such a puppet. I underestimated you," Ying Feng remarked, a hint of surprise in his tone. "Haha, there's much more you wouldn't expect," Lin Yuan replied with a smile, though he felt a wave of astonishment at Ying Feng's prowess. Although Ying Feng had been caught off guard, leaving 5 deep claw marks on the tiger-faced man's fist was a testament to his strength, which Lin Yuan recognized. At that moment, the tiger-faced man launched a new offensive. A dense black mist emanated from his wings, enveloping Ying Feng in a shroud known as the Black Tiger Realm. This ability to obscure perception could be considered a divine technique, though it was merely a relic from centuries past and not entirely flawless. It was still beyond Ying Feng's capacity to counter. He could only adopt a defensive posture, bracing himself for the impending assault. The tiger-faced man silently materialized beside Ying Feng, his golden claws poised to strike. Should he connect, Ying Feng would either face death or severe injury. However, as a level 4 ability user, Ying Feng's reflexes were far superior to those of an ordinary person. He exerted force through his legs, retreating just in time to evade the lethal strike. No sooner had he regained his balance than an overwhelming force surged from behind him, accompanied by a searing pain. Lin Yuan's voice echoed from all directions, "Ying Feng, be cautious." "Humph. A sneak attack is hardly a display of skill," Ying Feng scoffed. Yet, as soon as the words left his lips, he felt an immense pulling force, as if it sought to consume him. Fortunately, his status as a level 4 ability user prevented him from being drawn in. Unexpectedly, this formidable pull transformed into a repulsive force. Ying Feng, caught off guard, was propelled away, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Chapter 59. Cosmic Magnetic Storm. Ying Feng spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, the 2 ivory fangs glistening ominously, now stained crimson. Drops of blood trickled from his fangs, enhancing his terrifying visage. "You have forced me to bleed. Remarkable. Since my transformation, you are the first to draw my blood, and I shall ensure you pay dearly for this." His chilling voice echoed within the Black Tiger Realm, as his body expanded once more. A row of sharp spines, originally sprouting from his back, separated from him, encircling him in a formidable display of power. At that moment, the tiger-faced creature launched another assault. Lin Yuan, unwilling to experience Ying Feng's might directly, refrained from intervening, leaving the confrontation to the tiger-faced being, a powerful puppet, after all, utilizing the Black Tiger Realm and the bat-like wings at its back. The creature swiftly positioned itself behind Ying Feng, its golden claws poised to strike at the back of his head, silent yet potent. Just as the claw was about to land, it was caught by a scaled hand adorned with spiked nails. To attempt the same trick twice is rather naive. Ying Feng's strength seemed to have surged, rendering the tiger-faced creature unable to escape his grip. However, being a combat-ready puppet, the creature retaliated with a swift kick aimed at Ying Feng's abdomen. Ying Feng reacted quickly, raising his knee to collide with the kick, deflecting it harmlessly away. The tiger-faced creature, not to be deterred, shifted to a side kick, targeting the vulnerable area beneath Ying Feng's ribs. Caught off guard, Ying Feng, despite his formidable defenses, had to block the kick with his arm, liberating the creature's claws in the process. Now free, the tiger-faced being unleashed its claws upon Ying Feng's shoulders, the ferocity of the attack evident. Ying Feng felt the sharp energy slice through his skin, and the pain forced a low groan from him, his gaze sharpening with intensity. The previously tranquil flying knives around him vibrated violently, spinning into a lethal windstorm. Though the tiger-faced creature retreated at Lin Yuan's command, its golden armor bore deep gashes, releasing a noxious odor, poisonous, no less. Ying Feng's expression darkened. This technique had been intended for Lin Yuan. The tiger-faced creature, though strong, was merely a puppet. Once Lin Yuan fell, it would cease to fight. Ying Feng had hoped to unleash this move when Lin Yuan arrived, but the creature's prowess exceeded his expectations. Nearly severing his arms, Lin Yuan felt a chill run down his spine, realizing how close he had come to disaster. Had he not hesitated, he might have teleported right into danger, a fate that would render him vulnerable in the dark cosmos. He resolved to remain cautious, determined to strike only when assured that Ying Feng had no hidden defenses left. A 4th-level ability user was not to be trifled with, as Lin Yuan had witnessed firsthand. Once again commanding the tiger-faced creature, it charged at Ing Feng, undeterred by its injuries. Ing Feng found himself at a disadvantage. His transformation had enhanced only his strength and defense, while the tiger-faced creature excelled in these attributes. Trapped within the black tiger realm, with his senses dulled, Ing Feng had to rely solely on instinct to engage the creature, an unsettling position indeed. Observing the clash, Lin Yuan turned to Tun Tian. Do you possess any formidable attack? I can momentarily restrain him. Can you eliminate him? After contemplation, Tun Tian replied, I can release the energy from the electric python I consumed earlier. If it strikes a vital point, it should severely injure him. Combined with the tiger-faced creature, we may be able to defeat him. Excellent, Lin Yuan affirmed. Prepare yourself. I will teleport behind him, and you must strike decisively. Otherwise, the black tiger realm will soon dissolve, and the creature will no longer contain him. He glanced at Ing Feng, mindful of the precious star stones the tiger-faced creature consumed in battle, each diminishing circle of star stones causing him acute distress. Ing Feng unleashed the surrounding spikes once more. The tiger-faced creature, undeterred, braced itself against the onslaught, its body becoming a tapestry of wounds, losing the imposing aura of its once majestic golden armor. Ing Feng, visibly strained after executing this move, breathed heavily as Lin Yuan's pupils narrowed. Suddenly, he vanished. Reappearing behind Ing Feng, his hands aglow with golden light, preparing to strike with his signature technique, the meteor strike. With the amplification of his will, the potency of the meteor strike increased, freezing the surrounding space entirely, leaving Ing Feng immobile. Tun Tian, poised for action, roared as a silver electric python surged forth from his mouth, targeting Ing Feng with ferocity. As the electric python lunged, Tun Tian's form shrank back down, becoming even leaner than before. With both Lin Yuan and Tun Tian engaged, the tiger-faced creature ignited in golden flames, transforming into a streak of golden light aimed at Ing Feng. Yet, this maneuver consumed half of the star stones Lin Yuan had invested, more than all previous expenditures combined. Boom. The clash of golden and silver brilliance illuminated the once Stygian dark cosmos, casting light upon the faces of the surrounding star thieves, who quickly distanced themselves from the chaos. This level of combat was beyond their ken. Even a mere ripple could spell doom for them. Observing the radiant display, one star thief swallowed hard and asked, Brother Beard, do you think the leader will prevail? Others echoed, yes, yes. Brother Beard, as an ability user, do you believe the leader can win? Brother Beard shot them a cold glance, retorting, what do you think? Our leader is formidable. How could he possibly lose? You have all witnessed his strength before. Besides, do you wish for him to fail? If he does, none of us will survive. The others fell silent as they listened to the words of the bearded man, their eyes fixated on the battlefield shimmering with golden and silver light. The bearded man also gazed upon the arena where the battle unfolded, uncertain whether Ing Feng would emerge victorious. However, he refrained from voicing his doubts. Should he express disbelief in Ing Feng's triumph, chaos would ensue among the onlookers. Yet, he was persistently captivated by the remarkable youth, merely a second-level ability user, who continually astonished those around him. Even the corpulent figure who had devoured the electric python released by the thunderstorm gun had taken the lead under the youth's command, supported by a formidable puppet. At that moment, the bearded man caught a glimmer of silver light in his peripheral vision, and terror gradually crept across his bearded visage. He turned to the space pirates behind him and shouted, quickly, return to the ship. We must get back to the ship. A cosmic magnetic storm is approaching. Upon hearing this, the space pirates were struck with alarm, rushing towards the vessel without a thought for their leader's fate. The cosmic magnetic storm was renowned as one of the three calamities of the universe, known for plunging those caught in its grasp into despair. Although the space pirates themselves could be considered a disaster, they were no match for the cosmic magnetic storm. As they hastened to their ship, one of the space pirates inquired of the bearded man, Brother Beard, didn't the cosmic magnetic storm have a few days before it was due? How could it arrive so swiftly? His question was understandable. While the cosmic magnetic storm was indeed fearsome, it followed a predictable pattern. Having lived in the dark cosmos for an extended period, they were well aware of when to expect such storms and how to evade them. Previous magnetic storms had been remarkably stable, and they had successfully navigated several, retreating into the universe well in advance. This unexpected early arrival posed a grave threat. If they failed to return to the universe in time, they would undoubtedly become sacrifices to the storm. The bearded man turned to glance at him and replied, I surmise that the intensity of the recent battle has triggered the cosmic magnetic storm prematurely. We must hasten to the ship. With its defenses, we may still have a glimmer of hope. With that, he quickened his pace, racing towards the ship. Chapter 60. Choice. The cosmic magnetic storm surged forward with astonishing speed, transforming from a mere silver streak into a cataclysmic tide that blotted out the sky, akin to a primordial beast devouring all in its path. In that moment, the golden and silver radiance surrounding Lin Yuan began to dissipate, yielding to darkness, revealing four figures within. Swallowing Heaven fared reasonably well, merely gasping for breath, having been only grazed by the residual waves. The tiger-faced man, being a puppet of formidable defense, remained unscathed. However, Lin Yuan, positioned at the epicenter, bore the brunt of the storm. His battle attire was reduced to rags, and his body bore deep, gaping wounds inflicted by the remnants of Ying Feng's assault. Ying Feng, the one most grievously injured, was drenched in blood, his arms exposed to the bone, and the previously floating spikes had vanished without a trace. At this moment, Ying Feng exhibited no capacity for resistance. The trio's combined might had severely incapacitated him. Without immediate medical intervention, it was unlikely he would survive much longer. Lin Yuan, resolute in his intent, would not idly await death's embrace. Ignoring his own wounds, he prepared to end Ying Feng's life. Just then, a thunderous roar seized his attention. He turned to see a colossal wave barreling toward them at breakneck speed. Lin Yuan's pupils constricted. Disregarding Ying Feng, he commanded the tiger-faced man to shrink and retreat, then executed a teleportation to Swallowing Heaven's side, grasping him and directing their flight towards the hellish ghost ship, exclaiming, "Move. The cosmic magnetic storm is upon us. We must board the ship." Though Lin Yuan reacted swiftly, the storm's velocity was unmatched. He could feel the potent, destructive energy surging toward him from behind. Lin Yuan had no intention of resisting this natural calamity. He sprinted desperately towards the vessel, knowing that only within the hellish ghost ship could they hope to withstand the storm's lethal grasp. As the ship loomed closer, Lin Yuan fervently channeled the energy of his battle attire, striving to extract every last ounce of speed. While capable of teleportation, he could not do so while carrying Swallowing Heaven, who was not particularly swift, especially in the dark cosmos where movement was significantly hampered. Lin Yuan had to support him. Otherwise, Swallowing Heaven would surely be consumed by the storm. Since Swallowing Heaven had accompanied him, Lin Yuan felt an obligation to safeguard him, come what may. He would not abandon him in the face of peril. As the hellish ghost ship drew near, Lin Yuan released Swallowing Heaven, teleporting directly to the ship's hatch. However, the ship's entrance had become unresponsive due to the storm's influence, prompting Lin Yuan to hasten his approach to pry it open. Seizing the sealed hatch, he exerted immense force, propelling it open to reveal the ship's interior. "Get inside, quickly," Lin Yuan urged Swallowing Heaven. Without hesitation, Swallowing Heaven, sensing the storm's ferocity behind him, plunged into the ship with all his strength. The instant Swallowing Heaven entered, Lin Yuan attempted to follow but found the cosmic magnetic storm had already reached the ship's threshold. He faced a dire choice: enter the ship but leave the hatch open for the storm to invade, or close the hatch, sealing himself outside to face the storm's wrath. At that moment, teleportation was out of the question. The storm's proximity rendered it impossible, as any attempt would only lead to annihilation. Lin Yuan had already gambled with his life to buy precious time. Otherwise, it was uncertain whether Swallowing Heaven would have made it inside. In an instant, Lin Yuan contemplated many things. He cherished life, had a sister, and awaited Red Snow's return from the Blizzard Galaxy. He had much left undone and did not wish to die. Yet now, his choices were stark. Either they both perished or he alone would. The decision seemed clear. If he could spare even one life, he would do so. Swallowing Heaven, live well, he declared, sealing the hatch as the relentless cosmic magnetic storm enveloped both him and the hellish ghost ship, erasing their existence, leaving only despair surging forward. A harbinger of doom for any vessel traversing the dark cosmos. In another part of the dark cosmos, aboard a massive warship, Lin ran reclined upon a soft bed, occasionally scratching her cute pink nose, which seemed to itch. She raised her right hand to rub it, then turned over to continue her slumber. Moments later, a look of terror suddenly crossed her delicate face, as if she had dreamt of something horrifying. Sweat began to bead on her forehead, and her body trembled violently. "Brother, brother," she cried out repeatedly before jolting awake, surveying her surroundings, wiping the sweat from her brow, and laughing self-deprecatingly to herself. "How could I dream such a thing? My brother is so strong. How could anything happen to him?" Yet, unease lingered in her heart. She activated her communicator and sent a message. "Brother, where are you? I'm on my way to the headquarters of the Dark Knight Church. They said they would help me awaken my ice god body." Did you see the message I sent you last time? I can protect you too. I will do my utmost. Please take care of yourself and bring Red Snow back to see me. Lin Yuan, however, was unable to receive Lin Rant's message, as he found himself engulfed by the cosmic magnetic storm, or rather, trapped within its endless chaos. Logically, he should have been obliterated by the storm. Yet a verdant light shield surrounded him, a peculiar phenomenon that defied the storm's destructive force, allowing it to persist alongside the tempest. Within the shield, Lin Yuan's battle attire lay in tatters, unrecognizable as a uniform, resembling the rags of a beggar. Remarkably, he bore no wounds, and on his wrist remained a communicator, emitting a faint glow, inexplicably intact amid the devastation. Most intriguing was the jade pendant around his neck, originally gifted to Red Snow, who had left it with him before her departure. Now, the pendant had transformed dramatically. The once crude carvings were replaced by a sinuous dragon that twisted and twirled upon its surface, its low roar echoing faintly. Streams of emerald light continuously surged from the pendant, bestowing ceaseless support to the protective shield. Meanwhile, aboard a small spacecraft also traversing the dark cosmos, Red Snow toyed with a star stone, her eyes shimmering with happiness. This was a gift from Lin Yuan. She vividly recalled the moment he single-handedly faced 5 foes. He had been so foolish, believing he needed to protect her when she could have handled it herself. Yet, that feeling of being cherished was undeniably pleasant. Lost in thought, the star stone suddenly slipped from her grasp. Reacting swiftly, Red Snow conjured her will to ensnare the stone mid-fall, securing it in midair before reclaiming it. What was that? Why do I feel such a sudden chill? She murmured to herself. In the realm of the dark cosmos, where the concept of time does not exist, Lin Yuan slowly opened his eyes after an indeterminate duration. The first sight that greeted him was a verdant expanse, prompting him to ponder, is this paradise? A wave of relief washed over him, affirming his belief in his own virtue. Surely, he was not destined for hell. Yet, a fleeting thought reminded him that there could be no hell in this world. Once a soul departs, how could it retain sensation or thought? This realization sparked a surge of ecstasy within him, and he murmured to himself, I am still alive. I have survived the cosmic storm. Haha. After a considerable time, Lin Yuan managed to calm his emotions and began to survey his surroundings. Through the emerald-hued barrier, he discerned that he remained amidst the vast and tumultuous cosmic tempest. Yet this emerald shield offered protection from its ferocity. He then inspected the barrier closely, gently touching it with his fingers. A warm, gentle energy coursed across its surface, a force that seemed uniquely extraordinary. He sensed no offensive capability within it, but rather an uncanny sense of acceptance, one that even quelled the surrounding violent cosmic turbulence. Despite its strangeness, Lin Yuan felt a profound familiarity with this force, as if it bore semblance to his own extraordinary abilities. He pondered the origin of this enigmatic power. At that moment, the jade pendant emanated a surge of emerald energy, infusing the barrier, which immediately brightened, capturing Lin Yuan's attention. Holding the pendant in his hand and gazing at the dragon motif adorning it, he mused aloud, how has this pendant transformed? This emerald barrier, it was unleashed by it. Confusion enveloped Lin Yuan. This pendant had been a gift from his father, worn since childhood without any realization of its significance, merely a keepsake. Now, its extraordinary transformation left him utterly perplexed. Could it be that my father was also an extraordinary being, crafting this item specifically to safeguard me? Lin Yuan silently speculated. Just as these thoughts swirled in his mind, a vortex towering over 2 meters emerged before him, hinting at a glimmer of light beyond. Chapter 61. The untamed planet. Lin Yuan gazed at the distant black vortex appearing in his line of sight, a spark of joy illuminating his eyes. He was well acquainted with this vortex. It served as a portal from the dark universe to the normal universe. Unlike the entrance into the dark universe, which required reaching a certain velocity to cross over without a designated entry point, exiting the dark universe was a different matter altogether. There were no specific exits, rendering escape impossible. These exits shared a common trait. They were invariably located near planets capable of nurturing life. It seemed that all portals from the dark universe manifested in such places, regardless of their size. Upon spotting this exit, Lin Yuan felt a surge of excitement. The presence of an exit indicated nearby life-bearing planets, and with life, he could acquire a spacecraft to continue his journey towards the Blizzard Galaxy. Cosmic magnetic storms surged relentlessly forward, yet none escaped their confines. They appeared to belong exclusively to the boundless dark universe, never daring to tread into the normal one. The verdant energy shield drifted along the direction of the cosmic magnetic storm, perfectly aligned to pass through the vortex. The magnetic storms may not escape, but that did not mean Lin Yuan could not. As he approached the vortex, his consciousness erupted forth, commanding the emerald shield to propel him outward with fervor. In that fleeting moment of exit, a blinding light enveloped him, prompting Lin Yuan to instinctively shield his eyes, having grown accustomed to the darkness of the dark universe. Even as a being of extraordinary abilities, he found the sudden brightness somewhat disconcerting. When he finally opened his eyes, he discovered himself hovering above a colossal planet. From a distance, the planet appeared a breathtaking tapestry of blue and green, vast in size, comparable to Apocalypse Star. At this moment, the protective emerald shield that had safeguarded Lin Yuan all this time had inexplicably vanished, and the jade pendant around his neck had reverted to its original, ancient form, resting quietly against his skin. Ignoring these occurrences, Lin Yuan glanced at his communicator only to find it remained devoid of any signal, just as it had been in the dark universe. Puzzled, he inquired, "What is happening? I have emerged, yet I still cannot use the communicator?" At that moment, the communicator emitted a response. "Master, this place does not belong to any known planet, nor does it possess any communication signals. Hence the communicator's functionality is compromised." The voice belonged to Xiaoxing, who had originally been housed within the combat suit. However, upon the suit's damage, Xiaoxing had transferred into the communicator for preservation, allowing it to explain the situation to Lin Yuan. "Does this mean we are beyond the realm of humanity?" Lin Yuan exclaimed in astonishment. "At present, that cannot be confirmed. I lack precise coordinates to determine our location," Xiaoxing replied. "Well, uncertainty aside, we must proceed. Without a spacecraft, I cannot linger in space indefinitely. Entering this planet is imperative." With that, Lin Yuan commenced his journey towards the planet, teleporting with purpose. Despite his resolve, Lin Yuan remained acutely vigilant. After all, this was an unknown world, and the nature of its inhabitants was shrouded in mystery. It was essential to tread carefully, for he had no idea whether advanced life forms existed here. Though the distance appeared negligible, lacking a ship, he could only rely on teleportation, taking a full 5 days to reach the planet. By then, his combat suit had absorbed sufficient energy to begin its slow repair. When Lin Yuan found himself hovering in the atmosphere of the planet, his black and blue combat suit had restored its form, allowing him to survey the landscape below. Before him lay a vast expanse of vibrant green, dominated by an immense forest, where the roars of beasts echoed through the air. Then, Xiaoxing's voice resonated, "Master, this planet shows no signs of destruction or modification. It appears to be a newly birthed world, unlikely to harbor any advanced intelligent life." Hearing this, Lin Yuan felt a wave of relief wash over him. As long as there were no intelligent beings, he would not be intimidated, even by the mightiest of beasts. The tales of powerful psychics perishing in the wars of New World development echoed in his memory. With the assurance of no intelligent life, Lin Yuan relaxed considerably. He scanned the area and spotted a stream flowing through the forest, descending to the ground. After days of deprivation in the dark universe, he was parched and hungry. Had he not been an extraordinary being, he might have perished from starvation. Even now, his stomach growled in protest. Upon reaching the riverbank, Lin Yuan observed several creatures resembling spotted deer drinking from the water. Upon noticing his presence, they scattered in fright, displaying their timorous nature. As he watched these deer, Lin Yuan swallowed hard. He had never tasted venison before, and today he was determined to try it. With a sudden flicker, he vanished and materialized beside a mature spotted deer, swiftly striking its neck with his hand. The deer let out a mournful cry before collapsing to the ground. Satisfied, Lin Yuan seized its hind leg and dragged it to the riverbank to begin processing it. Lacking tools, he relied on the mimetic capabilities of his combat suit, which could conjure any necessary implements, proving quite convenient. Having lived with his sister, Lin Yuan was no stranger to cooking, though he had never handled such a large animal. The principles remained the same. First, skin it, then remove the internal organs, and finally rinse it clean with water to complete the preliminary preparation. The river's waters remained untainted, having been verified by Xiaoxing as suitable for drinking, sparing Lin Yuan the need for additional purification, a welcome relief. Once he had processed the deer, Lin Yuan sought several branches to construct a rudimentary rack. He speared a branch through the deer's body and placed it upon the makeshift grill. Without needing to search for fuel, Lin Yuan extended his right hand, releasing a surge of intense energy from his combat suit's glove, igniting the roasting process. Lin Yuan had some experience in this endeavor, diligently turning the deer to ensure an even cook, striving for that perfect blend of crispiness and tenderness. As time passed, the delectable aroma of roasted meat wafted from the deer, gradually permeating the air. Leaning closer, Lin Yuan inhaled deeply and grinned. I am quite the adept cook. If only I had seasonings, it would be even more delectable. At that moment, a towering, gray wolf, standing over 2 meters tall, emerged on the opposite riverbank. Fixating its gaze on Lin Yuan, it let out deep growls, drool dripping from its toothy maw, clearly enticed by the savory scent emanating from the roasting deer. Lin Yuan cast a glance at the colossal wolf, then chose to ignore it. After all, this was an unknown planet, and discretion was the better part of valor. The wolf posed no immediate threat, so Lin Yuan refrained from attacking. He preferred not to provoke any formidable beast lurking nearby. As time continued to pass, the venison neared completion, the rich aroma intensifying and wafting ever farther. By now, a multitude of ferocious predators had gathered on the opposite bank, dozens of them, including a towering Tyrannosaurus Rex that almost made Lin Yuan feel as though he had been transported back to the ancient times of his home planet. The ferocious beasts gathered together, curiously refraining from engaging in conflict. Instead, they gazed towards the riverbank, observing Lin Yuan as he roasted venison, occasionally emitting low growls that startled numerous birds into flight. Lin Yuan glanced at the formidable creatures across the river and then at the flowing waters beside him. With a hint of curiosity, he inquired of Xiaoxing, "Xiaoxing, are there any large creatures in this river? Or perhaps some that possess significant aggression?" Xiaoxing promptly responded, "Master, the largest creatures here are a swarm of scavenging fish, which can only be classified as small animals and pose no threat whatsoever." Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan's perplexity deepened. The river was not particularly deep, nor did it harbor any dangers. Why then did the beasts on the opposite bank refrain from crossing? Their demeanor suggested a keen interest in the roasted venison, and the river did not seem to present a formidable barrier. Surely, the towering Tyrannosaurus, standing over 10 meters tall, could easily wade across without the water reaching its chest. Other beasts, too, must possess some swimming ability, making the crossing of this modest stream a trivial endeavor. Yet, they remained on the far bank, occasionally letting out subdued roars, seemingly afraid of something. This enigma left Lin Yuan baffled. Moreover, a multitude of beasts had congregated on the opposite bank, while none were present on his side. He observed that the air was still, suggesting that if an enticing aroma wafted through, it should be detectable by the beasts on both sides. Why then were the creatures only present across the river? Could it be that no predators existed on his side, only herbivorous animals, thus rendering them indifferent to the tantalizing scent? Lin Yuan pondered this conundrum. After a prolonged contemplation without reaching a conclusion, Lin Yuan resolved to set aside the mystery, recognizing that these beasts posed no threat to him. At that moment, the venison he had been roasting was finally ready. He dissipated the energy in his palm and employed the camouflage functionality of his combat suit to simulate a knife. He sliced off a small piece of meat from the hind leg of the deer and placed it in his mouth, where an exquisite flavor erupted upon his taste buds. Delicious. Who would have thought that without any seasoning, it could be so delectable? It appears that quality ingredients are indeed paramount, Lin Yuan marveled. At this juncture, a small creature, about the size of a palm and resembling a fluffy puppy, appeared behind Lin Yuan, its 2 dark eyes fixated intently on the venison before him. Meanwhile, the beasts across the river seemed to have encountered something terrifying, retreating in a wave, not daring to utter a sound. Chapter 62. Little gray Lin Yuan was indeed famished. He savored the tender venison, relishing the exquisite flavors of this undeveloped planet, never before having tasted such delectable fare that he felt as if he might consume his own tongue. Just as he was enjoying his meal, he suddenly felt a tug on his clothing. Turning around, he beheld a small dog, no larger than the size of his palm, its body covered in soft gray fur, gazing at him with a yearning expression. Despite its diminutive stature, Lin Yuan could sense the deep desire emanating from the creature. "Do you wish to partake in the venison?" Lin Yuan inquired tentatively. With an endearing whimper, the small canine-like creature responded, nodding its little head as if to affirm Lin Yuan's words. Surprised by the creature's apparent understanding, Lin Yuan marveled at the intelligence of animals on this planet. He sliced another piece of meat from the hindquarters of the deer and extended it slowly toward the little gray beast. The allure of the venison was irresistible. Before Lin Yuan could reach out fully, the creature lunged forward and devoured the meat. In that instant, its bright, dark eyes narrowed with delight, its body visibly relaxing in sheer enjoyment. Seeing such a joyful expression made Lin Yuan chuckle. He took another bite of meat and then offered the remaining piece to the little creature, saying, "Here, another piece for you." Upon hearing Lin Yuan's words, the previously content little beast immediately reacted, opening its mouth, far from intimidating, and quickly swallowed the morsel. After finishing, it leapt into Lin Yuan's embrace, excitedly nudging him as if to express gratitude. Lin Yuan was astonished by the creature's intelligence and found himself quite fond of it. In this unfamiliar place, having such a spirited companion felt rather comforting. Thus, Lin Yuan began to converse with the little creature. "How is it, little one? Is the venison delicious?" With another soft whimper, the small beast burrowed into Lin Yuan's arms, nudging him twice, indicating its delight. "Would you like more?" Lin Yuan coaxed. The creature responded with 2 more nudges. "Very well. How about I roast some for you every day?" Lin Yuan declared, unveiling his grand proposal. The little beast jumped out of Lin Yuan's arms, standing before him with eyes brimming with enthusiasm, nodding its fluffy little head vigorously. How simple. A glutton is always so straightforward. Lin Yuan mused inwardly. At that moment, the small creature jumped back into Lin Yuan's arms, raising its tiny front paws and gesturing toward the roasted venison, letting out 2 soft whimpers before lying on Lin Yuan's lap, patting its belly, an utterly adorable sight. Lin Yuan watched the creature's antics and asked, "Are you saying you're still hungry and wish to continue eating?" With a soft whimper, the little beast affirmed. Glancing at the deer carcass, now reduced to mere bones, and then at the little creature lying motionless, Lin Yuan couldn't help but marvel at the wonders of the universe. Such a petite being had consumed a significant portion of the venison, and aside from a slightly bulging belly, there was no other sign of excess. What kind of creature are you to eat so much? I wonder where all that meat went. Lin Yuan pondered aloud. Upon hearing this, the little beast rolled over, adopting a mock pout, then pointed at the bones on the ground, feigning ecstasy, before pointing at itself and shaking its head while letting out a couple of whimpers. Lin Yuan, observing the little beast's myriad gestures, felt an uncanny understanding blossom within him. He tentatively asked, "Are you implying that my roasted venison is so delicious that you ate so much of it, while normally you eat very little?" With an excited whimper, the little creature affirmed Lin Yuan's interpretation. "It seems we are quite fated. I feel as though I can understand your gestures. How peculiar. I have never experienced anything like this before. Do you have a name? Surely, you can't follow me without one." Lin Yuan inquired cheerfully. The little creature shook its fluffy head, indicating it had no name. It pointed at Lin Yuan, then at itself, finally standing upright and craning its neck to look at Lin Yuan. "Are you asking me to name you?" With a soft whimper, the creature affirmed. "All right. I shall give you a name. Let me think." Lin Yuan stroked his chin, gazing at the little creature, and then said, "Considering how much you can eat, I shall call you Glutton." The little beast immediately shook its head in protest, evidently grasping the implication of the name and unwilling to accept it. "Not to your liking?" Lin Yuan furrowed his brow, as naming was not his forte. After much contemplation, he suggested, "Given your small size, how about Little Dot?" The creature shook its head once more, rising on its hind legs and drawing a circle in the air with its front paws. Lin Yuan quickly understood that the little beast was indicating it would grow large, and thus could not be called Little Dot. Then, Lin Yuan glanced at the creature's gray fur. A spark of inspiration ignited within him. "You are entirely gray. How about we call you Little Gray?" The little beast blinked, seemingly contemplating whether to accept this name, occasionally pawing at Lin Yuan's combat suit in indecision. Sensing its hesitation, Lin Yuan decided to assist, smiling as he said, "Let us go with Little Gray. Today marks our first day of acquaintance, and I shall prepare roasted fish for you. How does that sound?" Upon hearing this, the little creature's eyes sparkled, and it eagerly nodded, leaping onto Lin Yuan's shoulders and nudging him with its little black nose against his belly. Based on prior experiences, Lin Yuan interpreted this as a sign of happiness. Seizing the moment, he declared, "From now on, I shall call you Little Gray. Remember to acknowledge it." The little beast showed no opposition, shifting about on Lin Yuan, signifying its agreement to the name. "Little Gray," Lin Yuan called out tentatively. Upon hearing its name, the little creature scampered to Lin Yuan's shoulder, extending its tiny pink tongue to lick Lin Yuan's earlobe, sending a delightful tickling sensation through him. "Haha, Little Gray, let us go fishing," Lin Yuan exclaimed joyfully. On this same planet, a bloodied figure lay on the ground, barely audible breaths escaping its lips, appearing gravely wounded, seemingly devoid of the strength to move. The overwhelming scent of blood emanating from this individual attracted numerous fierce beasts, their keen senses drawn to the aroma. Soon, a massive, striped python, as thick as a barrel and stretching several dozen meters in length, slithered toward the injured person. Flicking its crimson tongue in anticipation, it ascended the individual's body, releasing a foul odor as it did, droplets of venom dripping from its mouth, sizzling upon contact with the person's skin. Despite the corrosive venom, the injured individual emitted not a single sound. indicating the severity of their wounds had rendered them numb to the pain. The python continued its ascent, soon reaching the person's face, seemingly intent on swallowing them headfirst. At that moment, the bloodied figure suddenly stirred, gripping the python's body tightly with both hands, and sank its teeth into the creature's neck. Blood flowed forth like a spring, and the wounded individual swallowed greedily. The colossal python felt a searing pain in its neck, causing its entire body to writhe in agony. It thrashed against the ground, producing a cacophony of sounds, accompanied by hissing that unmistakably conveyed its suffering. Alas, no matter how fiercely the python struggled, the man's grip was as unyielding as a golden band, firmly encircling the serpent's body. The man's throat convulsed as he swallowed mouthfuls of serpent blood, and in his haste, a trickle of crimson escaped the corner of his mouth. After a brief moment, the once mighty python's body began to wither, as if every drop of blood had been siphoned from its form. Meanwhile, the figure that had been sprawled on the ground began to breathe steadily, his stomach slightly distended, and the wounds upon his body exhibited signs of gradual healing. Slowly, he raised his hands to push the now desiccated snake from his frame, then carefully sat up. A laborious effort that left him panting heavily. Sunlight filtered through the dense foliage, illuminating his face, though his visage was obscured by the stains of blood. Only the glint of his ominous eagle-like eyes and the sharp tusks protruding from his mouth were discernible. This planet bore a striking resemblance to humanity's home, Earth, with weather patterns that mirrored its own. Particularly in the forests, the climate was capricious. Mere moments ago, the sun had blazed brightly, yet now dark, ominous clouds loomed overhead, and a fierce wind began to assert its might, causing the trees to sway perilously. Lin Yuan gazed at the sky with keen interest, aware that rain was imminent. Although Apocalypse Star was indeed a life-sustaining planet, it did not experience rain, and the transitions of the seasons were hardly perceptible. Thus, Lin Yuan had only witnessed the phenomenon of rain through videos, never having encountered it in person. Suddenly, the sky illuminated, followed by a resounding clap of thunder. Lin Yuan exclaimed with excitement, "It's thunder. It looks like a downpour is on the horizon." Woo-woo. Little Gray nipped at Lin Yuan's pant leg, drawing his attention. Lin Yuan bent down to inspect Little Gray, stroking its soft fur as he inquired, "What is it?" Little Gray raised a paw, pointing to the sky before gesturing in a specific direction, then lowered its paw, gazing intently at Lin Yuan. "Are you leading me to shelter from the rain?" Little Gray let out a couple of calls and scampered off in the direction it had indicated. Although Lin Yuan was untroubled by the prospect of rain, Little Gray was apprehensive, prompting Lin Yuan to follow closely behind. Chapter 63. The home of Little Gray, with a body no larger than a palm, darted through the vast forest with remarkable speed, transforming into a streak of gray lightning. It nimbly navigated around the thick trunks of ancient trees, showcasing its profound familiarity with the surroundings. Lin Yuan, trailing leisurely behind, was aware that he could teleport. Thus, no matter how swift Little Gray was, it could not surpass that ability. However, the speed exhibited by Little Gray astonished Lin Yuan, rivaling that of a specialized level 2 ability user. The extraordinary speed manifested in such a small creature was indeed astonishing. Lin Yuan had always sensed that Little Gray was extraordinary, far from an ordinary beast. When he had been roasting deer meat, countless wild animals had fled upon Little Gray's appearance, suggesting that they were intimidated by it. Coupled with Little Gray's exhibited intelligence, remarkable appetite, and current speed, Lin Yuan speculated that the wild creatures had retreated silently out of fear of Little Gray's presence. Nevertheless, Lin Yuan felt no trepidation. It appeared that Little Gray harbored no animosity towards him. Moreover, Lin Yuan was confident in his own strength, having vanquished level 4 ability users. A small beast, no matter how formidable, posed little threat. Reflecting on a previous encounter with a cosmic magnetic storm, Lin Yuan had believed he was doomed and had hastily thrown the tiger-faced man into the cabin. Otherwise, he could have had a level 4 ability user as a bodyguard. As Lin Yuan pondered these thoughts, they finally reached their destination, a cavern. The entrance of this cave was immense, towering over 10 meters and 5 meters wide, resembling more the lair of a Tyrannosaurus than a dwelling for Little Gray. Upon arrival, Little Gray seemed exhilarated, emitted a few soft sounds, and dashed inside. Clearly well acquainted with the place, Lin Yuan followed closely behind. Upon entering, Lin Yuan was taken aback. He had expected the cave, devoid of sunlight, to be dark and damp, yet it was dry and illuminated by a faint glow emanating from the walls. The light, though not intense, suffused the entire cavern with brightness. As Lin Yuan touched the walls, he sensed a peculiar energy that felt familiar and inviting. Venturing deeper, the light gradually faded, plunging the cave into darkness. akin to any ordinary cave, allowing only a faint outline of his surroundings. Lin Yuan chose not to activate the night vision feature of his combat suit, instead continuing deeper into the cave. It was far more expansive than he had anticipated. After nearly 10 minutes of walking at a normal pace, he reached the far end, where Little Gray awaited him, perched atop a stone covered with a mat woven from an unknown plant. Yawning, it emitted a couple of sounds, evidently chiding Lin Yuan for his slow arrival. Lin Yuan approached Little Gray and sat on the stone beside it, brushing his hand over Little Gray's body. Smiling as he inquired, "Is this truly your home? Why do you reside in such a vast space, being so small?" Little Gray raised a paw, gesturing inward, and assumed a relaxed posture. "Are you suggesting there is something inside that brings you comfort, hence your choice to dwell here?" Lin Yuan pondered, gazing into the darkness where Little Gray pointed, unable to discern anything present. Little Gray nodded affirmatively, confirming Lin Yuan's speculation. "Can you lead me to see it?" Lin Yuan asked, curiosity piqued. Untamed planets often concealed extraordinary wonders, and perhaps Little Gray's remarkable intelligence stemmed from that which brought it comfort. Upon hearing Lin Yuan's words, Little Gray nodded, leapt from the stone bed, and headed directly towards the area it had indicated, with Lin Yuan closely trailing behind. As they approached, Lin Yuan discerned a small door barely wide enough for a single person to pass through, surrounded by dark stone, which contributed to the oppressive darkness. Little Gray, evidently familiar with this entrance, jumped right in, and Lin Yuan followed suit, instinctively shielding his eyes upon entry. The darkness within was unlike that outside. A golden light filled the entire space, creating an opulent atmosphere. However, upon opening his eyes, Lin Yuan discovered that it was merely a long corridor. Yet the walls radiated a brilliant golden hue, adorned with intricate murals. The first mural depicted a young man beneath the starry sky, gazing upward at the brilliantly shining stars, his face beaming with joy. Moving on to the second mural, it featured the same young man now in space, surrounded by massive celestial bodies. Strangely, Lin Yuan did not perceive the young man's insignificance. Rather, he felt that the young man was the very center of this cosmic expanse, with the stars merely serving as embellishments. The final mural showcased the young man once more, now engulfed in darkness, appearing somewhat sorrowful, as if confronted by some profound plight. This seemed to document the individual's journey through life, with the murals illustrating his deeds, though the identity of the artist remained a mystery. As Lin Yuan proceeded, a grand bronze door came into view, before which Little Gray lounged, leaning against it in a state of blissful reverie. Lin Yuan disregarded Little Gray and scrutinized the bronze door, which bore no carvings but was adorned with countless stars that rotated incessantly. A familiar energy coursed through it, compelling Lin Yuan to place his hand upon its surface almost instinctively. The moment his palm met the bronze door, it trembled violently, the previously rotating stars accelerating in their motion, and a surge of golden light burst forth from within, enveloping Lin Yuan entirely. Startled by the door's agitation, Little Gray leapt away, its small body retreating, perplexed by the transformation of the door and the golden hue that now enveloped Lin Yuan. After a considerable time, the bronze door regained its tranquility, the golden light receding to unveil Lin Yuan, who remained with his eyes closed, golden threads weaving across his body, occasionally converging to form intricate patterns before dissipating again. Little Gray gazed at Lin Yuan, then at the now serene bronze door, before once more approaching it, returning to its state of blissful admiration. Yet soon, its expression shifted to one of confusion as it inspected the door, gently tapping it with its tiny paw. Lingering in contemplation before emitting a couple of soft sounds and then striking the door, clearly displeased. Leaving the bronze door, Little Gray approached Lin Yuan, seemingly concerned for his well-being. However, upon nearing Lin Yuan, it paused, its face once again reflecting that entranced expression. Little Gray chirped excitedly, climbing atop Lin Yuan's head, where it promptly fell into a deep slumber. At this moment, Lin Yuan was oblivious to the external world. From the instant he touched the bronze door, the scene before him transformed into a panorama of twinkling stars, each shimmering with a rhythmic brilliance, though they flickered continuously. A closer examination revealed a harmonious pattern in their dance, as an enigmatic power radiated from these celestial bodies, igniting Lin Yuan's very blood with fervor. He felt an overwhelming illusion that this space would yield to his will, as though he were the sovereign of this celestial realm. Raising his hand and gently clasping it, the surrounding space suddenly froze. His fingers slowly extended, lightly touching the solidified space before him, which shattered like a mirror. With his palm open, the fragments of space, under Lin Yuan's will, began to coalesce once more, restoring the area to its former tranquility. It was evident that Lin Yuan was undergoing a transformation, a monumental opportunity that would serve as a pivotal step in his journey to becoming a formidable force. At that moment, as Lin Yuan embraced this metamorphosis, a blood-soaked figure gradually emerged at the entrance of the cave. Outside, a torrential rain had begun to pour, yet the blood clinging to the figure remained steadfast, impervious to the relentless downpour. The individual's nose twitched slightly, and a raspy voice escaped his lips. "I knew you wouldn't perish. If I could survive the cosmic magnetic storm, so can you. You will certainly meet your end at my hands." Just then, a flash of lightning illuminated the sky, revealing the figure's visage, two menacing fangs and a pair of sinister hawk-like eyes, unmistakably the severely wounded Ing Feng, whom Lin Yuan had previously vanquished. Chapter 64. Second Awakening. Little Gray lay soundly asleep atop Lin Yuan's head, although the golden radiance had faded from Lin Yuan's form. An inexplicable comfort emanated from him that enveloped Little Gray. It was only after discovering the bronze door that Little Gray had transformed into its current state. Prior to that, it had merely been an ordinary creature. Today, as it rested, the enticing aroma of roasted meat wafted from Lin Yuan, compelling Little Gray to seek out the source of this delightful scent, ultimately leading it to Lin Yuan. The bond between them was not solely due to the delectable morsels Lin Yuan provided, but also because the aura surrounding Lin Yuan bore a striking resemblance to that of the bronze door, albeit less intense. Despite this, Little Gray felt an innate connection. Though the bronze door no longer radiated its peculiar energy, the essence emanating from Lin Yuan had intensified. Little Gray had resolved to stay by Lin Yuan's side, not only for the comforting aura but also for the promise of delicious roasted meat. Suddenly, Little Gray's sensitive nose twitched as it detected a foul metallic scent that filled it with unease. With its acute sense of smell, it could not ignore the aroma of Lin Yuan's cooking from such a distance. Leaping down from Lin Yuan's head, Little Gray darted outside. This territory was its domain, and it was imperative that all violence stayed far away. It was the reason fierce beasts congregated across the river, deterred from crossing. Upon exiting, Little Gray found a bloodied figure standing beside its bed, surveying the cave. It was Ing Feng. With an indignant yowl, Little Gray expressed its fury. This was its home, and the audacity of an intruder to enter without permission was intolerable. Startled by the outburst, Ing Feng turned to see Little Gray and frowned. With a flick of his wrist, a crescent-shaped blade of crimson light sliced through the air toward Little Gray, evidently intending to dispose of the nuisance. For reasons unknown, Ing Feng's powers manifested differently than before. Little Gray, seething with anger at the audacity of this intruder attacking without consent, resolved to teach him a lesson. A roar erupted from Little Gray, resonating with a force that shattered the blood-red blade. In an instant, Little Gray's form swelled, transforming into a towering beast. Its once fluffy gray fur hardened into a protective layer against harm. Its petite paws morphed into lethal claws, slicing through the air towards Ing Feng. Ing Feng was taken aback by the sudden transformation of the once unassuming creature. However, he remained undaunted, emitting a low growl as bloodlight enveloped his form, his physique expanding into a formidable giant over 3 meters tall. With a thunderous roar, he clenched his fist, meeting Little Gray's claws with equal ferocity. The collision produced a resonant thud, and both combatants were forced back, revealing a surprising parity in their strength. Yet, the distance they retreated told a different story. Little Gray staggered back a mere meter, while Ing Feng was driven back 5 meters, indicating a slight disparity in power. However, Ing Feng's combat style did not rely solely on brute strength. The bloodlight surrounding him was suffused with corrosive power, and Little Gray's claws began to char, releasing the acrid scent of singed flesh. Despite its transformation, Little Gray's temperament remained unchanged. It glanced at its blackened paws with a mixture of sorrow and rage, then unleashed 5 gray blades of light that cleaved through the very air toward Ing Feng. The speed was such that even a level 4 ability user like Ing Feng found it impossible to evade, forcing him to absorb the blow. Nevertheless, he reacted swiftly, concentrating the bloodlight upon his robust arms, forming a blood-red shield that clashed against Little Gray's blades. Gazing at the shattered shield and the grievous wounds on his arms, Ing Feng smirked and remarked to Little Gray, "I never expected you possessed such abilities. What a delightful surprise. If I were to present your genes to the organization, I could evolve into a Tier 3 beast. What a fortunate turn of events." Little Gray's response was a furious roar, followed by a strike from its massive paw. As Ing Feng prepared for the onslaught, the bloodlight reappeared, transforming into a crimson streak that collided with Little Gray. The two combatants demonstrated a near-equal exchange of might. Though Little Gray's strength was formidable, its methods of attack were rather straightforward. The gray claws were not easily wielded, limiting its offensive maneuvers to pouncing and biting. Ing Feng, while slightly less powerful, compensated with a more diverse arsenal of attacks. The bloodlight was merely one aspect of his prowess. The spines that sprouted from his elbows and knees posed a significant challenge for Little Gray. Initially, Little Gray managed to hold its ground, but as time passed, it gradually succumbed to the onslaught, its form marred by patches of charred skin from the corrosive bloodlight. 2 gaping wounds marred its abdomen, blood seeping profusely from the injuries inflicted by Ing Feng's bone spikes. Despite its grievous condition, Little Gray showed no signs of retreat. It continued its ferocious assault against Ing Feng, disregarding the pain coursing through its body. Little Gray understood that retreat was not an option. Behind it lay the portal leading to the comforting presence of the one who had shared delightful meals with it. Although it had known Lin Yuan for merely a day, a deep sense of kinship had already formed. It had to protect Lin Yuan at all costs. As the battle raged on, Little Gray's injuries multiplied until it could no longer endure. A powerful kick from Ing Feng sent Little Gray crashing against the cave wall with a resounding thud, and it fell heavily to the ground, struggling momentarily before succumbing to the pain. Little Gray's once mighty form seemed to shrink under the weight of its wounds, reverting to its diminutive, adorable size, emitting soft whimpers of pain. I truly wonder what drives your persistence, Ing Feng mused. Though you possess great strength, you are no match for a level 4 ability user. Do you truly believe you can defeat me? As he approached Little Gray, he remarked, I am curious about the taste of your blood. With your power, it must be far more delectable than that of other beasts. With a clawed hand, Ing Feng seized Little Gray, who struggled in vain against the iron grip. Dipping a finger into the creature's blood, he tasted it with surprise. Such potent power. How extraordinary. Delivering you to the organization will undoubtedly earn me great rewards. As Ing Feng reveled in his triumph, a voice laced with fury pierced the air. You will have no chance, for you shall remain here forever. The smile on Ing Feng's face gradually hardened, and the small gray creature in his hand had vanished without a trace. Turning to look back, he saw a youth cradling a gray beast, gazing at him with a cold indifference, as though he were observing a corpse. It's you. Ing Feng gritted his teeth and spat out the words. The individual in question was, of course, Lin Yuan. With the aid of the energy from the bronze door, Lin Yuan not only ascended to the rank of a level 3 ability user, but also underwent a secondary awakening, granting him powers far more formidable than before. Upon awakening, Lin Yuan did not locate the small gray creature and assumed it was resting outside, so he ventured out, only to find Ing Feng grasping the creature tightly in his grip. Without hesitation, Lin Yuan utilized his newly awakened abilities to rescue the small gray beast. Observing its disheveled state, he couldn't help but emit soft whimpers of concern, evoking immense sympathy. Little Gray, you have suffered. Watch as I avenge you. I shall repay him in kind for the harm he has inflicted upon you. Lin Yuan gently caressed the wounds on the creature's body, offering words of comfort. What grandiose claims. Without that puppet, I could dispatch you with but a single hand. Ing Feng retorted with a cold snort. Fear not. This time I will not rely on a puppet. I shall personally ensure your demise. Lin Yuan placed the small gray creature on the ground and fixed a frigid gaze upon Ing Feng, resolved to test the potency of his abilities awakened anew. Chapter 65. The Slaying of Ing Feng. Well, I'm eager to see what means you possess without your puppets, Ing Feng declared, as a crimson light converged in his hand, forming a blade over a meter long, which he fiercely slashed towards Lin Yuan. The ferocity of this attack far surpassed the blood-red blade he had unleashed against Xiao Hui earlier, indicating a departure from his previous casualness. He was now fully committed. Lin Yuan's pupils constricted. In the dark universe, Ing Feng lacked such abilities, and curiously, the aura emanating from Ing Feng at this moment bore a resemblance to the feeling he had once experienced from the serpent's eye, both sinister and uncanny. Yet, Lin Yuan was no longer the insignificant second-tier ability user he once was. He raised his hand, clenched his fist, and the menacing blood-red blade abruptly halted in midair. Once suspended, the blood-red blade trembled as if imbued with sentience, desperately attempting to break free. Observing this scene, Lin Yuan remained composed. He tightened his fist, and the once quivering blood-red blade shattered into fragments. To think that in just one day, your strength has grown so formidable. It appears you have attained the status of a third-tier ability user. Alas, it seems you shall still perish by my hand, Ing Feng remarked, though his expression gradually shifted to one of solemnity. The blood-red blade was one of his signature moves, its corrosive power formidable, yet it was effortlessly countered by Lin Yuan, leading Yingfeng to reassess Lin Yuan's prowess. He realized Lin Yuan was no ordinary third-tier ability user. If he did not exert himself fully, he might struggle to subdue him. With this thought, Yingfeng unleashed a roar akin to that of a wild beast, bloodlight reappearing around him as he lunged fiercely at Lin Yuan. In response, Lin Yuan's combat gear instantly transformed into a battle-ready form, enveloping him entirely, and he became a streak of black-blue light, charging toward Yingfeng. The two collided midair, instantly entangled in a fierce battle. The more Yingfeng fought, the more alarmed he became. The corrosive power enveloping him failed to hinder Lin Yuan in the slightest. It was as though Lin Yuan was shielded by an invisible barrier, impervious to Yingfeng's bloodlight. Even when Yingfeng's fist struck Lin Yuan's body, the bloodlight was mysteriously dispersed. Yingfeng was equally astounded by Lin Yuan's strength. Although he was still superior, Lin Yuan managed to hold his ground. Yingfeng, a fourth-tier ability user skilled in raw power, found it astonishing that Lin Yuan, a third tier, could withstand him. After yet another clash, both retreated momentarily. Lin Yuan rubbed his somewhat numb arm, inwardly sighing. The strength of a fourth-tier ability user is indeed formidable. Just this brief encounter has left my arm feeling foreign. Outwardly, he taunted, Yingfeng, you're not all that impressive. Do you have any true skills left? If not, I shall take your life. Transformed, Yingfeng appeared far more irritable. Upon hearing Lin Yuan's words, he bellowed, you will soon understand the might of a fourth-tier ability user. Today, you shall die? Yingfeng clenched his fists and struck his chest violently, an eerie purple pattern gradually manifesting upon his previously smooth torso. The design depicted a fierce beast, resembling a diminutive gnome yet sporting massive bat-like wings. Its claws would retract and extend with alarming sharpness, while its head bore a scaly visage, its eyes glimmering with a piercing azure light as if capable of penetrating the very essence of existence, presenting a chilling expression that was both sorrowful and mocking. As this pattern emerged, Yingfeng's towering form shrank like a deflated balloon, returning to his original stature, yet his eyes transformed to match the hue of the pattern. Gazing at Lin Yuan with those eerie blue eyes, Yingfeng spoke in a cryptic tone, kneel before the demon god. Upon the utterance of these words, two beams of azure light shot forth from Yingfeng's eyes, enveloping Lin Yuan and flooding his mind with a mysterious power. Lin Yuan felt a weight settle upon him. His consciousness clouded, as a commanding voice echoed in his mind, insisting, submit to me, and you shall attain immortality. 8 simple words, yet they seemed to contain boundless power, compelling one to yield. Immortality? But that is not what I seek. What benefit is there in submitting to you? I can provide you with everything you desire, as long as you submit. The voice bore an irresistible allure, laden with a persuasive force. You can provide for me? I detest reliance on others. I prefer to obtain what I wish through my own efforts. As Lin Yuan's thoughts solidified, the golden threads within him surged wildly, and a radiant golden light erupted from his mind, instantly shattering the sinister voice. Yingfeng, observing Lin Yuan's momentary stupor, felt a surge of pride within. This was the most potent ability he had acquired from his affiliation with the demon tomb, usable only once. The one who granted him this power had assured him it could compel any ability user to submit, particularly those with great potential. Although Yingfeng yearned to slay Lin Yuan, he suppressed his murderous intent, envisioning the advantages he would reap from subduing Lin Yuan. He surmised that to withstand him, Lin Yuan must possess at least an S-level ability, if not higher, and capturing such an ability user would undoubtedly yield unimaginable rewards from the organization. A marvelous creature, along with a highly promising ability user. Perhaps he could even ascend to a supervisory role, and who knows, he might attain the status of a demon saint in this lifetime. Yingfeng mused, delighting in his thoughts. At that moment, scintillating stars suddenly flickered from the darkness behind Lin Yuan, revealing a vast starry expanse. A powerful force enveloped Lin Yuan entirely. A commanding voice resonated from above. Humph. The bloodline of the Starry Sky clan cannot be tainted by mere demonic power. With that, Yingfeng emitted a pained groan as the azure light in his eyes vanished, and the eerie pattern on his chest dissipated into a swirl of purple mist. Who are you? How dare you appear here? Yingfeng cried out in terror, but the commanding voice did not return. At that moment, Lin Yuan's previously vacant eyes regained their brilliance. With a flash of golden light, he teleported behind Yingfeng, fist clenched, and struck forcefully at Yingfeng's back. Yingfeng, let us see how you handle this. Yingfeng felt a tremendous force crash upon him, and the very fabric of space seemed to solidify. though he attempted to evade. The backlash had rendered him incapable of breaking free from the spatial confinement, leaving him to brace himself against the impact. In his mind, Lin Yuan was merely a third-tier ability user. Even if he could only withstand the blow with his body, it would only result in minor injuries. Once he recovered, he could easily triumph over Lin Yuan. Though it was unfortunate that he could not subdue Lin Yuan, avenging himself would suffice. As for that mysterious power, Yingfeng assumed Lin Yuan could likely use it only once. Otherwise, he would have employed it to eliminate him long ago. However, Lin Yuan's strength far exceeded Yingfeng's expectations. Upon impact, Yingfeng felt two overwhelming forces penetrate his body, swirling violently within and ruthlessly tearing him apart. Cough! A mouthful of blood erupted from Yingfeng, a gaping wound appearing on his back, distorted and oozing a peculiar dark purple blood, which emitted a foul odor. Yingfeng, momentarily dazed, turned to Lin Yuan and inquired, "What kind of technique is this?" His voice, in stark contrast to his earlier bravado, now bore an unsettling calmness. In the past, I referred to him as the Meteor Slayer. As he spoke, Lin Yuan raised his palm and clenched it fiercely. The very fabric of space began to twist violently. With the compression of the space, Yingfeng's form also contorted, involuntarily emitting a muffled groan of anguish. "You have slain me. The demon god shall not spare you. I am curious to discover what means this so-called demon god possesses." As he spoke, Lin Yuan intensified his control over the space, which shattered abruptly, taking Yingfeng's body along with it. Chapter 66. The bloodline of the starry sky. As the fabric of space shattered, Yingfeng's body vanished. Lin Yuan glanced at his palm, a smile gracing his lips. He had often envied the extraordinary abilities of Bing Shou, but now he possessed formidable long-range attack capabilities himself. Upon making contact with the energy of the bronze door, Lin Yuan's powers underwent a transformation. The barrier that had long impeded his ascent to a level 3 ability user melted away like snow. Fully accepting the energy from the bronze door endowed Lin Yuan's abilities with a wondrous power, the control of space itself. Although Lin Yuan's previous powers were formidable, they lacked long-range offensive strength. However, this moment marked the second awakening of his abilities, rectifying his shortcomings and rendering him even more formidable. His confrontation with Yingfeng served as the ultimate testament to his strength. As a level 4 ability user, Yingfeng possessed numerous tactics, and typical level 3 users would likely struggle to escape. Yet Lin Yuan, as a level 3 user, had managed to slay him, clearly demonstrating the might of his powers. To think that I had ended up here and experienced a second awakening, becoming a level 3 ability user. This could be considered a blessing in disguise. Lin Yuan mused to himself. Woo-woo. Xiao Hui's cries were filled with discontent, as if to say, "After all I've endured for you, are you not going to show me any concern?" Hearing Xiao Hui's voice, Lin Yuan cradled the creature in his arms, inspecting its wounds. The once gruesome injuries had, unbeknownst to him, ceased bleeding and formed a thin scab. Lin Yuan could not help but exclaim, "Xiao Hui, I truly wonder what species you are. Your recovery ability is astounding. Even ability users cannot compare." Woo-woo. Xiao Hui's cries brimmed with pride. "Thanks to you, I have successfully become a level 3 ability user. To express my gratitude, how about I roast an entire deer for you?" Lin Yuan said with a smile. For a foodie, nothing could serve as a better reward than delectable food. Upon hearing Lin Yuan's words, Xiao Hui's eyes brightened considerably, and it joyfully nudged against him. "However, before indulging in roasted meat, we must first examine that bronze door. I still haven't had the chance to thoroughly investigate it after saving you." With that, Lin Yuan ventured further into the cave. At this moment, the bronze door had lost its earlier brilliance, now appearing ominously dark, starkly contrasting with the previous starlit glow. Lin Yuan placed his palm upon it once more, but this time, no energy surged through his hand. With a firm push, the door creaked open, gradually revealing the world within. Before him lay an expanse of darkness, entirely different from the opulence outside, as though it belonged to an entirely different realm. "Xiao Hui, have you ever been inside?" Lin Yuan inquired, furrowing his brow as he gazed into the abyss. Woo-woo. Xiao Hui shook its head, indicating it had never entered. That makes sense. After all, the energy on the door previously prevented anyone from entering. Lin Yuan concluded without surprise. Woo-woo. Xiao Hui's large eyes sparkled with curiosity, clearly eager to explore. Hee. You wish to enter too? I am equally intrigued. What mysteries lie within? This door is so extraordinary. There might be treasures inside. Lin Yuan chuckled as he stepped inside. Having become a level 3 ability user and experienced a second awakening, his strength had increased manifold. Thus, even if danger awaited him, he felt confident in his ability to escape unscathed. Upon entering, a powerful aura surged forth, overwhelming in its dominance, imbued with a ruthless will that proclaimed, "Those who comply shall prosper, those who resist shall perish." Unlike the strange presence surrounding Ying Feng earlier, this aura, while equally potent, exerted an undeniable pressure. Wu-Wu. Xiao Hui, affected by this aura, began to grow agitated, its body seemingly on the verge of expanding, clearly sensing a threat. Noticing Xiao Hui's distress, Lin Yuan gently stroked it, reassuring, "Xiao Hui, calm down, your wounds have yet to heal. Leave any potential dangers to me. Besides, no enemies have appeared yet, right?" "Jia, but hasn't the enemy just made their entrance?" An evil and domineering voice suddenly resonated from the darkness, tinged with excitement and arrogance. Lin Yuan turned towards the source of the voice. Though the surroundings remained shrouded in darkness, Xiao Xing had activated the night vision feature of the combat suit, allowing Lin Yuan to discern the cave's details. The voice emanated from a swirling mass of black mist that coalesced into a dark head, its empty black eyes surveying Lin Yuan and Xiao Hui. The previous words had clearly come from it. Surrounding the figure were peculiar patterns, dim and lacking any discernible function. As Lin Yuan studied the dark head, the voice spoke again, this time with a hint of astonishment. "Oh, a starry sky bloodline. No wonder the seal of the starry sky has suddenly lifted. Haha, it seems I am not only free, but can also take my revenge. What is this starry sky bloodline? What does it mean?" Lin Yuan queried, puzzled. He had not heard the term before, as he had been absent during the moment when the authoritative voice dispelled the strange symbol on Ying Feng's chest. "What? You do not know what the starry sky bloodline is?" The voice expressed greater astonishment. "Why should I know what the starry sky bloodline is?" Lin Yuan retorted. "Haha, kid. The starry sky bloodline is one of the rare and mighty bloodlines among ability users. Not only are you unaware of possessing it, but you have also never heard of the Starry Sky clan's reputation." The voice carried a note of admiration. "I have not heard of it. I only know of the 3 major organizations of ability users and the 4 great families," Lin Yuan replied, shaking his head. Although the dark head showed no immediate intent to attack, Lin Yuan remained vigilant. It was evident from the voice's tone that it harbored animosity towards the Starry Sky clan, and since it regarded Lin Yuan as one of them, it would not spare him easily. "What 3 major organizations and 4 great families? Do you know of the 5 veins of demons and gods?" The dark head's voice held a hint of incredulity as it questioned Lin Yuan. "I do not. If you have no further matters, I shall take my leave. Farewell," Lin Yuan said, beginning to retreat slowly. "Thinking of leaving? Not so easily. How can I trust you? Once I devour your memories, I will thoroughly examine them. Hee. As it spoke, the black mist enveloped the cave, and the bronze door abruptly slammed shut. The faint light at the entrance vanished, plunging the interior into absolute darkness. However, with the assistance of the combat suit's night vision, Lin Yuan found navigating the darkness not particularly challenging, and he maintained his composure. The black mist within the cave swirled incessantly, forming a massive black claw above Lin Yuan, poised to strike down upon him. As the claw descended, the voice of the dark head echoed from the shadows. "Kid, it has been a while since I last fought. Today, I shall stretch my muscles on you." Lin Yuan remained silent, his golden energy coursing violently within him. Clenching his hands into claws, he tore outward. And as he did, the very fabric of space was rent asunder, the immense tearing force shredding the dark claw into fragments. "You dare claim you are not of the Starry Sky clan? This spatial tearing technique can only be wielded by one who possesses the Starry Sky bloodline. I have stated that I do not know what the Starry Sky bloodline is. Since you wish to kill me, then let me witness your abilities." As Lin Yuan spoke, his right hand shimmered with a radiant golden light, and, clenching his fist, he directed a powerful strike towards the location of the ebony head. This blow unleashed a distortion in the surrounding space, though it did not shatter, vividly showcasing Lin Yuan's mastery over spatial manipulation and highlighting the formidable nature of his supernatural abilities. "Ah, what a daring lad, you dare to strike first," the dark head uttered with a hint of surprise, before expelling a plume of black mist. The moment this mist departed from the shadowy head, it rapidly expanded, transforming into a colossal black dragon that lunged ferociously towards Lin Yuan. Chapter 67. Soul Devourer. A colossal black dragon, exuding an overwhelming aura of dominance and chill, lunged fiercely towards Lin Yuan. The distortion of space did nothing to impede its advance, as the immense energy generated by its charge shattered the surrounding realm into fragments. Sensing the dragon's might, Lin Yuan harbored no intentions of confronting it directly. His body suddenly vanished, teleporting to a corner of the cave, narrowly evading the dragon's assault. To his astonishment, the ebony-headed dragon, seemingly imbued with a sentience of its own, let out a resounding roar following its misstrike. Its massive tail swung violently towards Lin Yuan. Once again, he teleported away, the dragon's tail crashing down with the force of 1,000 bolts. Yet it merely struck the cave's stone wall, which appeared to be made of an indestructible material, leaving only a few chips in its wake. Frustrated by Lin Yuan's evasion, the dragon roared once more, its vicious claws darting towards him like lightning. Yet, possessing the divine skill of teleportation, Lin Yuan found it effortless to dodge the rapid attacks. Although the dragon had failed to land a blow several times, its ferocity remained undiminished, employing a diverse array of offensive maneuvers, whipping with its tail, clawing with its talons, biting with its fangs, and even attempting to constrict him with its massive body. Lin Yuan remained unfazed amidst the dragon's myriad techniques, countering with his singular ability to teleport, rendering the dragon's cataclysmic strikes futile and misplaced. As Lin Yuan engaged in this game of hide and seek with the dragon, the voice of the ebony-headed entity suddenly resonated. Truly commendable, you possess the bloodline of the cosmos. If you can achieve uninterrupted teleportation, apart from you, none could manage it. However, I, Hayamo, possess countless tactics. Do not presume that your ability to teleport renders you invulnerable. After uttering these words, Hayamo unleashed a plume of dark energy that enveloped the black dragon. The dragon emitted an exultant roar, sending shockwaves that reverberated throughout the cave. Lin Yuan, hearing this cacophony, felt as though his ears might shatter. Although teleportation was formidable, it could not evade such widespread attacks. Nevertheless, Lin Yuan devised a strategy of his own. He manipulated the surrounding space, layering it to create a barrier to shield himself from the dragon's terrifying onslaught. Yet, the sound waves proved to be extraordinarily peculiar. Their immense power coupled with remarkable penetration, rendering Lin Yuan's layered defenses ineffective. The sound waves relentlessly burrowed toward his ears. Fortunately, it seemed that the dragon could not engage in any other form of attack while unleashing this sonic assault, and Hayamo, perhaps preoccupied with maintaining the dragon, refrained from launching additional offensives, allowing Lin Yuan to endure. Despite the overwhelming sound waves, Lin Yuan's willpower remained unyielding, though his ears rang incessantly. He steadfastly resisted the urge to succumb to unconsciousness. At that moment, Hayamo was equally vexed, ensnared in this place. His strength had been nearly depleted in the effort to break free from his prison. The black dragon was the culmination of his last vestiges of power, and he had assumed it would easily subdue Lin Yuan. Yet, Lin Yuan's resilience surpassed his expectations, enduring even the dragon's fearsome howl. With his strength waning and many tactics rendered impotent, Hayamo found himself at an impasse. Even if Lin Yuan possessed tenfold strength in his prime, Hayamo would have easily overpowered him. Now, he could only persist in this stalemate. If the dragon's howl could not weaken Lin Yuan's fighting spirit, he would have to resort to his final gambit. As Lin Yuan and Hayamo stood in this deadlock, the small creature nestled against Lin Yuan became increasingly distressed by the sonic assault. Animals typically possess heightened senses compared to humans, and this sound wave inflicted greater harm upon it. Initially, it managed to endure, but as time wore on, it could bear no more. Ignoring its recently closed wounds, it leaped from Lin Yuan's embrace, surprisingly unimpeded by the spatial barrier surrounding Lin Yuan. Upon hitting the ground, the creature's form swelled dramatically, transforming from a fluffy, endearing beast into a fearsome predator in the blink of an eye. It emitted a roar that rivaled the dragon's own, and the two sound waves collided, unleashing tremendous force, causing the energy-formed black dragon to dissipate into a cloud of darkness. Though the creature endured the backlash, it was not without consequence. Being flesh and blood, it had greater resistance to the sound waves, and despite emerging with numerous gaping wounds staining its body crimson, it remained alive. Lin Yuan, too, felt the impact of the collision. The two sound waves interacted, amplifying their potency. Fortunately, Lin Yuan's golden threads provided extraordinary defense, shielding him from the onslaught. Even so, blood trickled from his ears, nose, and even his eyes. Shaking his head vigorously, Lin Yuan's vision slowly cleared. Instinctively, he gazed in the direction of the ebony head, believing that such formidable sound waves would not spare it either. Indeed, the sonic assault inflicted far greater damage upon energy entities than upon flesh. The black dragon was affected, and so was the ebony entity, which could no longer be referred to as a head, but instead barely coalesced into a floating sphere. I underestimated this little beast's capabilities. Hayamo admitted, a mix of admiration and irritation in his voice. I have one final move. If you can withstand it, I, Hayamo, shall concede. Let us see what further tactics you possess, Lin Yuan retorted, though he quickly re-established numerous spatial barriers, as the previous defenses had crumbled under the collision of sound waves. I shall demonstrate the might of my demonic powers, endless celestial regulations, reversing the path to immortality, devouring souls and consuming thoughts. With the proclamation, the darkness coalesced into a stream of black energy that surged toward Lin Yuan, as if the layered barriers were non-existent, passing through without a trace of resistance. Fortunately, Lin Yuan had not placed all his hopes on this defense. At the moment the black energy approached, he executed a teleportation, narrowly evading the dark flow. The black energy, having missed its target, vanished and reappeared directly before Lin Yuan's brow. Despite his swift reactions, the proximity left him no time to react, and he could only allow the dark stream to penetrate his forehead. As the black energy entered him, Lin Yuan's combat attire vanished in an instant, revealing his muscular physique. Dark veins swiftly spread across his body, intertwining with shimmering golden threads that flickered intermittently. Each time the golden threads glimmered, the black veins recoiled as if fearful of the radiant light. Yet, when the golden threads ceased their illumination, the black veins surged forth, exuding an ominous glow, seemingly intent on engulfing the golden threads. However, the golden threads were exceptionally resilient, and the black veins struggled to consume them while evading the golden radiance. Though the black veins were enigmatic, they could not gain the upper hand. Lin Yuan's form transformed into a mesmerizing blend of black and gold. Yet he remained oblivious to the change, his eyes tightly shut, his expression inscrutable. Within his mind, a fierce battle for his very existence unfolded.